Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. The 500th one, the mission is completed. In the dark building, a thin figure stood in front of a corpse, whispering indifferently. His blue eyes shone with a faint light in the dark night, which was extremely conspicuous. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a shocking sound came from the figure. The small figure took out a strangely shaped mobile phone from his pocket, glanced at it, and then pressed the connect button. "Hey, Dad, what's the matter?" "Da-da-da." There was a sound of footsteps in the dark corridor. Chi-Ya put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly towards the end of the corridor. Not far away, there is a tall figure at this time. This figure is leaning against the wall of the corridor with arms folded and eyes closed, as if waiting for Chi-Ya. Long black hair, delicate facial features on a fair face, exuding a cold and seductive aura. This person is none other than Chi-Ya's eldest brother, Ilmi Zaldik, the eldest son of this generation of the Zaldik family. Sure enough, when Chi-Ya came to him and was about to pass by him, Yi Ermai opened her indifferent, colorless eyes and indifferent mouth, and she was very dissatisfied with Chi-Ya's behavior and words. "Chi-Ya, I heard that you dismissed the mission given to you by your father and accepted the assassination mission of a gangster boss." "Yeah." Chi-Ya nodded, and then continued to walk forward, as if she wasn't going to talk to him. "Chi-Ya, you are still so naive. Every time you accept a mission, you only accept this kind of mission. The Zaldik family's assassination mission does not distinguish between good and evil." Looking at Chi-Ya's leaving back, Yi Ermai said calmly, "As long as one day you're a member of the Zaldik family, one day you're a killer, and that never changes the fact that your hands are stained with blood. You don't care about me." Chi-Ya rolled her eyes when she heard this. After finishing speaking, Chi-Ya continued to walk forward. Behind him, Yi Ermai frowned slightly, and there were little waves in his empty eyes. Chi-Ya is not from this world. It's not right to say that. Chi-Ya is indeed a person from this world, but Chi-Ya has the memory of the previous life. Chi-Ya is a time traveler and a reborn person who transmigrated into the newly born Chi-Ya Zaldik and became a member of the Zaldik family. The next head of the Zaldik family. And this world, which Chi-Ya is very familiar with, is an anime world he had seen in his previous life, named Hunter x Hunter. The Zaldik family is a family of killers that has been passed down for thousands of years. Chi-Ya has become a member of the Zaldik family, and is also the next head of the family. Naturally, he has been trained by the Zaldik family as a killer since he was a child. Since the age of 2, Chi-Ya has been trained by the Zaldik family. He has been receiving initiation of electric current since he was born. It is the initiation that begins to accept high voltage current. From the age of 5, Chi-Ya began to accept tasks and go out to perform tasks. It has been 3 years now. Chi-Ya is 8 years old. Although as a killer, Chi-Ya has always picked those mission targets with blood on their hands and crimes all over their bodies, and has never shot at innocent people. The education received in the previous life is deeply rooted in Chi-Ya's heart. Although he was influenced by the Zaldik family after rebirth, Chi-Ya's character is still gentle. Chi-Ya can attack those sinful people with blood on their hands, but he will never. Don't allow yourself to do anything to those innocent people because of the assassination mission. Most of the people on the Zaldik family list are heinous people, but there are also some who are not, but are wanted by their opponents for various reasons and are on the list. Even most of the people who are on the Zaldik family list are some great good people. Just because they are in the way of others, they are hated by others, so they are on the Zaldik list. Chi-Ya will not touch this kind of people, because this is Chi-Ya's bottom line. This is also the reason why IL fans will be dissatisfied with Chi-Ya. However, if you are dissatisfied, please be dissatisfied. It is none of my business if you are dissatisfied. Silently complaining, Chi-Ya came to the end of the corridor. After entering the password, the metal door slowly went up, revealing the dark room inside. Chi-Ya stepped in and walked towards the only luminous point. It was a cloud bed, behind which there was a faint blue light shining, and a tall man was sitting on it. This man was none other than the father of Chi-Ya in this life, the head of the Zaldik family, Silva Zaldik. Silva Zaldik's expression was very calm, but it gave off a sense of majesty without anger. Perhaps an ordinary person standing in front of Silva would be intimidated by the majesty of Silva. However, Chi didn't feel it at all. Facing Silva, his expression was very calm. In this aspect, the two are unexpectedly similar, and they both look indifferent. "I'm back, Chi." Looking at Chi, Silva Zaldik greeted lightly. "Well, I'm back, Dad." Chi replied with a nod. Then he pulled a chair from the side and sat on it. "Mission completed." Silva nodded and asked. "It's perfectly done, the boss of the Lubin family has been killed by me." Chi replied with a nod. "Have you alerted his men?" Silva continued to ask. "Not at all, maybe they still don't know that their boss has gone to hell." Chi said flatly. "That's right, that's good." Silva nodded. Afterwards, he watched Chi's face change slightly, and sighed with emotion. "You have done every task perfectly. It would be great if you could abandon your naive thoughts." Hearing this, Chi fell silent. Silva also knew Chi's attitude, and didn't bother about it too much. Next, Chi and Silva started their daily chat. After the two chatted for half an hour, Chi got up and left here. "It's fine if you don't have that naive idea, Chi." Looking at the closed door again, Silva Zaldik sighed again. Chapter 2. After leaving the room where Silva was, Chi walked in another direction. Soon, Chi came to a room. This is a very spacious empty room. It is the place where Chi practiced. Since awakening Nin more than a year ago, Chi asked Silva for such a practice room to practice her Nin. That's right, although he is only 8 years old, as a time traveler, Chi naturally cannot be ignorant of the existence of Nin like Chi in the original book. He didn't know the existence of Nin until he went to the Sky Arena after participating in the Hunter experiment at the age of 12. As a time traveler, Chi understands the nature of this world after knowing that she is reborn as Chi, the world of Hunter x Hunter. Therefore, after Chi was 6 years old, he began to practice Nin alone. And it is not awakening through the stimulation of other people's thoughts as in the original work, but a step-by-step practice. Cultivate according to the Nin cultivation method that I knew in my previous life. After more than 3 months of practice, Chi has naturally cultivated Nin. The fact that Chi cultivated Nin without anyone's guidance also caused quite a commotion in the Zaldik family, but it only surprised Silva and others a little, not to the point of shock. After all, in this world, there are many people who suddenly awaken the ability of Nin. In the original book, Mai is one of them. He suddenly awakened when he played army chess with Miru M, the Chimera Ant King. In the training room, Chi sat cross-legged, clasped his hands together, and a faint aura emanated from his body surface, constantly wandering around. This is the specialty of this world Nin. Wrapped around Chi's body is the Nin Chi unique to the Nin. At this time, Chi is entanglement in the 4 major elements of Nin, practicing her Nin strength. At a certain moment, the Nian Chi on Chi's body suddenly became violent, and then there was a creaking sound. The Nian Chi on Chi's body changed dramatically at this moment, from wrapping to hair, and Nian Chi turned into a blue electric arc, radiating from Chi's body to the outside world. The blue arcs are like pythons waiting for an opportunity, constantly wreaking havoc. The entire training room turned blue at this moment. The next moment, Chi suddenly opened his eyes. The blue electric arc shrank into Chi's body at this moment. Chi's whole body was shrouded in blue light, electric snakes sprang out from time to time, and the silver hair stood upside down like lightning. With a slight movement of his eyes, Chi's body instantly disappeared in place. At this moment, the entire training room was covered with blue arcs, and Chi's figure kept appearing and disappearing at such a high speed, leaving after images in the training room. In just 1 minute, the entire practice room was filled with Chi's figure. This situation lasted for more than half an hour. It took half an hour for this to disappear. Chi reappeared at the place where she was meditating before. At this time, Chi has changed back to its original appearance, and the lightning all over his body has also disappeared. Standing where he was, Chi panted slightly. Sure enough, is this my shortcoming? After panting slightly, he looked at his hands, and there was no electric arc in them, Chi Ya muttered silently. Chi Ya just said that the ability used is nothing else, it is the super speed used by Chi Ya in the original book. Flash. Relying on the memories of her previous life, Chi Ya spent a month cultivating the applied skills. This is a very powerful Nen technique that can be very powerful when done well. However, the disadvantage is that it consumes a lot of power. This point, even the current Chi Ya is still the same. Although Chi Ya has tried his best to cultivate his own weakness, but the benefits obtained are not great. It just extended from the first 10 minutes to the current half hour. Moreover, it is a very big flaw that the power must be replenished after each use. Once the power is exhausted when fighting against people, it will be very passive and the combat power will drop sharply. It seems that there is no way to change it through self-cultivation. We need to use external force to eliminate this weakness. However, what should we do? Sighing slightly, Chi Ya thought silently. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 500 assassination missions, the enhancer system is officially activated. Congratulations to the host for activating the enhancer system and getting a gift package for beginners. Just as Chi Ya was thinking, an ethereal voice sounded in Chi Ya's mind. Chi Ya was startled, and his expression was full of surprise. Goldfinger, the standard equipment for traversers. Just like the cheats from time-traveling novels that I read in my previous life, the cheats that Chi Ya obtained through time travel are also a system. A system called reinforcement. This. 8 years have passed before your golden finger appeared. System, is your internet speed dropping frames? Secretly complaining, Chi Ya didn't make a fuss, and began to check her belated golden finger. System, let me introduce you. Chi Ya spoke to the system in his mind. The next moment, a message emerged from Chi Ya's mind, and Chi Ya's pupils shrank slightly, and began to receive this message. After more than a minute, Chi Ya completely received all the information transmitted by the system. However, the corners of Chi Ya's mouth twitched slightly after receiving the information. At this time, in Chi Ya's mind, there is an attribute panel waiting quietly. As for why the corners of Chi Ya's mouth twitched, it was because the attribute panel established by his own system was too simple. Name, Chi Ya Zaldik. Ability, Conjurer and Super Speed Disability, 1000. Note, the number of reinforcement points required for the next reinforcement is in brackets. Reinforcement points, 0. Items, Aluminum Alloy Yo-Yo, Novice Gift Pack. Such a large attribute panel, just a few lines. Shaking his head speechlessly, Chi Ya accepted the reality. Enhancer system, the main ability lies in the strengthening point. As long as there are reinforcement points, enough quantity, and enough brains, Chi Ya can strengthen anything. Chi Ya can use reinforcement points to strengthen an ordinary wooden stick into a magical blade, and can also use reinforcement points to strengthen her own strength, and even make up for her own lack of ability. Just like the Nen on Chi Ya, as long as there are enough reinforcement points, Chi Ya's speed can be strengthened, and even use the reinforcement points to make up for the lack of ability. The shortcoming of Chi Ya's super speed can be made up for by strengthening points. As long as there are enough strengthening points, Chi Ya's super speed can become flawless and there will be no shortage of power. Chapter 3. However, these are all based on sufficient strengthening points. The current Chi Ya doesn't have any strengthening points in her body. The only thing there is the novice spree lying quietly in the system space. System, open the novice gift bag. Looking at the glowing gift bag lying in the system space, Chi Ya opened it without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift package. You will get a random chance to awaken the Nen system once, strengthen your ability once, and get 500 enhancement points. Hearing the system's prompt, Chi Ya frowned slightly. However, soon, Chi Ya's brows relaxed. Because Chi Ya understood the functions of these 3 items in the novice gift pack. The first one is the opportunity to awaken the Nen system. Nen is divided into 6 systems. In addition to Chi Ya's Conjurer system, there are 5 more, namely the Trait system, Enhancer, Emitter, Manipulator, and Transmutter. Everyone has a main system, like Chi Ya, just Conjurer. Of course, there are occasional variations. In the original book, when Kurapika opened the red eye, all 6 series were fully opened. This is variation. The Nin system awakening opportunity allows Chi Ya to add an Nin system. After using the system awakening, Chi Ya can get systems other than Conjurer. And the second type, ability strengthening, as the name suggests, is to strengthen the ability of the ability person. The use of ability enhancement will make the Nin power of the Nin stronger, but Chi Ya doesn't know how much it can be strengthened. However, there is a certain degree of high probability. As for the final strengthening point, this is very easy to understand. Strengthening points, the number of points used for strengthening. System, use the random Nin system awakening opportunity. Without hesitation, Chi Ya directly used the Nin system's awakening opportunity. Ding! Use the Nin awakening opportunity. Congratulations to the host's awakening trait Nin space. As soon as the system's voice fell, Chi Ya's mind energy changed suddenly, and in the mind energy, a characteristic different from Conjurer quietly appeared. Chi Ya knew what it was, a trait unique to the traits Nin. The Nin of each system has different characteristics, and because of this, different abilities will be developed. However, this characteristic has a lot of room for development. Carefully perceiving the characteristics of Nian Qi in the body, Chi Ya thought silently. Immediately afterwards, Chi Ya's attention was once again placed on strengthening abilities. System, use the ability enhancement on super speed. Chi Ya said silently in his mind. The shortcoming of super speed, this point Chi Ya can't escape at all. Now that there is a solution, Chi Ya doesn't need to think about it at all. Chi Ya doesn't want to run out of battery halfway when playing against others in the future, then it will not only be embarrassing, but may also be fatal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using ability enhancement, strengthening ability, super speed, disabled. Congratulations host for obtaining super speed. Name, Chi Ya Zaldik. Abilities, Conjurer Nin speed, 1000, Trait Nin space, 5000, note, in brackets are the reinforcement points required for the next reinforcement. Strengthening points, 500. Item, aluminum alloy yo-yo. It was disabled before, but it has disappeared now, that is to say, the shortcoming of my lack of follow-up power has disappeared. Talking to himself, Chi Ya felt that the electric current in his body had begun to circulate, and he couldn't live without it. Interest. Solved. However, the next reinforcement of divine speed requires a lot of reinforcement points, a full 1,500 is not enough, and the trait system is even more perverted. Sloppy. Chi Ya found that the number of points required for the next enhancement of the ability after using the ability enhancement has not changed at all, and it still only needs 1,000 points. This made Chi Ya feel that he was a bit sloppy, but there was nothing he could do about it. Because he only has 500 strengthening points now, he can't strengthen the super speed at all. Shaking his head slightly, Chi Ya is not someone who sticks to the horns, so he quickly saw it away. Get a feel for your body. The rapid improvement not only allowed Chi Ya to solve the problem of insufficient power, but also made Chi Ya's Nin much stronger. Now Chi Ya feels completely different from before. The quality is more refined, and Chi Ya feels that her strength has increased by at least 2 levels. But even so, it's still not enough. I need more, stronger strength, at least to reach Silva's level of strength. No, stronger, only in this way can the family change that decision. Time passed slowly, 3 days later. In the large airport of the capital of the Republic of Bardacia, Chi Ya's figure appeared here. Chi Ya is going to a place from here. Wetland, the lair of fraudsters, and the habitat of rare and exotic beasts. Strengthening points, Chi Ya got information on how to get strengthening points from the system. That is life. Killing a life can give Chi Ya access to reinforcement points. Depending on the life level of the life body killed, Chi Ya can obtain different numbers of reinforcement points. In addition, when you get some items that contain strange powers, you can also sacrifice them through the system to get strengthening points. Chi Ya doesn't know what special items are, but Chi Ya knows 2 ways to kill powerful life forms. The first is the Nin, and the second is the powerful monsters in various secret realms in this world. Of course, Chi Ya can also obtain strengthening points by killing ordinary people, but this method is obviously impossible. Although Chi Ya is a killer, it is impossible to be so unscrupulous. The only way is to kill naughty monsters and powerful monsters. However, the number of Nin people is very small, and Chi Ya has no grievances with them, so Chi Ya does not want to do anything to other Nin people unless it is absolutely necessary. Of course, there are exceptions for provoking Chi Ya actively. For such Nin people, Chi Ya doesn't mind turning them into his powerful resources. Chi Ya's current idea is to deal with those rare and exotic beasts. In the world of Hunter x Hunter, there are not a few magic lands and secret lands. There are many rare and exotic beasts in them. Moreover, each of them has a huge vitality and a very strong strength. Except for Nin, Chi Ya collects skills point of choice. When it comes to secret lands and magic lands, the first thing that comes to Chi Ya's mind is the Wetland. After all, it is a secret realm that has appeared in memory. Chapter 4. My guest, I can only go here. I don't dare to go to the place in front. A taxi driver said to the back seat of a taxi parked more than 2,000 meters outside Shimile Wetland. Well, yes, let's go here. Chi Ya, who was sitting on the back seat, nodded slightly, opened the car door and walked out after paying. Looking at the handful of quinoas in his hand, the driver had a smile on his face. Wetmali Wetlands, this is a frightening place. Few taxi drivers are willing to come here, even at such a long distance. The reason why he took the risk to bring Chi Ya here this time is because Chi Ya paid too much, so he took the risk. Guest, if you want to return to the city from here, you can call me. The driver handed out a business card to Chi Ya from the car window, said with a smile, and then quickly start the car, and leave here quickly after a turn. On the way back, there was a happy smile on his face. Although this trip was dangerous, he also made a lot of money. The fee Chi Ya gave was enough for him to run a rental for a month. As for why Chi Ya came to this place as a child, that's not in his business. For the driver's business card, Chi Ya was silent for a moment, reached out to take it, and then ignored him. He set his sights on the smoky Wetmali Wetland. SHH, let me see how much help you monsters can provide me. Chi Ya muttered to himself with a slight hook on the corner of his mouth. The next moment, Chi Ya turned into a streak of shadows and disappeared towards the direction of Shimili Wetland. Even without using super speed, Chi Ya's speed is still very fast, but in just over 2 minutes, Chi Ya crossed a distance of more than 2,000 meters and entered the Wetmali Wetland. Once entering the wetland, Chi Ya's vision was severely affected. The dense fog around her made Chi Ya unable to see beyond 5 meters. Chi Ya's talent is very strong, although she is still young, but after more than a year of practice, Chi Ya's current strength has reached the level of Chi Ya in the Chimera Ant chapter in the original book, but after entering this place, Chi Ya he didn't dare to relax at all. Hunter x Hunter's world's magic and secret realms can be said to be extremely dangerous, and there are various crises in them. Even if you are confident enough in your own strength, you must not be careless in the demon and secret realms, and you must always be vigilant to prevent danger. Come suddenly. In the magical and secret realms, once you relax your vigilance, you are not far from death. This is what Chi Ya found in the autobiography about the treasure hunters in the library of the Zaldik family before coming here. In the autobiography of those treasure hunters, they all emphasized this point, emphasized the horror of the magic and secret realms, and warned future generations not to relax once they decide to enter these places. Of course, if you have the strength of the world's top 5 ninjas, then it's as if they didn't say anything. To reach that point, as long as you don't go to the Dark Continent to die, you can be said to be rampant in the secret realm of the human world. Sure enough, when Chi Ya recalled the admonition in his mind about the autobiography of the treasure hunter that he had read before, the crisis had already arrived. Chi Ya, who was running, felt the ground under his feet suddenly become soft. Chi Ya was startled for a moment, and then jumped up without hesitation. Afterwards, Chi Ya saw that the ground he stepped on before suddenly turned into 2 halves, and then closed together. Take a closer look, what kind of ground is this? It is clearly a piranha that hides extremely deeply. If it wasn't for Chi Ya's vigilance all the time and his agility, he might have been captured. Looking at this huge piranha, Chi Ya's eyes sparkled. Coincidentally, I came here this time to find you rare and exotic beasts. With a slight shake of the sleeve, a silver light flashed, and two yo-yos exuding silver brilliance appeared in Chi Ya's hands. These are made of aluminum alloy, and they were made by Chi Ya's big brother. Each of them weighs 50 kilograms. If an ordinary person is hit, he will definitely die on the spot. In mid-air, Chi Ya's hands crossed each other, and the yo-yo turned into an afterimage and attacked. Laugh. Boom. With just one blow, the piranha that took Chi Ya as its prey was wiped out by Chi Ya, its body exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the piranha and gaining 23 enhancement points. Hearing the reminder sound in his mind, the corner of Chi Ya's mouth twitched slightly. Does one have more than 20 points? Not bad. After reaching out and flicking the disgusting blood off the yo-yo, Chi Ya took the yo-yo back and then dropped it to the ground. However, just when Chi Ya landed towards the ground. Where Chi Ya landed, the ground cracked again, and then a scalp full of dense fangs opened, and it bit Chi Ya. Chi Ya's eyes widened immediately. Nima, you really can't be careless for a moment. With a slight movement of his hands, Chi Ya was ready to throw the yo-yo again to destroy the big mouth. However, at this moment, a black shadow shot towards Chi Ya from the big mouth. The speed was so fast that even Chi Ya's eyes couldn't keep up, let alone avoid the black shadow. Chi Ya only had time to cover her chest with her hands. The next moment, a terrifying force landed in Chi Ya's hands. Chi Ya only felt a powerful force coming, and the whole person flew upside down towards the sky. And the big mouth under Chi Ya also suddenly broke off the ground, and a big mouth with only limbs and no body leaped up high, with a black shadow, biting towards Chi Ya. Hum! With a muffled sound, Chi Ya's entire body was directly swallowed by the big mouth. After swallowing Chi Ya, the giant mouth licked the big mouth, but the faceless situation made it easy to distinguish the meaning of satisfaction at this time. Afterwards, the giant mouth landed downward, ready to hide again, waiting for the arrival of the next prey. However, before it landed on the ground, a muffled sound came from its body. The giant mouth couldn't help but struggled in pain. The next moment, a blue voice tore apart the body of the giant mouth, and rushed out from its back. The raging thunder snake enveloped its broken body, tearing it to pieces in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the symbiotic giant frog and gaining 29 enhancement points. You can't be careless at all. Landing on the ground, Chi Ya looked at the disgusting mucus on her body, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Chapter 5. You really can't be careless for a moment. Just a little slack, Chi Ya was treated like this. Those treasure hunters' warnings are true. If a person who has not learned to read comes here, it is estimated that there will be more or less bad luck. At this moment, Chi Ya's eyes narrowed slightly, and then the yo-yo ball in his left hand shot out instantly. Only a sharp scream came from Chi Ya's left side, and a black shadow fell from mid-air. Retracting the yo-yo, Chi Ya looked away. A hideous little monster with a black body and a mouth full of fangs was lying there silently. There is a huge gap in its chest. That's where Chi Ya's yo-yo hits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the symbiotic frog and gaining 19 enhancement points. It's not the same as the monster just now, so is it a symbiotic relationship? It's really interesting. Looking at the hideous little monster on the ground, Chi Ya thought carefully for a while, then laughed. Shaking his head slightly, Chi Ya reached out and pulled the attribute panel out of the void. This time I came to the Wetland to destroy these rare and exotic beasts to obtain strengthening points. Sure enough, there was a change in the column of strengthening points, from the original 500 to 571. The death of the two exotic beasts just now allowed Chi Ya to gain 71 strengthening points. This made Chi Ya not only a little surprised, but even after hearing the prompt, Chi Ya would be even more excited to see the increase in her reinforcement points. It's just two magical beasts, and they have obtained so many enhancement points. If there are more than a dozen or 20 more, I can gather enough enhancement points for the next enhancement of the speed. Strengthened once before, so that the speed of the speed has no defects, and the strength has become stronger by about 2 layers. I don't know what kind of changes the speed of the speed will bring to me if I continue to strengthen it. Thinking of this, Chi-Ya looked at the wetland shrouded in thick fog, and the eyes in his eyes became much hotter. This place is simply my own paradise. I should have come to this place a long time ago. The monsters here are raging. I don't know how many monsters there are. If all of these were killed, how many enhancement points would he be able to obtain? Now Chi-Ya can't wait for these monsters to attack him again. Stepping forward with both feet, Chi-Ya turned into an afterimage and galloped again. This time, Chi-Ya did not guard against it, but took the initiative to look for the traces of monsters and hunt. All of a sudden, the surrounding area of the wetland became noisy. The magical beast that was found by Chi-Ya and attacked Chi-Ya was ruthlessly killed by Chi-Ya's powerful strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing, and getting 30 enhancement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing, and getting 32 enhancement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing, and getting 24 enhancement points. A series of reminders kept ringing in Chi-Ya's mind, and this sound made Chi-Ya absolutely wonderful. After more than an hour of hunting, Chi-Ya finally gathered enough reinforcement points for the second reinforcement of the speed. Name, Chi-Ya Zaldik. Abilities, Conjurer Speed, 1000, Trait Space, 5000, Note, in brackets are the reinforcement points required for the next reinforcement. Strengthening points, 1056. Item, Aluminum Alloy Yo-Yo. Looking at the number of strengthening points in the attribute panel, a smile slowly appeared on Chi-Ya's face. It's not easy, killing more than 30 monsters is finally enough. Chi-Ya can't wait to use this hard-won spoils. System, strengthen the speed. Without hesitation, Chi-Ya ordered directly to the system. Ding! Use 1000 enhancement points to strengthen the speed. Congratulations to the host for getting the speed thunder. The system's prompt sounded again in Chi-Ya's mind. As soon as the words fell, Chi-Ya felt an incredible change in her body. The first is Chi-Ya's Nian Qi. If the Nian Qi in Chi-Ya's body before was about the size of a small lake, then although the Nian Qi in Chi-Ya's body has not directly become Wangyang Dahai, at least it is a large lake. The second is the electricity in Chi-Ya's body. The moment the system's voice fell, Chi-Ya felt that the originally very gentle electricity in his body suddenly became violent, full of powerful aggressiveness and destructiveness. Chi-Ya found that the electricity in his body at this moment, electricity is transformed into thunder and lightning in nature. Name, Chi-Ya Zaldik. Abilities, Conjurer Speed Thunder, 5000, Trait Space, 5000, Note, in brackets are the reinforcement points required for the next reinforcement. Strengthening points, 56. Item, Aluminum Alloy Yo-Yo. Looking at the changes in the property panel, Chi-Ya was lost in thought. Squeak! A ray of blue lightning emerged from Chi-Ya's hands, and the color it emitted was more brilliant and dazzling than the previous electricity. Although the color displayed by Chi-Ya before using electricity is also blue, but it is lighter, just light blue. But, now, after Chi-Ya used the lightning in his body, its color became very dark, directly turning into a faint blue. Swish! Boom! Chi-Ya threw the lightning out with a convenient throw. The next moment, a giant tree not far in front of Chi-Ya was directly blown to pieces in Chi-Ya's eyes, and his body was smashed to pieces. Chi-Ya's pupils shrank suddenly. This kind of power. It's just a wisp, but it has such power. Looking at his empty palm, Chi-Ya couldn't calm down for a long time. Have you strengthened your power? This kind of destructive power is more than 5 times that of mine before. It is worthy of lightning, and it cannot be compared with electricity. In other words, my attack power has also been compensated. The basis of Chi-Ya's speed development is electricity and current. The reason why it is electricity and current is because of Chi-Ya's physique obtained from electric shocks since childhood. Compared with moves, Chi-Ya's super speed only has an advantage in speed, but its destructive power is not strong. Chi has always regarded super speed as an auxiliary ability, and speed is power. Chi has also been thinking about how to improve the power of Hernan. Unexpectedly, this strengthening will directly relieve Chi's troubles. Transforming from electricity to lightning, its power is terrifying. It's just a wisp, and it has this kind of destructive power. I don't know what kind of destructive power it will have if it is shot with all its strength. I really want to try it. Chapter 6. However, Chi looked at the attribute panel. Has the number of points required for the next strengthening of the supernatural speed become the same as the space ability of the special type? However, it also shows that this trait in my body is Nan's strength and specialness. Supernatural speed is the result of my practice for more than a year, and it has been strengthened twice, but it can barely catch up with the space ability of the trait system that has not been strengthened. I don't know what kind of wonderful ability I can develop with this spatial ability. I'm looking forward to it a little bit. After leaving here this time, I will start to practice the spatial ability of this special trait. However, before that, let's wreak havoc here. If you want to strengthen these abilities, you need a lot of strengthening points. Muttering in a low voice, Chi looked out of the thick fog. The next moment, Chi's body turned into an afterimage, instantly submerged in the thick fog. It seems that the killing was a bit fierce just now. Running in the thick fog, the corners of Chi's mouth twitched, and his expression was slightly speechless. Acting again, Chi was originally planning to see if he could get some more strengthening points while it was still dark. However, Chi had visited the outside of the Wetland several times, and Chi didn't find another monster in a daze. Chi didn't believe it. There were only a few monsters around the wetland. Although it is a monster, it also knows how to seek good luck and avoid bad luck. Chi shook his head and said with some emotion. The monsters in the Wetland are very good at dodging and hiding. If they didn't take the initiative to show up, even Chi would find it very difficult to find their tracks. Just like when Chi came in and met before. The reason why the strengthening points needed for one strengthening were so smoothly collected just now is because these monsters showed up actively when Chi was looking for them, so Chi was able to destroy them. However, now, after witnessing Chi kill chickens and dogs without any damage, these monsters have also learned to behave. Knowing that Chi is not something they can provoke, they hide one by one. Avoid it for fear. Should we just leave like this? Leaning against a tree, Chi looked at the front where he couldn't see his fingers, and thought carefully. This time Chi came here because he wanted to use the existence of monsters here to gain strengthening points. However, now it seems that this situation can be said to be a death before the success of the teacher. Just got more than 500, and things developed in a direction that Chi didn't expect. As long as Chi continues to stay here, the monsters outside the wetland probably won't show up anymore. In other words, Chi's purpose of continuing to stay here is gone, and continuing to stay here is just a waste of time. However, if Chi were to leave like this, Chi would not be reconciled. Raising his eyes slightly, Chi looked through the thick fog to the direction deep in the wetland. Or, go into the depths of the wetland. The monsters in the depths of the wetland are definitely stronger than the ones outside. By killing the monsters there, I can get a lot of reinforcement points. Chi thought silently while looking in the direction of the depths of the wetland. If the outskirts of the Shimile wetland are dangerous, it is not a real forbidden area. Ordinary people with some martial arts skills are here, as long as they act cautiously, there is still a possibility of survival, although the chance is very small. Not even 10%. Don't look at how many people survived the hunter experiment in the original book. That's because the other people who came into the wetland with them and participated in the trial died instead of them. Because of the existence of other contestants, the eyes of the monsters in Shimile wetland were attracted, and the remaining contestants survived by luck. As for the Nan people who have practiced Nan entering here, although they are not 100% sure, they have at least an 80% chance of surviving. Not to mention the ones like Hisoka. Places like the outskirts of the Wetmale wetland are just an amusement park for perverts like Hisoka to come and go at will. The depth of the wetland is completely different from the periphery, completely two worlds. The depths of the wetland is an extremely dangerous place. Even for non-masters like Hisoka and Ilmi, it is very dangerous to enter it. It will threaten your life, and you cannot guarantee your own safety. The depth of the wetland is very dangerous. Up to now, human beings have not fully determined the degree of danger. It is a forbidden area and a development area. Some unknown non-masters often enter it for adventure and development. Developing forbidden areas is the job of treasure hunter. Many treasures hunter is keen to develop various secret realms in the human continent, and then makes a biography of what he has seen and heard in the development of secret realms, spreads it out, and gives guidance to latecomers. In other secret realms, most treasure hunters have harvested them. Only in the depths of the wetland, in this place, many treasure hunters have fallen here. Therefore, the outside world's understanding of Shimili Wetland is only a few words, and there is very little useful information. In the biography of many treasure hunters that Chi-Ya saw from the family's collection of books, there are very few descriptions of the depths of the wetlands in Shimili, and most of them are just warnings, so as not to lose their lives. Chi-Ya's current strength is not even comparable to Hisoka and Yamai. It is too early for Chi-Ya to enter here. Therefore, Chi-Ya was very entangled with the idea that came to him suddenly. Do you want to go in or not? On the one hand, I worry about my own safety, on the other hand, the unknown is always easy to attract. Chi-Ya is very concerned about the situation deep in the wetland. Leaning under the big tree, Chi-Ya thought about it for half an hour, and struggled for half an hour. In the end, Chi-Ya still made a decision. Into the depths of wetlands. Regarding the situation inside, Chi-Ya is very clear about the danger. However, Chi-Ya has confidence in her nin. Once something goes wrong, Chi-Ya will use divine speed to leave immediately. Chi-Ya has never been a person who likes to procrastinate. When she had a certain idea, Chi-Ya immediately started to take action, rushing towards the depth of Shimili Wetland. On the other side, in the depths of the Wetland. Somewhere in the depths of the Wetland, there was a young girl running away in a very embarrassing figure. Behind him, in the dense fog, a huge figure followed closely behind. Young girls are in danger all the time, and if they are not careful, they will die here. However, even so, the young girl still did not drop the huge egg in her hand, holding it tightly and not letting go. I won't give it back to you, just give up. The young girl shouted confidently while running. Behemoth behind. Chapter 7. Shrill shrieks resounded continuously in the thick fog, and the young girl ran away with no image, holding a laughing egg with a human head tightly in her hand. I will never return this egg to you. This girl will rescue it from your clutches. While fleeing, the young girl screamed without forgetting righteous words. The huge monster behind. Nima, this is the first time I have encountered this situation. This human being is too shameless. She stole my air while I was out, and she said such shameless words when I found out, and she has such a thick skin at a young age. How did she become so thick-skinned? The gigantic monster attacked uninterruptedly, wanting to tear the little thing in front of it into pieces, but at the same time, it was very speechless in its head. The screams still resounded. On the other hand, Chi-Ya, who entered the depths of the Wetland, was extremely cautious, always alert to the surrounding situation, and tried his best to hide his breath when he acted. It's so quiet. Walking cautiously in the dense fog, Chi-Ya thought silently. Since entering here, Chi-Ya hasn't heard any movement, not even the slightest sign of trouble. If it wasn't for the thick fog drifting slowly, Chi-Ya would have thought that time here had stopped. Click. At this moment, Chi-Ya suddenly felt that his foot stepped on something, followed by a clear cracking sound. This sound was unusually obvious in this silent space. Chi-Ya's pupils shrank suddenly. Without hesitation, he activated Nin, jumped up and jumped out towards the back. Sure enough, the next moment, a black shadow appeared in the place where Chi Ya was just now. After the black shadow jumped into the air, it didn't stop, but rushed towards Chi Ya at an extremely fast speed. Just listening to the sound of, Chi Ya saw a figure appearing in front of him. At such a close distance, Chi Ya could see the appearance of this black shadow. Huge head, petite body, slender limbs covered with green scales, green hair, blood-red eyes, a big cracked mouth on the face, densely covered with several layers of fangs, shaped it was extremely hideous, like a demon. This figure attacked Chi Ya at an incredible speed. The sharp claws radiated a cold light, and grabbed Chi Ya from top to bottom. Chi Ya has no doubt that once caught by this claw, even if he has Menchi defense, he will have to shed a layer of skin. After all, Chi Ya's nature is conjurer, not enhancer, and the defense is not strong. Thunder flashed, and Chi Ya instantly entered a state of super speed. With a slight movement of the body, Chi Ya disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was already behind the shadow. Thunder! The brilliant thunder and lightning bloomed in Chi Ya's hands, causing the surrounding dense fog to dissipate. Chi Ya raised one hand high, and struck down with a cold expression, directly on the black shadow. Boom! Tsitsize! Crackling! The unique sound of thunder and lightning was transmitted in the depths of the silent shimmery wetland. A sharp and piercing sound also came out from the mouth of this ferocious monster. After being hit by you alone, the intense pain hit, the monster was so stiff that it couldn't even struggle, it could only scream in pain. In less than 5 seconds, the screams of the monsters completely disappeared. Instead, it was a completely charred corpse, and black smoke slowly rose repeatedly. In fact, even if Chi Ya does not enter the super speed state, Chi Ya can still solve this monster. However, Chi Ya did not do this. Because, without using super speed, Chi Ya would have to waste some time if he wanted to deal with the enemy in front of him. In the depths of the wetland, this extremely dangerous place, once you encounter an enemy with sufficient capabilities, you must kill them in time, and you must not delay time. Because once you procrastinate for time and fight a protracted war with the monsters attacking you, in the eyes of the monsters, it means that your strength is not strong. Then, other hidden monsters don't mind a share of the pie, they will swarm you up, attack together, tear you into pieces, and then share and eat you. Of course, if the ability is insufficient, then run as far as you can, run as fast as you can, and get rid of the enemy as soon as possible, or you will die. Looking at the monster that had been completely charred, Chi Ya frowned slightly indifferently, and then, lightning bloomed in his hand, forming a sharp lightning spear. Chi Ya swung it violently, and directly inserted into the heart of the scorched monster. Puff! The warcraft was directly nailed to the ground. At the moment when the lightning spear pierced through the scorched body of the scorched body of the monster that should have been dead trembled suddenly and struggled. Within 2 seconds, the monster was completely silent. Looking at this scene, Chi Ya thought inwardly. The lair of fraudsters, don't lie to me. If I didn't have a system, I might have been deceived by you. After electrifying the monster into a scorched body, Chi Ya didn't hear the system's kill prompt. This let Chi Ya know that the monster in front of him is not dead, but is playing dead cunningly in his current situation. So Chi Ya did a make-up attack without hesitation, directly killing its life. And after making up the knife, the system's prompt sounded in Chi Ya's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the wet Melly Kappa and gaining 80 enhancement points. Hearing the system's prompt, Chi Ya also confirmed that the monster was indeed dead. Immediately, Chi Ya was astonished by what this magical beast brought to him. A monster has 80 strengthening points, which is completely incomparable with the previous gains in the wetlands outside the wetland. It has tripled in full. Although this gap is not a huge difference, it is also very large. It seems that I am right to venture here this time. Although there is a great risk, I can get more. Chi Ya muttered to himself, looking around at the immature little face also raised a bright smile. Hey, I'm not going to be polite to you guys who need to be strengthened. After finishing speaking, Chi Ya turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place. Chapter 8. Squeak. Boom. There was a crisp chirping sound, followed by the roar of heavy objects falling to the ground. Chi Ya panted slightly, dispelled the thunder and lightning in her hands, looked at the scorched body on the ground, and her mind moved slightly. 2302. As expected of the depths of the Wetland, it is completely different from the outside, and the horror of the hidden crisis is a bit overwhelming for me. Calming her breath, Chi Ya thought with a little emotion. It has been more than half an hour since the beginning. During this half an hour, Chi Ya encountered dozens of monsters without stopping at all. Even before, 5 powerful monsters joined forces to attack. If Chi Ya hadn't strengthened his super speed twice before coming in, Chi Ya would have been killed here. However, if it is so, at this time Chi Ya's body has no thought energy left. Although I really want to continue working and collect the strengthening points needed for the next strengthening as soon as possible, but my current situation is not very good, I must find a place to rest. Looking at the scorched body on the ground, Chi Ya silently thinking, at this time Chi Ya already had the idea of retreating. Although the problem of power consumption has been solved, and it has been transformed into lightning, and it can also actively restore lightning, this recovery also takes time. Chi Ya's current situation is a bit beyond her means, and the lightning in her body is consumed much slower than the recovery speed. What's more, there are many monsters around, this situation is definitely not good for Chi Ya. It must be withdrawn, otherwise it is very likely to stay here. Chi Ya decided to withdraw from the depths of the Wetland, go to the periphery to rest, and then come in again. After making a decision, Chi Ya quickly ran towards the outskirts of the wetland. Chi Ya's worry was right. As Chi Ya started to hurry, many monsters who were staring at him secretly followed up, looking for an opportunity to attack Chi Ya. This point, Chi Ya also noticed. The monsters in the depths of the Wetland have a very strong ability to hide. If they didn't act, it would be difficult for Chi Ya to feel it with his current ability. However, once they act, then sorry. He, Chi Ya Zaldik, as the descendant of the killer family, is best at anti-tracking. In just a short moment, Chi Ya noticed the number of monsters lurking and following up. However, after sensing the number of monsters, Chi Ya's complexion sank slightly. 18, and the aura of 5 monsters is very similar to the aura of the one I killed just now. The strength is not much different. This is not good news. We must rush to the periphery as soon as possible. Hope these guys have concerns. Otherwise, a fierce battle is inevitable. With a slightly gloomy face, Chi Ya thought silently. Immediately afterwards, he accelerated his speed again, galloping at the fastest speed outside of the state of divine speed. And as Chi Ya accelerated, the monsters hiding around Chi Ya also accelerated accordingly. The chasing after each other between the two sides, and the behavior of the monsters revealed a message, that is, they are eyeing Chi Ya and will not let Chi Ya leave. Chi Ya also noticed this situation, and his face became even more gloomy. Squeak! The speed of lightning. The crisp tweet sounded again, and Chi Ya instantly entered a state of super speed, surrounded by lightning. Just because I'm retreating strategically doesn't mean I'm afraid of you guys. Since you guys have this attitude, don't blame me. Chi Ya cursed indifferently, and his body disappeared instantly. The next moment, a roar and scream unique to monsters came from the thick fog. Blue lightning rays bloomed, and blood shot out from the thick fog. In just a short moment, a monster following Chi Ya was found by Chi Ya and killed instantly. The scream of this monster made the surrounding monsters pause, as if they were shocked by Chi Ya's behavior. One by one they lurked again. The warcraft, which could still feel the breath, disappeared again at this moment. There was silence all around. Seeing this, Chi Ya frowned slightly and her eyes turned cold. Don't give up, are you lurking in secret? Sure enough, the minds of monsters and humans are not on the same channel. Originally, Chi Ya used this thunder strike to kill a monster. He wanted to use this method to deter these monsters, and told them that he was not easy to mess with. If they really needed to lurk and chase him, then he would be prepared to be killed. In order to make these monsters retreat. However, although these demonic beasts were shocked by Chi Ya's thunder strike just now, and temporarily hid themselves, they never left at all, and did not intend to let Chi Ya go. Each of them had no intention of leaving at all, and was waiting for an opportunity to find Chi Ya's weak point, so as to launch a thunderous strike. It doesn't work? It's really nerve-wracking. The current situation gave Chi Ya a slight headache. If he was a human being, he would have already given up and left after being so shocked by him. After all, human beings cherish their lives. Seeing their companions being killed in one blow, human beings who cherish their lives will naturally have this kind of thought. Because, they couldn't guarantee that the thunder strike would land on them in the next moment, causing them to fall on the spot. However, these monsters have no such idea at all. Forget it, run away. Although he made a move, Chi Ya's intention was to frighten these monsters and make them retreat, and he had no intention of going to war with them. After all, Chi Ya's situation at this time is not very good. Once the war started, he could not gain the upper hand. However, just when Chi Ya was about to run away at a high speed, Chi Ya suddenly felt that the monsters surrounding him moved again. Moreover, instead of shooting at himself, he fled around. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from Chi Ya's perception. This kind of situation made Chi Ya stunned for a while, with a look of bewilderment. What's going on? Chapter 9. Just when Chi Ya wondered whether the group of monsters had lost their minds and went crazy, a scream came from a distance. Chi Ya heard the words and looked over. At this look, Chi Ya's pupils shrank immediately, and he swears. Grass. Immediately, Chi Ya ran away desperately. Behind Chi Ya, a girl with a green ponytail tied in cool clothes, a fishnet gauze upper body, hot pants lower body, exuding a strong youthful and girlish atmosphere is holding an upper body that can match her body. The giant egg in comparison quickly fled towards Chi Ya. Behind him, in the thick fog, a colossal figure was following closely behind him. His lantern-sized eyes gleamed through the thick fog, and a terrifying aura emanated from this figure. Someone. Although the fog was thick, the girl noticed Chi Ya's existence. After all, Chi Ya didn't hide her aura at all. This immediately made the girl excited. Like chicken blood, the speed increased suddenly, and he jumped out with a swish, pulling a considerable distance between himself and the behemoth behind him. Chi Ya, who has been paying attention to the situation behind her, was stunned when she saw this scene. Chi Ya had only seen this kind of situation in anime in her previous life, but she didn't expect such a thing to happen in reality. No, strictly speaking, the world I am in now is the anime world in my previous life. It is understandable that there will be such unscientific things. Children. The girl also came to Chi Ya's side after stimulating her own potential. After seeing Chi Ya, the girl also shouted out in disbelief in a daze. I'm a child, I'm really sorry. Chi Ya, who didn't have a good impression of the culprit at first, turned dark when he heard this sentence, and then said angrily. No, although you are a child, you are definitely not an ordinary child. The girl with the green ponytail also came to her senses when she heard the words, and reacted immediately. She is very clear about places like the depths of the Wetland. Even if it is a professional hunter, the number of fallen is not small. Ordinary children, not to mention entering here, can't even enter the hurdle outside the wetland. But Chi Ya appeared here now, and judging from his current situation, although his clothes were a bit messy, he was not injured, and he was not an ordinary person at a glance. Although it looks like a child, its strength must be very strong. I've heard before that some powerful nin maintain the figure of a child because of certain special abilities. This one in front of me must be that kind of old monster. A ponytail girl with green hair appeared in her mind. An old woman in a gothic lowly outfit with two golden ponytails and a lowly shape thought silently. I always feel that you are thinking about something bad. Just when the girl was slandering, Chi Ya felt unwell for no reason. You looked at her and said. I'm only 8 years old, not that old monster. Damn, mind-reading skills. The girl who was slandering was shocked and yelled out. It's not mind-reading, but your expression is too obvious. Chi Ya stared, and also roared. Ahaha, really? The girl suddenly smiled awkwardly. There is no way, I was caught when I was slandering others. Rao is a girl who usually has a carefree personality, and it is also embarrassing to encounter this kind of situation. No, now is not the time to talk about this, little guy, run away. The next moment, the girl with ponytail suddenly remembered something, and immediately shouted again. As if in response to her yelling, there was a huge vibration when she stretched out her hand, and a huge fluffy hand suddenly landed on the ground not far behind the two of them, directly shattering the ground. Stop screaming, it's too noisy. Chi Ya covered her ears speechlessly, blocking the roar that could bring people back to life. Seeing this scene, the girl with ponytail stopped yelling and gritted her teeth, feeling embarrassed again. Seeing this, Chi Ya also breathed a sigh of relief. This guy, if he continued to shout, he was not killed by the behemoth behind him, so he would be sent to heaven by the voice. Immediately, Chi Ya looked at the ponytail girl beside her, and asked, "Hey, are you ready?" Ready." The girl was taken aback when she heard the words, not understanding what Chi Ya meant. The next moment, she saw Chi Ya stretch out a hand and landed on her waist. A strong itching sensation hit, and the girl blushed, ready to yell. She is holding a huge egg in both hands now, and there is no room for it, otherwise Chi Ya's hand will do this. She will definitely pull out the kitchen knife on the back of her waist and give it to Chi Ya immediately. The first time we met, I was not familiar with her at all. Chi Ya just touched the waist of this young and beautiful girl. I don't know if women's waists can't be touched casually. She doesn't care if Chi Ya is a child or not. However, before she cried out, she felt light all over. The next moment, she was directly hugged by Chi Ya to the princess. This made her stunned, as if her head had been shocked by an electric shock. It was a mess. I was hugged by a little kid to a princess? Squeak. A series of clear chirps came, and the ponytail girl suddenly felt that she was surrounded by a powerful thought energy, and the power of thunder and lightning surrounded her and Chi Ya. "This is," the girl exclaimed in surprise. "Hold on tight, I'm going to run away," Chi Ya said with a stern look, looking down at a girl. Speed. Flash. After muttering a sentence in a low voice, Chi Ya entered the state of super speed when the ponytail girl was puzzled. In an instant, the two turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out for more than 200 meters, pulling the huge monster behind them far away. The ponytail girl couldn't react at all, but saw that the surrounding vision passed so fast that she couldn't see clearly at all. So fast. Chapter 10. Phew, it's out. Relying on the lightning speed, Chi Ya and the ponytail girl spent a lot of effort, and finally got rid of the huge monster behind them, and came to the outskirts of Shimile Wetland. When they arrived here, Chi Ya did the same. Can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Hi." The girl with ponytail who was being hugged by Princess Chi Ya had a dark face at this moment, and a puff of black smoke came out of her mouth. At this time, the girl's tied ponytail had fallen apart, replaced by a huge hedgehog head with blue arcs flickering from time to time. Chi Ya looked down, and immediately let go of his hands. Boom! "It hurts?" With a muffled sound, the girl with ponytail fell to the ground and cried out. Chi Ya let go so abruptly, the bewildered girl didn't react at all, her suffered directly and almost blossomed. Holding the giant egg in one hand, and rubbing her own butt with the other, the ponytail girl looked at Chi Ya with an unfriendly expression regardless of her image at the moment. "I said, won't you remind me before you let go?" Regarding this, Chi Ya didn't pay attention to it, but looked at her carefully, thinking about something. "It seems that my super speed can't take people away. It's powerful and hard to control. This guy is Nen, and his strength is not bad. Otherwise, he would have been electrocuted long ago." Looking at the ponytail girl, Chi Ya silently said thought. Chi Ya's previous super speed, as long as it is well controlled, can lead people. Although it will make people feel paralyzed, it will not be harmful. However, even if Chi Ya tried his best to control the enhanced speed, its powerful destructive power would still cause damage to people. This guy in front of him was Li Ziyi. Seeing this, the ponytail girl was so angry that her teeth itch. "This guy made my old lady look like this, even through her, and now ignores my old lady's words. It's really irritating. However, for the sake of saving my mother this time, forget it." Seeing Chi Ya ignoring his own words and looking at himself, Menchi's mind was on fire and wanted to vent, but thinking of Chi Ya this time after saving himself, Menchi decided not to care about Chi Ya. Soon she put this matter behind her, and then looked at the giant egg she was holding with sparkling eyes. Samok's eggs, the world's top delicacies, I finally got it, hee hee. The ponytail girl murmured to herself, and the words almost blew out. Sure enough, he is a foodie. He would risk his life just to eat. Chi Ya said speechlessly. The guy in front of her, Chi Ya guessed her identity the first time she saw her. Although this guy's hairstyle is a single ponytail, her clothes and grooming are too obvious. The transparent gauze made it easy to see the swimsuit-style bra on her body, a pair of shorts on her lower body, 2 kitchen knives pinned to the back of her waist, and green hair. All these characteristics let Chi Ya recognize her identity at a glance. The chief examiner of the hunter experiment in the original book, the one-star gourmet hunter Menchi. Although this guy attracted a powerful monster, it also gave Chi Ya an opportunity to escape, so Chi Ya took him with him and left there together. Compared with a dozen or so powerful monsters, Chi Ya was more inclined to face one powerful monster. It's just a monster. If you can't beat it, you can run, but if you are targeted by more than a dozen powerful monsters, it will be very difficult to run. Even if Chi Ya uses super speed to escape from the encirclement of monsters, it is estimated that there will be some twists and turns. Killing dozens of monsters in a row, Chi Ya's consumed a lot. If he just escaped from one monster, it would be more than enough, but if it was surrounded by more than a dozen monsters, it would be a little dangerous. This time there was some miscalculation. Nan consumed too much and almost couldn't get out. I can't make this kind of mistake again in the future. Biting her nails, Chi Ya silently summed up her adventure this time. What do you know, I'm saving it. Menchi heard Chi Ya's words, rolled his eyes, and then continued to look at the giant egg in his hand with glowing eyes, and continued, Samok is a monster, although each fetus can give birth to many offspring, they will only raise one offspring, and after hatching, brothers and sisters will kill each other until the last one can survive. So, instead of making them cannibalize their own kind, it's better to make them a delicacy on my table before they are born with consciousness. In that case, this egg has to thank you. Chi Ya, who was reflecting on the shortcomings of his actions this time, heard Menchi's shameless words, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he said in a mocking tone. That's right. But Menchi didn't care about the sarcasm in Chi Ya's words at all, and responded shamelessly. Chi Ya, it's thanks to you that I was able to escape this time, come on, come with me, I'll treat you to eat Samok's eggs. Standing up from the ground, Menchi turned around and said with a smile to Chi Ya. After finishing speaking, he took a step forward and walked in a certain direction. Hearing this, Chi Ya touched her belly slightly. Indeed, after exercising for so long, I feel a little hungry. Also, gourmet food made by Food Hunter is not to be missed. Accompanied by this kind of thought, Chi Ya also stepped forward and followed. The periphery of Wetland, where the Hunter Association is resident. At this time, both Chi Ya and Menchi are here. As expected of Samok's eggs, the peerless delicacy in the records, I have wanted to taste it for a long time, and today I finally got what I wanted. Holding a piece of steaming egg in his hand, Menchi's mouth puffed up, while chewing, speaking indistinctly, with a satisfied smile on his face. This kind of egg is indeed delicious, but it is worthy of being a gourmet hunter who can bring out its deliciousness perfectly. Chi Ya was holding the other half of the egg at this time, and praised without hesitation while eating. Samok's eggs are indeed very delicious, but Chi Ya knows that the reason why they are so delicious is because of Menchi's cooking ability. This guy's cooking ability is very strong. Samok's eggs are cooked to perfection. As soon as Chi Ya bit it down, he felt that every cell in his body was jumping for joy. It was a very special taste and feeling, which made Chi Ya fall into a wonderful hallucination for a moment. If it weren't for Chi Ya's innate spiritual power, it would really be possible to be drawn into that wonderful illusion. This guy, Menchi, if he was in a certain gourmet show that he had seen in his previous life, he would definitely be the king of medicine. Thank you for the compliment, but how do you know I'm a gourmet hunter? Menchi said with some pride when he heard that. But then she asked a strange question. She has never revealed her identity as a gourmet hunter. Guess. Chi Ya was not surprised when he heard the words, and said casually. Seeing this, Menchi knew that Chi Ya didn't want to talk about it, and besides, it wasn't a big deal, so he didn't care. Then, she suddenly thought of something, looked at Chi Ya, stared at Chi Ya with a smile, and didn't speak. Why don't you eat your eggs and stare at me? Chi Ya looked over with a little discomfort after being stared at for more than 10 seconds, and asked. Little guy, Samok's eggs are delicious. Menchi said with a smile instead of answering. It's delicious. Hearing this, Chi Ya responded strangely, and looked at Menchi with strange eyes. It's not delicious, why should I praise it? Then, do you want to eat something more delicious? Menchi's face brightened when he heard this, and then he said with a seductive attitude. Are you interested in my speed? Chi Ya didn't answer immediately after hearing this, but was silent for a moment, then said. Bingo, that's right, little guy, let's cooperate. There are a lot of delicious ingredients deep in the wetland, let's go in together and empty out all the ingredients. Menchi snapped his fingers, and then said excitedly. Okay, as long as you can bear minen. Chi Ya immediately agreed after hearing this. Menchi froze when he heard this, touched his hair, felt the numbness coming from the hair, and couldn't help but shrink back. This is indeed a problem. The power of this little Geisnan is really terrifying. I have tried my best to defend myself just now, but I didn't expect to be made like that. However, thinking that if he had the speed of Chi Ya, then he would be able to run amok in the wetland this time and get all kinds of dream food he wanted, Menchi's mind became firm. No problem, I can bear it. Menchi gritted his teeth and replied. Hearing this, Chi Ya looked slightly surprised, glanced at her, and then shook her head speechlessly. Sure enough, he is a foodie, and he can bear anything for food. However, this is also good for me, not a loss-making business. As for why Chi Ya agreed so simply, it was naturally because this matter was beneficial to Chi Ya. Chapter 11. Then, let me introduce myself. I am Menchi, a professional hunter, and a gourmet hunter. Menchi was a little surprised that Chi Ya agreed so easily, but she didn't bother too much, and introduced herself directly. Chi Ya Zaldik is a killer. Chi Ya also introduced himself. The Zaldik's family. Menchi exclaimed when he heard this, and shouted out in disbelief. Ah, what, are you afraid? Chi Ya nodded, and then said teasingly. Most people hear about the Zaldik family with horror and fear. How is it possible? Menchi pouted and said. However, I didn't expect that I would meet the Zaldik family, and it is a potential stock. The Zaldik family really deserves to be the #1 killer family. On the contrary, Menchi felt emotional. Well, I'm special. Chi Ya said with a smile. Indeed, even the Zaldik family is the first person in the Zaldik family to be able to possess such strength at his age. None of the other clansmen of the past dynasties can possess such strength at this age. Well, yes, well, that's all for the self-introduction. Let's rest here today. There are many rooms here. You can find one yourself, and we will start tomorrow. Menchi stretched and yawned. Immediately, she put her hands on her hips, walked out of the kitchen with enchanting steps, and twisted her waist. Seeing this, Chi Ya shook her head and left within a few minutes. As for why Chi Ya agreed to Menchi's request and formed a team with her to find the delicious food in Menchi's mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing special ingredients and gaining 120 strengthening points. That's why Chi Ya agreed to Menchi. After eating half of the eggs, a system prompt sounded in Chi Ya's mind, reminding Chi Ya that she had obtained 120 strengthening points. Half of it allowed Chi Ya to gain so many enhancement points, and a whole one was 240. There are so many strengthening points in one egg, this kind of gain is worth Chi Ya's desperate risk to start with the powerful monster before. If it is someone else, this behavior may be a very dangerous behavior, a death behavior, just like Menchi, who almost died in the hands of the giant Samok. But for Chi Ya, who possesses super speed skills, this kind of behavior is not very dangerous. As long as she is not besieged by several powerful monsters like Samok, Chi Ya is sure to succeed in their hands and escape. Day of birth. Late at night, in the room selected by Chi Ya is holding a carapace-shaped mobile phone and operating on the mobile phone. Chi Ya is browsing the dark net of this world at this time. The dark web is the only website comparable to the Hunter website. The Hunter website is considered innocent and sells information openly. As for the dark web, it is a place visited by gangsters and where many killers gather. The Zaldik family also plays a very important role in the dark web. The assassination mission of the Zaldik family was also received from the dark web. Chi Ya has been on this website since 2 years ago. There are no special tasks. After browsing for more than half an hour, they were all ordinary tasks. Chi Ya was also a little bored, so he was about to exit the dark web. However, at this moment, Chi Ya suddenly noticed a mission, not a mission, but an intelligence. The place where the Kurida people live in seclusion. Speaking of which, during this period of time, it seems that the Kurida people have not been exterminated by Phantom Troop, and the number of red eyes on the market is very rare. With the emergence of this information, it seems that the Kurida people are not far from being wiped out. Krollo is very interested in the 7 beauties in the world. Would you like to join in the fun and meet these spiders for a while? Chi Ya thought silently. Although Chi Ya is not interested in Red Eye, she is still very interested in Phantom Troop. However, think about it or forget it. When Phantom Troop wiped out the Kurida tribe, almost the entire brigade was dispatched together. If you are alone, too reluctant. Although his current strength is considered a master among the Nin, if he is against the entire Phantom Troop, a few lives are not enough. Phantom Troop is an organization that even Silva finds it difficult. After killing Phantom Troop's number 8 spider, it actually said that accepting the task of assassinating Phantom Troop is not a worthwhile deal. Enough to show the strength of the members of Phantom Troop. After dispelling this idea, Chi Ya silently exited the website and closed the phone. Looking at the dark forest outside the window, Chi Ya was silent for a moment, and assumed a posture of cultivation. Then, a mind energy different from that of conjurer emerged on Chi Ya's body surface. The next day, early in the morning, at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, Menchi broke into Chi Ya's room. The moment Menchi broke in, Chi Ya opened his eyes instantly, sat up from the bed, an array of cold gaze flashed across. I said, don't you think it's a very unladylike behavior to break into other people's rooms early in the morning? After seeing Menchi, Chi Ya's cold gaze disappeared instantly, replaced by a lazy yawn. My old lady didn't say that she is a lady. Menchi said carelessly. After finishing speaking, Menchi walked over quickly, grabbed Chi Ya's quilt, and wanted to lift Chi Ya's quilt. While pulling, he said, okay, get up quickly, the time is just right now, let's go quickly. Yes, I see. By the way, why did you set off so early? Chi Ya asked curiously while running around the wetland. Of course it's because this time is the best time to make a move. Menchi heard the words, looked over, smiled confidently, and said, today, let's not look for anything else, and continue to attack Sakmo. I have studied the living habits of Sakmo for a long time. Every morning, that is, between 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock in the morning, Sakmo will come out of the lair and go to the nearby area to defecate. It takes half an hour to defecate. This period of time is our opportunity. Menchi's eyes sparkled, and he said excitedly. Wait, boy, what kind of eyes do you have? When she was excited, Menchi suddenly noticed Chi Ya's shocked eyes. Although she didn't know why Chi Ya had such eyes, she felt it instinctively. At this moment, what Chi Ya was thinking in his heart was definitely not a good thing. You actually went to watch Sakmo excrete, and you even know the time so clearly. Abnormal. Chi Ya looked at Menchi and said in shock. Menchi. Ah. I'm not a pervert, then I'm looking for opportunities, know yourself and your enemy, and win every battle. Chapter 12. Damn it, you brat, dare you look at me with normal eyes. In the depths of Shimile Wetland, Chi and Menchi were rushing on the road at a very fast speed. Menchi gritted his teeth and stared at Chi said, "Don't talk to me, perverts are contagious." Chi immediately glanced at Menchi with disgust when he heard that, and said, "Ah! Damn it, brat, I'll kill you." As soon as the words came out, Menchi went crazy, and regardless of the environment they were in, he rushed towards Chi with his hands facing each other. Chiya's face was scratched. "Oh, are you crazy, you dare to mess around here?" Chiya dodged Menchi's pounce, and then looked at her like a fool and said. Chiya remembered that this guy seemed to be the nan of the manipulator, so nervous, he dared to make such a fool in the depths of the Shimile Wetland. "Ah! You stinking brat, you had that kind of look just now, and now you have this kind of look, it's really irritating." Chiya reminded Menchi of the environment he was in now, and he didn't continue to mess around. But she was still very angry and mad. Chiya's eyes made her feel that she was discriminated against. Yes, I won't look at you with colored eyes anymore, don't worry." Chiya curled her lips and said in a very awkward tone. This tone made Menchi furious again, wanting to beat Chiya violently. But thinking of where the two of them are now, Menchi suppressed this anger abruptly. "Stinky boy, just wait for me and see how I will deal with you later," Menchi said bitterly. She knows the special features of the lair of monsters like Samok, and those who don't know will definitely encounter those disgusting troubles when they enter. Originally, she wanted to tell Chiya about these precautions, but she didn't want to tell them now. "Little boy, wait until you get embarrassed later, I won't tell you." Thinking of this, Menchi's face showed malicious intent. "I don't know what's going on, it was fine last night, but since this morning, the relationship between the two of them has been weird, as if they were happy enemies." Menchi was very angry by Chiya, and this expression of Menchi just caught the attention of Chiya, who wanted to ask how far Menchi was, which suddenly made Chiya secretly more careful. This guy is secretly holding back some bad ideas, so pay attention later. Chiya didn't perceive any malice from Menchi, but looking at Menchi's expression, it was obvious that he wanted to cheat himself, so Chiya secretly became vigilant. "Menchi, how far is it?" Chiya asked, secretly vigilant. "There is still about half an hour, and Samok's lair is in a very deep place." Menchi heard this, restrained the smug smile on his face, and said with a smile on his face. It was as if the deflated just now had never happened at all. In response, the corners of Chiya's mouth twitched slightly. Women are born actors. The face change is so fast, and the connection is perfect, without any flaws. Remember to restrain your breath completely. Sakmo is very sensitive to breath. Yesterday I was too excited to get Samok's egg and leaked my breath, so I was hunted down. Speaking of this, Menchi's with a straight face, he warned Chiya. "Do you see that I have breath in my body now?" Chiya fixed her eyes tightly on hearing this, and then asked back. "Hey!" Menchi's face froze when he heard this, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Chiya's current state is completely in an absolute state. If she hadn't looked at Chiya with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that Chiya was by her side. With an embarrassed smile, Menchi turned around, stopped talking, and continued to lead the way. "This kid, he is really impeccable in his work, he doesn't give me a chance to perform like a gourmet hunter at all." Soon, more than 20 minutes passed. The two also rushed to the lair of Sakmo mentioned by Menchi, on a hillside more than 300 meters away from Sakmo's lair. Samok's lair is a huge cave, as big as the door of the Zaldik family's trial. However, this is also normal. Although I didn't see the true face of the Samok monster yesterday, we can know from its size in the dense fog that Samok is a very large monster. To accommodate such a huge body, the hole must be large, otherwise it would be impossible to get in. I said, "Kid, don't squeeze me." By the way, Chiya and Menchi were huddling together on a small tree at this time, using the dense leaves to cover their figures. However, the hidden space on the branches of this tree is a bit narrow. One person is fine, but two people are not enough. This guy Menchi is observing Sakmo's lair with a telescope at this time, while muttering dissatisfiedly. "Hey, this is where I'm staying. You insisted on coming here. It's great that I can let you stay here. You still think I'm crowded? Chi Yao twitched the corner of his mouth when he heard this, and then said bluntly. Besides, how much space my child's body can occupy is basically occupied by you. I can't help it. We have to stay together. I don't want to be the same as yesterday. Once we are discovered, let's get out of here immediately. Menchi was also very helpless, she didn't want to be chased like yesterday. She still has lingering fears about what happened yesterday. If it weren't for Chi Ya yesterday, Menchi didn't know if he had a chance to survive. Once discovered, Menchi decided to ask Chi Ya to take him away as quickly as possible without any risk. Okay, here's for you, I'll hide in another place. Chi Ya was slightly speechless, then said, and after speaking, he was going to give this place to Menchi and find another place to hide. No, you are hiding here too. The time is coming, and Samoke is about to come out. Sakmo's eyesight is very good, and it is not affected by the dense fog. Even at such a long distance, you will immediately appear. It was discovered. Before Chi Ya could take any action, Menchi directly suppressed Chi Ya, preventing Chi Ya from going out to startle the enemy. I got it, I won't go out, don't press me down. In other words, the reason why it's so crowded here is because you two lumps are messing around. The cheeks were deformed by the soft stuff. Chi Ya said, very dissatisfied. Huh? What are you talking about? Don't you men all like these two things? You still despise them? Menchi was dissatisfied when he heard that. Do you think I'm a man now? Chi Ya snapped back. Menchi. You're right, I'm speechless. Ah, it appeared, Samok appeared. Chapter 13. Appear. As soon as you appear, you should calm me down, don't squeeze, and you almost gave away your breath. Facing Menchi's excitement, Chi Ya hastily comforted him. This guy was too excited, just now he got excited and immediately withdrew the absolute. If it weren't for the skin contact between the two now, and Chi Ya hastily used Ju to cover up her breath, the two of them would have been exposed long ago. Ah, I'm sorry, but you guys have cultivated too much Ju, and you can forcibly pull me into Ju. Chi Ya reminded Menchi to come to his senses. Yes, he quickly apologized. The Nian Qi from the place where the two of them were in contact let Menchi know that he was excited just now. If Chi Ya's Nian Qi hadn't forced him to enter the state of extreme, the two of them would have been discovered by Samok just now. Immediately she was frightened by Chi Ya's absolute. This guy puts himself in an extreme state. This kind of ability can be achieved by naughty people as long as they practice hard for a period of time. After all, no one who can learn Nen is an idiot. However, it is shocking to want to cover up the breath of the people around you. This kind of delicate ability is difficult to achieve without more than 10 or 20 years of hard training. It's normal, as long as you're not stupid, anyone can do it. Chi Ya heard this, and said very strangely, feeling that Menchi was making a fuss. Absolutely, this kind of ability, as long as you practice hard, anyone can do it, as long as you can suppress the opponent's fluctuations. Moreover, as a killer, he is naturally very good at concealment. As soon as these words came out, Menchi was stunned for a moment, feeling that dozens of arrows had been shot all over his body, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. It's so simple, anyone can do it. This guy is so infuriating, the map cannon is so big. I'm really sorry that I can't do it easily, I'm dragging down human beings. But, forget it, my lady has a lot, so I will forgive you this time magnanimously. The corner of his mouth twitched for a while. Menchi decided to ignore Chi Ya's angry words. There's only one. Is the other one left in the cave? It was your reckless behavior yesterday, so Samok is prepared. Chi Ya observed the situation outside for a while, watching a huge monster shrouded in thick fog leave the cave, but did not see the second. It's a little strange to say. Huh? What are you talking about? Samok is a parthenogenetic beast. It has always lived alone, and each generation will only leave one offspring. However, each generation of Samk is very powerful. Well, their eggs are also very powerful. Delicious. Hearing Chi Ya's doubts, Menchi suddenly looked like Chi Ya was making a fuss, and then gave Chi Ya some science. When it came to the end, Menchi thought of the SAMOK egg he ate last night, and immediately thought about it, and licked his lips slightly with his tongue. Ha, is that so? So, there is only one SAMOK in this place. Chi Ya nodded in understanding after hearing this, and then asked back. That's right, SAMOK is a monster in the fog, and it is a world-class endangered monster designated by the Hunter Association. Menchi nodded slightly, and then replied. Endangered monster, then is it not good for us to do this? If it becomes extinct in our hands, then... Hearing that this monster is actually an endangered monster, Chi Ya hesitated for a while. You said this, don't worry, although it is an endangered beast, countries in the world have not restricted the hunting of this Sakmo beast, so you don't have to worry about the consequences at all. It's better to say that if you can kill the Sakmo beast, you will get a huge bounty, because this guy is full of treasures, many of which are the world's top materials, and can make all kinds of powerful weapons. It's the fate of many Warcraft hunters. Many Warcraft hunters often come here to find trouble with Sakmo. However, almost no one can get the treasures from Sakmo. Almost all the monster hunters who used the materials on Sakmo are dead. However, I heard that the president came to trouble the Sakmo monster. It seems that he beat the Sakmo monster half to death. I don't know if it's true or not. Menchi talked endlessly while observing. That old urchin. Hearing this, Chi Ya raised his brows immediately, and an image of an old urchin appeared in his mind. Did that old guy come here to trouble the monsters here? Okay, SAMOK has left, we can start. At this moment, Menchi also stopped talking and reminded. Then she left Chi Ya's body in an extremely indecent posture, making Chi Ya bear the offensive of a wave of facial cleanser. You guy did it on purpose, you can't go out properly. As soon as he came out, Chi Ya started to pat the leaves on his body, and said with gritted teeth. This guy squeezed his face out of shape just now. Stinky boy, I'm giving you benefits from the girl, you just accept it without being grateful, but you still have this expression, what do you mean? Menchi was also patting the leaves at this time, and when he heard Chi Ya's words, he suddenly furious. Who, this brat, no matter how many people want to take advantage of this girl, there is no chance, this guy actually despises her, it's really annoying. Soon, within a minute, the two of them took off all the leaves on their bodies. Okay, come with me. Menchi waved to Chi Ya, and then jumped out without a sound. Seeing this, Chi Ya also used a dark step and followed silently. Here we are. The speed of the two was very fast, the distance was several hundred meters, and they arrived in more than a minute. I'm going to release the wind, you go in and steal SAMOK's eggs. Menchi said to Chi Ya, and the corners of his mouth curled into an undetectable arc during the words. If you're not careful, you won't notice it at all. However, Chi Ya, who had been on guard for a long time, naturally noticed this. However, he didn't say much, but began to carefully observe the situation in SAMOK's lair. This observation really made Chi Ya observe some clues. The corner of Chi Ya's mouth twitched suddenly. Are you so excited, are you sure you are qualified for this job? Chi Ya walked over calmly and asked Menchi. Ah, don't worry, although this lady is easily agitated, there won't be a third time. You are fast, steal Sakmo's egg from inside, and then let's leave here as quickly as possible. Menchi heard Yan, with his back to Chi Ya, waved his hands casually and said. That's right, as a gourmet hunter, you are the best at this kind of thing. Chi Ya walked to Menchi's side, said lightly, and then he walked towards the entrance of the cave. Menchi, who was behind Chi Ya, saw this, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Hey, I got tricked, kid. Menchi watched Chi Ya walking towards the entrance of the cave step by step, his heart was full of excitement. Brat, let you owe me a lesson, this time I will teach you a lesson. Menchi can't wait to see Chi Ya in trouble. However, at this moment, Chi Ya stopped walking and squatted down. Menchi suddenly felt a lump in his heart. This kid must have discovered something. However, at this moment, Chi Ya turned his head to look at Menchi, and said solemnly. Menchi, come here, there is a problem around here, there are enemies with very strong concealment ability near us, don't separate. While speaking, Chi Ya's eyeballs kept looking around, vigilant about her surroundings, showing a cautious expression. Hearing this, Menchi was taken aback for a moment, then frowned slightly, followed Chi Ya's words and walked over. Although he wanted to punish Chi Ya, but seeing Chi Ya's expression, Menchi was not self-willed. However, when Menchi walked carefully to Chi Ya's side and looked around, Chi Ya suddenly stretched out his hand and pushed her. Menchi was startled for a moment, with a look of astonishment on his face, and then he rushed out towards the cave quickly. Then, there was a scream. "You stinky brat!" Chapter 14. It's called self-inflicted suffering. Standing in front of Samok's lair, Chi Ya crossed her arms with a proud expression on her face. At this time, at the mouth of Samok's cave, Menchi was writhing with an uncomfortable expression. There is a layer of transparent mucus on her body. This layer of mucus is exactly what is at the entrance of the cave. It is difficult to see with the naked eye. Chi Ya can only observe it through very careful observation. Menchi just wants to use this layer of mucus to trap Chi Ya, revenge for Chi Ya's annoying behavior just now. Just looking at this layer of mucus is enough to make Chi Ya feel sick. "You brat!" Menchi gritted his teeth and looked at Chi Ya and read. He understood what it means to be an enemy who is hidden nearby. This is obviously an excuse to deceive her, a rhetoric used to lure her into a hook. This brat definitely discovered the layer of transparent slime at the entrance of Samok's lair, and knew that he was going to punish him, so he used his plan to cheat himself. However, although he hates Chi Ya, Menchi has no intention of attacking Chi Ya. Because no matter how you look at this situation, it is my own fault. After all, the two are now in a cooperative relationship, but I have concealed this information. Being betrayed is also his own fault. Smelly brat, get me out quickly, or Samok will come back. Menchi yelled at Chi Ya. No way, the mucus at the mouth of Samok's cave is very strong for the protection of Samok's nest when he goes out. If you are careful and use thought energy isolation before entering, then nothing will happen. But once it is stuck, it is not easy to break free. With her own strength, it would take at least 5 minutes to break free completely. In normal times, 5 minutes is nothing. However, the current situation is precisely the race against time. She was slapped by Chi Ya just now, which made her shout out involuntarily in anger. With such a loud sound, the Samok who left here just now must have heard it. Definitely heading back now. Gotta get out of here before Samok comes back, or it's over. I just stole an egg from Samok yesterday, and I came to steal it again today. It is conceivable how furious Samok was when he saw himself. Even with Chi Ya, a guy with amazing speed, Menchi still feels very bad and has no idea. Do you still dare to trick me? Facing Menchi's request for help, Chi Ya did not act immediately, but squatted down halfway, looking at her with a smile and said. I know, this time it was my fault, there will never be a next time I do it, I will share all the information I know with you. Help quickly, or we won't be able to leave later. Hearing this, Menchi's face became more anxious, his tone gradually softened, and he begged Chi Ya. It's you who can't leave. I can leave anytime I want. Chi Ya raised her eyebrows and said lightly. Even so, Chi Ya made a move. Use your strongest entanglement. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the blue lightning flickered, Chi Ya said to Menchi, and then the lightning in his hand turned into a series of blue thunder branches that spread and enveloped him. Seeing this, Menchi also instantly opened up his Nian Qi defense to the maximum and defended his whole body. In the next moment, the entire cave was brightly lit, and chirping like 1,000 birds resounded throughout the forest. There was blue lightning covering Menchi's body. Even though he had used his strongest thoughts to defend, Menchi still trembled when the lightning fell on him. A tingling sour feeling instantly covered the whole body, making Menchi want to cry out comfortably. However, Menchi's willpower is also very strong, and he forcibly suppressed the idea of wanting to call out. In less than 10 seconds, the faint blue lightning disappeared, and Samok's lair returned to its original appearance again, and the thick fog shrouded in again. And the layer of transparent mucus on Menchi's body has completely disappeared at this time. Although the adhesiveness is very strong, in the final analysis, the composition of this mucus is mostly water. Chi-Ya's lightning just counteracts this. The lightning released by Chi-Ya directly decomposed the mucus, turned it into mist, and merged into the surrounding dense fog. As for Menchi, after the lightning disappeared, his legs softened slightly, and he sat on the ground in an M shape. Afterwards, Menchi raised his head, his face was flushed, and he gave Chi-Ya a hard look, as if he wanted to bite off Chi-Ya's meat for dinner. "You don't have to thank me." Facing Menchi's gnashing of teeth, Chi-Ya grinned slightly, with big white teeth open, and smiled. Heck! Hearing this, Menchi was almost not pd off. "Who is to blame for my appearance? I still want to thank you, why don't you go to heaven? This brat looks so cute, but he likes to irritate people so much." Slightly calming down the emotional fluctuations in his heart, Menchi forced himself to calm down, ignored Chi-Ya's irritating words, turned around and walked quickly towards the Samok cave. Seeing this, Chi-Ya also followed. "You must get the egg from Samok as soon as possible. Menchi's yelling just now must have exposed them. Get out of here before Samok comes back." Samok's lair is a very ordinary cave, the only advantage is that it is spacious, and the first thing that catches Chi-Ya's eyes is the 3 giant eggs that are particularly conspicuous in the haystack. This is exactly the egg of Samok that Chi-Ya ate yesterday. "One for each person, take one and go straight away." Menchi walked over quickly, without procrastinating, picked up one of them directly, opened his mouth and said, and ran quickly towards the entrance of the cave after speaking. Seeing this, Chi-Ya didn't say anything, and quickly walked over, looking at the remaining 2 giant eggs that were 2/3 of her height. Squinting his eyes slightly, an invisible force came out, and the next moment, the 2 giant eggs disappeared out of thin air. It was taken into the system space by Chi-Ya. After finishing all these, Chi-Ya quickly walked back. However, within 2 steps, there was a huge vibration on the ground, and the entire cave began to shake. "It's a lie, I'm back so soon." Menchi stabilized his body, then looked out of the cave in disbelief and said, "No, according to Samok's speed, it is impossible for Samok to come back here so soon. Chi-Ya, hurry up, use your ability, let's get out of here." Immediately, Menchi turned around anxiously, and shouted at Chi-Ya, "Hi!" However, what he saw when he turned around made Menchi stunned. "Where's the egg?" Menchi had such a question in his mind. Boom! Just at this moment, a terrifying impact came from outside, and it swept across in an instant. Menchi, who was wondering, was immediately blasted, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whole person turned into a black shadow and shot out. Chapter 15. Call out. Boom! A strange sound rang in Chi-Ya's ear, and a black afterimage shot past Chi-Ya's side. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud noise from behind Chi-Ya. The rock wall of the cave behind Chi-Ya collapsed directly, and the smoke filled the air in an instant. In front of Chi-Ya, Menchi's figure has completely disappeared. In its place was a huge figure, the Warcraft Shaman Mok. Samok walked in slowly, and in an instant, the whole cave was plunged into darkness. After the Mok entered, the huge hole was completely blocked, and the light of the outside world was completely isolated at this moment. In the entire cave, the only thing that radiates light is the eyes that are bigger than the lantern. So fast! Looking at the giant eyes in front of him, Chi-Ya thought to himself. Slap! A soft sound echoed in the cave. It was followed by Menchi's feeble cough. Hearing the sound, Chi-Ya's body instantly burst into brilliant lightning, and entered the state of super speed. The blue lightning completely illuminated the dark cave. With a flash, Chi-Ya came to Menchi's side. At this time, Menchi propped his hands on a pile of rubble, coughing continuously, and blood spurted out with the coughing. Beside him, Sakmo's egg was standing quietly on the ground. "It's all right." Chi-Ya stretched out his hand to support Menchi, caring. "The 5 internal organs are coughing, the 6 internal organs are cracked, and the body functions are severely damaged. I can no longer support me to use Nan to fight. Chi Ya, hurry up, use your ability quickly, let's get out of here, the strength of this Samoke is too terrifying, you are no match for it. Menchi, who was supported by Chi Ya, looked slightly dispirited, and his tone was weak, talking intermittently, let Chi Ya quickly use Nan to escape from here. After that, Menchi spurted out another mouthful of blood, and sprayed Chi Ya directly, the bright color stained most of Chi Ya's light purple clothes. And coughing up a mouthful of blood, Menchi also lost consciousness directly, leaning against Chi Ya's body completely. Seeing this, Chi Ya used a little force to hold Menchi to her chest in the way of a princess hug. In the darkness, looking at the giant in front of him, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from it, Chi Ya's immature face frowned. Chi Ya didn't expect that Samok came back here so soon. Yesterday's chasing battle with Mok made Chi Ya think that Mok's speed was just like that. Chi Ya has already been calculated. Even if he cheated Menchi and made some noise, Samok noticed it. At the speed of Samok, before he rushed back, both himself and Menchi could escape unscathed. But Chi Ya didn't expect Samok to come back so quickly. Moreover, the shot was swift and devastating, without any delay at all. While Menchi was in a daze, he hit with one blow, seriously injuring Menchi, a man who had achieved little success. You made a mistake, you have to learn from this lesson well. This mistake cannot be repeated. Chi Ya feels that his experience is too little, and he has made 2 mistakes in a row when he came to the wetland. You have to reflect on yourself after you go back. But, immediately, Chi Ya's eyes became hot. The overlord in the depths of the wetland is so powerful that it really makes people tremble. Do you really want to fight this guy? In the darkness, Chi Ya stared at the behemoth in front of him, a little excited. Chi Ya has already fully understood the strength of Samok from that blow just now. Although the Samok in front of him is powerful and dangerous, it is not much stronger than himself. If you really fight, you may not be afraid of it. The victory or defeat should be the number of 55. The reason why Chi Ya ran away as soon as he saw Samok yesterday was because Chi Ya was in a very bad state yesterday. Save 1. Fighting against Samok in that state, isn't that courting death? However, Chi Ya is at the peak of his state now. If he fights against Samok, he may not be defeated, and he may even win. Still, forget it. Even if I get away with killing this big guy, my state will drop to the bottom. In this dangerous place, it is absolutely not advisable. Moreover, this guy Menchi's condition is not good, he must be treated as soon as possible. Although it is ridiculous, Menchi was seriously injured by Samok because of his own reasons. If he hadn't pitted Menchi himself, made Menchi yell angrily, and lead Samok back, Menchi would not have been seriously injured. Moreover, Menchi was stunned because he put the other 2 eggs of Samok into the system space. Faced with the consequences of his willfulness, Chi Ya will naturally not shirk his responsibility, and it is impossible to let Menchi die of such a serious injury. So, retreat for now. Without any hesitation, Chi Ya directly made a decision. Immediately, Chi Ya looked at the egg of Samok beside him, and the next second, this egg also disappeared into the cave. A faint thought energy enveloped Chi Ya and Menchi, and their figures disappeared into the cave. Without the illumination of Chi Ya's thunder and lightning, the entire cave returned to darkness again. Roar! From just now, the reason why Samok didn't attack Chi Ya and Menchi was because he was afraid of throwing a mouse. Because its only egg is by Chi Ya's side, it is afraid that the last egg will be destroyed, so it endures without doing anything, and at the same time, it is afraid that Chi Ya will use this egg as a threat. But now, his last heir is gone. And it was escaped by these 2 hateful humans. Under the powerful mind energy, the terrifying roar turned into a super powerful sound wave, which spread out with the momentum of destroying everything. Boom! With a loud bang, Samok's lair was directly reduced to ruins, and a huge explosion resounded throughout the depths of the wetland. In the depths of the wetland, other Warcraft overlords lurking in the dark turned their eyes to Samok's lair at this moment. What is that old guy going crazy? Chapter 16. On the outskirts of Wetland, in the residence of the Hunter Association. In the room where Chi-Ya stayed last night, a white light appeared out of thin air, and then the figures of Chi-Ya and Menchi emerged in the white light. Trait is ability, space, and then who just started Chi-Ya. This ability, Chi-Ya can already use it after awakening. It's just that many abilities have not been developed according to the charter. Chi-Ya took the time to develop it last night. It is easy to develop an ability while already awakened. Similar to Flying Thor's teleportation ability in Naruto. Space transfer. At the place where Chi-Ya left the coordinates, it can be transferred by spending enough Neon Chi. This ability was just developed by Chi-Ya last night, and the only coordinate is this room. Fortunately, Chi-Ya developed this ability last night. Otherwise, Menchi is really in danger today. Chi-Ya's super speed can take Menchi away, but that is when Menchi turns on non-defense. But even so, being entangled by Chi-Ya's super speed, Menchi still suffered some slight damage. That is to say, Menchi is a foodie, he doesn't care about anything in order to eat, and he still finds Chi-Ya to cooperate when he knows that Chi-Ya's speed has such disadvantages. However, Menchi is seriously injured now, and it is impossible to defend against Chi-Ya's thunder. Take Menchi away with super speed? That would be tantamount to making matters worse. Chi-Ya can guarantee that before Menchi arrives at the hospital, the seriously injured Menchi will be exacerbated by the severe injury caused by the lightning on his body and die. So, this time Menchi is really lucky, and she deserves to die. Slap. As soon as it landed, Chi-Ya ran outside with Menchi in his arms. While walking, Chi-Ya was talking on the phone. Contact the driver who brought him here last time. In the case of not being able to use super speed, the car is the fastest means of transportation. Chi-Ya is not as fast as a car without using the super fast Chi-Ya. Menchi's condition is dire and needs to be treated as quickly as possible, as delaying it for too long could be life-threatening. It seems that we must cultivate a healing ability, otherwise it will be the same as this time, powerless. Chi-Ya was thinking while running towards the periphery of Shimile Wetland at the fastest speed other than the super speed state. The nearest city to Beliro City and Shimile Wetland. In the largest hospital in the city, in a luxurious ward, Chi-Ya quietly looked at Menchi lying unconscious on the hospital bed. It has been 3 days since I came here. When the driver called by Chi-Ya arrived, he was frightened after seeing Chi-Ya and Menchi's situation, and wanted to turn around and leave without wanting to get involved. After all, the situation of the two of them is not a good thing at first glance. Although the driver likes the white money, he doesn't want to be involved in inexplicable strange things because of it. But under Chi-Ya's indifferent eyes, the driver chose Kangxin, and obediently drove Chi-Ya and Menchi to the largest hospital in the city center. After coming here, Chi-Ya directly used the energy of the Zaldik family and arranged for the best doctor in the vicinity to treat Menchi. After the doctor's hard work, Menchi's life was saved, but he remained in a coma. From the doctor, Chi-Ya learned that Menchi should wake up within a week. It may be 1 day, it may be 2 days, or even a week. It all depends on Menchi's own willpower. This guy doesn't seem very smart, and even though she yelled in such a place, she still let her guard down. I really don't know how she became a food hunter, but judging by her age, she should still be a newcomer. Experienced? What a ghost! Or is it the nature of a foodie? Seeing that Samok's egg disappeared, he completely ignored other things. Looking at Menchi who was in a coma, Chi-Ya complained silently. It's fine to yell to bring Samok back, but after knowing that Samok has arrived, you are still in a daze? Isn't this courting death? Looking at Menchi's normal ECG, Chi-Ya shook his head speechlessly. Afterwards, Chi-Ya got up and left here. Ya Mayan, I will leave this place to you. Walking out of the ward, Menchi instructed the girl in a suit standing outside the ward. Yes, Master Chi-Ya. The girl in a suit agreed solemnly upon hearing this. Ya Mayan is the housekeeper transferred by Chi-Ya from Cukulu Mountain, and is the granddaughter of Silva Zaldik's direct housekeeper, Zi Ponian. He is also a housekeeper that Chi-Ya got along well with in Cukulu Mountain. Since Chi-Ya was a child, he has been by Chi Ya's side under the command of Silva. This time when this happened, Chi Ya called the linen tone to help take care of it. Chi Ya himself, this time coming to Shimili Wetland, Chi Ya's purpose is to obtain strengthening points from the monsters in Wetland. Naturally, it is impossible to stop his plan because of Menchi. Although you can't get strengthening points from special items like Samok's eggs, it doesn't prevent Chi Ya from killing monsters to get them. Therefore, now that Menchi has settled down, Chi Ya is also preparing to return to the wetland. As for why Chi Ya specifically called Ya Mayan over instead of other housekeepers. Chi Ya only trusts Lin Yin, he really can't believe the other housekeepers. Because the other stewards will more or less obey Silva and Illumi. Asking other housekeepers to come over, Chi Ya was afraid that Silva and the others would order the housekeeper to kill Menchi if they knew that they had specially asked the housekeeper of the Zaldik family to look after an outsider. Because, in their minds, the future head of House Zaldik needs no friends. And only the linen tone can be trusted by Chi Ya. Hey, Ya Ma Yin, you are my only playmate now, and this is not the Zaldik family, you don't have to be sullen when facing me, just relax. Looking at Ya Ma Yin's stern face, Chi Ya was slightly speechless, sound persuasion. When Ya Mayan heard this, her face was slightly relaxed, but at the next moment, she suddenly thought of something, her face changed slightly, and she became serious again. Seeing this, Chi Ya sighed again, without saying anything, reached out to pat Ya Mayan's arm, and then left. Being small as Fed, you can't pat your shoulders, you can only pat your arms. Chapter 17. Menchi is not very smart, so I don't want to cooperate with her anymore. Moreover, the number of special items such as Samok's eggs is too small. I'd better deal with these monsters honestly, and I can also increase them. Some battle experience. Chi Ya was thinking silently on the way to the wetland of Shimili. This guy Menchi is too excitable, and he made mistakes one after another in the dangerous place deep in the Wetmili wetland. Chi Ya felt that if he cooperated with her, he would be cheated to death. In addition, Chi Ya overestimated the number of eggs of Samok. So Chi Ya decided to give up cooperating with her. Well, although this guy's cooking skills are top-notch and make people linger, but compared to the nature of his crap, Chi Ya still resists the temptation of delicious food. Soon, Chi Ya entered the outskirts of the wetland and came to the Hunter Association's residence. Before entering the depths of the Wetmili wetland again, let's cultivate the healing Nin. If you want to fight for a long time in such a dangerous place, the ability to heal is a must. Thinking silently, Chi Ya came into the room. The most beneficial systems for practicing healing abilities are Manipulator, Traits, Conjurer, and Enhancer. As for the other two systems, it might be possible to cultivate the ability to heal, but the uncultivated is more effective than the gain. I don't need to think about none of Traits and Conjurer for the time being, so my choices are only Manipulator and Enhancer. Chi Ya's Trait system and Conjurer system have already been developed, and it is difficult to develop other abilities on this basis. So if you want to develop healing ability, then the choice for Chi Ya is Manipulator and Enhancer. The choice made by Chi Ya is Manipulator. It only takes 1000 reinforcement points to open the Noonan system. As long as Chi Ya uses 1000 reinforcement points, Chi Ya's physique will change, awaken the Manipulator system, and let the Nin Chi in the body show the characteristics of the Manipulator. However, this awakening is different from the awakening of the Nin system drawn by Chi Ya before. The system awakening that Chi Ya drew before was to randomly awaken a Nin system and gain an ability. And this kind of system attribute that consumes strengthening points to awaken only allows you to obtain a Nin system yourself, and will not directly awaken the ability. The Nin of this system requires you to cultivate by yourself, and what kind of ability you cultivate depends entirely on yourself. After awakening the Manipulator system, Chi Ya can use this system to cultivate and manifest items and props with healing abilities. Of course, Chi Ya can also use strengthening points to redevelop a healing ability in the Trait department and Conjurer. However, these two systems of Chi Ya have already developed capabilities, and to quickly develop new capabilities on this basis, the required enhancement points are fully doubled, requiring 2000. Chi Ya only has more than 2000 strengthening points now. Once this method is used, the healing ability really needs Chi Ya to cultivate slowly. Chi Ya doesn't have time to practice slowly here. When he cultivates the Nin who heals, the daylily will be cold. So Chi Ya is going to use the strengthening point to directly let himself develop the manipulator to manifest the healing props. The ability of the manipulator is to manifest the desired items, props, or weapons with the mind. As for the characteristics of the manifested items, it depends on the imagination of the Nin. As long as your mind is big enough, the mind can, if you have enough Qi, you can change the nature of the thought Qi by relying on your brain hole, and anything can be manifested. Of course, this ability also has a limit, and this limit is the ability of the weak. It is naturally impossible for items and props that exceed the abilities of Nin to be materialized. As for the enhancer, if the enhancer is cultivated to a certain level, it is true that the Nin have the ability to heal themselves. It is a passive ability, but it can only be achieved at a certain level. I want to strengthen to the kind of enhancer Nin that allows me to have healing ability. Sorry, Chi Ya's current enhancement points are not enough. Chi Ya estimates that to activate the enhancer and strengthen the enhancer Nin to the point of healing itself, at least it needs to be at the same level as his current conjurer Nin, and the required reinforcement points are estimated to be 6 to 7,000 or even tens of thousands. Thinking of this, Chi Ya silently gave up the plan to activate the enhancer. System: use 1000 points of strengthening points to open the manipulator system, and use 1000 points to designate realization of Nin. Treatment. Chi Ya said silently in his heart. Ding. Use 1000 reinforcement points to awaken. Congratulations to the host for awakening the manipulator Nin system. Ding. Use 1000 strengthening points to designate Nin and heal. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Nin manifestation angel ring. The system's ability to handle affairs is very fast. As soon as Chi Ya finished speaking, the system responded with an ethereal. The voice rang in Chi Ya's mind. The next moment, Chi Ya felt that some changes had taken place in his body, and the thoughts in his body had changed. Similar to the previous awakening of the trait system, Chi Ya's Nian Qi has changed again at this time, giving birth to a completely different trait from the conjurer and the trait system. Feeling the change of mind energy in his body, Chi Ya remained silent. Stretching out his hand gently, a blue wave of thoughts emerged in Chi Ya's hand. Immediately afterwards, this thought energy began to condense, and in just a second, this thought energy turned into a silver ring, which appeared on the middle finger of Chi Ya's right hand. Chi Ya looked at the silver ring on his finger, and thought a little. Then a green light appeared in Chi Ya's hand. Chi Ya looked at it, and then his left hand changed into a ferocious life-threatening hand. Sharp nails pierced the palm of his hand, and a wound appeared, bleeding continuously. Chi Ya covered the wound with green light. I saw that the wound began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it returned to its original state in about 10 seconds, without leaving any scars. 10 seconds? It's not bad, but it's not enough. It only takes 10 seconds to treat this kind of wound, and more serious injuries will take more time. In high-intensity battles, this recovery speed cannot be achieved effect. However, the strengthening points are gone, so we can only wait until we get enough strengthening points again before strengthening. Name: Chi Ya Zaldik. Abilities: Conjurer Nin Speed Thunder, 5000, Trait Nin Space, 5000, Manipulator Nin Ring of Angels, 1000. Note: the strengthening points required for the next strengthening are in brackets. Strengthening points: 302. Item: Aluminum Alloy Yo-Yo. The Ring of Angels, I can use it 3 times a day. This is a limit. If it is strengthened again, the number of times I can use it every day will increase, and the healing ability will become stronger. Then, now that you have the healing ability, it's time to go. After shaking hands, Chi Ya said lightly, then turned and left, heading towards the depths of the wetland. Chapter 18. Silva, look at what Chi Ya has done. He actually arranged for a butler to take care of an outsider. How can this be possible? Chi Ya is too presumptuous. Kukulu, the Zaldik family, screamed together. The sound suddenly sounded, and in a room, Kiko, who was wearing a kimono, was covering his head with his hands and shaking violently. His face seemed to be very disbelieving. "It's so noisy, Kiko, this guy Chiya has his own ideas, don't interfere." Facing Kikyo's screams, which are enough to bring the dead back to life, Silva's expression didn't change at all, as if he didn't hear this at all. "The lethal scream is average." "Silva, what are you talking about? Chiya is not allowed to have too deep communication with outsiders. It is already unacceptable to transfer a housekeeper from the family just to take care of a woman. Chiya is so young, she must have been confused by that woman, it must be that vixen, she must be killed." Hearing Silva's calm words, Kiko couldn't calm down and shouted at Silva excitedly. Roared. Immediately, her brain circuit did not know what to do, and she suddenly imagined that Chiya was confused by Menchi and regarded Menchi as a vixen. After brainstorming, Kiko rushed out directly. Sitting on the cushion, Silva looked at Kiko, who left madly. His stiff face changed slightly, and he sighed slightly. Kiko is good in everything, but he has a crazy personality, especially when it comes to Chiya. However, it's really strange that Chiya actually does such a thing. No, this kind of thing may be very strange or even impossible for Illumi and the others, but it feels very normal to Chiya. His character is like this, different from other people in the family. However, this is not a good thing. Chiya, you are the heir to the assassination world, the future head of the Zaldik family, you can't let your emotions control you. Let Kiko teach you well. The stiff face softened slightly, but Silva's eyes shone with a cold light. Chiya didn't know what happened in Cukulu mountain. At this time, Chiya had stepped into the depths of Shimali wetland again. However, Chiya was not as lucky as the last two times when he entered the Wetmali wetland this time. This time entering the depths of the Wetmali wetland, Chiya was directly targeted by Samok. Cutting off children and grandchildren made Samok's anger break through the sky, and there is no possibility of calming down. For the past 2 days, Samok has been lying in ambush at the entrance to the depths of the wetland. As soon as Chiya stepped here, he immediately attacked Chiya. Suddenly, the entire Wetmali wetland was surging. The sound of huge explosions continued to spread in the Wetmali wetland. Even in the depths of this wetland shrouded in dense fog, the sky at this time is covered with dark clouds and extremely dark, with the sound of thunder roaring from time to time, and the faint blue thunder and lightning continue to strike down from the sky. On the ground, there were continuous bursts of explosions. In the smoke, Chiya's figure kept flickering, causing waves of thunder and explosions. On the opposite side of Chiya is a colossal monster shrouded in dense fog, its huge lantern-like eyes exuding scarlet color. Every time the huge animal claws fall, the ground can be cracked and broken stones fly across. Where a man and a beast are, the earth crumbles, and no piece is complete. Lightning. In the state of super speed, Chiya quickly dodged the attack of Samok, and then used his own lightning to trigger the thunder clouds in the sky to drop a powerful thunder. It's not that Chiya's current ability can already affect the weather, but because Chiya's luck is very good. Well, I don't know if it's good or bad. As soon as she entered the depths of the wetland, Chiya was targeted by Samok and was almost seriously injured by a sneak attack. However, as soon as he entered here, the current climate in the depths of the wetland provided Chiya with an excellent place to fight. The dark clouds, dense clouds, lightning and thunder made Chiya, who used thunder to fight, at least strengthened several levels of combat power. With this climate, Chiya only needs to use a little thunder in his body to pull a powerful thunder from the sky to attack Samok. Needless to say, thunder's speed is fast, but Samok has a huge body. Facing this kind of attack, he can only passively withstand and defend, unable to evade, just like a target. More than 20 minutes have passed since the beginning. The battle between the two was back and forth, and Samok was bombarded by thunder for such a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that Samok is a top monster with rough skin and thick flesh, plus it also has the defense of Nian Chi, its skin would have been ripped apart under the bombardment of the thunder. The top monsters also have the mind energy that humans have. They will automatically awaken mind energy after they reach adulthood. However, monsters are not the same as humans, they will not develop mind energy, and only use mind energy to attack and defend. Miscalculation, SAMOK, is worthy of being one of the overlords in the depths of the Wetland. If I didn't have the time, I would definitely have a 70% chance of winning or losing a battle with this guy. I am 3, and this guy is 70%. This guy has rough skin and thick flesh. He can't break through his physical defense at all. Moreover, although he is big, he is flexible and agile. My speed can't play a big role. If it's normal, I can't beat him, I can only run away. But now, the time is with me. As long as you keep using it, no matter how strong your defense is, you will definitely not be my opponent. Holding the thunder in his hand, Chi Ya's expression will be full of confidence. This is the conclusion that Chi Ya came to in the fight with SAMOK just now. SAMOK's defense is really too strong, Chi Ya's full attack can only hurt the flesh and fur, and can't cause any real useful damage to him at all. Moreover, the speed that Chi Ya is proud of cannot play a decisive role. Although Sam K's speed is slightly inferior to Chi Ya, it is not much different. Basically, 5 times out of 10 attacks will be defeated by Sam OK. Resist. However, Chi Ya is not discouraged, because the time of day is now on Chi Ya's side. The dark clouds all over the sky are Chi Ya's most powerful helper. As soon as the words fell, Chi Ya turned into a blue light again and attacked SAMOK. The fist wrapped in thunder struck with SAMOK's giant claws. The destructive thunder exploded on SAMOK's giant claw, blasting out a scorched black smoking wound on SAMOK's giant claw, and the pain from the wound made SAMOK growl. And Chi Ya also flew upside down because of SAMOK's huge strength. And SAMOK, after roaring, didn't care about the scorched black wound in his hand at all. After hitting Chi Ya with a blow, he attacked Chi Ya who was flying upside down again. Thunder. Boom. Facing SAMOK's pursuit, Chi Ya is temporarily unable to fight back, but Chi Ya is not without methods of confrontation. While flying upside down, he stretched out his hand and directly pulled down a powerful thunderbolt to directly confront SAMOK. SAMOK's offensive stopped immediately, and Chi Ya also seized the opportunity, turned over and landed on the ground, gliding on the ground for more than 10 meters before stopping. Worthy of being one of the overlords, the physical strength is really terrifying. Looking up, Chi Ya looked at MOK and shook his hands. Although he was not discouraged, his eyes revealed strong aggrievedness. Even with the Nian Chi bonus, Chi Ya's strength is still too weak. My physical strength is too weak, I need to improve my physique. Chapter 19. After fighting for half an hour, Chi Ya's whole body is now sore. The strength of SAMOK is too strong, every time they fight, Chi Ya is at a disadvantage in terms of strength. It's not an opponent at all, although my own thunder can hurt it. But he would be bombarded every time. Chi Ya's physique can be said to be very strong. After all, Chi Ya has been able to open 4 doors of the trial door of the Zaldik family. But in the face of SAMOK's attack, he was still powerless and couldn't resist it at all. It's decided. After collecting enough strengthening points, turn on the enhancer system. The enhancer is specialized in cultivating the physical body, and it is also the most suitable for fighting. Its power is very terrifying. At the same time, the body of the Nin of the enhancer is basically very strong, because when the Nin of the enhancer is practicing, the physique is at the level of the enhancer Niankai, the warming will gradually become stronger. As for how much it will become stronger, it depends entirely on the Nin itself, and on the strength of the Nin's thoughts. The Nin of the enhancer can also be divided into 3 types of practice, which are to strengthen oneself, strengthen props, and the healing ability of the body. These 3 kinds have typical representatives in the original works. Yuvajan's body enhancement. Yuvajan's enhancer Nin is to strengthen itself, making its own body extremely powerful. Each blow has a very powerful force, and its Nirvana super destruction fist is even more powerful than a missile. Nobunaga's weapon is strengthened, the face is injected into the weapon, and then everything around him is cut off with a knife. In the original book, Nobunaga uses this ability to resurrect Yuvajan, who has a body of steel, with 1 knife. As for the third healing ability, this healing ability is to strengthen and activate cells, accelerate metabolism, and metabolize injured tissues, thereby achieving the ability to heal injuries. This can also be regarded as the basic ability of an enhancer. Every enhancer can do it, but the ability is different. And after Chi-Ya fought with Samok, what he longed for most at this time was the enhancer's physical strengthening ability. Fighting against Samok, every time he was blown away due to lack of strength, this made Chi-Ya very annoyed. After this time, Chi-Ya didn't want to put herself in this situation anymore. Although the current situation is that he has the advantage, this kind of battle is too useless. Chi-Ya's eyes exuded a cold light, staring fixedly at Samok in front of him. Chi-Ya no longer confronted Samok, but kept waving his hands, pulling thunderbolts down from the sky, striking Samok's head, and the whole sky lit up, flickering, wet and happy. Most of the fog in the depths dissipated at this moment. Zzz, zzz. The faint blue thunder and lightning exploded, continuously swimming along Samok's body, destroying Samok's body. Snapped. Finally, an abnormal sound came out from Samok's body, and in the thick fog, a bright red blood sprayed out. There was a crack in Samok's arm, and blood spurted out. Seeing this scene, Chi-Ya's eyes lit up. Chi-Ya knew that this guy's physical defense had reached its limit. The reason why Chi-Ya's attack can't play a big role is because the defense on Samok's body is too strong. The thunder can only attack the surface of Samok's body and cause flesh wounds but cannot damage its internal organs. However, now, with Chi-Ya's continuous attacks, wounds finally appeared on Samok's body. This means that Chi-Ya's next attack, every thunder, can penetrate into the body of Mok and cause very serious damage to Mok. Thinking of this, Chi-Ya was extremely excited inside. As long as it continues, this guy can be killed soon. Excited in his heart, Chi-Ya waved his hand, ready to pull the thunder from the sky to attack again. However, at this moment, Samok suddenly changed. At this moment, the dense fog that has been entwined all year round and never dissipated slowly dissipated, revealing its true appearance. Seeing this scene, Chi-Ya's pupils shrank suddenly, and his face changed suddenly. It's not because of the real appearance that Samok showed. The appearance of Samok is very ordinary, exactly like a bear, but the body is even bigger. The reason why Chi-Ya's face changed drastically was because the fog that spread from Samok's body brought a very strong crisis to Chi-Ya at this moment. What's going on? Why is it like this? It's not that Chi-Ya didn't touch the dense fog when he fought against Samok just now, but it didn't give Chi-Ya this sense. But now, as soon as the fog dissipates, but such a big change has taken place. Is it because of Samok itself? No, no. This sense of crisis is not Samok itself, it is indeed transmitted from these fogs. Now these fogs are very special and dangerous. Speaking of which, when Menchi introduced this guy last time, he seemed to have said that Samok is a monster in the fog. Is this the reason? Staring at the scattered thick fog, Chi-Ya didn't attack rashly. Instead, be vigilant and adapt. Chi-Ya didn't know what kind of harm these fogs were, which made him feel such a strong sense of crisis. However, just because Chi-Ya doesn't attack doesn't mean that Samok will be like Chi-Ya. At this time, Samok had completely lost his mind under the monstrous anger. With a wave of the huge bear's paw, the mist scattered around his body was controlled by him, enveloping towards Chi-Ya. As the dense fog approached, the cells in Chi-Ya's body began to send out alarms every moment. In this regard, Chi-Ya avoided it without hesitation. But, however, the dense fog was too dense, Chi-Ya was completely unavoidable, and in just 5 seconds, Chi-Ya was surrounded by dense fog. Zzz. At the moment Chi-Ya was surrounded, the dense fog came into contact with Chi-Ya. In the next second, the lightning on Chi-Ya's body changed, making a buzzing sound. The next moment, a spark erupted from the lightning on Chi-Ya's body, and Chi-Ya's pupils shrank suddenly. Boom! There was no time for Chi-Ya to react, just for a short moment, Chi-Ya was completely enveloped by the flames all over the sky. A violent explosion sounded, and the place where Chi Ya was turned into a monstrous sea of flames, spreading for 100 meters. The flames burned fiercely and spread to the surroundings. Samok's huge body stood tall in the fire, ignoring the fire as nothing. Swish! Suddenly, a distressed figure rushed out of the sea and landed not far from the edge. This figure was Chi Ya. At this time, Chi Ya had already withdrawn from the super speed state, with severe burns all over his body. His clothes were also in tatters, and his light blue eyes stared uncertainly at Samok in the fire. Restrained. A thought flashed in Chi Ya's mind. Chi Ya knew very well that her speed was restrained by Samok. The dense fog emitted by Samok will be ignited once it encounters thunder and lightning. No, it should be said that it will turn into raging fire when it encounters Niankai. Cannot be used, as the power of the fire will increase dramatically. The silver ring on the middle finger of the right hand emitted a gentle green light covering Chi Ya's body, and began to heal her own injuries. Chi Ya stared intently at Samok, who was not moving, with a gloomy face. When Chi Ya was staring at Samok, Samok also stared at him and looked at Chi Ya together. Those giant eyes were full of hatred for Chi Ya. However, at the next moment, Chi Ya was stunned by the action of Samok. She turned around and walked not far away, without any intention of taking advantage of your illness to kill you. How is this going? Huh? Those special fogs are gone. At this moment, Chi Ya suddenly noticed that the fog that made him feel dangerous had completely disappeared. Slightly frowning, Chi Ya looked at the departing Samok. At this time the aura on Samok's body weakened a lot. These fogs are trump cards. After using them, their strength will weaken, but this trump card failed to kill me, so this guy chose to leave here. Soon, Chi Ya thought of the reason for Samok's actions, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and his eyes sparkled when he looked at the retreating Samok. Hee, cunning guy, you want to get out of your body after hurting me like this? Dream. Without these thick fogs, and the strength has been weakened so much, you beast, die here. With a thought, Chi Ya entered the super speed state again. The thunder and lightning on his body bloomed quickly, dancing for joy. One after another of terrifying thunder snakes stretched out long letters, provoking all directions. Everything around them was illuminated, and the terrifying destructive energy became more ferocious. For a moment, Chi Ya is like a god of thunder coming down to earth. With an indifferent expression, Chi Ya stretched out his hand, and once again pulled the thunder and lightning in the sky. This time, Chi Ya did his best to directly gather all the thunder energy in the entire sky. I saw that the entire sky was getting lower and lower at this time, and the dense dark clouds seemed to be directly pressed down. The frequency of thunder roaring in the clouds became more and more frequent, and the thunder danced from the dark clouds from time to time. The army is under pressure, ready to go, and the sound of thunder resounds, echoing continuously in the entire sky. Roar! And Samok, who was leaving, also sensed the crisis passed down from the sky, and knew that Chi Ya had no intention of stopping the war. His huge body kept trampling on the ground, roaring to the sky, and a powerful aura continued on Samok's body. Condensed, the already very fragile earth burst open at this moment. And at the next moment, Samok's furious roar stopped abruptly, and then his body rushed towards Chi Ya at a speed that had never appeared before, without any warning at all. I've been on guard against you for a long time, you cunning BD. Facing the sudden impact, Chi Ya was not surprised at all, and slashed down towards the ground with one hand. The pillar of thunder that connected heaven and earth also fell from the sky at this moment. No matter how fast Samok was, it could not be faster than the thunder, and the thunder just hit the impacting Samok head-on. Boom! There was an explosion today, and the entire land was bathed in a blue sea of thunder and lightning. Samok's screams continued to roar in the sea of thunder and lightning. Since the last time he knew that Mok was hiding his speed, Chi Ya knew about Mok's cunning. He liked to make surprise attacks, and he was always on guard against Mok when he was fighting with Mok. Menchi was seriously injured 2 days ago because of this guy's cunning, and he is still lying in the hospital. Knowing this situation, how could Chi Ya not be on guard? Your defense has been broken, and you have been hit by such a powerful thunder, no matter how powerful your vitality is, you can't survive. Squinting his eyes, Chi-Ya looked at the whiteness in front of him, with a smile on his mouth, and said silently. However, as soon as Chi-Ya finished speaking, Chi-Ya's eyes widened suddenly, and then quickly closed. The next moment, Chi-Ya activated her spatial ability without hesitation, and moved herself away from here. And less than a second after Chi-Ya left here, a terrifying explosion swept out from the sea of thunder and lightning, and in the blink of an eye, the 1,000-meter radius was completely turned into a huge sea of flames. Chapter 20. On the outskirts of Shimile Wetland, in the Hunter Association's residence, in Chi-Ya's room, a figure in a state of embarrassment appeared with white light. I'm going, this SAMOK is really shit, if you disagree with me, you will blow yourself up. It was almost affected. Chi-Ya sat down on the ground as soon as he appeared, and murmured with a heavy sigh of relief. Just now, after the thunder beam hit SAMOK, without screaming a few times, SAMOK directly gathered the strength of its whole body and blew itself up. This really made Chi-Ya a little confused, and blew himself up if he didn't agree with each other. Chi-Ya never expected that MOK would be so stupid. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Warcraft Overlord SAMOK and getting 3125. Worthy of being the Overlord of Warcraft, one has so many enhancement points, it is not at the same level as those coquettish bastards before. In the wetland of Wetmali before, the highest number of monsters that Chi-Ya killed was only a few 110 points, and only one SAMOK gave Chi-Ya more than 3,000 points, which is incomparable. It's a world of difference. In the depths of the wetland, apart from SAMOK, there should be other overlords. These are potential strengthening points. After recovery, enter it again to find other powerful monsters. After tasting the sweetness, Chi-Ya fixed his eyes on the other Warcraft overlords in the depths of the wetland. Ku! At this moment, a thunderous sound sounded from Chi-Ya's abdomen. Chi-Ya was taken aback for a moment, and then covered his abdomen. I've been playing for so long just now, I'm a little exhausted, and I'm hungry. Speaking of which, there doesn't seem to be anything to eat here. Do you want to go back to the city? No, it seems that there is something to eat. I haven't eaten the eggs I got from Sam Mok's lair before. Chi-Ya, with a growling stomach, thought of the eggs he got earlier. Chi-Ya hasn't touched the 3 eggs since they got them, and they have been lying in the system space. With a slight thought, Chi-Ya took out one of them. Well, sure enough, the boiled eggs made by that guy Menchi are delicious. However, that guy is not here now, so I can only boil them casually. Looking at the giant egg in his hand, Chi-Ya sighed. Chi-Ya couldn't forget the boiled eggs she ate last time, and she still hasn't forgotten the wonderful taste. However, that is the result of Menchi's superb cooking skills and a variety of delicious condiments. As a rookie who doesn't know anything about cooking, Chi-Ya naturally couldn't make that kind of food, so he could only settle for the next best thing and cook it casually. Holding the giant egg, Chi-Ya walked towards the kitchen in the residence. After finding the huge soup bucket that Menchi used last time, and adding a lot of water, Chi-Ya directly threw SAMOK's eggs into it, covered the lid, and lit the fire directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining access to subclass abilities and cooking. And at the moment Chi-Ya put the lid on, the ethereal voice of the system sounded in Chi-Ya's mind, and Chi-Ya was stunned for a moment. What the hell? Deputy ability? Cooking. Chi-Ya couldn't help but cast his gaze on the attribute panel. Name, Chi-Ya Zaldik. Ability. Nen, Conjurer Nen Speed Thunder, 5000, Trait Nen Space, 5000, Manipulator Nen Ring of Angels, 1000, Note, the strengthening points required for the next strengthening are in brackets. Subclass ability, Cooking Rookie, 50. Strengthening points, 3427. Item, Aluminum Alloy Yo-Yo. What's going on here? System, come out and explain. Deputy ability, that is, an ability that is closely related to life, will be activated as long as the host touches related things. The host's action just now is the first cooking since the system was activated, so the host has obtained the cooking ability. Of course, this ability it is still at the rookie level, please continue to work hard on the host. The host can also use strengthening points to strengthen the host's living ability. Friendly reminder, because it is a subclass ability, the enhancement points required for enhancement are different from the host's main ability, and the required enhancement points are extremely small. So that's the case, is that so? That is to say, as long as I contact or learn, then these living abilities will be activated. Moreover, these living abilities can also be strengthened, and there are not many strengthening points required. System, how many enhancement points do I need to enhance my cooking ability to the top level? Chi-ya asked the system. Host, subclass ability, is bounded by the host's current world. The host's current world and cooking culture are not prosperous. It can only strengthen 3 levels, namely primary cooking, intermediate cooking, and high-level cooking, the food that the host encounters. The cooking level of Hunter Menchi is in the stage of high-level cooking, and they need 50, 100, 200 respectively, and a total of 350 enhancement points. I'll go, it's really rare. Hearing the system's answer, Chi-ya swears directly. Although somewhat expected, Chi-ya really didn't expect that there are so few enhancement points needed to enhance the ability of a deputy. It only takes 350 points to upgrade from cooking novice to high-end cooking, that is, Menchi, a chef who can make that kind of wonderful cooking. System, strengthen my cooking ability to a high level. It's just such a small enhancement point, Chi-ya can afford it completely, and there is no need to think about it at all. Ding! Use 350 enhancement points to strengthen the subclass ability cooking. Congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced cooking ability. Friendly reminder, if the host wants to continue to strengthen, he must reach a world where the cooking culture is prosperous and prosperous to continue strengthening. Although Chi-ya heard the system's prompt, she had no time to pay attention to it. At this time, a lot of information flooded into Chi-ya's mind, which was all kinds of knowledge and information related to cooking. At the same time, Chi-ya's body also changed, and a series of physical memories poured into Chi-ya's mind, perfectly fused with Chi-ya, and became Chi-ya's instinct. In just 5 seconds, Chi-ya changed from a culinary novice has become a gourmet with advanced cooking skills. Slowly opened his eyes, a ray of light shot out from Chi-ya's eyes. Chi-ya's expression was slightly dazed. The cuisine is really profound. After a few seconds, Chi-ya sighed silently and said with emotion. After receiving all the information, Chi-ya is very clear about how strong his cooking ability is at this time. If Chi-ya's current cooking ability was placed in her previous life, she would be invincible. Even the chefs of those 5-star hotels would not be able to compare with Chi-ya. Immediately, Chi-ya set his sights on the soup bucket. Chapter 21. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing special ingredients and getting 226 enhancement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing special ingredients and getting 260 enhancement points. There are no such delicious seasonings, so the taste is much worse, but it is already very good. Cooking 2 eggs of samoke in a row, Chi-ya ate it up, and the first dish he cooked in his life was swept away. As if wiped out, he stroked his chin and concluded. It's hard for a clever woman to be without rice reminders. The last cooking was because Menchi added a lot of seasonings, so the cooking will have that effect. As for this time, there were not many precious condiments in the kitchen, just some ordinary condiments, so the cooked eggs were not as delicious as last time, but they were not much different. At least it can be compared with the delicious food in those 5-star hotels when Chi-ya was carrying out the assassination mission. As for the last one, Chi-ya didn't cook it together. The last one was left by Chi-ya to Menchi, who was still unconscious. Although this guy is very tricky, but after all, he went together, Chi-ya will not eat alone. After Menchi wakes up, Chi-ya will give her the last egg of samok. Immediately, Chi-ya turned his attention to the attribute panel. 3563 Reinforcement points. I used 350 enhancement points to strengthen my cooking ability, and then I ate 2 eggs of samok to replenish 486 points. Chi-ya's current enhancement points are 3,563 points. More than 3,000 strengthening points, for the current Chi Ya, can only be used on the Angel Ring of Manipulator that has just been opened. As for Conjurer's Super Speed and Trait Type Space ability, these two abilities need 5,000 points to be strengthened each time. Chi Ya's enhancement points are not enough. In addition, these points Chi Ya can also be used to open the Noonan system. Strengthen the Ring of Angels. Chi Ya already has a direction to use these strengthening points. Chi Ya is going to strengthen the healing ability of the Angel Ring first, and then the rest is used to activate the Enhancer Nan system. The difference in physique made Chi Ya's fight with Samok just now full of aggrievedness, and Chi Ya had already made a decision just now. Never let yourself be bombarded by the enemy again and again in the next battle due to lack of physical strength. That feeling Chi Ya has had enough. There are 6 Nan systems, each of which has its own characteristics. The developed Nan can all be used in combat. Even if it is an auxiliary ability, its mind energy can also be used in combat, offense, and defense. However, the one that is most suitable for combat is indeed the Enhancer. The Enhancer is the system with the most combat effectiveness among the 6 major systems, and it is the most suitable for combat. The Nian Chi of the Enhancer can double the destructive power of the user, and unleash the most powerful destructive power of the 6 series. Of course, except for special cases like Chi Ya. The destructive power of Chi Ya's thunder is not weaker than that of Enhancer. However, in terms of strength and defense, Chi Ya's Conjurer, traits, and Manipulator are not as good as Enhancer. If Chi Ya had Enhancer Nan, the previous battle would not have been so embarrassing. Even if the attack could hurt Samok, he was still slapped by Samok like a football, so aggrieved. Ding! Use 1000 strengthening points to strengthen the Ring of the Angel. Congratulations to the host for getting the breath of the Archangel. As soon as Chi Ya's voice fell, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. I'm going. The breath of the Archangel, the one from the Island of Greed. Chi Ya suddenly widened his eyes when he heard the prompt from the system, and yelled out in disbelief. Yes, host, the strengthened angel ring can exert the healing power of the Archangel's breath. As long as the host has enough energy, it can be used indefinitely. The system quickly replied. After being confirmed, Chi Ya's heart suddenly thumped. The breath of the Archangel, although this ability cannot revive the dead, it can be done with flesh and bones. It is very abnormal. In the original book, J. Freaks was blown off by a pinch of gunpowder while fighting the bomb Maganshu, and the palm disappeared completely, leaving only the arm. But after using the breath of the Archangel, his palm fully recovered within a few seconds. It can be said that he can truly achieve the ability to regenerate flesh and blood. And, more than that, as long as it is not death, no matter what kind of injury you receive, you can use the breath of the Archangel to save it. Of course, if the damage was caused by the oath and the ability to restrict this abnormal rule, the breath of the Archangel would not be able to heal it. That kind of thing can only be lifted by the necromancer, and the deeper vows and constraints, like the forced growth used by that brat J. Freaks, even the necromancer avoids it. Only Nanaka the existence of super abnormalities can be eliminated. To say too much, although the breath of the Archangel can't reach this level, but for Chi Ya, it is completely a life-saving talisman. From now on, no matter how seriously Chi Ya is injured, as long as she doesn't die immediately and her Nian Chi is not exhausted, using the breath of this Archangel can hang her life. And as long as Chi Ya is not killed by the enemy, Chi Ya can use the breath of the Archangel to save his life instantly, and then use the special space ability to escape instantly. The cooperation of the two abilities is exactly one more life, no, it is countless lives. Gaining the ability of the Archangel's breathing, Chi Ya's heart was surging, he was so excited that he couldn't calm down at all. It took more than 10 minutes for Chi Ya to recover from this excitement. Looking at the silver ring in his hand, Chi Ya became more and more satisfied. Immediately, Chi Ya set his sights on the remaining strengthening points. The Ring of Angels has been strengthened, and the number of reinforcement points required for the next reinforcement has become more. Chi Ya's Conjurer is the same as the ability of the Trait Department, both of which are 5,000 points. The remaining strengthening points are 2,563 points, which is not enough to support the next strengthening of these 3 abilities. No, it should be said that it is not enough for the next enhancement. After all, it needs 5,000 points. Chi hasn't collected all 5,000 reinforcement points so far, and used them all directly. System, use 1,000 enhancement points to awaken the enhancer, and strengthen the rest directly. To understanding. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the enhancer system with 1,000 enhancement points, and congratulations to the host for obtaining the enhancer NAN. Congratulations to the host for using 100 enhancement points to enhance enhancer NAN. Congratulations to the host for using 200 enhancement points to enhance enhancer NAN. Congratulations to the host for using 500 enhancement points to enhance enhancer NAN. Congratulations to the host for using 1000 enhancement points to strengthen enhancer NAN. Chapter 22. Name, Chi Yazaldik. Ability. NAN, Conjurer NAN Speed Thunder, 5000, Trait NAN Space, 5000, Manipulator NAN Ring of Angel Archangel's Breath, 5000, Enhancer NAN, 5000, Strengthen Points. Deputy Ability. Cuisine, Advanced Cuisine, 500, note, in brackets are the enhancement points required for the next enhancement. Strengthening Points, 627. Item, Aluminum Alloy Yo-Yo. Enhancer NAN can be said to have no moves, and it is also the most simple and straightforward of the 6 series, directly cultivating the destructive power and defensive power of Nian Qi. Along with cultivating the physical body, the physique of NAN of Enhancer is basically stronger than that of NAN of other systems. Not to mention the destructive power and defensive power, the defense power is not mentioned. The mind energy defense of each system is the same, the difference is that the mind energy characteristics are different, and the defense power that can be played is also different. The Nian Qi defense cultivated by Enhancer NAN is the strongest among the 6 systems. As for destructive power, that is moves. The destructive power of the Enhancer is to gather the thoughts and energy together, and hit the strongest blow that you can hit. In the original book, Yuvajin's Super Destructive Punch, J Freak's Guessing Punch, and Nobunaga Hezuma's Iai all gather the energy of the mind and then hit the most destructive blow. The difference is that the former 2 use fists, while the latter only gathers energy on the weapon. The awakening of the Enhancer changed Chi-Ya's thoughts again, and Chi-Ya clearly felt it. At the same time, the amount of Nian Qi in Chi-Ya's body increased a lot again, almost 1/3. As for the change of Nian Qi, Chi-Ya's Nian Qi before was very gentle. However, after awakening the Enhancer, the Nian Qi in Chi-Ya's body became extremely aggressive, not the aggressiveness transformed into thunder, but it is the thought energy itself that has a strong aggressiveness. Stretching out his hand, blue Nian Qi emerged in Chi-Ya's hand, and the powerful aggressiveness of Nian Qi instantly appeared in Chi-Ya's perception. Chi-Ya remained silent for a while, then left the room and came to the courtyard. As soon as he appeared in the courtyard, Chi-Ya punched the ground directly. Boom! Under Chi-Ya's attack, the ground instantly cracked open, spreading around like a spider's web. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the ground split open, a radius of 100 meters collapsed, and the entire station was destroyed and turned into ruins. Chi-Ya! The resident is gone, this place is the territory of the Hunter Association, am I provoking the Hunter Association? No, just run away. Looking at the situation in the yard, Chi-Ya was stunned, embarrassed, and then shifted to another space, directly running away. It's not a joke if it is discovered. Destroying the place of the Hunter Association like this, if it is discovered, it will definitely be regarded as a provocation, and it will be regarded as directly offending the Hunter Association. In the city of Valero, in a star hotel, in a luxurious room, Chi-Ya's figure appeared out of thin air accompanied by white light. This is the hotel where Chi-Ya stayed in the city. After returning to the hotel, Chi-Ya went directly into the bathroom and began to wash up. This time, Chi-Ya came back from the depths of the wetland, and it can be said that Chi-Ya was in a mess, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Half an hour later, the sound slowly disappeared, and Chi-Ya came out of the bathroom wearing a small bathrobe. Phew, refreshed. After coming out, Chi-ya felt extremely comfortable all over, and couldn't help shouting out. Taking a bottle of drink from the refrigerator, Chi-ya opened it directly, drank it in a big gulp, and then a soft and cute smile appeared on his face, as if it had melted. However, the next moment, Chi-ya seemed to have noticed his current situation, and his face immediately recovered. No, although my body is a child, I'm not really a child, so I can't show such an inappropriate expression. Chi-ya admonished himself. Phew, I'm so tired. I'll rest for 2 hours first, and then go to the hospital to see Menchi. After stretching her body, Chi-ya threw herself into the big soft bed, and kept rubbing against the soft bed. The expression on her face soft again. The next moment, Chi-ya found out that something was wrong with her again. She was slightly embarrassed, and then her face became serious again. The Nian Qi is consumed too much, let's go back after the Nian Qi is fully recovered. In the last blow before, Chi-ya used not only the thunder in the sky, Chi-ya used all the Nian Qi in his 9 layers up. That's why it has that kind of power, otherwise it really can't kill a monster like Samok. However, if this is the case, it was only done after Samok was broken through the defense by himself. Samok's physique is so strong, if he didn't break through the defense, open a hole in his body, and then use the power of thunder to destroy it from the inside, he really couldn't kill him. Oh, no, he couldn't force it to explode. Now there are only 2 layers of Nian Qi in Chi-ya's body. With so little Nian Qi, you can't kill many monsters if you go there, so let's go back after the Nian Qi recovers. However, I have the cured Nen now, and after the Nian Qi recovers, let's recover Menchi's injury by the way. With this thought in mind, Chi-ya gradually fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, on a certain airship bound for Valero, the figure of Kiko Zaldik dressed as a lady appeared here. The electronic eye on the face is constantly flashing at this time, showing the impatience of its owner at this time. Chi-ya, you are the future head of the Zaldik family. Friends are not what you should have. You should be more mature, and you can't contact those vixens outside. The electronic eyes kept flickering, and Kiko kept murmuring, talking to himself. His strong desire to control Chi-ya can be heard in his self-talk. Chapter 23. Ah, it's so late. In the middle of the night, Chi-ya woke up from a deep sleep, looking at the night scene outside the window, slightly surprised. Chi-ya didn't expect that she would sleep for so long, from 4 o'clock to now. Yawning lightly, Chi-ya got up and walked towards the bathroom. Just after waking up, Chi-ya was about to wash her face. However, before Chi-ya walked into the bathroom, Chi-ya's cell phone on the bedside table did ring. Chi-ya was slightly surprised, then walked back. Linen tone. Looking at the caller ID, Chi-ya murmured softly. Why is she calling me? What happened? Thinking of this, Chi-ya connected the phone. It's no good, Master Chi-ya, Master Kiko is here, and now he is going to kill the patient you ordered me to take care of. As soon as the phone was connected, the panicked voice of Yamain came from the other side. At the same time, there was another voice. Yamain, get out of the way, I'll just say it once, since you are the granddaughter of Zi Po Nian, I forgive you for your rudeness. Why is mom here? Hearing this voice, Chi-ya was taken aback for a moment, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The next moment, Chi-ya activated the space ability without hesitation to teleport to the hospital. As the linen tone said just now, Kiko is going to kill Menchi. Although Kiko's personality is very perverted, he has always been consistent and vigorous. Say it just once and say it just once. Chi-ya doesn't believe that the linen tone can stop Kiko. 1 second too late, Menchi and Yamain might be dead at Kiko's hands. In the hospital, Yamain stood in front of the hospital bed, looking at Kiko vigilantly. And Kiko, after speaking, walked towards the hospital bed. The pair of electronic eyes kept flickering, showing the anger in the owner's heart at this moment. Just right there, Mom, don't take a step closer. The appearance of a voice made Kiko stop. Chi-ya's figure appeared in front of Yamain and Kiko with white light. Oh! Chi-ya, I finally see you. Seeing Chi-ya's appearance, Kiko was suddenly excited, his voice trembled, and he stretched out his hand tremblingly towards Chi. I seem to have completely forgotten about Menchi. Seeing this scene, the corners of Chi's mouth twitched. Kiko is really good to himself, very good, to the point of doting, but he has a weird personality. Obviously I just met before I came out a few days ago. But she looks like she hasn't seen her for more than 10 or even decades. However, speaking of it, in the original work, the Zaldik family, except for Silva and Gino, everyone else is controlled. My own life is no exception, and it seems to have gotten worse. Yamayan, leave this to me, you go out first. Chi ordered to Yamayan behind him. Yes, Master Chi. After Chi appeared, Yamayan also heaved a sigh of relief. She had summoned up the courage to stand in front of Kiko just now. However, as soon as Kiko spoke, she flinched. Fortunately Chi came over, otherwise she really didn't know what to do. Now that Chi gave such an order, Yamayan suddenly felt relieved of all the burdens. After answering, Yamayan saluted Kiko and walked out. Hey, Mom, what are you doing here? Seeing Kiko touching her face continuously, Chi didn't resist, and said. Chi, my Chi has grown up a bit, and her temperament has become more mature. Facing Chi's question, Kiko seemed to have not heard at all, and was still stroking Chi's cheek, excited talking. Chi, head full of black lines. It's just that I haven't seen you for a few days, so where are the changes you mentioned? Gently patted Kiko's face, Chi woke up Kiko from all kinds of excitement. Chi, let's go home with Mom. Kiko, who returned to his senses, grabbed Chi's hand and said to Chi with a smile. Mommy totally forgot about killing Menchi. However, that's okay. Chi thought silently. However, the sky is not beautiful. As soon as he took Chi's hand, Kiko thought of something and looked at Chi seriously. Chi, listen to your mother, don't get in touch with this kind of vixen in the future. Kiko's face became gentle within 2 seconds of seriousness, and he gently instructed Chi. After speaking, Kiko let go of Chi's hand and walked towards the hospital bed. However, how could Chi, who saw what Kiko was thinking, let Kiko succeed? He just grabbed Kiko's hand and prevented Kiko from passing. Chi. Kiko was startled and looked at Chi in surprise. Mom, don't mind my affairs. Chi frowned, with a slightly angry tone, and snapped at Kiko. Chi actually spoke to me in such a harsh tone, and she has matured a lot. Kiko is indeed a pervert. Hearing his son speak to him in such a tone, not only did he not get angry, but instead it is extremely exciting and joyful. This reaction made the corners of Chi's eyes twitch. Mom's character, I really can't hold it. Chi's face remained unchanged, but he sighed inwardly. Mom, I will grow up according to my own way of life, and I will definitely become a qualified patriarch, so I will never allow you to intervene in my affairs, even if you are the same. Sighed slightly, Chi's face turned cold, his eyes radiated a cold light, and he said indifferently, just as he finished speaking, an indescribable terrifying aura instantly enveloped Kiko. Surrounded by Chi's aura, Kiko trembled all over, then covered his lips with his hands, and looked at Chi in surprise. I am very excited about Chi's attitude towards me at this time. Even with electronic eyes, I can still see Kiko's happiness and joy from the flickering screen. Chi, have you grown to this point? Mom knows, Mom won't interfere with your life in the future, but, correspondingly, Chi, you have to promise me to become a qualified and perfect head of the family. Kiko said ecstatically. If Silva knew, Kiko, who had high hopes for him and hoped to teach Chi a lesson, was so easily moved by Chi's words, and gave up on Menchi, with an expression of not knowing what it would be like. Well, I promise you, Mom. Chi was slightly surprised, but she didn't expect Kiko to be so easy to talk, and then she smiled and said with a smile. Mom, since you're here, let me go out with you for a walk. Chapter 24. I'm so tired. After sending Kiko away, and returning to the hotel, Chi casually threw a lot of bags on the bed, and then looked hopeless. After shopping with Kiko for more than an hour, I finally sent Kiko away. Speaking of which, in past and present lives, Chiya is the first time to go shopping with someone. Regardless of physical strength or not, it is really tiring to go shopping with a woman. Even Chiya is the same. After a few hours, I feel that the bones in my whole body are about to fall apart. Ah, it's too bad, let's go and treat Menchi tomorrow. Although Chiya just fell asleep before, but now he feels a strong sleepiness constantly disturbing his heart, making Chiya faint drowsy. Chiya didn't resist the strong drowsiness, she just fell on the bed and fell asleep within a few seconds. The next morning, Chiya woke up early. When I woke up, the soreness all over my body disappeared, and I felt refreshed all over my body. Twisting his arms, Chiya threw the messy bags on the bed into the system space, and then walked into the bathroom. After washing up, Chiya left the room and rushed towards the hospital. Young Master Chiya. Yamayan took care of Menchi very diligently, and when he saw Chiya coming, he immediately got up and greeted him. Morning, Yamayan. Chiya greeted Yamayan with a smile. After saying hello, Chiya looked at the hospital bed and Menchi who hadn't woken up. Although he is not yet awake, it can be seen from Menchi's even breathing that Menchi's injury has stabilized. However, it will take a long time to wake up and fully recover. After a moment of silence, Chiya stretched out her hand and placed it on Menchi's white forehead. Archangel's breath. As Chiya murmured softly, a white light appeared behind Chiya, and a blonde woman with a sacred aura appeared behind Chiya. After the blonde woman appeared, she blew a gentle breath towards Menchi in front of Chiya. This breath fell on Menchi's body and turned into a white light covering Menchi. I saw Menchi's whole body wrapped in luminous light, and then I saw Menchi's brow moved slightly, and the next moment, Menchi's eyes opened. Here. Menchi who opened his eyes muttered blankly. This is Hyolnan. Isn't Master Chiya a conjurer? He's also an electric attribute, how could he suddenly have such a powerful healing ability? Yamayan looked at this scene in shock, and his heart was full of shock. My young master's conjurer has already developed the attribute ability of electricity. If he wants to develop a healing ability based on this, the difficulty is almost as high as the sky. After all, once the conjurer's mind changes, it is almost fixed. It is very difficult to change other things, not to mention such a powerful healing ability, which can completely restore people in an instant. Moreover, Master Chiya has this ability, so why did he bring this woman to the hospital for treatment? Master Chiya can use this ability to heal this woman. Unless... Yamayan suddenly thought of a possibility, and his heart speeded up in disappointment. Unless this ability was just developed by Master Chiya. It's so powerful just after it was developed. This, Master Chiya, what a terrifying talent. Lin Yan's tone was beyond shock. Chiya naturally didn't know Lin Yan's inner thoughts. You'd be surprised if you knew. A woman's brain power is really strong, and she can make a good guess just by looking at it. Guess that Chiya's treatment has just been developed. However, Chiya doesn't know Lin Yan's inner thoughts. At this moment, Chiya had withdrawn her hand, and the archangel behind her also disappeared. Have you recovered? Seeing Menchi's dazed look, Chiya asked calmly. Chiya's voice made Menchi tremble slightly, and those dazed eyes also focused, and the light in the eyes quickly recovered. Menchi sat up from the hospital bed all of a sudden, panting heavily, in shock. Seeing her appearance, Chiya knew without guessing that Menchi had recalled the situation a few days ago. As soon as he recovered, he remembered what happened before the coma. I have to say that Menchi's mind is really good. Chiya looked at Menchi quietly, but didn't speak. After more than a minute, Menchi also completely calmed down. Turning his head and looking at Chiya, Menchi's expression was slightly complicated, and then his pink lips parted slightly. Thank you, little Chiya. To thank Chiya, Menchi habitually wanted to call Chiya a boy, but when the words came to his lips, Menchi changed his words and spoke softly. This time it was really dangerous, and what happened in the depths of the wetlands taught Menchi a very important life lesson. Let Menchi realize his own shortcomings, and he is too easy to relax. I will never make such a mistake in the future. You're welcome, this time I'm also responsible, I should save you. Chi Ya shook his head and said flatly. If he hadn't cheated Menchi himself, he wouldn't have brought back Mok, causing him to be seriously injured by a sneak attack. Now that you have recovered, let's stop our cooperation here. See you soon. Chi Ya said with a light smile, and then reached out to take out the last SAMOK egg in the system space. This is your share, keep it. Putting SAMOK's egg on Menchi's hands, Chi Ya said lightly. Ya Mayan, let's go. After speaking, Chi Ya shouted to Ya Mayan, and after shouting, Chi Ya walked towards the door. Yes, Master Chi Ya. Hearing this, Ya Mayan immediately responded, walking behind Chi Ya in 2 steps. Wait, Chi Ya. Seeing that Chi Ya was about to leave, Menchi was taken aback for a moment, and opened his mouth to stop Chi Ya. What's wrong? Chi Ya turned around and asked in confusion. No, no. Menchi was also stunned, seemed to think of something, fell silent, and then whispered. She stopped Chi Ya just now, it was purely a conditioned reflex, she wanted to keep Chi Ya, to keep this cooperative relationship. However, she didn't react until she called out. I don't seem to have the qualifications to retain this partnership at all. Because, in this cooperation, my performance is completely a burden, let alone an experienced hunter. If it weren't for Chi Ya, I would have died this time because of my own mistakes. Well, I'll see you by fate. Chi Ya was also slightly taken aback, then said with a smile. Menchi, I hope you will be more mature next time. Maybe we will have a chance to cooperate again at that time. Chi Ya also saw it, and comforted him. Well, I will. I look forward to working together again. Next time, I will not let you down. Menchi was slightly taken aback when he heard this, and then with a bright smile on his face, he assured Chi Ya. Well, that's it. Chapter 25. Ya Mayan, since Menchi has recovered, you should leave here too and go back to Cukulu mountain. In a luxury black car, Chi Ya ordered to Ya Mayan who was driving. Hearing this, Ya Mayan, who was driving, was slightly taken aback, and didn't respond to Chi Ya immediately, with a hesitant expression on his face. What's the matter? Linen tone. Chi Ya naturally noticed the look on the linen tone, and couldn't help asking in doubt. Master Chi Ya, can I follow you and obey your orders? Hearing Chi Ya's question, Ya Mayan was startled and fell silent for a moment, then seemed to muster up his courage, looked sideways, and looked through the central rearview mirror. He looked at Chi Ya and said, Hi. Ya Mayan's words also made Chi Ya stunned, unable to react for a while. Can't you? Seeing that Chi Ya didn't respond, Ya Mayan's face darkened suddenly, feeling a little disappointed. No, it's just that I can't react for a while. I invited you to be my housekeeper for foreign affairs several times before, but you didn't agree. I didn't expect you to volunteer this time. Chi Ya shook his head slightly, and said a little funny. Hearing this, Ya Mayan didn't speak, but silently looked at the central rearview mirror, looked at Chi Ya expectantly, and waited for Chi Ya's reply. Although it is a master-servant relationship, and there is a slight age gap, the two can be said to be childhood sweethearts and have a deep relationship. This time, he was transferred by Chi Ya to take care of Menchi. Ya Mayan was very happy, but after coming here and knowing the purpose of being transferred, Ya Mayan felt very uncomfortable. Uncomfortable with Chi Ya's attitude towards Menchi. Chi Ya actually transferred herself here just for a woman. Moreover, after seeing Chi Ya face off with Mistress Kiko for Menchi, Ya Mayan became even more agitated. After checking the reason for his current mood overnight, Ya Mayan also knew what his current situation was. I seem to be jealous, to eat Menchi's jealousy. Ya Mayan was taken aback after knowing that she would actually have such emotions. Because it means that I have feelings for Chi Ya. As a housekeeper, it is completely unacceptable for him to have such undeserved feelings for his master. Ya Mayan immediately wanted to cut off his feelings that he didn't know when. However, Ya Mayan couldn't do it no matter what, and his heart was extremely entangled. Moreover, this feeling became more and more intense with the entanglement in his heart. It is precisely for this reason that Ya Mayan did such an abnormal thing today. In the past, she always obeyed orders. Okay, Yamayan wants to act with me, I can't wait for it. Faced with Yamayan's expectant look and those eyes like small animals, Chi-Ya was slightly amused in his heart, with a faint smile on his face, gave the answer. As soon as these words came out, Yamayan's eyes lit up and his heart thumped. I actually did it. And Master Chi-Ya also allowed it. While Yamayan's heart was secretly startled, it was more joyful, the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously on his expressionless face, and a faint smile appeared on his delicate face. And all of this, Yamayan himself did not notice at all. Instead, Chi-Ya at the back noticed it through the central rearview mirror. Yamayan seems to be a little abnormal today. Chi-Ya muttered inwardly. Master Chi-Ya, where are you going? Ah, this one, let's go to Shimali Wetland. Yes. Master Chi-Ya. Master Chi-Ya, why did you come to this place? After more than an hour's journey, Chi-Ya and Yamayan arrived outside the wetland, got off the car and walked towards the periphery of the wetland. While walking, Yamayan was also puzzled. Naturally, she knew what this place was in the Wetmile wetland. It was a place where monsters and monsters gathered. What is Master Chi-Ya doing in this kind of place? Kill the monster. Chi-Ya replied very calmly. What? Kill Warcraft? Came here specifically to kill monsters? What's so good about World of Warcraft? In addition to gaining some combat experience, killing monsters is completely thankless. By the way, increase combat experience. Speaking of it, it seems that Master Chi-Ya doesn't have much combat experience with monsters except for assassination missions. Did you come here to gain combat experience? Yamayan looked at Chi-Ya's indifferent expression. Guessed silently. However, after the two of them went deep into the periphery of Shimile Wetland, Yamayan directly overturned his guess. Have you ever seen that person who kills enemies instantly to accumulate combat experience? Along the way, the place where the two of them passed was bloody and bloody. Countless monsters lost their lives under Chi-Ya's yo-yo. Along the way, Yamayan no longer speculated on Chi-Ya's reason for killing the monster. She could see that there was no reason for Chi-Ya to come here to kill monsters, but simply came here to kill monsters. Seeing Chi-Ya constantly looking for the hidden monsters, and then killing them instantly, Yamayan did not continue to remain silent. She was going to act with Chi-Ya by Chi-Ya's side, so naturally she couldn't just do nothing. Therefore, she also started to kill monsters and fight monsters with Chi-Ya. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing, and getting 23 enhancement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing, and getting 26 enhancement points. The system's killing reminder sounded continuously in his mind, and Chi-Ya's strengthening points were slowly increasing. However, after finding a monster again and killing it, Chi-Ya stopped, looking helplessly at Yamayan, who was even crazier than herself. Yamayan, are you trying to steal monsters from me? Chi-Ya asked with some confusion. Master Chi-Ya, do you want to kill these monsters by yourself? Sorry, my subordinate has overstepped. Hearing this, Yamayan was taken aback for a moment, hearing the entanglement in Chi-Ya's words, and then quickly admitted his mistake in a low voice. Ah, you don't need to make a move, just follow me, I will do it myself. Chi-Ya nodded slightly and ordered. Yes, Master Chi-Ya. Chapter 26. Master Chi-Ya's strength has become stronger again. After watching Chi-Ya easily blow up a huge monster with his fist, Yamayan's heart once again stirred up waves. She could see that Chi-Ya hadn't used Nen since just now, and was purely using her physical strength to attack. Just now, in front of her, Chi-Ya punched a monster more than 10 meters in size and very powerful at first glance. Even if he uses Nen himself, it is difficult to kill this monster. However, in Chi-Ya's hands, it was dealt with lightly, without even using Nen. This situation looked very shocking in the eyes of Yamayan. But on Chi-Ya's own side, it feels very normal. Chi-Ya's enhancer has been directly strengthened 4 times after awakening. Although it cannot be compared with Conjurer, it is still extremely powerful. With the enhancer reaching this level, Chi-Ya's physique has naturally changed a lot. The current Chi Ya is completely comparable to Yuvajin in Phantom Troop in terms of physique and strength. That guy Yuvajin is known as Phantom Troop's strongest wrist, so it goes without saying that his strength is strong. With Chi Ya's strength at this level, it would be no problem to kill a monster outside the wetland without using Nen. Okay, the warm-up is over, and the next step is to enter the depths. After punching the enemy in front of him and listening to the system's prompt, Chi Ya twisted his body, making a crisp sound, and then said calmly, "Master Chi Ya, you want to enter the depths of Shimali Wetland." As soon as these words came out, Yamayan was startled. As the steward of the Zaldik family, there is naturally a lot of knowledge to learn, including the situation of secret places around the world. Linen sound is very clear, what a terrifying place deep in the Wetmali Wetland is. In the depths of the Wetmali Wetland, it is very dangerous even for my grandma to enter that kind of place. So when he heard that Chi Ya actually wanted to enter that kind of place, he couldn't help shouting out, "Well, the magical beasts there are more valuable." Faced with Yamayan's fuss, Chi Ya was not surprised, and said calmly, "No, Master Chi Ya, that kind of place is not something that you can enter now, Master Chi Ya. Master Chi Ya must have at least half the strength of the Master to enter. Yamayan won't let you in, Master Chi Ya." Hearing Chi Ya's casual words, Yamayan also knew Chi Ya's contempt, and quickly stopped her. Although as housekeepers, the Master's instructions and orders are given priority, but as housekeepers, they are also qualified to dissuade them from taking risks when the Master is in danger and insists on going his own way. "Yamayan, look at me." Looking at Yamayan, Chi Ya said with a smile on her face. Immediately, a terrifying aura swept out instantly, enveloping the linen sound. Yamayan's long straight black hair flew straight up at this moment, and his pupils constricted. "It's so strong. No, it's terrifying. This kind of aura is even more terrifying than Grandma's aura." Looking at Chi Ya who was smiling, Yamayan was extremely shocked. Chi Ya was naturally not angry when Yamayan stopped him. He knew that Yamayan was doing it for his own good, so naturally he couldn't blame her. However, he also knew that Yamayan's character was very serious and old-fashioned. If he couldn't convince her, Yamayan might try his best to stop him. So Chi Ya doesn't mind letting Yamayan know her strength. And if you want to let others know your own strength, the four major lines in Nen, and the Fa among them is the best choice. Win by momentum, I don't move, the enemy retreats by itself. This is hair. While overwhelming others with power, hair is also the best way to make the enemy feel the terror of himself. Just like the Sky Arena and the 200 floors in the original book, this is what Hisoka used to intimidate J-Freaks and the original Chi Ya. While intimidating the enemy, it also allows the enemy to fully understand their own strength and their own terror. Fa, Chi Ya didn't release it for too long, Chi Ya retracted it in just 3 seconds. After all, Yamayan in front of him is one of his own, not an enemy, so there is no need to use this to intimidate her. 3 seconds is enough time for Yamayan to know his current strength. "I'm going into the depths of Shimali Wetland now, is it okay?" Chi Ya asked with a smile, seeing Weiwei's sluggish linen voice. Hearing Chi Ya's voice, Yamayan also came back to his senses, looked at Chi Ya with a slightly complicated expression, did not speak, but nodded, expressing that he would not hinder Chi Ya's actions. "Since there is no problem, let's go." Chi Ya nodded slightly, then turned and walked in the direction he had gone before. "Master Chi Ya." At this moment, Yamayan suddenly spoke. Chi Ya paused, turned around, and looked at Yamayan suspiciously, wondering what she was going to do when she called her back. "Master Chi Ya, I'm very sorry. I just asked for my order to serve you, Master Chi Ya, but in Yamayan, I had to ask the Master to forgive me, and then Yamayan will not be able to stay with Master Chi Ya. In the depths of the Shimali Wetland, that place is not accessible to the linen sound. Entering that kind of place, the linen sound will only become a burden and cause trouble to Master Chi Ya." Seeing Chi Ya's gaze, Linen Tone immediately startled, quickly lowered his eyes, not daring to look at Chi Ya, and said in a somewhat evasive manner, "Is that so? Well, you stay outside." Chi Ya heard this, thought for a while, and then nodded. Indeed, although the flax tone can be known, it is not very strong. After all, he is not very old, only in his teens. After finishing speaking, Chi Ya turned around and prepared to move on, but Yamayan stopped Chi Ya again and made Chi Ya turn around again. Wait, Master Chi Ya, Yamayan has something else to tell you. Chi Ya didn't speak, looked at the linen tone, and motioned to the linen tone to continue. I'm sorry, Master Chi Ya, I just asked to follow Master Chi Ya, but now, Yamayan has to apply to withdraw this request, please forgive me, Master Chi Ya. Master Chi Ya, the current Yamayan is not qualified to stand by your side, so Yamayan wants to go back to Cukulu mountain to find grandma to practice and improve his strength so that he will be qualified to stand by your side one day to share your worries. Yamayan changed her dodging expression before, stared into Chi Ya's eyes seriously, and said seriously. I agree to your request. Chi Ya was slightly taken aback, silent for more than 10 seconds, then smiled faintly at Yamayan, and gave a reply. After finishing speaking, he turned around and walked towards the depths of the wetland. Please rest assured, Yamayan will never let you down. Seeing Chi Ya's back going away, Yamayan took 2 steps forward and shouted loudly. Then I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 27. The concentration of the fog has weakened? What's going on? Chi Ya noticed something strange as soon as he stepped into the dividing line. In the depths of Shimile wetland, there was dense fog, and the visibility was less than 5 meters, but now, the dense fog has dissipated a lot, and it can be clearly seen within a radius of more than 20 meters. Is it because I killed Samok? No, it shouldn't be, it may be the peculiarity of this place. However, these have nothing to do with me. It is more beneficial for me to dissipate the dense fog. Those monsters that rely on the dense fog to hide have lost their natural shelter. I can find them more easily. In the depths of Shimile wetland, although many monsters will eliminate their breath and make themselves hidden, ordinary people can't find their existence at all. However, among them, the role of dense fog occupies most of it. Because of the dense fog, these magical beasts almost completely disappeared in the wetland after the breath was eliminated. If the perception ability was not strong, they would not be found at all. However, now that the dense fog has dissipated so much, the possibility of these monsters being exposed will increase greatly. Such a great opportunity, let's do it. After carefully scanning the surroundings, Chi Ya stepped forward and acted quickly. Soon, there was commotion in the depths of the quiet wetland. The screams of monsters resounded over the wetland from time to time, fleeting. And Chi Ya's strengthening point is also rising steadily. Chi Ya obtained 427 enhancement points outside the wetland before, and there were 763 points left, which adds up to 1190 enhancement points. And entering here, Chi Ya's strengthening point increases at twice the speed of the outside of the wetland. In just 1 hour, Chi Ya's reinforcement points increased by more than 1,000. Up to now, Chi Ya's reinforcement points have reached 2,530 points. But, although she has obtained so many strengthening points, Chi Ya's face does not have any happy expression, but frowns tightly. It's strange, the monsters along the way seem to be purposely exposed, and although the exposed positions are different, but when I think about it carefully, these monsters seem to be leading me to a certain place. Killed one again. Chi Ya's immature face frowned after the demonic beast with good strength and couldn't recognize its type, thinking carefully. Chi Ya discovered the weirdness of these magical beasts, and since just now, Chi Ya has always had a bad feeling. This feeling is as if I continue to go deeper, I will encounter a very terrifying crisis. However, this premonition loomed, making Chi Ya a little uncertain. However, although it is looming, every time it is perceived, this premonition becomes stronger. Go, get out of here. After thinking for a while, Chi Ya made a decisive decision and gave up the plan to continue hunting monsters here. Speed. Flash. Accompanied by Chi Ya's low voice, Chi Ya's body turned into a bolt of lightning and flashed towards the distance. In the blink of an eye, Chi Ya's figure appeared 200 meters away, and then the thunder flashed again, and the figure disappeared again. But at the moment Chi Ya turned on the super speed, a change suddenly appeared in the depths of the wetland. A vicissitudes and majestic voice resounded throughout the depths of the wetland. Do it! Chi Ya, who was running at a high speed, shrank his pupils when he heard the voice, and said secretly, Really? Immediately, Chi Ya's whole body flashed with lightning again, the thunder snake surged, and its speed doubled again. And at this moment, an invisible wave spread from Chi Ya's left side. The air became viscous in an instant, and the resistance increased greatly. Under this resistance, Chi Ya's speed suddenly weakened. Chi Ya was startled for a moment. However, it was more than that. The next moment, Chi Ya found that there was a strong pressure coming from his body. Unable to prevent it, Chi Ya was directly pressed to the ground was directly pressed out of countless cracks, and Chi Ya's body was tightly attached to the ground. Immediately afterwards, dense clusters of sharp objects exuded faint light, covering Chi Ya from above Chi Ya like giant hands covering the sky. Boom! The earth cracked, gunpowder smoke filled the air, and gravel flew across. Countless cracks spread out like spider webs. Swish! A figure rushed out of the gunpowder smoke, and came to a big tree and squatted halfway. The air has become thicker. Also, is this pressure due to gravity? Chi Ya silently analyzed with a gloomy face. Boom! Roar! Call out! Swish! With a sound, 4 majestic and terrifying monsters appeared in front of Chi Ya. A huge black bear with a height of more than 20 meters, a white tiger with a pair of white wings, and in front of Chi Ya is a small but strange wasp, and behind it is a huge group of the same kind, guarding it like a guard. As for the last one, it was a white ape with a normal body, holding a stick made of fine steel, and covered with silver hair. The white ape stood at the front, and the other 3 stood a little behind. It can be seen at a glance that the 4 monsters are mainly white apes. Humans who killed Samok, Shimali will be your burial place. When Chi Ya was observing the 4 monsters, the white ape suddenly spoke, and spit out human language. The ape actually spoke. So, was it the one that made the sound just now? What a surprise! No, it is not very unusual. The Chimera ant queen from the Dark Continent can speak, and it is acceptable for a powerful monster to speak human words. But it's really strange that overlords of your level would group together to attack humans. Have you let go of your dignity? Chi Ya squinted his eyes, and said lightly, his tone full of contempt. Although I really don't want to admit that the strength of that guy, Samok, is one of the best among us, but it fell into your hands, and, from your frequent entry and exit, your target is us monsters. Rather than just sit and wait for death, it is better to work together to get rid of your threat. For this, it is nothing to sacrifice some dignity. Facing Chi Ya's contemptuous tone, the white ape did not show any anger, but was very indifferent. The rabbit died and the fox was sad, that is to say, Samok died in the hands of Chi Ya, which made them feel this kind of feeling that shouldn't have happened, and made them feel the crisis. That's why they put aside their previous suspicions and joined forces to attack Chi Ya. Who? Interesting, but do you think I look like a fool? Chi Ya was slightly surprised, and then with a faint smile on his face, he smiled lightly at the white ape. What do you mean? Chi Ya asked such a question suddenly, which immediately surprised Bai Yuan. Literally, goodbye, old guy. A sadistic and mocking smile appeared on his immature face, and the next moment, Chi Ya's side disappeared from the sight of the 4 monster overlords in the white light. Chapter 28. Disappeared, whether it is body shape or breath, completely disappeared. The 4 monster overlords present looked at Chi Ya who had completely disappeared, and looked at each other in blank dismay. This kid, did he use this ability to escape Samok's self-destruction? Damn it, let him escape. White ape gritted his teeth. However, you'd better not show up. Let us find out next time, and I will never let you run away again, and I will definitely let you fall here. Taking a deep look in the direction of the periphery of Shimile Wetland, the white ape secretly hate road. Immediately, it exchanged glances with the other 3 monsters, jumped and quickly left here. The other 3 monsters looked at each other in blank dismay, and they also parted ways and left here. Hey! It's so dangerous, I didn't expect these guys to be so shameless and join forces to deal with me. Fortunately, I have the ability to space, otherwise I might have been left there this time. Outside the wetland, Kia's side appeared with a white light. As soon as it appeared, Chi-Ya looked at the wetland inside. He said to himself. The four overlords of Warcraft just now exude a powerful aura that is not weaker than that of Samok, and they are not easy to provoke at first glance. Don't look at Chi-Ya killing Samok yesterday, it was because Chi-Ya occupied the sky yesterday and did it with the help of thundercloud weather. But even so, Chi-Ya spent most of the energy in Chi-Ya's body to do it. It is conceivable how powerful Samok is, and the strength of these four monsters that do not lose to Samok in terms of momentum can be imagined. Chi-Ya's strength is simply impossible to beat. Moreover, under the combination of the four overlords of monsters, Chi-Ya's combat power dropped by half directly. If it weren't for the existence of the space ability, under the blockade of these four monsters, Chi-Ya would be very reluctant to escape, or even unable to escape. Trait system, space ability. This ability is really my savior, it has saved me twice. Once when Samok blew himself up, and again now. The two times are dangerous, and if you are not careful, you will play go-go. Looking at the situation, we can't go to the depths of the wetland. Those old guys may have been guarding me. It can only be harvested at the periphery. Although it is small, it is still very impressive to harvest all of it. Those four overlords will never appear in a place like the periphery. Talking to himself, Chi-Ya walked towards the periphery of the wetland. Time passed by every minute and every second, and 10 minutes later, an earth-shattering roar came from the periphery of Shimile wetland. And in the city of Valiero, hundreds of miles away, Chi-Ya stayed at the hotel. In the room where Chi-Ya was, Chi-Ya's figure appeared out of nowhere accompanied by white light, and then landed on the soft bed. Sitting on the white bed sheet, Chi-Ya propped her chin with one hand, with a speechless expression on her face. I'm going, I just killed Samok, do you need to hate me so much? Could it be that you have an affair with Samok? Forget about the bear, it's the same species after all, but you are not, cross-species pie trade, it's really dirty. Chi-Ya said cursingly. Just now, after Chi-Ya re-entered the wetland, he was hunted down within a few minutes. The four overlords of Warcraft actually ran from the depths of the wetland to the periphery. Seeing the appearance of these four overlords, Chi-Ya made a decisive decision and escaped directly using the space ability. Afterwards, the white ape roared up to the sky. If it was just like this, Chi-Ya would not be so speechless. The point is, according to this situation, it means that Chi-Ya's idea of killing monsters here has failed. A lot of my strengthening points just flowed away from my hands. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have gone back to the depths of the wetland, so I can still brush outside. Wei Wei complained to herself, and Chi-Ya put the matter aside. It would have been nice if I had left a mark in the depths of the wetland before. Then I could steal the backyard of those four old guys while they were on the periphery. Although Chi-Ya has the ability to space, Chi-Ya does not all places will leave marks, after all, many places are not suitable for leaving marks. Dangerous places like the depths of the wetlands. Who knows if you will be chilled by the monsters when you teleport it over. Moreover, the farther away the place, the more mental energy it takes to teleport there. So Chi-Ya never left a mark in the depths of the wetland before. Next, how about finding that place as a field to spawn monsters? Looking at the scenery outside the window, Chi-Ya fell into deep thought. The room became quiet again. A few minutes later, Chi-Ya's voice sounded again. Let's go back first. I can't think of any secret realm suitable for spawning monsters. Go back and find the family's biography. After thinking for a few minutes, Chi-Ya made a decision. Go back and search for other secret realms. Just do what she said. After a brief wash, Chi-Ya checked out directly, left the hotel, and left the city of Valiero. Oh, by the way, let's remind Menchi. Chi-Ya suddenly thought of something, took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Menchi to remind him. With the personality of that guy Menchi, after recovering, it is really possible to enter the Wetland again. With her strength, entering there now is absolutely dead. No way, that kid Chi-ya actually caused such a big disaster. Those overlords mainly came out of the Wetland, so it will be troublesome. You have to report the matter to the president as soon as possible, so that the group can send someone over here. Just received Chi-ya's message. After seeing the content of the message, Menchi was taken aback, and then, she thought of the bad thing about this situation, quickly took the phone, and sent the message. The information was reported to President Netero of the Hunter Association. Within a few days, the Wetland welcomed the bad old man from the Hunter Association. As soon as this bad old man came, he directly cleaned up the 4 overlords, and then drove them back to the depths. As for why this bad old man didn't kill him, I don't know. These things are all things for later. Chi-ya naturally doesn't know. If she knows, Chi-ya will definitely come back here again. Although you can't go to the depths, you can still go to the periphery. At this time, Chi-ya has boarded the airship back to Cukulu Mountain. Chapter 29. After boarding the return airship, Chi-ya quickly returned to Cukulu Mountain. Standing in front of the trial gate, Chi-ya looked at the majestic and huge gate in front of him and was silent. I don't know how many doors I can open with my current strength. Thinking this way, Chi-ya walked towards the door of trial with her backpack on her back. The immature little hand was placed on the door, and the next moment, the veins were exposed. Chi-ya clenched her teeth, and all the strength in her body was released at this moment. Hum! With a strange noise, the heavy trial door was slowly pushed open. The doors on that floor after floor were also opened one after another. Until the end, the 7 gates were completely opened under the power of Chi-ya. 256 tons. This is Chi-ya's power at this time. No, being able to open all the doors of trials means that Chi-ya's power is far more than that. After all, human power can explode, especially when fighting. I have such a powerful strength without using Niankai. I don't know what kind of strength I will have when I use Enhancer Niankai to fight. Chi-ya can't guess, and if he wants to know his own strength, he must estimate it with the help of those sophisticated machines or by fighting with other enhancers. Without thinking too much, Chi-ya stepped in from the gate of trial and walked towards the interior of Cukulu Mountain. But Ji Barong, the cleaner who witnessed Chi-ya opening all the 7 trial doors outside, was deeply shocked. When did Master Chi-ya possess such terrifying power? At this moment, there was only one thought in Ji Barong's mind. Naturally, Silva knew about Chi-ya's return. As soon as he came back, Chi-ya was called by Silva. I heard that you went to the depths of the Wetland. Silva Zaldik asked lightly while standing in front of the balcony, looking at the scenery outside the window. Silva Zaldik naturally would not ignore Chi-ya calling the housekeeper. After Yamayan came back, he immediately asked about Chi-ya from Yamayan's mouth. Knowing that Chi-ya entered the depths of the Wetland things. However, he didn't expect that just as Yamayan came back, Chi-ya also returned to Cukulu Mountain. However, for this, he didn't want to ask, it wasn't necessary. What he cares about is Chi-ya's harvest in Shimili Wetland. Well, I've gone. As for Silva's question, Chi-ya was not surprised, and replied very calmly. What's the gain? Silva continued to ask, and that tone was completely normal for a father who cared about his children. The harvest is pretty good. Hearing this, Chi-ya slightly narrowed her peach eyes and smiled like a little fox. Not only is it good, I can say that I have gained a lot from my visit to the Wetland this time. The space ability of the trait system, the breath of the archangel of the manipulator, the thunder of the conjurer, and the physical strengthening of the enhancer. None of these gains, any kind, can be achieved by ordinary people in their lifetime. Seeing Chi-ya's expression, the paralyzed Silva couldn't help being surprised. He naturally knew what Chi-ya's appearance represented. Every time Chi-ya shows this appearance, it means that he has got a very considerable baby, so that the calm young son in his impression can't hold the expression on his face, laughing like a little fox who stole a chicken same. How about it, the strength of the monsters deep in the Shimili Wetland? He didn't intend to ask about Chi-ya's harvest, but started to ask Chi-ya's opinion on the Shimili Wetland. It's impossible for a strong, ordinary nin to survive there. Silva's question immediately made Chi Ya's face serious, and he said very seriously. Don't look at Chi Ya shuttling back and forth in the depths of the wetland freely, it's because Chi Ya's strength is strong enough, and there is a space for nin to exist. If it were an ordinary person's nin, that is, the scum of those nin would definitely die without life. Dad, even if you go into that place, it's probably very dangerous. Chi Ya looked at Silva and said. Oh? Do you know my strength very well, and you have such an idea? Chi Ya's words immediately made Silva a little unconvinced. He also went through the depths of the wetland when he was young. Although it was full of dangers, he thought that with his current strength, there was no danger at all when he entered there. He is very confident in his own strength. Yes, I'm sure, you don't know how shameless those overlord monsters in the depths of Shimali wetland are. They actually... Wait, you said you met those monster overlords. Hearing Chi Ya mention the monster overlords, Silva was slightly surprised and interrupted hastily. That's right, Dad, you don't know how shameless those old guys are. I just killed a Samoke, and the rest of the old guys actually joined forces to deal with me, and were killed after I escaped a catastrophe. I actually ran to the outside to guard and didn't let me in. You said they are shameless. Chi Ya was stunned for a while, then thought of the behavior of those monster beast overlords, and immediately continued, the tone is full of indignation. Dad, let me tell you, those old guys definitely have some ulterior secret behind them, some kind of pie transaction. Chi Ya continued to speak angrily, without knowing it. Is twitching slightly. Dad, what's wrong with you? This expression. Chi Ya suddenly noticed Silva's unnatural expression, and asked in doubt. No, nothing. Silva opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He was shocked by Chi Ya's words. Warcraft overlords, he naturally knew that when he was young, he also dealt with those Warcraft overlords when he was in the depths of the wetland. He also specially provoked them to improve his combat experience. However, he was chased away by the overlords of Warcraft. Now hearing that Chi Ya actually killed the big guy Samok, Silva is not calm no matter how calm he is. Killed a Warcraft overlord at the age of 8. What kind of son am I born to? Monster. Finally, Silva gave the answer in his heart. Chapter 30. Chi Ya, do you want to fight with me? Seeing the shameless Chi Ya who was still babbling about the overlord of Warcraft, Silva thought for a while, and then asked. Boom. 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 In the training room, bursts of sonic booms were constantly echoing, thunder was raging, thoughts were surging, and the two figures were fighting fiercely at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. The shock waves of punches continued to spread, ravaging the walls of the training room. The terrifying impact, even with the special nature of the training room, the walls are still full of cracks. One can imagine the horror of the power of the impact. The monsters in the wetland are not counted. This is the first time I have fought against an nin, and I am still fighting against an nin master like my father. This can improve my combat experience and skills with the nin. However, Dad's strength should not be underestimated. If you can use the power of the thunder of nature, you may be able to tie the game. With my own strength, I am not an opponent at all. In the battle of life and death, my father and I have a winning rate of 7 to 3 points. Whether it's the sophistication of combat experience, the greatness of mind energy, and the use of skills, I can't match it. It really is worthy of being the head of the Zaldik family. This strength is indeed well deserved. I have to become stronger, otherwise it is impossible for the whole family to approve my decision. On top of Dad, there is Grandpa Gino, and on top of that is Maha's great-great-grandfather. If I want to gain the approval of all of them, I must have stronger strength. Silva Zaldik is worthy of being the patriarch who can inherit the Zaldik family. His strength, even the current Chi Ya, is still no match. The enhancer's strengthened mind energy and the conjurer's thunder, the two were superimposed, and Chi Ya tried her best. Although she was not defeated, she was still suppressed and fell behind. If Chi Ya had more combat experience, he might be able to fight with Silva Zaldik, the head of the Zaldik family. However, Right now, it is a rare opportunity to fight against an master of my father's level. This opportunity must be grasped well. Fight with all your strength, and increase your skills as much as you can increase your combat experience. With this thought, Chi Ya's offensive became more ferocious, almost a life-threatening attack. On Chi Ya's side, he was impressed by Silva's powerful strength, so why not on Silva's side? From the initial temptation to the stormy battle now, Silva is getting more and more frightened. He can be sure that Chi Ya's strength is very close to his own. It's just that the combat experience and skills are still immature among Nen. If Chi Ya has the same rich combat experience as himself, maybe he has to fight with his life to defeat Chi Ya. Come here, Chi Ya. After punching Chi Ya again, the two flew upside down. Silva stabilized his body, and then reached out to stop Chi Ya, who was attacking again. Hearing Silva's words, Chi Ya suddenly stopped from the state of super speed. What's the matter? Dad, why stop? I already know your strength very well, there is no need to continue fighting. Silva said lightly. He proposed to fight Chi Ya this time because he wanted to test Chi Ya's strength. After the battle just now, he already knew Chi Ya's strength positioning. It can be said that Chi Ya's current strength is already the 4th place of Zaldik. The Zaldik people of this generation are respected by Chi Ya in terms of strength, even if they are fans of IL, they are not Chi Ya's opponents. Of course, there was another reason for stopping. That is, he found that Chi Ya's attacks became more and more crazy, and he was fighting for his life. This guy doesn't know how to measure, the battle between father and son has developed to this extent. Ah, yes, forget it. Hearing this, Chi Ya was stunned for a few seconds, and then retreated from the super speed state with a regretful look. I recognize your strength. Even IL fans are not your opponents. I am very sure of this. However, your combat experience and skills are slightly insufficient. Chi Ya, I have a task here. Originally, I planned to complete it by myself. This time, I will leave it to you and let you complete it. Seeing Chi Ya's discouraged expression, Silva's expressionless face, the corner of his mouth twitched. This kid is really enough, and he still looks like a pity for killing his father. Mission. Chi Ya frowned slightly, wondering. Yes, the mission. This mission is to assassinate the member of the A-level criminal group Phantom Troop, Brigade Member No. 8. I'll ask Wutong to hand over the task information to you later, so you can go. Just enough to increase your combat experience and skills. Silva said lightly. Is this task? Yes, I will take it. Chi Ya did not expect Silva to entrust this task to myself. According to the original situation, he should have shot it himself, and after he succeeded, he also said that it was not worthwhile to kill the members of the Phantom Troop members. Moreover, this assassination mission should have appeared a year later, why did it appear now? Chi Ya was a little puzzled, but didn't care too much. It's not bad to entrust this task to myself, just to try the assassination technique combined with the new abilities. Well, that's it. Silva nodded slightly, and then left the dilapidated training room. Chi Ya looked at the messy scene around, shrugged and left. After returning to her own room, Chi Ya washed up quickly. Dad's fist is so powerful. If I hadn't possessed the enhancer's defense, I might have been broken directly. I scanned my body carefully, looking at the injuries of different degrees, purple-blue, congestion. Chi Ya sighed with emotion. Immediately, Chi Ya directly used the breath of the Archangel. In just a few seconds, he returned to his original state. Hey, even though I was beaten like this, my dad can't please me. Chi Ya thought gloatingly. Chi Ya's enhancer attack is no joke either. In fact, Silva is really having a hard time at this time. There were bruises everywhere under the practice clothes. Chi Ya, you are really ruthless. In the room, Silva wiped the wound medicine and thought silently. Boom. 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 There was a light knock on the door, followed by the voice of Wutong. Master Chi Ya, I am Wutong, and I have sent you a message. Come in. Chapter 31. According to the intelligence, this is where Brigade Number 8 stayed recently. Sky Arena, what is Brigade Number 8 doing here? With doubts, Chi Ya stepped into the sky arena. Speaking of which, I should have been thrown here by my dad when I was 6 years old, and then I would fight from the first floor to the 200th floor after 2 years. Should I participate in the competition? Chi Ya suddenly had a thought. But, after thinking about it, Chi Ya shook her head and denied this sudden thought. For me now, Sky Arena can't enhance my strength at all. So forget it. The current Chi Ya is doing everything possible to increase his strength, and he doesn't want to waste time on such things at all. Let's find out the location of Brigade number 8 first, complete the mission, and then go back to collect information about other secret realms. Chi Ya didn't mean to delay. Rather than wasting time here, it's better to complete the task early, and then go back to Cukulu Mountain to find the family's collection of books and find the next monster spawn point. Yuxin, why are you here? In the sky arena, on the 200th floor, in the dark corridor, 2 figures, one tall and one short, stood side by side, watching the competition being held outside, and the short figure made a voice. It can be heard from the voice that the owner of this voice is a woman. Well? Of course I have my reasons for coming here, Maki, just leave it alone. Another figure also spoke, and the gentle and magnetic voice echoed in the corridor, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. However, it's clear that the being named Maki doesn't care about him. Speak normally, or I'll sew your mouth shut. After hearing this, Maki trembled unconsciously, and then warned with black lines all over his head. The two are members of Phantom Troop. Maki of Brigade number 3 and Chi Ya's target this time is Brigade number 8, an existence named Yuxin. Haha, Maki, you're still the same. The style of the painting changed suddenly, and the original magnetic voice suddenly disappeared, replaced by a very rough and old man's voice. I saw the tall Brigade number 8 patted Maki on the shoulder wholeheartedly and laughed heartily. I just like seeing you like this, it's so cute. Swish. A cold light flashed, and the silver needle shot towards Brigade No 8's forehead with lightning speed. Oh, you are serious? Brigade number 8 was obviously taken aback, quickly dodged to avoid the sudden attack, and then roared angrily. Shut up and touch my shoulder again, and I'll send you to hell, you disgusting guy. Maki's eyes flashed with a faint light, and it was not difficult to see from his eyes that he was interested in the Brigade number 8 in front of him. Disgust. After finishing speaking, Maki left here quickly, leaving number 8 of the brigade standing there alone in uncertainty. A drop of blood fell from Brigade No 8's brow and fell to the ground. After a long time, Brigade number 8 slowly raised his head, without that cloudy look at all, instead he raised the corners of his mouth with a weird smile on his face. This is a middle-aged man with extraordinary appearance and charm, coupled with his gentle and magnetic voice just now. He is a proper killer of ignorant girls. According to his conditions, if he were to tease those ignorant girls, he would definitely be sure to hit him. Maybe that's why Maki hates him. Hehe, I really value you, Maki, I will definitely get you. The middle-aged man smiled lightly with a meaningful smile on his face. Call out. At this moment, a silver ray of light quietly flashed across the neck of Brigade number 8. Brigade number 8 suddenly shrank his pupils, and launched his Niankai defense without hesitation. Then at the critical moment, he squatted down, quickly dodged the blow, and then rolled a donkey and quickly opened the distance. All of this happened within 1 second, which shows how fast Brigade number 8 is. However, even at such a fast speed, Brigade number 8 still couldn't escape all of them. Even with the Nian Chi defense, there was still a bloodstain on his neck, and the blood slowly flowed down from his neck, staining his white shirt. Who is it? Brigade number 8 didn't care about the wound on his neck at all. At this time, he was staring around vigilantly, looking for the enemy in the dark. This guy is very strong, but he's still much weaker than me. In the dark, Chi Ya, who used dark steps to hide, was observing Brigade number 8, secretly analyzing, and then concluded result. That is, although the strength of the guy in front of him is strong, he is not too strong. However, this is only relative to Chi Ya. This guy is not as strong as Dad, but it will take some time for Dad to kill this guy. But the rewards they get are not equal, so they say uneconomical things. However, this is only for Dad. However, for Chi Ya, this is indeed a very simple matter. After this guy got hit by himself because of his slack, the assassination could basically be announced as an end. Without continuing to hide, Chi Ya stepped out of the darkness openly. Children. Brigade number 8, who was vigilant about his surroundings, was startled when he saw Chi Ya coming out of the darkness, with an expression of disbelief. But, immediately, his face changed immediately, and he stared at Chi Ya firmly, extremely vigilant, and his whole body was on extreme alert. This kid was able to hide from his perception, sneaked up to his side and assassinated him. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he might have been killed by the blow just now. My name is Chi Ya Zaldik. I am a killer. I am here to take your life this time. Looking at number 8 of the brigade who was staring at her vigilantly, Chi Ya looked relaxed and freehand, even with a faint smile, said to him, without any fighting posture, the words were full of contempt for brigade number 8. It's from the Zaldik family. You guys, don't get carried away. After hearing Chi Ya's words, number 8 of the brigade was stunned for a moment, and then seeing Chi Ya's gesture, brigade no 8's face darkened, and a burst of anger rushed straight to his forehead. Is this guy looking down on me with such a gesture? The thoughts all over his body surged, and a powerful aura shot up into the sky in an instant, sweeping out towards the surroundings. The walls and ceiling of the corridor were overwhelmed by this powerful thought, covered with cracks, and instantly on the verge of collapse. Stinky boy, die for me! With a roar, number 8 of the brigade was about to attack Chi Ya. However, the next moment, he was stunned, the powerful thoughts disappeared in an instant, bright blood flashed across his eyes, and number 8 of the brigade tightly covered his neck with his hands, but the blood was still there. Constant gushing. How come? Chapter 32. How come? With the unbelievable voice of brigade number 8, brigade number 8 fell to his knees directly on the ground, blood gushed out quickly, and the ground was dyed red in the blink of an eye. Do you think you're okay? Seeing the unbelievable expression of brigade number 8, Chi Ya swung the realized knife, smiled faintly, and mocked with disdain. His enhancer Nen has reached a very high level of cultivation. How could the damage caused by this level of enhancer weapon be resisted by a person who is not an enhancer? This guy doesn't have the terrible defensive physique of the Warcraft overlord like Samok, and his cultivation is not at home. The weapon enhanced by the extremely profound enhancer, coupled with Chi Ya's thunder power and the space imprint branded after the successful attack. With the joint efforts of the three, Chi Ya cleaned up this guy with one move. It would be impossible for someone else to do it. This is also the result of Brigade No. 8's underestimation of the enemy. Brigade number 8 is very powerful, which can be seen from the burst of aura that directly hit the 10-meter high ceiling with cracks and was on the verge of collapse. If he was a little more vigilant, this guy would not be attacked by Chi Ya or planted a mark by Chi Ya, thus giving Chi Ya an opportunity to take advantage of it. Damn it! Turning around and looking at Chi Ya behind him, Brigade No. 8's eyes were about to burst, and he was holding on to gather all the energy in his body, ready to fight to the death. Even if he dies, he will drag Chi Ya to die with him. With this thought in mind, Brigade number 8 gathered all his energy towards the palm of his hand at an extremely fast speed, ready to strike Chi Ya with all his strength. But is it possible? Chi Ya is not one of those brainless villains. When facing the enemy, be so sloppy, and then give the enemy a chance to come back. Although this guy's throat was cut by himself, who knows if his Nen has the ability to heal, so just in case, Chi Ya didn't give Brigade number 8 a chance at all. Squeak! The sound of thunder sounded, and a gun of thunder condensed in Chi Ya's hand. With a wave of Chi Ya's hand, the gun of thunder sank into the chest of Brigade number 8, piercing his heart, and then, the gun exploded, enveloping Brigade number 8. Boom! With a bang, and in just 10 seconds, member number 8 of the A-level criminal group Phantom Troop fell into the hands of Chi Ya. Mission completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Nen Master Yuxin and getting 1123 enhancement points. With 1123 enhancement points plus Chi Ya's previous remaining 2530 points, Chi Ya's enhancement points once again broke through the 3000 skills, reaching 3,653 points. One brigade member provided me with so many reinforcement points. 1 or 2 more and I'll be able to reinforce again. Do you want to hunt down the members of the brigade? Hi. Chi Ya, who was thinking about it, was suddenly taken aback, and his eyes shifted quickly, looking towards the dark corner not far away. The next moment, a petite figure appeared around the corner. Seeing this figure, Chi Ya was taken aback for a moment, and then the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It really means that CAO is here. I was just thinking about the members of the brigade, and then I met. The visitor was none other than Maki, the third member of the brigade who had left before. Maki was attracted by Yuxin's outburst of thoughts, knowing that something must have happened to Yuxin's side. Although he hates Yuxin, but Yuxin is a member of the brigade after all, so Maki can't just sit idly by. After realizing that Yuxin might be in trouble, or even in danger, Maki immediately returned here the same way. But Maki didn't expect that as soon as he arrived here, he saw Yuxin lying in a pool of blood, and he was stunned. How is that possible? Maki murmured in shock. It's only been a dozen seconds since the burst of thought energy in one mind, and it has turned into this appearance. Children. Immediately, Maki's attention was attracted by Chi Ya standing next to Yuxin's corpse. Who are you? After seeing Chi Ya, Maki was stunned for a moment, and then immediately unleashed his nin. A slender silk thread appeared in Maki's hand, and a silver needle was tightly squeezed in his hand. Facing Chi Ya questioned. Although it was a question, Maki did not act rashly. Maki will not despise Chi Ya just because Chi Ya is a child. Although I really don't want to say that, Yuxin's strength is also one of the best in the brigade. There are 11 people in the brigade, and they can rank among the top 5 with all their heart. But he died so easily. And the culprit was obviously the child in front of him. Faced with such an existence that can kill Yuxin in such a short period of time, Maki is despised when his brain is flooded. On the opposite side, Chi Ya was surprised for a few seconds after seeing Maki. The idea of hunting down the members of the brigade that had just arisen reached its peak at this moment. However, Chi Ya didn't do anything. Instead, he calmed down quickly. Although there are a lot of enhancement points obtained by killing Nin masters, Chi Ya was not dazzled by the huge enhancement points. It's just killing one, and it's still within the acceptable range, but even so, it will still be regarded as an enemy by Phantom Troop and will be retaliated by Phantom Troop. But if the Phantom Troop is hunted, then it will be an endless ending. At that time, Chi Ya will face all members of Phantom Troop. Chi Ya thinks that one-on-one, or even one-on-one can deal with any 3 people except the leader Krollo. But against the entire Phantom Troop, it is somewhat powerless. Let's forget it. With this in mind, Chi Ya gave up the idea of doing something to Maki. Glancing at Maki who was facing an enemy, Chi Ya shook his head slightly, then his body swayed slightly, and fell into the darkness under Maki's vigilant eyes. Only Maki was left on guard. And Chi Ya quickly hid in the darkness and left here. 2 days later. Dry Mountain. Have you completed the task? Among the Zaldik family, Silva looked at Chi Ya in front of him with a very indifferent expression. Ah, done, kill with 1 blow. The reward for the mission is 5 billion ringgits, and it will be credited to my card. I'll go first, Dad. Chi Ya said leisurely, completely unaware of how shocking Silva's ears were by what she said. After speaking, he left. 1-shot kill. Watching Chi Ya's figure leave, Silva's expression remained silent, not knowing what he was thinking. A few minutes later, Silva sighed leisurely. What am I worrying about? That kid can kill even SAMOK, so what's so surprising about killing a member of Phantom Troop? Shaking his head slightly, Silva said amusedly. However, Chi Ya's strength has improved too fast. It is estimated that in 1 or 2 years, he will bring up that matter. Forget it, it's a blessing or a disaster, and it's a disaster that can't be avoided. I hope Chi Ya can be sure. After all, that guy exists in the dark. A trace of worry flashed across Silva's face, but he put it down immediately. Silva, we have a mission. This time, the employer has appointed the 2 of us to do it together. At this moment, the room was opened, and Gino's figure appeared outside, and said to Silva, "I see, father." Chapter 33. On the other side, Sky Arena. In a luxurious room, Maki ushered in a special friend. This is a young man in a suit with a mild face and a white gauze tied on his head. This young man is none other than the leader of Phantom Troop, Krolo Lucilfer. His attire is exactly the same as in the original book when he appeared in Yukiksen City. It can be seen that this guy seems to like to dress like this in normal times. "You mean, a silver-haired kid killed that guy Yuksen within 10 seconds, and then disappeared into the dark?" After listening to Maki's narration, Krolo repeated. "Well, the age is about 8 or 9 years old, but the strength is extremely strong. Standing in front of him, I can feel a very strong sense of crisis. Also, at that time, that kid had killing intent on me, but in the end, for some unknown reason, he didn't make a move, and left in hiding. However, I know that once he shoots at me, I will never survive." Maki's face was a little gloomy, and his heart was palpitating. At that time, if Chi-Ya shot at her, she would have absolutely no chance of surviving. At the same time, Maki is also very curious about Chi-Ya. Curious why Chi-Ya has such terrifying power at such a young age. "I know about this matter, and I will investigate. Some time ago, I saw the assassination mission about Yuksen on the dark web. I checked it just now, and the assassination mission of Yuksen has been cancelled. It should be a professional killer. I'll find out about this matter, but now, I have another thing to do. Maki, the assembly order is issued, it's time for the spiders to gather." Krolo's expression was very calm, his eyes flickered slightly, facing Maki ordered. "I understand, Commander." Maki heard the words and responded. "Yeah." Krolo nodded, and then left the place. On the other side, after Chi-Ya came out of Silva's room, she went straight to the family's library. "Did he?" The phone in his pocket rang, and Chi-Ya took it out to check, only to see the message that the reward had arrived. "It's another $5 billion, the money from the killer is so fast." Looking at the message on the phone, Chi-Ya sighed slightly. Chi-Ya has already saved a large amount of property after several years of career as a killer. Chi-Ya is not the Chi-Ya in the original book. She spends a lot of money, and the rewards she gets every time are quickly spent. When you need money, you can't make up a few bucks all over your body. So much so that when they needed the Island of Greed, they simply couldn't afford to auction it off. It can only be reduced to the point of working for the rich man Butra before getting mixed into the Island of Greed. Chi-Ya's current property value is 52.3 billion. This is the reward Chi-Ya has received for the assassination missions in the past few years. Chi-Ya doesn't have anything she needs, so she saves everything. Speaking of which, the rich man Bartra seems to have always wanted to obtain the Archangel's Breath card from Greed Island to heal his young lover. "I happen to have the breathing ability of an Archangel, do you want to make a fortune?" That guy almost broke his fortune for his young lover, and even offered a sky-high price of 50 billion, just to get a piece of the breath of an Archangel. However, in the original book, a few days before J Freaks and the others cleared the customs, this guy's lover passed away, and the rich man Butra also had no love in his life. This guy is also an infatuated kind. Go and fulfill his wish next time you have free time. Of course, the necessary rewards are still required. However, for now, I'd better find the next spawn point first. I'll talk about Butra's matter later, anyway, his lover is still far from death. Thinking silently, Chi-Ya also came to the door of the library, pushed the door open, and Chi-Ya walked in. And in a place far away from Cukulu mountain, in a luxurious manner. The rich man Butra was standing quietly in a gorgeously decorated room, looking at the sleeping beauty in front of him. If Bartra knows that Chi-Ya has the breathing ability of an archangel, he will definitely come to find Chi-Ya desperately. With his infatuation, the probability is almost 100%. However, it's a pity that this guy doesn't know, so he will continue to suffer from this lovesickness. When Chi-Ya is free, remember, when he will be free from the pain of lovesickness. Time passed quickly, and in a flash, 3 days passed. During the past 3 days, Chi-Ya has been in the library, not coming out, forgetting to eat and sleep, looking for information on various secret realms. However, the result made Chi-Ya very disappointed. What's the matter? Apart from the wetland of Wetmali, there are no other secret realms or demonic realms with more monsters. Among the piles of books, Chi-Ya looked up a little decadently, and said with a look of lovelessness. After spending so much time looking for these days, I didn't find a useful spot to spawn monsters. It's not that there are no secret realms with a large number of monsters besides the Wetmali wetland. But these demonic realms and secret realms have all been developed. The powerful monsters inside were almost killed. Only some little ones are left. And it's all because of one person. Kim Freaks, are you a productive sow? 1 a year. Chi-Ya cursed a certain Tsundere uncle viciously. And the uncle Tsundere who was far away in a certain secret place sneezed for no reason at this time. I don't have a cold either. Uncle Tsundere rubbed his nose and read in confusion. With his physique, colds basically do not exist. Is that old urchin from Netero talking about me? Or that Palestone guy? Back to Chi-Ya. Chi-Ya closed the book with a dejected expression, and then rubbed her red eyes. Forget it, I'm just a little guy. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. If you put together a few secret realms, you can get some. Chi-Ya made a decision helplessly. Although the powerful monsters in the magic realm and the secret realm have all been cleared away, leaving only a few little ones, in Chi-Ya's own opinion, but all of them add up to a very considerable strengthening point. Just take a few more trips by yourself. And at this moment, the ethereal voice of the system suddenly sounded in Chi-Ya's mind. Ding! Chapter 34. Ding! Mission reminder, may I ask the host if he has received it? The ethereal voice of the system echoed in Chi-Ya's mind, making Chi-Ya slightly taken aback when he was about to leave the library. Mission triggered? System, do you have a mission? Ding! As a system, it is not surprising to release tasks. May I ask the host if he will accept the task? The system quickly responded to Chi-Ya's doubts and gave the answer. You're right, I'm speechless. With such an answer, Chi-Ya nodded slightly in bewilderment. Indeed, as a system, posting tasks is indeed normal operation. The reason why I feel abnormal is nothing more than because the system emphasized that his role is mainly strengthening, and did not introduce other functions, so Chi-Ya has the illusion that the system has no tasks. Maybe, in addition to strengthening and tasks, the system has other different functions. System, besides these two functions, do you have any other functions? Chi-Ya asked after being dazed for a moment. Ding! Please trigger the host by itself. Chi-Ya was speechless after hearing such a salty answer from the system. Immediately, Chi-Ya did not continue to ask. The attitude of the system is already very clear, it will not answer Chi-Ya, let Chi-Ya trigger the new function by itself. However, Chi-Ya is also somewhat confused about the triggering of this new function. I have been reading in the library for the past 3 days without doing anything else. How could the task function be triggered suddenly? This time, although Chi-Ya didn't ask, the system quickly gave an answer. For details, please refer to the task template. Hearing this, Chi-Ya nodded slightly, her consciousness sank into her mind, and she looked at the new page that appeared in her mind. There is still a blue page with more than a dozen lines of fonts flashing on it. Task template. Quest name, Zaldik Patriarch. Task introduction, as the future owner of Zaldik, the host must establish a force that belongs exclusively to the host. Ask the host to go to the hidden place of the Kurida tribe, rescue the survivors of the Kurida tribe from Phantom Troop, and successfully recruit survivors. Task reward, 5,000 strengthening points, 1 chance to awaken the Nin system. There is also a line of numbers below the task column, letting Chi-Ya know why he will trigger the task function. This task function was triggered long ago, shortly after Chi-Ya browsed the dark web and saw the information about the Kurida tribe's hermitage. However, at that time, Chi-Ya fell into a deep sleep after a lot of practice, and the system did not disturb Chi-Ya during Chi-Ya's sleep, but released the task silently. The system didn't mention it after that, and it didn't mention it again until now, so Chi-Ya didn't know until now. However, power? Indeed, it is time for me to prepare for this aspect. In the Zaldik family, the stewards are not counted. These belong to the entire Zaldik family. In addition, the family heads of each generation have their own power, or will develop their own forces in the future. Ziponian and Yamayan belong to the current patriarch, that is, members of Chiya's father Silva's exclusive elite unit. Of course, the situation of Yamayan is a bit special. Last year, Chiya asked Silva to come over, not counting those housekeepers. Yamayan is now Chiya's only force and subordinate. Phantom Troop? I have a close relationship with this organization. I just killed Brigade 8 a few days ago, but this time it triggers the quest to take food from the Phantom Troop. I remember that when Phantom Troop wiped out the Kurida tribe, most of the members were mobilized. This time it was different from the previous assassinations, and they had to face most of the brigade members. However, this time there is no need for a head-on collision, as long as the surviving Kurida people are taken away. Although the difficulty is high, it is not impossible. That's right, Chiya is ready to take on this task. The Kurida people with fiery red eyes have special physiques, and they are born to cultivate Nin. Moreover, the Kurida people with red eyes are all Nin people with special traits, and they have strange and powerful strengths. Just like Kurapika, after opening Fire Red Eye, he obtained the special Nin system, thus obtained the Nin attributes of the 5 major systems, and was able to practice and exert 100% of the abilities of the 5 major systems. Each of the Kurida people with fiery red eyes has a potential talent of the trait system. Such a group of people, as long as they can be accepted as subordinates, after training, they will definitely be a very huge force. As for how to accept him as a subordinate, this point is very simple. Repaying favors, although it sounds mean, but in fact it is not at all. The task of the system is to let Chiya rescue the survivors, which means that these people are all weak Kurida tribesmen who were forced to escape under the cover of other powerful tribesmen. According to the description of Kurapika in the original book, although the Kurida people have a gentle personality, they are sometimes very extreme and jealous. The Kurida people who were exterminated by Phantom Troop and survived had an extremely strong hatred for Phantom Troop. Just like Kurapika, it was unforgettable, and they could even give up everything. But the strength of these survivors is not enough. Chiya rescued them, they will definitely be grateful to Chiya. When the time comes, Chiya only needs to teach them to become stronger so that they have the ability to revenge in the future, as an opportunity to offer an olive branch. These survivors will never say no. Of course, these are just Chiya's conjectures, and it is still unknown what the real situation will be. But, what's the matter? Even if it fails, Chiya doesn't have any loss, at most it's a waste of time. If the task fails, Chiya will not be punished. On the contrary, if it succeeds, then Chiya can get a generous reward, 5,000 strengthening points and a chance to awaken the Nin system. Needless to say, the enhancement points, but the opportunity to awaken the Nin system is a very practical reward. Chiya now has 4 systems: Conjurer, Traits, Manipulator, Enhancer. The rest is after Emitter and Transmutter. These 2 systems are not necessary for the current Chiya. What Chiya really cares about is that the Nin system awakening opportunity. The awakened Nin system comes with Nin, and it can be used smoothly as long as you practice a little. Moreover, the awakened Nin should be very powerful. The last awakening directly gave Chiya the powerful Nin of space. Rescued Chiya directly twice in the Wetland. Chiya estimated that this time it should be similar. Also, if things don't go well, then Chiya is not the Holy Mother to confront Phantom Troop for the sake of the surviving Kurida tribe. Although he is now hostile to Phantom Troop. However, now, Chiya has a problem that bothers Chiya whether she should accept it or not. That is, he did not know the hermitage of the Kurida tribe. Although I saw it on the dark web before, Chiya was not sure if the address was real. Please rest assured, the host accepts the task, and the system will issue instructions to go to the hermitage of the Kurida tribe. At this moment, the system suddenly spoke. Chiya, you guy, did you already predict that I would accept the mission? This is the thought, Chiya directly recited silently. System, I have accepted this task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting the task Zaldik Patriarch. Issuing mission instructions now. Chapter 35. An airship landed slowly at the Donglei City Airport in the northern part of the CRIS United States. Not long after that, a large group of people came out of the airport in a mighty manner. Chi Ya was among this group of people. Because of the mission, Chi Ya didn't go to other spawning points, but accepted the mission and came here. According to the system's reminder, the hidden place of the Kurida tribe is in this country, which almost completely matches the clues in the dark net. According to the system's reminder, the Kurida people are now living in seclusion in the mountains outside Donglei City, living a life of indifference to the world. I just don't know if Phantom Troop has found the hermitage of the Kurida tribe. System, if the Kurida people were not exterminated by Phantom Troop when I arrived at their hermitage, what would happen to this mission? Chi Ya was very curious about this matter. The task of the system is to let Chi Ya rescue the survivors of the Kurida tribe. But if Chi Ya felt the people of Phantom Troop didn't arrive there in time and did something to the Kurida people, then how would this mission change? Cancel directly? Or is the mission changed? Host, you think too much. Since this system releases this task, it means that the matter is a foregone conclusion. No matter how you change it, it will not help. When this system reminds the host, the Kurida people have already been attacked by Phantom Troop. Now, Phantom Troop has breached the hermitage of the Kurida people, and the surviving Kurida people have begun to flee at this time, taking advantage of the natural hiding places in the mountains in the Takhar Mountains outside Donglei City pursuit of Phantom Troop. Has the clan been exterminated? I don't know how many survivors there will be. However, system, you didn't issue the task of saving the Kurida tribe, but rescued the survivors. Your heart is really bad. Chi Ya murmured in a low voice, and then turned to the system with a strange tone. Said, this system has no heart. And, host, do you want to be a saint? Do you want to save all the Kurida people? Or, do you think that if you go to the Kurida tribe's hermitage ahead of time and tell them the news that Phantom Troop is about to attack them, their Kurida tribe will believe you for no reason? The ethereal voice of the system sounded again. As soon as these words came out, Chi Ya was stunned. Chi Ya heard the slightest difference from the ethereal voice of the system, it was a mocking tone. Indeed, she is not the Holy Mother, as a killer, Chi Ya will not be so naive. Moreover, as the system said, even if Chi Ya did this, if he wanted to take precautions and completely rescue the Kurida tribe, he might not be able to succeed. Shaking his head slightly, Chi Ya didn't open his mouth to communicate with the system again. After all, Chi Ya didn't have this kind of intention either. The reason why he opened his mouth to tease the system just now was only because of his own bad taste. After coming out of the airport, Chi Ya stopped the taxi and drove towards the outside of the city. Outside Donglei City, the Tucker Mountains, this is the edge of the United Kingdom of CRIS. The environment here is sinister and dangerous, and generally no one will come here at all. It is a very dangerous place for ordinary people, a forbidden place. However, it is incomparable with those forbidden places such as secret realms and demon realms. Although there are also monsters here, but there are only 3 or 2 kittens, and most of the rest are animals. Outside the dense forest, the taxi stopped slowly, and then a slender figure came down from it. After Chi Ya got off the bus, the taxi quickly turned and left, not caring why Chi Ya, a child, came here. Looking up at the mountains behind the forest, Chi Ya sighed with emotion about the majestic mountains of the Takhar Mountains. After the mountains were majestic, he walked into the forest. At the same time, outside Donglei City, on the road to the Tucker Mountains, the taxi that Chi Ya was in just now drove past quickly, intersecting with a short figure. System, can it detect the location of the survivors of the Kurida tribe? Chi Ya asked silently in his mind while walking in the dense forest. It would be great if the system could give the location. It saves Chi Ya to search slowly. Host, please don't be greedy, the system has already given instructions. It seemed that Chi Ya was a bit pushy, and the tone of the system was no longer ethereal, but became cold. Hearing this, Chi Ya shrugged slightly and didn't care. He also just tried it. No, it doesn't matter. Without asking the system again, Chi Ya quickly shuttled through the forest and began to search without making a sound. On the other side, in the Tucker Mountains, there are currently 5 groups of people walking around. These 5 groups are none other than members of the Phantom Troop. They are Krollo and Paknatan respectively. Nobunaga, Maki, Feden, Finks, Franklin, Uvigen, Shulnark, Face Shadow. It's really an exciting battle. It's been a long time since I experienced such a fierce battle. Franklin and Uvigen walked in the forest, and Uvigen shouted excitedly. Rarely, Uvigen did not form a partner with his gay friend Nobunaga, but acted with Franklin, the peacemaker in the brigade. Indeed, these Kurida people are very powerful. Franklin calmly nodded in agreement. The angry Kurida people turned into fiery red eyes. Although their strength could not be compared with their own and others, they were still very powerful. Even for them, it took a lot of effort to kill the angry Kurida tribe. Each of them suffered a lot of injuries. He still has wounds on his body now. As for Uvigen next to him, this guy has punch marks all over his body, sunken into the muscles, and he can tell at a glance that he was hit by a very powerful attack and is seriously injured. But this guy is like a normal person, laughing and shouting. He really deserves to be an enhancer. However, while we were fighting those guys, some Kurida children were sent out undercover. The head of the group ordered that the surviving Kurida children must be found and killed to prevent the Kurida from resurging. Franklin continued. Cut, that's right. These mice are really good at hiding. They haven't been found after searching for so long. They are really angry. Uvigen's face sank when he heard this, and he said angrily, punching the big man beside him. On the tree, the big tree fell in response. However, right here, Uvigen suddenly saw something, and his eyes lit up. Is that guy one of those escape survivors, Franklin? Uvigen said excitedly, pointing forward. It doesn't seem to be, but since it appears here at this time, let's kill it together. It's better to kill the wrong than to let go. Franklin said calmly, and the words he said revealed his cold and bloodthirsty character. Yoxi, haha, then it's up to me. Uvigen nodded when he heard the words, and then roared excitedly. He stepped on the ground and shattered the ground. He turned into a cannonball and shot forward. Out! Boom! In the dust, Franklin waved the dust away and shook his head helplessly. Chapter 36. This place is really big. It has been several hours since we entered the Tucker Mountains, and the sun was almost setting, but Chi Ya didn't find any clues in a daze. Even the hermitage of the Kurida people has not yet arrived, so it can be seen that the area of the Tucker Mountains is large. Those survivors hid deep enough that no trace can be seen. Chi Ya said with some admiration as he walked and carefully observed everything around him, looking for traces of the Kurida tribe as much as possible. As the killer of the Zaldik family, although Chi Ya's tracking skills are not full, they are still very strong. But Chi Ya couldn't find any useful clues. This virtually demonstrates the powerful concealment ability of the Kurida people. It is indeed a race that can survive for hundreds of years without extinction after the Red Eye has become the world's 7 beauties. However, at this moment, Chi Ya, who was observing the surroundings, had a flash of light in his eyes, and then, a rough voice came from Chi Ya's ear. A powerful momentum followed to suppress Chi Ya. Chi Ya frowned slightly and looked up. I didn't expect to meet Phantom Troop. Seeing the menacing tall figure, Chi Ya muttered to himself. Afterwards, Chi Ya released Nian Chi without hesitation, gathered it in her hands, and stretched out her immature hands towards the tall figure rushing towards her. Hi! Uvigen, who was in the middle of the explosion, was stunned when he saw Chi Ya's actions, but the next moment, he laughed loudly, haha, interesting, die. There was excitement and cruelty in Uvigen's eyes. He was very surprised that Chi Ya dared to resist, but at the same time, Chi Ya's resistance also made him more excited. He loves nothing more than to drive a defiant opponent to despair, smashing them to pieces with his mighty fists. Without Nanchi, for Uvigen, Chi Ya is just a little kid with no power to restrain a chicken, and there is no need for him to use Nan to attack. However, it was this little boy who was not looked down upon by Uvigen, but made Uvigen, a rough man with a thick heart, a tiger in his heart, and a rose-sniffing boss, turn over a big somersault. In Uvajan's excited expression, his big rough hand clashed with Chiya's fist. However, at the moment they met, Uvajan's expression suddenly changed. Careless. With this thought, Uvajan's fist became twisted, and the blood flowed wildly, and his body exploded back like a cannonball. Franklin, who was walking slowly behind him, was taken aback when he saw this scene, and then he activated his mind without hesitation, ran out quickly, and caught Uvajan. Even with Franklin's shot, they still couldn't catch Uvajan. With a muffled sound, the two of them slid back for more than 10 meters, and then rolled a few times on the ground before stopping. After stopping, Franklin looked at Uvajan's bloody fist and said with an ugly face, "Uvajan, you are careless." "Ah, I was careless. I saw it was a kid, so I let down my vigilance, but I didn't expect it to be a big fish." Uvajan stood up, his left fist was bloody, and bones protruded. However, he didn't care. At this moment, his eyes were filled with faint thoughts, and he was staring at the petite figure tens of meters away, but his expression was extremely excited. He didn't use Ning just now, so he didn't see the incomparably strong and powerful mind energy on Chiya's fist at all, so he was directly injured, and the fist in his left hand could no longer be used. This little brat, Nian Chi, is so gazing, he is a master and should not be underestimated. Franklin also used Ning at this time, staring at Chiya. After using the condensate, he saw the incomparably tough and powerful mind energy wrapped around Chiya's body, and his expression was extremely dignified. Indeed, that mind energy belongs to the enhancer, and it's comparable to mine. Uvajan nodded excitedly, his eyes flickering with hunting. None of the Kurida survivors mattered anymore. This is a rare enhancer Nin who has the same system as himself and has cultivated to this level. He couldn't let go of anything else in his heart at this time, he just wanted to hunt the prey in front of him. Franklin, who was behind him, looked at Uvajan's injured left hand, and took a step forward, ready to follow suit. But Uvajan stopped him with his hand, and Uvajan excitedly stopped him. "Full on, don't make a move, leave this kid to me." "Can you do it?" Franklin said flatly. "Haha, leave it to me. It's hard to meet a guy who is like me and has cultivated the enhancer Nianqi to this level. I will never allow you to intervene." Uvajan grinned and laughed. "I see." Franklin was silent for a moment, then walked behind. He was looking for a spot to watch the battle. The enhancer's combat destructive power is too great, and it is easy to be drawn into the battlefield of both sides here, and Franklin doesn't want to be beaten. "I didn't intend to face you head-on, but it seems that the sky has not fulfilled my wish." In front of the two, Chiya at this moment was slightly helpless and said with a sigh. He came here this time with the intention of avoiding it if he could. After all, he knew that all the members of the Phantom Troop were dispatched together this time. In other words, there were more than 10 Phantom Troops in the Tucker Mountains Nin Masters, they are a team. With Chiya's strength, it's okay to fight 2 or 3, but it's not good if there are too many, and he will be beaten. But I didn't expect to meet the members of Phantom Troop so soon. However, since they met, and they were the first to strike, let's start the war. Judging by the behavior of the big guy opposite, he didn't look like he would let himself go. Although I don't want to collide with the brigade for the time being, Chiya is not a follower, and she doesn't fight back when her opponent comes up. This big guy who took the initiative, Chiya said, he must be beaten severely, and if possible, he would be killed directly. This is Bai Huahua's strengthening point. Moreover, even if he can't beat him, he can retreat at any time. Chiya said that the ability to have space is convenient. Boy, I didn't expect that you are also an enhancer cultivator, and it's great that you have cultivated to this level. The sound of heavy footsteps came, Uvajan clenched his fist with his right hand, and his rough body stepped heavily on the ground. Walking towards Chiya, he spoke. "You're not bad either, big guy, enhancer has cultivated to this level, you can rank high in this world." Chiya heard this, shrugged, and praised with a light smile. "I have to say, Uvajan is one of the most famous in this world for his achievements in enhancer. Even if it is an opponent, an enemy, Chiya will not hesitate to praise him when he meets this kind of person." "Haha, I'll accept your compliment, then, let's get started, brat. Yuvajin grinned when he heard this, and then his face darkened. The next moment, he took a big step and rushed towards Chi-Ya quickly. Chapter 37. Boom! A huge roar resounded through the mountains and forests, and in the center of the battlefield, two figures kept flickering, fighting quickly and fiercely. The huge roar brought about by the collision of fists and feet continued to spread, a powerful aura formed in the center of the battlefield, and the entire battlefield became a vacuum under the powerful aura of the two people. The scarlet and blue air currents entangled with each other, fought, soared into the sky, and spread towards the surroundings at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fallen leaves fell, and a scarlet air flow passed by, instantly turning the fallen leaves into ashes. Haha, that's great, that's how it should be, such a fist-to-flesh fight is the romance of a man. Yuvajin roared excitedly as the rough fists continued to blast out. This is the most exciting battle he has encountered since he practiced Nian Qi. In the past, the enemies he encountered that could make him go all out were enemies from other systems, and it was impossible to make him so dedicated like today. Even Nobunaga is the same. There are no fancy nin, only the pleasure of punching and kicking. Chi-Ya is the most exciting opponent he has ever met in his life. It's the first time I've seen this guy Yuvajin so excited. Who is that kid on the other side? Such APS has such strength. In the distance, Franklin looked at the two people on the battlefield, his face changed slightly. This guy deserves to be the one in the original book who has cultivated the enhancer to the level of pure jealousy, invulnerability to rockets. This kind of defense, although not comparable to that of Sam Ok's big guy, is still very close. I can't break it simply with the cultivation of enhancer. Both attack and defense are top-notch. In the original book, if Kurapika hadn't used chains to forcibly put him in the absolute state, it would be impossible to kill him. When confronting Yuvajin head-on, Chi-Ya thought silently. Even if Kurapika has cultivated 100% enhancer Nian Qi, it can't break his defense. Worthy of being the #1 martial arts faction in the brigade. With this kind of strength, it can at least rank third in the brigade. The Nian Qi of the enhancer is comparable to mine. I can't defeat or even kill me in a short period of time by relying on the enhancer alone. I have to use the abilities of other systems. Silently analyzing, Chi-Ya came up with in conclusion. That is, if I want to defeat Yuvajin as quickly as possible, then I can't just rely on the enhancer's cultivation base to fight, and I must use the Nin of the Chi-Ya system together. Besides, it has been a few minutes since the battle started. The other brigade members must have discovered what's going on here, and it must be resolved quickly. With this in mind, Chi-Ya's whole body was filled with thoughts and thunder burst, and he instantly entered a state of super speed. Crackling! With a bang, Chi-Ya's speed increased sharply. Yuvajin who was attacking and Franklin who was watching the battle from a distance shrank their pupils. They didn't expect that Chi-Ya was actually hiding his clumsiness when fighting with himself, Yuvajin, and that the hidden power was even more terrifying than the enhancer's cultivation level. Wrapped around Chi-Ya's body, the continuously dancing thunder snake exudes a terrifying and destructive aura. This guy, he was hiding just now. Accompanied by this thought, Yuvajin, who was on the offensive, had no time to react. Before being able to defend himself, he was punched heavily in the abdomen, and the powerful destructive power of the thunder instantly spread throughout his body. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Yuvajin shot out like a cannonball, setting off a cloud of sonic boom. Boom! With a loud noise, Yuvajin fell into the mountain. The chain reaction brought by the huge force directly caused the mountain to collapse, and Yuvajin was directly buried in it. While you are sick, I will kill you. Chi-Ya had no intention of recovering Yuvajin at all. The faint blue thunder flickered, and his figure flashed quickly. Chi-Ya appeared above the collapsed mountain. He raised his right hand high, and a powerful thunder quickly condensed in the palm of his hand. The terrifying momentum vibrated, and the surrounding space seemed to become viscous at this moment. Yuvajin's defense is indeed very strong, but there is still some distance compared with Samok. When fighting with Samok in the depths of the wetland before, Chi-Ya really couldn't quickly break through Samok's defense. But, that is SAMOK, Uvajin can't compare with SAMOK. Moreover, Chi Yu's current Nian Chi cultivation has become much stronger after being strengthened, and the enhancer's cultivation has doubled Chi Yu's physique and strength, reached a very advanced level. With the increase of the enhancer, the power of Chi Yu's conjurer and speed thunder has become extremely terrifying. Chi Yu is sure that without all-out defense, Uvajin was really hit by his blow, so there must be a danger of falling. This point, Franklin is also so sure. He can feel the terrifying power from the lightning in Chi Yu's hand, even with Uvajin's physique, although he has confidence in Uvajin, but the lightning in Chi Yu's hand gives him the feeling is too terrifying, he dare not bet. So, he immediately started to act, regardless of Uvajin's orders not to make a move. The fingers of both hands were broken, the 10 fingers were hollow, and the thought energy was condensed, and small thought energy bombs were fired quickly, covering Chi Yu. While launching, Franklin ran towards Chi Yu at the fastest speed. That huge body didn't look clumsy at all, but was extremely fast, half the distance had already been crossed in the blink of an eye. Franklin didn't want to force Chi Yu back with this attack, but wanted to stop Chi Yu's attack from falling, even for a second. However, facing Franklin's menacing attack, Chi Yu completely ignored it. The lightning all over his body suddenly spread, forming a defensive circle of lightning, and then he didn't care. The right hand that was raised high was also charged to the extreme at this moment. Chi Yu swung it down without stopping. Chapter 38. The deep mountains and wild forests. The entire Taker Mountains are majestic, quiet, and peaceful, like a sleeping giant. At this moment, a huge explosion sounded, echoing throughout the entire mountain range. This explosion sound is like a switch. Once it is turned on, there is no tendency to stop, one explosion sound after another is continuously transmitted. At this moment, the entire mountain range was completely in turmoil. Countless birds and beasts rushed to escape from the place where the explosion sound came from, scattered in all directions, and ran for their lives at high speed. The 4 groups of men and horses walking in the mountains also heard the movement, raised their heads one after another, and looked in the direction of the explosion. Among them, in a group of people, a young man with a handsome and elegant appearance but combing his hair in a suit and wearing a black coat. After hearing this movement, a bright light flashed in his eyes. It seems that someone has found it. Pike, let's go. Krollo said to the royal sister Paknatan beside him. Yes, Captain. Paknatan replied. The two quickly ran towards the direction of the sound. Apart from this group of people, several other groups of people also made the same decision by coincidence, and rushed towards the battlefield where Uvajin and Chi Yu were fighting. And in the mountains, in a cave that is unusually hidden and almost no one can find it, several slender and short figures dressed in the unique costumes of the Kurida tribe are hiding in it. These are the surviving members of the Kurida tribe, and they are all young boys and girls. One of the oldest teenagers seemed to be about 11 or 12 years old, the others were 1 or 2 years younger than him, and the youngest was a little loli who looked only about 8 years old and had 2 braids. After the huge explosion sounded, the survivors of these Kurida people were startled, and then the oldest boy spoke to the youngest little loli. Cole, use your ability to see what's going on outside. Yes, brother Tall. Hearing this, little Lolita nodded heavily and agreed. Afterwards, faint thoughts began to emanate from his body, and as soon as these thoughts appeared, they quickly rushed towards his eyes. The next moment, little Lolita looked at the rock wall of the cave. Immediately, a clear picture appeared on the mountain wall following little Lolita's gaze. Like a virtual screen, the picture on the mountain wall is a movie, and the eyes of little Loli are a projector. This little Loli is the only natural awakener of the Kurida tribe, and she awakened not long after she was born. And her are her eyes. As long as she has seen people with her eyes, she can share her vision silently. No one can find out that their vision is being shared. It is a very heaven-defying ability in investigation. Of course, it is also a very wretched ability in some respects. This ability against the sky is also limited. Once people know the existence of its ability, then this ability will become invalid immediately. Can no longer play a role in the insider. However, who would tell others about his abilities? Therefore, This ability can be said to have almost no weaknesses in this field. At this time, the picture that appeared on the mountain wall was nothing but the scene of Chi-Ya fighting Uvajin. The owner of Little Lolita's shared vision at this time is none other than Franklin. It's so strong, it's even possible to draw with this monster. As soon as the picture appeared, the survivors of the Kurida clan, the oldest boy, murmured in shock. The pupils of the others also dilated, unbelievable. They all saw with their own eyes that the elders of the clan were suppressed and beaten until they vomited blood. Unexpectedly, Chi-Ya, a kid who was about the same age as them, could beat the monster Uvajin to such an extent. However, immediately, the faces of these survivors darkened, and each of them sighed. Everyone felt sorry for Chi-Ya. Even if Chi-Ya can draw with this monster, so what? They all know that there are many powerful friends around Uvajin. The owner of this vision is a powerful existence, not to mention there are several other powerful demons. Chi-Ya alone is absolutely impossible to be their opponent. There is only one result waiting for Chi-Ya. That is death. Died under the siege of the group of demons. However, at this moment, they suddenly saw the picture change. Chi-Ya, who was originally evenly matched with Uvajin, suddenly changed. He was covered by lightning, and then his figure flashed, directly injuring Uvajin, who was shocked by Chi-Ya's change. The scene of Uvajin's huge body smashing heavily into the mountain made all the Kurida survivors present breathless. This guy is so strong, even stronger than that monster. Kill him, kill him. Seeing the scene of Chi-Ya appearing on the mountain and raising his right hand high up, several teenagers immediately muttered excitedly. For these enemies, they hated them to the bone, and their hatred was as deep as the sea. Seeing this kind of scene, how could they not be excited? Even if there is only one, they hope that Chi-Ya can kill their enemy Uvajin, so that the spirit of their people in the sky can rest in peace. However, the next moment, their faces suddenly changed, and they darkened again. Damn it, these guys have arrived so quickly. The oldest boy gritted his teeth, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and growled unwillingly. Die! The thunder in his hand had been condensed to the extreme, and Chi-Ya swung it down fiercely with an indifferent expression. However, at the moment Chi-Ya swung this blow, Chi-Ya's expression changed wildly. The thunder that should have landed on the collapsed mountain spread out in an instant, colliding with attacks from all directions. Immediately afterwards, Chi-Ya's figure also turned into a bolt of lightning, appearing tens of meters away in an instant. Has it come already? Boom! Chapter 39. Are you a step too late? Chi-Ya, whose body flickered, came tens of meters away, and looked at the 7 or 8 figures in the distance in the gunpowder smoke, and said lightly. He was going to kill Uvajin just now, and Chi-Ya is sure that under the thunderous blow of the condensed powerful conjurer, it will definitely be a fatal blow to Uvajin who has been severely injured by himself. Take a step back, if not kill Uvajin, Uvajin can be seriously wounded and dying. However, Chi-Ya was one step slower after all. Not only Franklin made a move, but even other members of Phantom Troop rushed here. What should I do next? Retreat directly. Chi-Ya narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking silently. Chi-Ya doesn't want to fight against the entire Phantom Troop. Although his current strength is already a master of Nen, it is not enough to support him to fight against the entire Phantom Troop. This is why he would let off Maki, who had nothing to do with the mission in Sky Arena before. This time, if Uvajin didn't attack him, Chi-Ya would not have planned to fight him. And just as Chi-Ya was meditating, in the gunpowder opposite. Hey, Uvajin, you're right inside, come out soon. Nobunaga Hashama squatted beside the collapsed mountain, knocked on the mountain, and shouted faintly. Boom! With a bang, a big hand broke through the soil and stretched out from the buried mountain. Afterwards, a tall figure broke through the ground. The figure of Uvajin appeared in front of everyone in the brigade. At this time, Uvajin was in a state of embarrassment, with a small gap in his abdomen, his body was scorched black, and his hedgehog head turned into an exploding head. From time to time, an electric arc sprang out from his body, making a squeaky sound. Upon appearing, Uvajin sat down on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone in the brigade had different expressions. Hey, Uvajin, it's too low, to be beaten like this by a brat. Nobunaga looked at Uvajin and said lightly. Haha, you're right, Uvajin, I really didn't expect you to be defeated by a brat, and the title of the brigade's #1 fighter is crying. Finks also laughed and joked. Trash. Feden, who was indifferent and reticent, glanced at Uvajin sideways, and said disdainfully. Wow. At this moment, Uvajin spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, the brigade group stopped ridiculing. Ha, ha. Uvajin gasped heavily, blood overflowing from time to time. That guy actually has Tunin attributes, not only 100% cultivated except Enhancer, but also 100% cultivated other systems. Under Chiya's thunder attack, Uvajin knew very well that Chiya's thunder's Nin practiced was even more terrifying than Enhancer. Enhancer played on par with himself, but when the thunder came out, he directly injured himself seriously. This means that Chiya has Nin of other systems, and is 100% cultivated, and the degree of cultivation is even more terrifying than Enhancer. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the brigade frowned. The difference between the Nin system and everyone present are naturally very familiar with it. There are many systems that everyone can cultivate, but only one can cultivate to 100%. This is an unchanging fact. When they saw Chiya attacking with Thunderbolt just now, they thought Chiya was a conjurer or even a transmutter Nin, but they didn't expect to get this information from Uvajin. Chiya can actually cultivate the two systems to 100%. Something unheard of. Interesting. Crollo Lucilfer twitched his mouth slightly, showing great interest in Chiya. His Nin is ready to move, and has the desire to steal Chiya's Nin. During the communication between the members of the brigade, the gunpowder smoke also began to dissipate, and everyone in the brigade was exposed from the smoke. Captain, this person is the guy who killed Yuxin before. He didn't see it too clearly before, but now that he saw Chiya again, Maki immediately recognized Chiya's identity at a glance, and couldn't help walking to Crollo's beside, reminded Crollo. Hey! It's really a narrow road to Yuanjia. Crollo was surprised when he heard this, and said with a faint smile. Indeed, I and you Phantom Troop are indeed close friends. Chiya, who was opposite, said with a faint smile after hearing this. Can we stop here? I don't want to confront your brigade. Chiya said in a negotiating tone. Indifferent, not weak at all. You killed one of our members, and now you wounded another member. You want to make peace with me now? Do you think it's possible? Chiya's words sounded ridiculous to Crollo's ears. This is simply impossible. Even though Crollo still had a faint smile on his face, his eyes flickered slightly, and a faint killing intent spread out, covering Chiya. Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking for peace, I just don't want to conflict with you. Chiya heard this, smiled lightly, shook his head and denied. He's not asking for peace. Although Phantom Troop is strong, there is no need to make Chiya move from his heart. Although he can't fight now, he can leave at any time. Moreover, if you can't beat them now, in a few years, Chiya will be able to smash them one by one. In this situation, how could Chiya lower his posture to seek peace with the brigade? Daydreaming. You killed our companion, and you actually told me that you don't want to conflict with us. Maki heard Chiya's words, his face was slightly angry, and he said coldly to Chiya. Regarding the death of Brigade No. 8, she didn't feel any sadness, and was even very happy. But even so, Brigade No. 8 is also a member of their brigade. Now Chiya, the chief culprit, actually said that he didn't want to conflict with the brigade. What a joke, do you think they are fools? Believe it or not, that guy is the target of the mission, that's all. Faced with Maki's anger, Chiya didn't care, his expression was as usual, and he was still very indifferent, facing the brigade without the slightest timidity. Why are you talking so much nonsense to him? Looking at the conversation between the two, Feden couldn't stand it any longer, stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and walked slowly towards Chiya. A powerful killing intent instantly overwhelmed him. And 2. As soon as the voice fell, Feden's figure disappeared instantly. As long as you are an enemy of the brigade, kill it. What? In just a short moment, Feden's figure appeared in front of Chiya, holding an umbrella sword in his hand, and said indifferently, the umbrella sword in his hand raised high towards Chi Ya. Chapter 40. Swish. With a slight sound, Feden's body appeared in front of Chi Ya. The speed was so fast that everyone could hardly see it. Feden is the fastest member of Phantom Troop. However, his speed is fast, and Chi Ya's speed is even faster than him. As soon as Feden disappeared, Chi Ya had already seen through this guy's tracks. The moment Feden appeared, Chi Ya's sharp fingers, like the tip of a knife, slashed across Feden's forehead with a terrifying thunder crackling. Seeing this, Feden, who had just appeared and was about to attack Chi Ya with harsh words, suddenly shrank his pupils. The next moment, he reacted quickly before finishing his sentence, and disappeared in an instant. Laugh. There was a tearing sound, a piece of broken cloth slowly fell in the air, and a blood flower bloomed in the air. Immediately afterwards, Feden's figure appeared in front of everyone in the brigade again. It's just that, this time, his appearance is a bit embarrassed. No, it should be said that Feden has been injured. The well-fitting windbreaker was torn open, and a bright red wound on the collarbone continuously flowed out bright blood, dyeing the black windbreaker black and red. Seeing Feden's appearance, everyone in the welcome group was moved. So fast! Feden, who was the fastest in the brigade, was actually counter-killed. This guy's speed is so fast. Compared to speed, I've never been afraid of anyone. Looking at the shocked expressions of everyone in the brigade, Chi Ya smiled faintly and said, his tone was full of confidence, arrogance, and a touch of sarcasm. Although he fought Yuvajin very well in terms of speed before, he crushed Yuvajin in terms of speed the moment he turned on the super speed, and severely injured Yuvajin at the moment when Yuvajin was stunned. Turn on the super speed, Chi Ya's speed has increased by countless times, even Feden, the fastest guy in the brigade, Chi Ya has that strength. Isn't it a trick to attack in front of Chi Ya who has turned on the speed? It's useless, but once you have your hands. Being injured, Feden didn't care at all, with a sneer on his face and scarlet eyes flickering constantly. Holding the windbreaker with one hand, he tore the windbreaker into pieces. Feden held the umbrella sword and walked towards Chi Ya slowly. He has already decided that he must screw off Chi Ya's head with his own hands, and let him apologize for his arrogance. Seeing this, the others knew that Feden was angry, but they didn't speak. Feden, let's shoot together, this guy's speed is too fast, you can't keep up with it at all, and his enhancer's Nen is comparable to Yuvajin. On the contrary, it was Frank who had seen Chi Ya's strength before Lin felt something was wrong, so he tried to persuade him. He saw Chi Ya use enhancer Nen to match Yuvajin with his own eyes. Later, after using Nen of other systems, that is, after the speed, Yuvajin was hit hard with one move. Although Feden is one of the best in the brigade, but he has a premonition that Feden can't beat Chi Ya. However, Feden completely ignored Franklin's kindness, as if he didn't hear it at all, and continued to walk forward. Okay, full on, have you ever seen Feden listen to advice like this? Nobunaga on the side yawned lazily and said casually. In my opinion, let's leave this place as soon as possible, given the current situation of Feden. Maybe that thing will be released later. Immediately afterwards, Nobunaga suggested to the brigade members. Indeed, let's go, stay away from here. Krollo took a deep look at Chi Ya, and then signaled aloud. Let's go, I don't want to be hurt by Feden's attack, that thing is not for human beings. Finks said fearfully. After he joined the brigade, he was in the same group as Feden. Because he didn't know Feden well, he was not too far away when Feden used his unique skills to fight the enemy. That time he almost died on the spot. As for Feden's trick, he now has a shadow, and he doesn't want to do it again. Indeed, I don't dare to accept the power of Feden's move. Hurry up and stay away from here. If Feden releases that move later, we won't be affected. Shulnark also thought of Feden's unique move. The corners of the mouth twitched unavoidably on that calm face, and said embarrassingly. Several other people also nodded, and even Yuvajin had no objection. If it was not injured, Yuvajin would not have agreed so much, and he didn't even have to talk about the fact that Feden robbed his opponent. However, he was injured now, and he was still severely injured, so he didn't stubbornly want to stay here. With his current injury, if you stay here, once you run into Feden's trick, you will definitely be at risk of falling. Seeing this, Franklin shook his head helplessly, but didn't say anything more. Everyone in the brigade had no objection, they reached a consensus, and they all walked quickly behind, leaving Feden here. As for Chi Yat, who was still waiting for the response from the brigade, but seeing this scene and the reaction of the brigade, she was slightly surprised and muttered inwardly. What's up with these guys? Why did he leave suddenly and leave Feden behind? However, at the moment when he muttered about Feden, Chi Ya suddenly remembered something, and understood why everyone in the brigade behaved in such a strange way. Feden, after getting angry, will release a small sun, blazing sun regardless of the enemy or himself. After this small sun erupts, it will burn everything around it, even using non defenses will not help. In the original book, during the Chimera Ant chapter, Queen Chicken, the head of the division who invaded Meteor Street, died of Feden's trick. Reminiscent of how this guy would talk nonsense and talk ironically when he was angry, Chi Ya had a guess in his heart that this guy was probably on the verge of breaking out. When Chi Ya was recalling the episode in his memory, Feden, who was walking slowly, saw Chi Ya's absent-minded appearance, his eyes flashed suddenly, his figure flashed quickly, and he attacked Chi Ya. Boom! Chapter 41. Boom! Even in a daze, Chi Ya was still able to receive Feden's attack in time. The palms, umbrellas, and swords collided, and a shock swept away. The earth seemed to be trembling and shaking. Concentrated mind energy, Chi Ya clenched his fist with his right hand, and slammed heavily at Feden. Feden immediately withdrew a hand, wrapping his mind to block Chi Ya's attack. However, at the moment of blocking, the sharp pain in his arm made Feden understand that what Yuvajin said before was true and not false. Chi Ya has indeed cultivated Enhancer 100%, and has reached the point where he can confront Yuvajin. Otherwise, it is impossible to severely injure one's arm. The small fist hit Feden's resisting arm. With the strong attack of the Enhancer and the powerful destructive power of the thunder, Feden's arm twisted at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next moment, Feden's body shot out like a bullet, smashing countless big trees in half along the way, and finally splashed on the ground, rolling more than 10 times before stopping. Taking advantage of your illness and killing you, after flying Feden away, Chi Ya flashed his figure and directly used his space ability to teleport over there. Chi Ya's space ability is a bit weird, there is no limit to the space imprint falling on dead objects, but there is a strong restriction on living creatures. That is, the target must be injured, and only in this way can the mark be left. This is also a limitation. This is the spatial ability of Chi Ya at the current stage. Maybe continue to practice, Chi Ya has the opportunity to lift this restriction. And just now, when Chi Ya scratched Feden's collarbone with his fingers, Chi Ya took the opportunity to imprint a space imprint on Feden's body. However, at that time, everyone in the brigade was together, so Chi Ya had no chance to use this trick at all. Because, even if Chi Ya uses the space nun to transfer to Feden's side, he will be found instantly. Not only can't kill with one hit, but also let yourself fall into the encirclement. But now, the rest of the brigade stayed away because they were afraid of being affected by Feden's tricks. This became a good opportunity for Chi Ya. The members of the brigade were so far away, even if they found out, it would be too late to come over. Chi Ya is able to end a fight in an instant. Now that they are completely matched, Chi Ya will not have any scruples. However, Chi Ya still took it for granted. The reason why the attack on Brigade No. 8 was successful before was because Brigade No. 8 was wary of Chi Ya, but in the end, because of Chi Ya's appearance, he had contempt for Chi Ya that he didn't know about. Tendency. However, Feden is no Brigade 8. Feden's vigilance is No. 1 in Phantom Troop. In addition, he knew Chi Ya's strength for a long time, so he didn't underestimate Chi Ya at all. The moment Chi Ya appeared by his side, Feden, who had just got up from the ground, rolled on a donkey regardless of face, and evacuated from the spot as quickly as possible. Boom! The immature little hand fell on the ground trembled for a while, and then it split open, gravel rose into the sky like a fountain, a powerful impact swept away instantly, and the entire battlefield was filled with gunpowder smoke. Swish! Having just escaped a catastrophe, Feden stood up from the ground unsteadily and was almost thrown away by the impact. However, his strong physique allowed him to stand firm and quickly counterattacked. Hard! With a low murmur, most of Feden's thoughts gathered in the umbrella sword. With a flash of his body, he rushed into the gunpowder in an instant, appeared in front of Chi Yat, and stabbed fiercely at Chi Yat. Clang! When the swords and fingers collided, there was a crisp sound of swords colliding. Chi Yuzhnan's skills have reached a very high level. The enhancer's Menchi covered her hands, directly turning Chi Yu's hands into steel and iron bones, invulnerable to swords and guns, hard to resist Feden's sharp umbrella sword blessed by Menchi without any harm. The next moment, both sides started a stormy attack, and the sound of gold and iron clashing resounded. This time, Feden's attack on Chi Yu had the bottom line, and he was not blown away by Chi Yu's punch as before. Fighting with Chi Yu was impressive, but he was still suppressed at a disadvantage. No matter in terms of speed or the power of Nian Chi, Feden can't compare with Chi Yu. Only the combat experience is stronger than Chi Yu, but it is also limited and cannot make up for it too much. In the stormy battle, wounds and blood sprayed continuously on Feden's body. After a few rounds, Feden turned into a blood man, with blood all over his body. However, just like this, Feden didn't show any irritation at all, instead he had a weird smile on his face. This way of fighting regardless of oneself, it seems that Feden is really going to use that move. On a small hill in the distance, everyone in the brigade was watching the battle on the hillside. After seeing Feden's fighting style, the corner of Nobunaga's mouth with a tick, he said with a faint smile. Indeed, for that move, the more injured you are, the stronger the power it will release. This guy Feden is preparing for that move. Fortunately, we evacuated ahead of time, otherwise it might be too late. Finks nodded in agreement, his tone full of rejoicing. Wait, something is not quite right. At this moment, Franklin suddenly said. Indeed, something is wrong, go back. Krollo also spoke at this time, and he also saw something. Below, the battlefield between Chi Ya and Feden. At this time, the battle has begun to show a one-sided situation. Just now, after Feden understood the injury on his body, he had already started planning his next trick, preparing to launch the most powerful attack on Chi Ya and burn Chi Ya to ashes. For this reason, he retreated from the fierce fight with Chi Ya while defending, and prepared to make pre-attack preparations. However, Chi Ya seemed to have discovered his intention, and the attacks on him became more and more fierce. Every blow could make Fei He feel his internal organs vibrate. It made him unable to free his hand to make pre-preparation, and was completely suppressed by Chi Ya, falling into the disadvantaged. Wounds all over his body, bleeding everywhere, Feden's other hand received a fatal blow again. The arm bone was directly broken by Chi Ya's blow, and it slumped down. At this moment, the combat power was directly weakened by half. Damn it! At this moment, Feden couldn't calm down at all, his squinted eyes stared at Chi Ya, and his eyes were flickering with anger. Being suppressed by Chi Ya, he had no chance to use his ultimate move without injury. Damn it, man! However, everything is of no avail. As time goes by, Feden is completely at a disadvantage, surrounded by dangers, and is always on the verge of life and death. If he is not careful, he will be severely injured again, or even fall on the spot. Roar! It's useless. Roaring furiously, Feden was ready to launch his own trick desperately, ready to die with Chi Ya. It was the first time he was forced to this level by the enemy. This shame can only be washed away by the death of Chi Ya. For this reason, even if he loses his own life, he will not hesitate. Chapter 42. The thoughts all over his body violently rioted, a fiery breath emanated from Feden's body, and a fiery red ball gradually formed on his chest. At this time, Feden was completely insane and completely desperate. He wants Chi Ya to die, Chi Ya must die, and he will not hesitate to pay any price for it. However, can things really go the way Feden thinks? Of course it is impossible. Chi Ya is not an idiot. How could Chi Ya, who knew the power of this guy's unique skill, allow him to use it smoothly. The reason why he attacked violently just now was because he didn't want this guy to have a chance to use his tortoise shell, which made him have some scruples. After all, once the ultimate move is used, without the tortoise shell, Feden, the initiator, will be injured at a glance. Blazing Sun, that is a powerful nin that can distinguish between friend and foe. Once there is no protection, Feden himself will be in danger of falling, and will be burned by the high-temperature flames of the blazing sun. However, according to the current situation, this guy seems to have been completely driven crazy, he no longer cares about himself, and seems to be ready to die with him. How can this be? You can die if you want to, I don't have time to accompany you. Facing the crazy Feden, the thunder on Chiya's body became more violent and terrifying, and the destructive aura emanating from the raging thunder snake became more and more palpitating. Chiya has not used her strongest strength before, only about 7 layers. Although the rest of Phantom Troop retreated a long distance away, Chiya kept guard against them. On the other hand, if Chiya had used all his strength just now, the battle would have been one-sided from the start. In this situation, everyone in the brigade would not let Feden attack alone, they would attack Chiya together. At that time, Chiya can only retreat. However, since there was a head-on collision, and Feden was the only one, Chiya would not be cowardly, and would directly strike ruthlessly. Killing a Phantom Troop member, Chiya can get at least 1000 reinforcement points. When facing Uvajin before, Chiya didn't hold back and was going to kill Uvajin here. However, in order to test the power of his enhancer's Nin cultivation base, he let Phantom Troop and others arrive in time, and missed this opportunity. This made Chiya give up the idea of killing Phantom Troop members. However, I didn't expect that the members of Phantom Troop would take the initiative to create opportunities for Chiya. Then Chiya would naturally not be polite, relying on the information she knew in her previous life, followed Feden's thoughts, and set a trap for the brigade and Feden step by step. Up to now, Chiya finally had a chance to succeed with one blow. As long as Chiya exerts his full strength, Feden, who has not used his ultimate move, will definitely not be Chiya's opponent, and cannot block Chiya's attack. And at the moment when Chiya released his full strength, Feden finally understood the current situation. The furious heart also calmed down slightly. However, immediately, Feden's anger exploded again. This guy, he was playing tricks on me just now. The destructive and violent aura made Feden understand at once that Chiya's strength was far beyond his own, and he had been holding back when fighting him just now. If Chiya had used this strength just now, he would have been killed by Chiya long ago. At this moment, Feden didn't have any chance of saving his life, but became more and more violent and angry. He is the weak who is merciful. Unforgivable, he will never be weak. The sudden increase in anger made Feden's unique skill completion speed also increase dramatically. In a blink of an eye, the scorching fireball on his chest doubled in size, like a small sun, slowly floating up towards the sky. Soon, the small sun flew to an altitude of more than 10 meters, and the light it emitted directly brought the Tucker Mountains, which had already set in the west and was about to enter night, back into daylight again. The small sun floating in midair became more and more dazzling, and the scorching wind was blowing, as if it would change back to an explosion the next moment. It's useless, let's burn the sun, hee. Looking at Chiya's raised hand, Feden said with a weird and crazy expression. The next moment, the fiery small sun emitted intense heat and exploded under Feden's control. The intense temperature dyed the entire battlefield with another color instantly. Against the backdrop of fiery red, the fire spread instantly, turning the entire mountain range into a sea of flames in a blink of an eye. However, before the blazing sun's power broke through Chiya's neon chi defense, a sky-reaching thunder column suddenly descended, completely covering the small sun floating in midair in an instant. In an instant, the violently burning small sun completely disappeared. It completely disappeared under the thunderbolt pillar. This sudden scene made Feden stunned in place, the cruel look completely disappeared, replaced by disbelief. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured into the whole person, the monstrous anger disappeared in an instant, and even the tone of speech recovered. How is it possible, my blazing Sunday? Before he could finish speaking, a pillar of thunder that reached the sky had already descended on him. Boom! At sunset, there was a loud bang, and a pillar of thunder descended on the Tucker Mountains. The sea of flames all over the mountains was completely blown away and extinguished at the moment when the pillar of thunder descended. The sky-reaching thunder column kept flickering and buzzing, and it slowly dissipated after more than 10 seconds. As the thunder pillar dissipated, the situation on the ground gradually appeared, and a terrifying bottomless abyss across the mountain range appeared on the ground. On the edge of the abyss, Chi-Ya has exited the speed mode, standing quietly, with the thunder snake flashing on his body from time to time. At this time, Chi-Ya didn't have any joy in killing the enemy, and his expression was as usual. No, it should be said that his expression was a little gloomy. Suddenly, Chi-Ya looked towards the opposite side of the abyss not far away. There, Phantom Troop and his group stared at Chi-Ya warily. And Feden, who was in it at this time, lay unconscious on the ground. At this time, Feden's left hand completely disappeared, with blood flowing from the root to the bottom. Maki is using Nan to stitch up Feden's wound. Krollo, the head of the brigade, is holding a book in one hand and a small scarecrow in the other. The left hand of the scarecrow in his hand slowly turned into ashes at this moment, and the next moment, the whole scarecrow was directly shattered, completely reduced to ashes, and completely dissipated with the breeze. Chapter 43. Phew, didn't you succeed again? Chi-Ya exhaled lightly, feeling a little depressed in her heart. It's okay that Yuvajin didn't succeed just now, because I was testing my enhancer Nan just now, so I was delayed for some time, so everyone in the brigade arrived in time. However, this time even Feden was not able to kill, and was rescued in that kind of mortal situation. This is something Chi-Ya can't stand. However, even if it is unbearable, Chi-Ya must accept this fact. That is, Feden was rescued. Saved by Krollo, the leader of Phantom Troop, under his strongest blow. Krollo's scarecrow that has been reduced to ashes, combined with the fact that Feden was completely covered by the thunderbolt that pierced the sky before, and there is no possibility of escape, Chi-Ya, who has experienced the information explosion in his previous life, soon had a guess in his heart. The scarecrow brought out by Krollo just now should have the ability to replace a person's death. The reason why Feden was rescued just now is probably the effect of the scarecrow in his hand. That scarecrow should have been stolen by Krollo using his ability, the thief's ultimate intent, from the Nan who fought against him. It's really tenacious, brigade. The tone was not very good. Chi-Ya looked at everyone in the brigade, sighed heavily, and said in a mocking tone. The two members were defeated by themselves in a row, but they were saved by other members of the brigade twice. While Chi-Ya ridiculed the weak status of the brigade members, she was also laughing at herself. Laughing at myself for being alone now. If he also has powerful companions or subordinates by his side. In the two battles today, Yuvajin and Feden had no chance of surviving. Power. I really should establish my own power. This encounter made Chi-Ya's thought that he didn't really care about become extremely strong. Even if there is no mission issued by the system, Chi-Ya will start to form his own forces when he returns this time. Otherwise, the next time he encounters such a situation, he will still suffer aggrievedly. In this situation, Chi-Ya knows very well that he has no chance to kill either Yuvajin or Feden. Chi-Ya felt really uncomfortable when Bai Huahua's strengthening point slipped away while she was watching. Shoot! Looking at the ashes in his hands, Krollo lost his mind for a moment, and then directly issued orders to the brigade members, without any intention of talking to Chi-Ya, simply and neatly. As soon as Krollo finished speaking, Nobunaga, Finks, Franklin, Face Shadow, and Shulnark, all five of them turned into an afterimage, crossed the abyss in front of them, and rushed towards Chi-Ya. In a blink of an eye, he appeared beside Chi-Ya, directly surrounding Chi-Ya. The next moment, their respective attacks came towards Chi-Ya. Juhi. 16 consecutive days. Soul Puppet Possession, Blast Fist. Puppet Antenna. Heavy Machine Gun. Sharp Slashes, Powerful Fists, Puppet Antennas in 2s and 3s, and Endless Mind Bombs. As long as another second, no, half a second, Chi-Ya will be flanked by 5 people. With a ferocious attack, even Chi-Ya, once hit, would at least end up seriously injured. However, will this really be the case? Would Chiya really stand still and be attacked by several people? Of course not. Under Krolo's astonished gaze, the 5 people who had besieged Chiya flew upside down in an instant, smashing heavily towards the surroundings. And Chiya still stayed in the same place. Chiya entered the state of super speed again. Krolo could only see an afterimage, and then found out whether it was Nobunaga, Frank Lin Yi, or Shulnark, who were all hit hard. I said, I'm not afraid of you, you can't do anything to me. Chiya in the super speed state looked indifferently at Krolo, who was in a daze, and said indifferently. The speed of the wind and the thunder. The rapid use of skills is the same as lightning. However, the flash and lightning relies on Chiya's own will to change the muscle action. Blast Thunder, on the other hand, senses the opponent's actions through the enemy's hostile thoughts and vibrations, and acts with physical reflexes. Predict the enemy's opportunity and win by surprise. The attacking methods of the 5 Nobunaga were all in Chiya's perception, and they responded. Coupled with Chiya's speed, none of the 5 could escape. However, it is only to this extent. 1 or 2 more, Chiya would not be able to fully react. After all, the members of Phantom Troop are all Nin masters. Chiya's physical reflexes can't reach that level yet. However, even 5 is enough. This brat. Standing up from the ground in embarrassment, Nobunaga looked at Chiya with some doubts. Just now, my knife was only 1 centimeter away from Chiya's neck and was about to cut it off. However, the next moment, he was hit hard and was blown away without him noticing. The same was true for the others. After standing firmly on the ground, they all stared at Chiya solemnly. This time, none of them acted rashly. This time it was just an attack, and the next time it might be a fatal injury. Therefore, before you have figured out the situation, you can't just shoot casually. The speed was so fast, there were at least 5 attacks at that moment, and Nobunaga and the others didn't notice it at all. Compared with Nobunaga and the others, Krolo, who was standing on the opposite side of the ravine, saw some clues. Although it was only an afterimage, he could clearly see Chiya launching different attacks towards the 5 people in an instant. Up to now, he has to admit that in terms of speed, Chiya is the fastest in the world he has ever seen. At least he has never seen a Nin who is faster than Chiya. But it's really arrogant words. Is this your whole card? If it's just like this, it's not enough, kid. Krolo said calmly with his expression unchanged. He admitted that Chiya's speed is really fast, so fast that even if 5 Nin masters attack at the same time, Chiya can dodge and counter-attack instantly. However, this does not mean that Chiya can be proud in front of the brigade. No matter how fast they are, their Phantom Troop has the ability to keep it. For example, he has this ability. In the book in his hand is Nin who can restrain Chiya. Chapter 44. Crash. The sound of pages turning, the book in Krolo's hands flipping quickly. It stopped shortly afterwards, with one of the pages standing upright in the center, and Krolo reached out and tore it off. Thief's ultimate intent and Krolo's trait Nin can steal the opponent's Nin and store it in the book in his hand if the conditions are met. If you want to use it later, just summon the book and release Nin. In the original book, this guy used it when he was fighting against Grandpa Gino and Papa Silva. Your speed is indeed very fast. None of us can catch up. If we want to keep you here, we can only slow down your speed. After tearing off the page, Krolo looked at Chi lightly. He glanced at it and said. Hearing this, Chiya's expression changed slightly, and he remembered the scene of being besieged by the overlord of monsters in the wetland before. At that time, he was used by one of the Warcraft overlords to increase the resistance of the air, and was changed by the other Warcraft overlord to change the gravity, and his speed was directly reduced by half. If it weren't for the existence of space ability, Chiya would have fallen in the wetland of Shimali a long time ago. Does Krolo have this ability too? That's right, this guy's ability is to steal interested Nin from other people, maybe he actually has the ability to steal this aspect. Snail's certificate. As if to confirm Chiya's conjecture, Krolo pinched the pages of the book and read aloud faintly. As soon as the words fell, the pages in Krolo's hands turned into white light and disappeared. Chi Ya, who was thinking about it, saw this scene, her pupils shrank immediately, without any hesitation, she quickly left the spot. However, it was still a step too late. Chi Ya could feel that there was a force acting on her body. As soon as this force appeared, Chi Ya could feel that his speed had been directly weakened by more than half, no, it had been weakened by 7 layers. Now Chi Ya, after turning on the speed is just faster than before the speed is not turned on. This kind of power is even more terrifying than those 2 monster overlords in the depths of the wetland. Even, Chi Ya felt that her body became soft for a moment, but it was only for a moment, and this feeling disappeared soon. Furthermore, this ability can be activated without any conditions at all, and can be activated at any time. Chi Ya took a deep look at Krolo, and his face gradually became gloomy. The snail's credential, which I wrested from a coward Nin. Once this ability is activated, the speed will be weakened to the extreme in an instant, just like a snail, and the victim's defense will be as fragile as a snail's shell. Of course, this only affects other people. It may not have such a big effect on this kid. This guy is not only very strong in physique, but also comparable to Uvijin in terms of defense, and his speed is unprecedented. When this ability acts on him, it will weaken his speed to the extreme, but it may not necessarily have an excellent effect on his physique. However, this ability is simply a tailor-made weapon for this kid in front of me, ha. Looking at Chi Ya's gloomy face, Krolo couldn't help showing a faint, mocking smile on his indifferent face. Do it, this kid's speed is limited by me. Immediately, Krolo scattered the books in his hand, took out a small knife from his waist, wrapped in his thoughts, jumped up, and rushed towards the opposite side of the abyss. He spoke to the Nobunaga and the others. The snail's certificate, this ability is time-sensitive. Under normal circumstances, it can last for about an hour. But that's normal, this kid is clearly different. Therefore, this effect races against time and cannot be wasted. As soon as Krolo moved, Nobunaga and the others followed suit, thinking Chi Ya surrounded him from all directions. Even Uvijin, who hadn't acted together before, followed Krolo to attack. Haha, as long as you don't have that kind of speed, I won't be weaker than you, boy, give me your life. Uvijin's rough voice spread across the battlefield. It is indeed an ability to restrain me. I have to say, Krolo, you with thief intent are in some ways the nemesis of many Nin. Because you can take out so many different Nin that the enemy is caught off guard and unable to react in time. However, if I dare to say that kind of thing, how can I have no cards? Krolo, what do you think? Chi Ya raised his head slightly, the gloom on his face disappeared completely, instead the corners of his mouth showed the same mocking color as before Krolo. Although you Krolo has an in that the 2 overlords of Warcraft can't match, you still can't help me. Hi. Krolo, who was rushing towards Chi Ya, frowned when he saw this scene. This kid, what else is Nin not showing? Even though he thought so, Krolo's attack did not stop at all. Already appearing beside Chi Ya, the knife in his hand has already slashed towards Chi Ya fiercely. In several other directions, attacks by Nobunaga and others followed suit. However, at the moment when the attack fell, everyone in the brigade stared wide-eyed. A faint white light appeared from Chi Ya's body, and the moment the attack was about to land on Chi Ya's body, it quickly covered Chi Ya. Goodbye, spiders. The corners of Chi Ya's mouth curled up slightly, and Chi Ya glanced at everyone in the brigade with a light smile, and then disappeared from the spot along with the white light in the shocked eyes of everyone. Boom! Everyone's attacks fell heavily on the ground, gravel flew across, and gunpowder smoke rose everywhere. Disappeared. The impatient Nobunaga put the knife back into its sheath, and quickly searched for it. There's no need to look for it. That kid really disappeared. That ability is the ability of space. Krolo said lightly and stopped Nobunaga. Captain. The others looked at Krolo. At this moment, Krolo's expression changed from his usual calm to extremely gloomy. The kind of Nin just now, he is very clear, it is the breath of space, and there are also Nin related to space in his books, so he can easily distinguish it. In other words, Chi Ya really escaped from here, escaped under their siege. Phantom Troop, the first miss. Almost all of them were dispatched, but they missed. After everyone saw Krolo's face, they all shut up and remained silent, and the faces of all of them were also very ugly. Let's go, get out of here, don't worry about those survivors, first find a place to treat Uvajin and Feden. Chapter 45. It's amazing. This guy is so strong. Not only did he defeat those 2 demons in a row, but he was able to escape under the joint attack of other demons. After watching the battle between Chiya and the brigade, they all exclaimed. Among them, Tal, the leader, couldn't help but scream. What kind of ability is this kid using? He can actually master the power of nature like lightning. I don't know, but they are so strong. Those demons are not opponents at all. It would be great if we can also have that ability. Several other children started to communicate. You said, how about we go find this person and let this person tell us to master the power of that kind of thunder, then we will be able to kill those demons and avenge Dad and the others. One of the children suggested aloud, with a face excitement overflowed on the face, and the eyes filled up. As soon as these words came out, these people were stunned and silent. After a few seconds, someone spoke. Indeed, if we can have that kind of power, then we can avenge Amu and the others. That kind of lightning almost killed that demon. Yes, let's find that kid and let him teach us to master this power. Yes, hurry up, let's go out now, that child should not have left here. Several surviving Kurida teenagers became more and more excited as they talked, and one of them suggested excitedly. This immediately got the approval of other children. However, the next moment, Tal, who had never been involved in their conversation, poured a bucket of cold water on them. It's not relative, why do you think that boy will teach us to master that kind of power? This. The excited people suddenly froze. That's right, it doesn't matter whether they are relatives or relatives, why do you think Chiya will teach them to master that ability? Several people were like wilted eggplants, slumped on the ground, their faces full of disappointment. It was hard to think of a way to take revenge, but it was the result they took for granted. As for Tal, after seeing the expressions of his friends, he didn't make a sound to comfort him, but became deep in thought. The little lowly Kalair on the side also fell silent, pinching the corner of Tal's clothes, and remained silent. A few minutes passed quickly. At this moment, a trace of firmness flashed in Tal's eyes in deep thought. Then he looked at the lost Kurida teenagers, took a deep breath, and said, "Everyone, listen to me." When the teenagers heard the words, they immediately looked up, their faces full of bewilderment. "I have an idea." Seeing his companions looking at him, Tal slowly spoke out his plan. And following Tal's narration, the eyes of the few people who were originally dazed and dull gradually became colored, and their eyes were full of hope again. On the other side, Chiya's figure quietly appeared in a white light on a big tree in the tall mountains. Hi! As soon as Chiya appeared, he sat down directly against the branch and exhaled softly. Cows and sheep come in groups, and beasts always walk alone. This should be a portrayal of my future, but for me now, I am still a weak person, unable to become a lone beast. Looking at the mountains and forests in the dark night, Chiya's eyes shone with a faint light. Now I am like cattle and sheep, I have to work in groups. Today's experience made Chiya understand that the current self is not a beast that can walk alone in the world, but a cow, sheep, and weak person that needs to walk with others. The desire to form an exclusive force of its own is getting stronger and stronger. However, the current situation is no longer suitable for staying here. The mission can only be treated as a failure, but fortunately there is no penalty for mission failure. Silently meditating, Chiya gave up her first mission. Given Chiya's current situation, it might be difficult to get out if he meets a member of Phantom Troop again. Because the Thunder Pillar and Space Movement just now had consumed about 8 levels of Chiya's Nian Chi. If he encounters a member of the brigade again, Chiya should be able to use another space movement to teleport away from the brigade's field of vision. However, in that way, Chiya's thought energy will be completely lost, and it will take a very long time to recover. Coupled with the fact that Krolo has imposed viciousness on himself, his speed has been suppressed to the extreme and his strength has been greatly reduced. In this case, let the thoughts in the body reach the lowest point, and your own safety will be greatly reduced. Chi Ya never puts herself in danger. Therefore, Chi Ya is going to give up the mission and leave here. As for the survivors of the Kurida clan hidden in the mountains, Chi Ya can only express that there is nothing they can do to help them. With this in mind, Chi Ya took a deep look at the Taker Mountains in the dark night, shook her head slightly, then turned around and jumped down. After landing, Chi Ya walked straight to the outside world. Chi Ya's position at this time is the outskirts of the mountain range. From here, it only takes more than an hour to leave the Tucker mountain range. The forest in the dark night is full of dangers. The night is a paradise for wild beasts, and there are countless wild beasts lurking in the forest. However, none of these beasts dared to jump out, stood in front of Chi Ya, and showed their fangs and claws at Chi Ya. Each one is extremely well behaved, just like a tamed pet. Probably because the aura emanating from Chi Ya at this time was so terrifying, like an abyss, that these wild beasts didn't dare to have any hunting thoughts at all, and they were terrified in their hearts. The instinct of the beast was completely suppressed, and he didn't dare to take any action at all. But when Chi Ya walked about half the distance, Chi Ya stopped suddenly, raised her head slightly, looked forward, and frowned slightly. These guys are... Sorry, I was a little confused last night, Miss Reed. Chapter 46. In front of Chi Ya, who stopped, there were a group of teenagers dressed in ethnic minority costumes. The oldest boy appeared to be about 12 years old. This group of people is none other than the Kurida survivors who had been hiding in that secret cave before. Having lived here in seclusion, the Kurida people know the Taker Mountains well. It is very easy to avoid the beasts at night, and the cave where they hide is not far from here. So this group of Kurida teenagers arrived at Chi Ya's location very quickly. As for how to find Chi Ya, it is naturally due to the ability of little Lolita Kalir. Kalir's ability does not need to be seen with his own eyes to be effective. Even people who are seeing from someone else's field of view can share the field of view. Even if it's just a photo, Kalir can share his vision after seeing it. The ability is very against the sky. Just now, Kalir determined Chi Ya's location by sharing Chi Ya's vision, and relying on his familiarity with the Tucker Mountains. Immediately, the group of people came to the place where Chi Ya must pass as quickly as possible, and appeared in front of Chi Ya, fearing that Chi Ya would disappear if he took a step too late. As for Chi Ya, after seeing these boys and girls, seeing the appearance and clothing of these boys and girls, she also had some guesses in her heart. Appearing here at this time, and wearing such strange costumes, there is no doubt that these guys should be survivors of the Kurida tribe. It's just that Chi Ya didn't expect that these survivors would appear in front of her, which Chi Ya didn't expect. The survivors of the Kurida tribe. However, although there was a guess, Chi Ya squinted his eyes and made a sound to confirm. As soon as these words came out, Tal and the others were taken aback immediately, and there was a trace of vigilance in their eyes looking at Chi Ya. Originally, the words that were brewing in his throat and wanted to be dissipated at this moment. Who the hell is this guy? Why does he know our identities? Could it be that he is coming for our clan like those demons? Tal stared at Chi Ya vigilantly, thinking with a little panic in his heart. He already regretted bringing his companions to find Chi Ya now. If Chi Ya is really filled with their clan like those demons before, then they are now a sheep into a tiger's mouth. You don't need to be vigilant. Although the purpose of my coming here is you, I have no ill intentions towards you. Chi Ya naturally saw the vigilance of the Talji people. This group of youngsters are all experienced, and they can't hide their inner thoughts at all, and they all show on their faces. Although Chi Ya said so, Tal and the others were still very vigilant, and even 2 Kurida teenagers had already started to retreat. Chi Ya didn't care about this, and stared at Tal, and Chi Ya could tell that the oldest Kurida boy was their leader. Survivors of the Kurida tribe, do you want revenge? Looking at Tal, Chi Ya raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and said aloud, with a hint of temptation in his tone. As soon as these words came out, the boys and girls of the 6 Kurida clan were stunned, and then their eyes changed at the same moment, and they all turned into fiery red eyes. Think. Tal stared at Chi Ya with red eyes, gritted his teeth and growled. Everyone else clenched their fists, and their immature faces were full of hatred. Even the little girl Kalir was the same at this time. Obviously they all thought of the tragic death of the clansman. Then, why don't you come to me? I'm responsible for teaching you to become stronger, so that you can take revenge in the future. But, relatively, you will become my subordinates. Chi Ya didn't hesitate, and got straight to the point. As soon as Chi Ya's words came out, Tal and the others were all taken aback, and then each of them showed surprise expressions on their faces. This is the way Tal discussed with them just now. In order to take revenge, they were going to seek refuge with Chi Ya, wanting to rely on Chi Ya's power. Become Chi Ya's subordinate, let Chi Ya teach them to become stronger, and then seek revenge from those demons. Unexpectedly, Chi Ya's purpose coincides with theirs. Look at you, are you here to take refuge with me? Chi Ya naturally saw the appearance of several people, and was immediately happy. Yes, my lord, we hope to get the power to deal with those demons from you, and we will not hesitate to pay any price for this. My lord, we have all seen the scene where you fought those demons just now. You have that kind of powerful natural force and the power to kill those demons. We hope to become your subordinates and learn from you that kind of power. Tal didn't hide anything, and said directly, with an extremely respectful tone. Now that Chi Ya said so, Tal also knew that Chi Ya was not malicious, so he had no intention of hiding it. Besides, there is no need to hide this kind of thing. And Chi Ya is now their only lifeline. If they continue to hide here, they are prone to accidents. Even if they are not found, food is still a crisis. The power of nature, do you mean Nen? Chi Ya was slightly taken aback when he heard this, and immediately understood. That kind of power is called Nen. After getting the answer from Chi Ya, Tal and the others were suddenly stunned. That little girl next to you doesn't own Nen. Seeing this scene, Chi Ya raised her brows and said in surprise. Kolar. The eyes of the others were all on the little lowly Kalir beside Tal. So that's it, Kalir's ability is amazing. The teenagers were not idiots, and soon understood what Chi Ya said, which made them even more surprised. Looking at you, you don't seem to know Nen. Chi Ya's expression became even weirder. I don't know. Although some adults in the clan have this kind of power, we don't know that this ability is called Nen, and the adults didn't say it. Tal replied awkwardly. I see. Chi Ya raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. No wonder the guy Kurapika in the original book doesn't know about Nen's existence. The feeling is that the adults of the Kurida tribe did not explain the existence of Nen to the younger generation. I don't know Nen at this age, and I don't know why the Kurida people do this. Isn't this a waste of the talents of their Kurida people? Chi Ya was speechless and indignant at the way the Kurida people handled things. If the Kurida tribe passed Nen on, the entire Kurida tribe would be masters of Nen, and Phantom Troop would not be able to destroy the Kurida tribe at all. However, this is also Chi Ya's fault for the Luda tribe. The Kurida people have always been in a state of seclusion. Although they have some contact with the outside world, they don't know anything about the existence of Nen. Those Kurida people who have Nen are all awakened by exercise in the process of growing up, and then slowly groping for cultivation. They don't even know what this power is called, how to get Nen, and the system, so they don't pass it on. Moreover, the Kurida tribe has always loved peace and dislikes fighting. Strength is not very important to them. In their hearts, everything is according to fate, they can have the best, and it doesn't matter if they can't. That's why this happens. My lord, are what you just said true? Can we be your subordinates, and learn from you the power called Nen? At this moment, Tal spoke again, and he looked at Chi Ya with an extremely firm expression, with a firm look in his eyes. The slightest hope. Of course, the purpose of my visit this time is to see if there are any survivors among you, and I want to save you from Phantom Troop and take them under my command. Are you willing? Chi Ya smiled, responded, and asked. As long as we can take revenge and ask us to do anything, we have no objection. Upon receiving the reply, Tarleton trembled all over, took a deep breath, and then bowed heavily to Chi Ya. The others followed Tal's lead and bowed heavily to Chi Ya. Chi Ya. Chapter 47. In the silent Tucker Mountains, 2 waves of Chi Ya and phantom troop left here one after another. And not long after the 2 waves of people left, a mournful roar sounded in the mountains. Tall, bring them with me. 2 days later, after opening the majestic gate of trial in the Cukulu mountain of the Republic of Badokia, Chi Ya commanded the Talls behind him. After finishing speaking, Chi Ya walked towards the inside. The door also has a tendency to close. The majestic Tall, who was shocked by the trial gate, heard the words and saw the trial gate that was slowly closing, and hurriedly woke up several other companions, leading them to follow closely. After half an hour's journey, Chi Ya brought Tall and others to a villa. In front of the villa, there were already many housekeepers here, posing a solemn welcome ceremony in line. Master Chi Ya, welcome back. Indus standing in the front saluted Chi Ya. Well, I'm back, Wuyutong. Chi Ya nodded slightly, and responded. Immediately, he glanced at Tall and the others behind him, who seemed a little restrained because of the large number of housekeepers, and said to Wuyutong, Wuyutong, arrange them check-in, give them special training by the way, and I will come back in a month. Yes, Master Chi Ya. Indus replied respectfully. You follow Wuyutong first, your physique is too weak, let Wuyutong train you, and I will come to you after a while. After ordering Wuyutong, Chi Ya turned to Tall and the others and said. Yes, Master Chi Ya. On the way back from the airship, Chi Ya already knew the information of several people, and at the same time, several people also knew Chi Ya's identity. Under Chi Ya's decision, several people were with the Zaldik family. The housekeepers also called Chi Ya the young master. Yet, nodding, Chi Ya walked towards the villa. In the gorgeous and spacious bathroom, water vapor filled the air. Chi Ya closed her eyes, quietly leaning against the edge of the bath, washing her inner exhaustion in the flowing hot spring. Although he only went out for a few days, and still traveled by airship, it can be considered exhausting. In addition, he collided with phantom troop once in the Tucker Mountains. Chi Ya was also mentally exhausted. Soaking in the warm pool water also made Chi Ya's tiredness slowly dissipate. After a long time, Chi Ya slowly opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, Chi Ya directly summoned his attribute panel from his mind. Name, Chi Ya Zaldik. Ability. Nen, Conjurer Nen Speed Thunder, 5000, Trait Nen Space, 5000, Manipulator Nen Ring of Angel Archangel's Breath, 5000, Enhancer Nen, 5000, Strengthen Points. Deputy Ability. Cuisine, Advanced Cuisine, 500, note, in brackets are the enhancement points required for the next enhancement. Strengthening Points, 3653. Item, Aluminum Alloy Yo-Yo. A familiar panel emerged in Chi Ya's mind. On the left side of the panel, there is another panel. Task Panel. Task Template. Quest Name, Zaldik Patriarch. Task Introduction. As the future owner of Zaldik, the host must establish a force that belongs exclusively to the host. Ask the host to go to the hidden place of the Kurida tribe, rescue the survivors of the Kurida tribe from Phantom Troop, and successfully recruit survivors. Task Reward, 5000, Strengthening Points 1 chance to awaken the Nen system. Completed. The first task released by the system has already displayed the completion status. It can be completely completed after Chi Ya receives the reward. System, receive the mission reward. Chi Ya didn't procrastinate, and directly received the mission reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5000 strengthening points and a chance to awaken the Nen system once. System, use the Nen system awakening opportunity. As soon as the mission reward is received, Chi Ya will directly use the reward this time. Ding! Use the opportunity to awaken the Nen system. Congratulations to the host for getting the emitter eliminate thoughts. Before the words fell, Chi Ya trembled all over, and the eyes sparkled. Demining is the ability of demining masters, and demining masters are a special profession among naughty ones. None of any system has the opportunity to cultivate this ability, but the number of people who can cultivate successfully is very few in the whole world. According to the records that Chi Ya saw in the library, among the information obtained by the Zaldik family, there are less than 24 known Nemesis masters, and the number is so rare that it is almost rare. And the ability to eliminate thoughts, as the name suggests, can clear away Nen. Just like 2 days ago, the snail certificate used by Krollo is a malignant Nen that acts on others, negatively affects others, and even threatens life. And the master of eliminating thoughts is aware of the existence of these Nen. In other words, the current Chi-Ya is already a rare nemesis teacher. 2 days ago in the Tucker Mountains, although Chi-Ya seemed extremely relaxed, it was extremely thrilling. The weird ability used by Krollo almost completely restrained Chi-Ya. If it wasn't for Chi-Ya's spatial ability, Chi-Ya who consumed too much mental energy and weakened his speed to that extent would have 100% fallen there. But now, Chi-Ya who has the exception of Nen doesn't have to be afraid of these weird Nen at all. Even if you get hit by someone else's Nen, Chi-Ya can easily get rid of it by himself. On the way back, Chi-Ya was still thinking about how to deal with this special and weird Nen. Thinking about whether to use strengthening points to cultivate a portion of Nen. Unexpectedly, the Nen system awakening reward rewarded by the system solved Chi-Ya's problem first. It's really hard to find a place to go through iron shoes, and it doesn't take much effort to get it. No, it's not without effort, after all, this is the task reward Chi-Ya got for completing the task. Name, Chi-Ya Zaldik. Ability. Nen, Conjurer Nen Speed Thunder, 5000, Trait Nen Space, 5000, Manipulator Nen Ring of Angel Archangel's Breath, 5000, Enhancer Nen, 5000, Emitter Nen Exorcism, 1000. Note, the reinforcement points required for the next reinforcement are in parentheses. Deputy Ability. Cuisine, Advanced Cuisine, 500, note, in brackets are the enhancement points required for the next enhancement. Strengthening points, 8653. Item, Aluminum Alloy Yo-Yo. Chapter 48. Although it is a bit dangerous, the harvest is also very impressive. Dang Dang's removal of Nen is enough to offset this thrill. What's more, there are 5000 strengthening points. Now, besides Nen, I already have it. Although it is not at the same level as the trait space ability awakened for the first time, it is still very good. Although the Nen obtained from the awakening of Nen this time is not at the same level as the previous space ability, Chi-Ya is also very satisfied. Immediately, Chi-Ya's thoughts were immersed in the panel in his mind again. I now have more than 8000 enhancement points, how should I use them? Looking at the attribute panel in his mind, Chi-Ya fell into deep thought. More than 8000 strengthening points can make Chi-Ya's Conjurer, Traits, Manipulator, Enhancer, and Nen of any series get strengthened once. First, Chi-Ya ruled out the Manipulator's Archangel Breath. Because, as far as Chi-Ya's current situation is concerned, the healing ability of the Archangel's Breath is enough for Chi-Ya to use. The rest is the Conjurer's Speed, and the space of the trait system has been strengthened by the Enhancer. There is currently no clear ability for the space ability of the trait system. There is only the basic ability of space transfer. Others have not been developed. Even if you want to strengthen it, there is no goal. Is it possible to strengthen space transfer? So temporarily pass. The speed of the Conjurer and the strengthening of the Enhancer. My Conjurer's Thunder is obviously more powerful than the Enhancer's Nian Qi. Even if you don't look at the power, you can see it from the reinforcement points required for the next level of reinforcement. Although the enhancement points required for the next level are the same, Conjurer's Speed has already been strengthened by the ability enhancement from the Novice Gift Package. Compared to Enhancer's Nen, it's obviously one level higher. My current Thunderbolt can attract the Thunderbolt from heaven and earth to attack. In terms of power, it is not comparable to my current Enhancer's combat power. It was the same in the battle with Uvajin. As soon as the speed was turned on, once the power of thunder was used, it would directly break Uvajin's defense against the energy of the Enhancer, causing the attack to fall completely on him, and the other hit hard. If it continues to be strengthened, what kind of shocking changes will this power have? As for the Enhancer, if I continue to strengthen it, my attack power will also become stronger, and the power of my full-strength attack is definitely stronger than the missiles and thermal weapons. Just don't know how much stronger it will be. Should I let the Conjurer take the lead, or should the enhancer and the conjurer go hand in hand? In the lingering hot spring mist, Chi Ya's expression was slightly dazed. He was thinking about his next strengthening direction, and decided. After contemplating for a few minutes, Chi Ya finally made a decision. That is to continue to strengthen the conjurer. Without him, Chi Ya is very curious, what will happen if he continues to strengthen with the speed that he is now able to attract the thunder between heaven and earth. System, use the strengthening points to strengthen speed thunder. Chi Ya instructed the system. Ding, use 5000 enhancement points to strengthen the speed thunder. Congratulations to the host for getting speed thunder. As soon as the system's voice fell, Chi Ya clearly felt that the conjurer's thoughts in his body more than doubled in an instant. If Chi Ya before had about 50,000 thoughts in his body, then Chi Ya now has 100,000. With this level of Nian Qi cultivation, Chi Ya estimates that the Nian Qi in his body can already be compared with that of his father Silva. Just don't know who is strong and who is weak. In addition, Chi Ya also felt that his physique had changed, but Chi Ya's feeling of this change was a little unpredictable. Stretching out her left hand in front of her eyes, Chi Ya frowned slightly, with a slight thought, trying to touch this change. The next moment Chi Ya saw that the palm of his left hand had turned into a faint blue thunderbolt, and he had no palm at all. This is... Chi Ya's eyes widened suddenly. Elementalization, this is elementalization. After being strengthened again, not only Chi Ya's Niankai cultivation in his body has skyrocketed, but his physique has also changed. His hands can actually turn into lightning. With another thought, Chi Ya's whole body turned into lightning, her original body completely disappeared, leaving only a figure completely composed of lightning. The thunder snake spread out along the surface of the water, raging mercilessly and thundering. In a blink of an eye, the entire hot spring bath was destroyed by lightning, and the smoke filled the air. Afterwards, the thunder and lightning dissipated slowly, and Chi Ya's body recovered again. The recovered Chi Ya is completely indifferent to everything around her. At this moment, Chi Ya was very pleasantly surprised. No wonder it is called thunder. The strength I gained this time is the same as the elemental ability of the thunder fruit in one piece. After Chi Ya changed back to her original body, information about elementalization also appeared in Chi Ya's mind. After learning this information, Chi Ya frowned slightly, but smiled freely the next moment. Chi Ya got the message that her elementalization is not invulnerable. As long as there is enough mind energy, Nen masters can still attack themselves. However, this kind of attack must be a physical attack, and other attacks cannot harm Chi Ya at all. In other words, if you want to injure Chi Ya, you must engage in close combat, and the attacks of mages among the Nen will not be effective. For example, Feden's attack Blazing Sun. Encountered again, Chi Ya didn't need to use Thunderbolt to destroy him at all, and it would be fine to stand there and let him burn. What's more, apart from those thermal weapons that restrained lightning, other thermal weapons were unable to cause damage to Chi Ya. Thinking about it this way, it can be said that this weakness has very little restraint on Chi Ya. The benefits of elementalization followed by negligible restraint are almost incomparable. The advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Although this ability is somewhat limited, Chi Ya still has nothing to complain about. Moreover, the power of Chi Ya's thunder is a little stronger. When she came back to her senses, Chi Ya looked at the messy hot spring and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. It's no longer possible to take a bath here, slip. Chapter 49. In the dim corridor, Chi Ya walked slowly. The little lights against the background not only did not make the corridor brighter, but on the contrary made it deeper, giving people a sense of sight of an abyss. However, this atmosphere has no effect on Chi Ya at all. Chi Ya walked into the darkness without saying a word. After going through layers of tightly sealed gates, Chi Ya arrived at the final destination. In front of a steel gate with 7 or 8 layers of institutions. After a dozen clicks on the combination lock on the side of the gate, the mechanism on the gate was quickly unlocked. This is the place where the deepest member of the Zaldik family, Chi Ya's sister Aluka, was imprisoned. That's right, it's the younger sister, maybe because of the butterfly effect caused by Chi Ya's relationship. Aluka, who was supposed to be the younger brother, was indeed a girl. Aluka, known as a dark creature by other members of the Zaldik family, is tabooed by the tribe. Since Chi-Ya was reborn into this world and knew her identity, and knew of the existence of Aluka, she took measures early to prevent the abilities of Aluka and Nanaka from being exposed to the eyes of everyone. However, he was still unable to avoid it despite all precautions. Last year, when Chi-Ya went out to carry out the assassination mission, because of an accident, Aluka's ability was finally exposed. That mission Chi-Ya accepted 3 missions at one time, and stayed outside for a long time. When Chi-Ya came back, it was a done deal, and Aluka had already been locked in this secret room. Even though Chi-Ya is the head of the next generation, Silva, Gino and others still let go, and nothing can be changed. However, Chi-Ya fought hard on the grounds, and as the future head of the family, he got the opportunity from Silva to visit Aluka once a month. It's been a month and a half since I last visited Aluka. This time Chi-Ya this month's chance. And to make Silva, Gino and others change their minds, they need to make their power in the Zaldik family stronger, powerful enough to shake Silva and Gino. For this, Chi-Ya needs a stronger force. This is also the reason why Chi-Ya non-stop began to use the system to become stronger after getting the system. Because, Chi-Ya wanted to release Aluka from here as soon as possible. There was a rumbling mechanical sound, and as Chi-Ya entered the password, the gate of the mechanism opened slowly, and Chi-Ya stepped in. Aluka, Big Brother came to see you. In the bright secret room, a little loli in a kimono with an innocent smile on her face slowly raised her head. Big Brother. In the huge airship, Chi-Ya sat on the glass window, quietly looking at the clear sky, and occasionally 2 white clouds passed by. It has been 2 days since Chi-Ya visited Aluka in the deepest chamber of the Zaldik family. Chi-Ya once again set foot on the airship leaving the Republic of Baderchia. Embarked on the road to continue to become stronger. Compared with my father, my current strength should be a little bit worse, about 9. If I want my words to change the decision-making of the entire family, my strength is still not enough, too weak. In the Zaldik family, the strong are respected. As your strength becomes stronger, the right to speak in the family will also change along with your strength. With Chi-Ya's current strength, he is still inferior to his father Silva and Gino. It's not that Chi-Ya can't forcefully bring Aluka out of the family. As long as Chi-Ya is willing, Chi-Ya can bring Aluka out at any time. Because, Aluka and Nanaka only listen to Chi-Ya. As long as Chi-Ya wants to use Nanaka's terrifying ability that is so terrifying, Nanaka will follow Chi-Ya's instructions to use it at any time. The Zaldik family is unstoppable, just like Chi-Ya in the original book who used Nanaka's ability to intimidate Silva and others. However, Chi-Ya doesn't want to. Chi-Ya doesn't want to break up with the family. Once Nanaka's ability is used to get Aluka out of there, then there will be a crack in the relationship between himself and Aluka and the family that can never be restored. Although the Zaldik family kills without batting an eyelid, is cold-blooded and cruel, but the relationship between the clansmen is quite harmonious, and Chi-Ya doesn't want to destroy this relationship. Of course, except for Aluka, in the Zaldik family, except for Chi-Ya, no one regards Aluka as a family member. Otherwise, it would not be locked up and called a dark creature. Thinking of this, Chi-Ya sighed heavily. It's a long way to go to get Dad and the others to release Aluka. Shaking her head slightly, Chi-Ya got up and left the hall, walking towards her own room. After several hours, the airship finally arrived at its destination. A small country in the eastern part of the continent, called Shak. No, it is said to be a small country, but it is actually not small. The area occupied by this country can rank 5th in the world. The reason why it is a small country is because there are too few residents in this country. In this country, the residence of citizens occupies only 1/10 of this country. The rest are some deep mountains and dense forests, magic realms and secret realms. In this country, it is rare to have 2 undeveloped secret realms, the Kikili ruins and the Bakar secret realm. Because of the existence of the 2 secret realms, a large number of relic hunters, Eudemons hunters, and other miscellaneous hunters often haunt this country and develop the 2 secret realms. It has been more than 10 years since the 2 secret realms were discovered. However, it has not been fully developed until now. However, according to the information released by these hunters, even though the 2 secret realms in this country have been developed, there are still a large number of monsters. Although it can't be compared with the paradise of monsters like Wetland, the number of them is still very considerable. These magical beasts in the secret realm are very cunning, and they are a headache to clean up. After 10 years of cleaning up, only about half of them have been cleaned up. By the way, there are no signs of the entry of Kim Freaks, the high-yielding sow, to the 2 uncharted realms of the kingdom. This is why Chi Ya chooses here. If this guy Jin had been here, it is estimated that there would have been no grass growing here. Goose over the plucking guy, he, Tui. Chapter 50. In fact, it's not right to say that about Jin, because Jin will leave some seeds anyway. If it were Chi Ya, if he had the ability, it is estimated that the monsters here would be killed by Chi Ya to extinction. Chi Ya is now thinking about the wetland, and when Chi Ya's strength is a little bit stronger, Chi Ya will fight back to the depths of the wetland and meet those Warcraft overlords. The next time I go there, Chi Ya will definitely fight those guys to the death. Well, that's something that will happen later. At least the current Chi Ya still can't have enough power to fight those Warcraft overlords. Again, the current Chi Ya is not a beast that can walk alone. Having said that, after coming out of the airport, Chi Ya directly boarded a car and headed towards the Kukulu ruins. This place is different from Shimali Wetland, because Hunter often goes to the ruins, so the drivers here are no longer surprised by the guests like Chi Ya who go to cities other than the ruins. These taxi drivers can't wait for someone to set off to the ruins. Because it is about going to the ruins, they will charge a lot of fees every time they go to the territory outside the ruins and the secret realm. The one-time fee is enough for these drivers to work for a month. After all, it is a special city close to ruins and secret places. Seeking wealth, and wealth refers to people like them. After several hours' journey, Chi Ya finally arrived at the city outside the Kukulu ruins. Hey, let's find a hotel to rest for a night, and then set off to enter the Kukulu ruins tomorrow. After arriving in this city, Chi Ya decided to rest for a night before taking action. After arriving at the only hotel in this fringe city and registering at the front desk of the lobby, Chi Ya carried her small backpack on her shoulders and walked towards the elevator with her room card. However, before taking 2 steps, a very familiar voice came from behind Chi Ya, making Chi Ya stop. Chi Ya turned her head slightly and looked over. Menchi. At the gate, Menchi, whom Chi Ya met in Shimali Wetland before, was leading a few people towards this side. While walking, Menchi was stretching his fingers and closing his eyes and talking. Rebuking, or admonishing. Although Chi Ya's voice is not loud, it is also not low, and it is easy to hear. Menchi, who was talking, was stunned when he heard Chi Ya's voice, and opened his eyes to look over. After seeing Chi Ya, her eyes lit up immediately, then she left her companion and ran towards Chi Ya in a hurry. Chi Ya! In the blink of an eye, Menchi appeared in front of Chi Ya, stretched out his hands to embrace Chi Ya in his arms, and offered benefits to Chi Ya. Stop it, don't use facial cleanser. Being swept up like this, Chi Ya suddenly had crossroads on his forehead, his face was full of displeasure, and he began to struggle. However, Menchi couldn't break free from Menchi's hug at all, and if he really struggled hard, he was afraid of hurting Menchi, and after several minutes of continuous facial cleanser offensive, Menchi stopped. Why are you here? Chi Ya asked unhappily while kneading her immature face. I'm here to explore Bakker's secret place, and see if I can unearth some ingredients. I didn't expect to meet you here. What are you doing here? Menchi replied carelessly when he heard the words. Very excited. The entrances to the Kukulu ruins and Bakker's secret realm are both outside the city, but one is east and the other is westward, extending several kilometers before the real ruins' secret realm. The place Chi Ya wants to go to is the Kukulu ruins. These 2 secret places and ruins are in opposite geographical locations. What else can you do? Come here to explore. Chi Ya rolled his eyes when he heard this. What else can people who come here do besides go to explore the secret land? Of course, it is impossible for him to say that he came here to kill monsters to earn enhancement points. Really? That's great, let's go together. Hearing Chiya's words, Menchi's eyes lit up and he invited excitedly. He knows how powerful Chiya is, even the big guy Samok has been taken care of by Chiya, which she has already confirmed from President Netero. In addition, Chiya also has the ability to heal. If Chiya can be invited to join their team, it will definitely be a great boon for their team. With the addition of Chiya, they can basically walk sideways unless they encounter native traps in the secret realm. Even if you encounter villains who are exploring secret places and ruins, you are not afraid. And Chiya, after hearing Menchi's invitation, refused without thinking. Just kidding, Menchi is a fucking guy, he doesn't want to act with this guy. Although Menchi said before when they were separated that he would grow and mature. However, how long has it been since we separated last time? Chiya can't believe that Menchi will have such a big change. Chiya's refusal made Menchi very puzzled and annoyed, but soon changed his face. Why not together? The two of us met so soon, doesn't this prove our fate? Since we've met, let's act together. Menchi put his hand on Chiya's shoulder, pinched Chiya's cheek, and said with a playful smile. At this moment, the people who came with Menchi also came over and looked at Chiya in surprise. They were old partners with Menchi, but it was the first time they saw Menchi like this. It was the first time for Menchi to see a person so excited that he dumped their companions in a flash. Exactly, Chiya, let me introduce you some, these are my companions. This is Kiko, this is Bilu, this is Hungdali, and this is Buera. Menchi introduced several companions. Several companions are 3 men and 1 woman. Kiko is a small young man with a killer haircut. Bilu is a young lady who is very rich. And Hungdali is a middle-aged uncle with a gentle complexion. As for the last one, this Chiya is very familiar. In the future, the 287th Hunter trial, the fat examiner Buera who appeared with Menchi in the second trial. Following Menchi's introduction, several people nodded to Chiya. Seeing this, Chiya also nodded slightly, and then prepared to introduce herself. However, before the words could be spoken, Menchi cut him off. This is my little brother Chiya, what do you think? Menchi started the facial cleanser offensive again to Chiya, and said to several companions at the same time. Who is your little brother, let me go. Chiya's forehead began to appear crossroads again, and his hands began to push Menchi's face. Seeing the interaction between the two, the 4 people on the opposite side shook their heads amusedly. Chapter 51. Chiya did not agree to act with Menchi and the others, even though Menchi repeatedly invited them. After all, Menchi and others came here to develop the secret realm, while Chiya himself came here to kill the monsters in the secret realm and the ruins. The purpose between the two is completely different. After resting in the hotel for one night, Chiya came out of the city together with Menchi and others. Then, let's say goodbye here, Chiya. Standing at the three-way intersection, Menchi smiled and waved to Chiya. On the other side of the fork in the road, Chiya also nodded lightly, goodbye. After finishing speaking, Chiya turned around and walked straight towards the ruins. Looking at Chiya's back, Menchi waved his hand, looking slightly dazed. She didn't expect that she and Chiya would meet so soon after the time in the wetland. It was thanks to the existence of Chiya that she saved her life in the wetland. For Chiya, Menchi is deeply grateful. This time she met Chiya, she was going to see if she could help Chiya, but Chiya flatly rejected the invitation. It wasn't until her companion reminded her that she came back to her senses and quickly followed her companion. Hey, Menchi, even though that kid is he has already rejected it, so you don't need to repeat the invitation. On the way, Bilu, who owned an airport at a young age, said very unhappy. The others nodded in agreement. Menchi was the leader of their group, and they were all very dissatisfied with their leader's invitation to Chiya after being rejected yesterday. Since Chiya is not willing, why continue to invite them, making them seem to be begging Chiya for a look? Haha, I know you guys are upset, but if Chiya can join, then our security in this secret realm will be greatly enhanced. Do you still remember what I told you about the depths of the wetland in Shimali? Menchi laughed, understanding the feelings of his companions. Without emotion, but asked a question instead. You're talking about the Warcraft overlord Samok being killed? Why are you saying this all of a sudden? Bailu raised her eyebrows and asked in confusion. Hey! Menchi didn't answer, but smiled. Seeing Menchi like this, Kiko, a small young man, suddenly had some guesses and an exaggerated expression. Hey, Menchi, don't tell me, it was the Samok that kid killed. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of several people were all on Menchi. Being watched by several people, Menchi puffed out his chest immediately, and nodded proudly. That's right, Samok was killed by Chi Ya. So you now know why I asked him to join our team. Chi Ya has the ability to kill Samok. Invite him to join us, then our business will be much safer. Moreover, Chi Ya also has the ability to heal. He saved me last time. The expression on Menchi's face became more and more smug, as if she had killed Samok herself. Menchi's affirmation immediately shocked several people. They had heard the existence of Chi Ya from Menchi before, but Menchi didn't say Chi Ya's name, and, yesterday Menchi also said that Chi Ya was her little brother, plus Chi Ya looks so small. So they didn't think about it at all. I didn't expect Chi Ya to have such strength. Menchi are companions, so naturally there is no need to lie to them. It's a pity. If I had known earlier, I would have betrayed my appearance and kidnapped him into our team. Bailu said with a face full of regret. As soon as these words came out, the corners of Boera and the others twitched. Speaking of which, you don't even think about how big Chi Ya is, and she actually wants to seduce an 8-year-old child. Thank goodness you figured it out. Being stared at by several people, Bailu immediately thought of this, and smiled awkwardly. At this moment, she suddenly felt a sharp gaze. Following his gaze, he saw Menchi was staring at her vigilantly. This discovery immediately made Bailu's mouth twitch. Menchi, what are you doing? UBD, you actually want to hit my little brother's attention. Menchi said with a look of guard. Bailu. I warn you. Chi Ya belongs to the Zaldik family. If you are not afraid of death, you can try it. As soon as these words came out, Bailu trembled all over, thinking of the vicious name of the Zaldik family. She was quite frightened, and hurriedly waved her hands. Don't be kidding, I don't have such thoughts at all. The others were also shocked. Humph. Seeing Bailu's terrified expression, Menchi snorted softly and nodded in satisfaction. After that, she didn't continue to say anything, she turned around and walked towards the direction of Barker's secret realm. However, in his heart, Menchi was wary of his teammate. This guy Bailu actually has such thoughts. No, you have to be careful. Chi Ya is a potential stock and cannot be robbed. The others followed closely. Boera, who was walking at the end, had a strange look on his face. He noticed Menchi's expression just now. Apart from being unhappy, Menchi's expression just now was obviously more anxious, as if he was afraid of something being taken away. This can't help but make him have some guesses about Menchi's mind. However, he didn't say anything, but silently hid the matter in his heart. On the other side, Chi Ya's side. After several hours of walking, Chi Ya finally came to the outside of the Cukulu ruins. In front of Chi Ya is a dense, dark forest. From the outside you can't see what's going on inside. A desolate aura rushes towards your face, shaking Chi Ya's position. According to the information, from this forest is the scope of the Cukulu ruins. What will happen after this is still unknown. Chi Ya looked up slightly, then walked in without saying a word. Chapter 52. This ruin is a bit like a certain civilization in the previous life. After a few hours' journey, Chi Ya entered the ruins smoothly. As soon as he entered the ruins, Chi Ya saw all kinds of ruined walls and ruins. These ruined buildings were all made of stone, and some there are also mysterious and complex bright paintings and textures on the walls of the building. However, due to the dilapidated relationship, these mysterious paintings and textures have long lost their original light, color, and moss-covered buildings in the long history, which made Chi Ya feel a kind of civilization at a glance. The feeling of loneliness and desolation after death. This kind of building is very similar to a certain mysterious civilization recorded in Chi Ya's previous life. If it were those ancient historians, ancient architects, and related professional hunters, they would definitely be so excited that they would excavate these buildings quickly. Dig out the meaning behind it, civilization. However, these have nothing to do with Chi Ya. Chi Ya has no intention of staying here. Coming here on this trip, Chi Ya's purpose has always been only one, that is to kill the monsters and monsters living in this ruins, and obtain strengthening points. After glancing at the damaged historical buildings on both sides again, Chi Ya shook his head slightly and left here. He has no time to waste here. However, just after Chi Ya took a few steps, there was a sudden movement under Chi Ya's feet, a crack appeared in an instant, and spread rapidly, not even a second before and after. The next moment, the entire ground directly collapsed, and a dark hole appeared in Chi Ya's field of vision. Chi Ya was ready to jump away immediately, but it was too late. The collapse of the ground made Chi Ya nowhere to rely on, unable to jump up at all, and fell directly along the collapsed ground. Chi Ya frowned suddenly, not flustered at all, very calm. With a flick of the cuff of his left hand, an aluminum alloy yo-yo appeared in his palm. Chi Ya flicked it hard, and flung it towards the entrance of the cave. The next moment, Chi Ya's falling figure stopped, and outside the entrance of the cave, the yo-yo was firmly wrapped around a huge ruined wall. At this time, everything around Chi Ya is dark, only the hole above the head has the slightest light. Chi Ya's body floated gently in the darkness. It's so dark, you can't be careless for a moment. Chi Ya was slightly relieved, and then sighed. However, the next moment, Chi Ya's expression changed suddenly. With a bang, the aluminum alloy wire in Chi Ya's hand broke directly, and the whole person fell into the darkness again. On the ground, the yo-yo and the silk thread at the other end lay quietly on the broken stone slab. An after-image flashed quickly. There are enemies outside. Chi Ya was startled suddenly, and read. However, the current Chi Ya doesn't have the heart to think about it. It was so dark that Chi Ya couldn't distinguish the surrounding environment at all. Chi Ya only knows that this hole is very deep. Chi Ya fell for more than 10 seconds, but still did not fall to the ground. Tsitsize. With the clear chirping sound and the faint blue lightning covering the whole body, Chi Ya directly entered the state of super speed. Everything around is illuminated. I saw that 2 meters away from Chi Ya were walls covered with moss. Where Chi Ya is now is a square passage, a bit like the passage of a chimney. But below, it was still dark. This made Chi Ya feel a little terrified. How deep is this passage? I have fallen for so long, but I still haven't reached the end. Shouldn't it fall directly to the end of the Earth's center? Wouldn't I be dead like that? Just when Chi Ya was teasing herself, a change finally appeared below Chi Ya. I saw a white light spot zooming in quickly in Chi Ya's field of vision. In the blink of an eye, it was already several meters in size. And Chi Ya also realized something, the thoughts in his body suddenly condensed, making his body slow down. But if so, it still doesn't have much effect. With a loud noise, gravel flew horizontally, and a fountain of gravel rose into the sky. The huge gravitational force brought by Chi Ya's landing caused Chi Ya to smash into the ground heavily. After more than 10 seconds, the gunpowder smoke slowly dissipated, revealing the situation inside. I saw that Chi Ya was covered in mud and dust, and he was extremely embarrassed. At this moment, Chi Ya was sitting cross-legged in the deep pit, with her chin resting on her hand, and she had a gritted teeth expression. That guy above, don't let me meet you, or I will definitely tear you to pieces. Let your body be smashed to pieces, let your soul fly away. After venting a few words, Chi Ya slowly stood up from the pit. The strong physique prevented Chi Ya from being seriously injured by falling from such a high place. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been smashed to pieces long ago. Of course, if Chi Ya hadn't forcibly condensed her thoughts at the last moment to make her body lighter, Chi Ya would not be completely fine now. Injuries are inevitable. Where is this place? Jumping out of the deep pit, Chi Ya patted the dust and dirt on his body while observing the surroundings. The place where Chi Ya is now is a large stone chamber. According to Chi Ya's estimate, the 4-room area is about 100 square meters. There are walls made of stone blocks on all sides, tightly sealed, and there is no exit. That is to say, if I want to go out, do I have to go out through the hole where I fell? Chi Ya looked at the tiny to invisible light spot above his head, and sighed slightly. However, how can I go up such a high distance? I can't fly. Besides, both sides of this passage are covered with slippery moss. It is difficult to go up through the passage. Chi Ya sat down on the ground with his hands on the ground, looking up and thinking speechlessly. However, even though he thought so, Chi Ya's body moved very quickly, Nian Qi emerged in his hand, and a rock climbing knife appeared in Chi Ya's hand. The walls are covered with moss, so it is definitely impossible to go up by hand alone, but it is still possible to climb up slowly with a climbing knife. Hi! At this moment, Chi Ya suddenly felt as if he had touched something with his hand, and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. After touching it carefully, Chi Ya quickly looked at his hand. Root. Chapter 53. On the ground where Chi Ya's left hand was, there was a tree root coming out of a crack in the stone. There are tree roots in this place. Chi Ya frowned slightly. I'll go, there are tree roots in such a deep place, I'm not mistaken. Chi Ya said in surprise. Although I don't know how deep I fell, but judging from the time of the previous landing, the place where I am now is at least a few hundred meters underground. There are still roots in such a deep place. Chi Ya couldn't help being curious, what kind of tree is it that can drill its roots so deep into the ground? With a soft sound, a thought energy spread out from Chi Ya's body in all directions. Round. The high-level joint application of wrapping and practicing allows the Qi to expand outward with itself as the center, and can detect intruders within the range covered by the Qi. It is the ability to detect enemies, and it can also be used like Qi Ya now, to detect the surrounding environment. Qi Ya was very curious about where this tree root came from. However, Qi Ya was stunned by this perception. Because, just under the ground where he is currently, there are countless huge tree roots at this moment, intertwined, crisscrossing, and extending to nowhere. It's really scary. Chi Ya was deeply shocked when she really felt the dense branches. Chi Ya can't imagine what kind of tree can grow to this extent. Chi Ya couldn't help but looked up at the almost invisible spot of light above her head, and took a deep breath. I don't know what kind of creature you are, but thanks to you. I didn't think of using this trick before. Chi Ya stood up and said, clapping his hands. Just now, Chi Ya's circle not only sensed the intertwined tree roots underground, but also sensed the situation around the stone chamber. There is a passage more than 10 meters away from the wall of one of the stone chambers. That is to say, as long as Chi Ya breaks the wall and opens a tunnel, he can go out from this sealed stone chamber. For these, Chi Ya's experience is very insufficient. If it is not because of wanting to detect this tree root drilled out of the ground, Chi Ya really would not have thought of using the circle technique to detect the surrounding situation. However, this can be considered Chi Ya's luck. Chi Ya didn't spend a lot of time practicing circle, and she was not very proficient in circle, so the range of circle she could use was very small, not comparable to that of her grandfather Gino, and could only cover about 50 meters around. If the passage was farther away from this stone chamber, Chi Ya would not be able to detect it. Because, Chi Ya is now in the center of the stone chamber, and the radius of this stone chamber is at least more than 20 meters, plus a distance of more than 10 meters, Chi Ya will not be able to perceive it anymore. The climbing knife in his hand changed slightly, turning into a shovel. Chi Ya walked towards the wall. When he came to the wall, Chi Ya covered the shovel with Zhou and began to dig. Chi Ya didn't dare to use thunderbolt to bomb. Under such a deep ground, using powerful thunder can easily collapse this stone chamber. At that time, Chi Ya will really complain that every day should not be done, that the earth will not work, and that she will be buried here alive. The use of Zhou made it easy for Chi Ya to dig through the passage of more than 10 meters. Less than 20 seconds before and after. Slap. When he came to the entrance of the passage, Chi Ya stepped forward and stepped out. The sound of shoes stepping on the water reached Chi Ya's ears. When he came here, Chi Ya discovered that this place is not a passage, but a cave, a natural cave. The place Chi Ya is stepping on now is a small stream, which seems to be groundwater. Nature is really amazing. Chi Ya looked at the grotesquely shaped stalactites on the top of his head, but shining with crystal light, and the incomparably beautiful stalactites were full of emotion. I found the secret treasure of Millennium Stone Milk, please collect it in time. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in Chi Ya's mind. Chi Ya couldn't help being slightly taken aback. 1000-year stone milk. Chi Ya was taken aback for a moment, and couldn't help looking around. Soon, Chi Ya saw something different on a sunken stone platform in the center of the cave. I saw that the sunken stone platform was now filled with milky white liquid. And above the stone platform, a stalactite that is obviously different from other stalactites, shining with silver light, is directly facing the stone platform. There was a drop of white emulsion hanging from its tail, but it never dripped. System, what is this? Walking to the stone platform, Chi Ya looked at the milky white liquid on the stone platform and asked suspiciously. 1000-year stone milk is made from the natural essence of mountains, and it is a secret treasure for body forging. The system's answer is very brief and clear, and it does not specifically introduce the role of the 1000-year stone milk, but simply explains the role of the 1000-year stone milk. No more? Chi Ya asked in a daze. No, as long as the host knows, taking this thing can make you get twice the result with half the effort when exercising. The system continued to reply. After finishing speaking, he dived directly. No matter how Chi Ya opened his mouth, there was no response, which made Chi Ya very speechless. My own system looks very cold. However, since the system has come out specifically to remind itself, then this thing is definitely a good thing. Chi Ya did not continue to stand still, and directly used the collection function of the system to collect the 1000-year-old stone milk from the entire stone platform. Drop. Coincidentally, at this time, the stalactite above the head dropped another drop, and it landed on the empty stone platform. There was a crisp sound in this quiet cave. Regarding this, Chi Ya shook his head slightly, and had no intention of putting this drop away. Turned around and left here. Chi Ya just wants to get out of here now. The purpose of his coming to this Koko ruins is to find the demonic beasts here to eliminate and obtain strengthening points, but he doesn't have much time to waste here. Following the only passage in the cave, Chi Ya quickly left here. Chapter 54. In the dark cave, Chi Ya walked slowly. The stalactite side was okay before, the tail of the stalactite was shining with light, and the brightness of the whole cave was fine. However, after leaving there, the surroundings were completely dark. Chi Ya's hands emanated a faint blue lightning that illuminated the 5-meter range around Chi Ya's body, so that Chi Ya would not become blind. As she walked, Chi Ya's complexion gradually became strange, and her other hand was raised unconsciously, covering her nose. It stinks. These two words rose in Chi Ya's heart. Moreover, the ground suddenly became very soft. What's going on? Chi Ya couldn't help but reach down to the ground with his lightning emanating hand. The faint blue thunder and lightning clearly showed the situation on the ground in Chi Ya's line of sight. Seeing the things on the ground, Chi Ya was slightly taken aback. What are these things and why do they stink so much? Looking at the large sand-like particles on the ground, Chi Ya was very puzzled. However, at this moment, the lightning in Chi Ya's hand flickered suddenly. The next moment, a violent explosion spread from Chi Ya's body. Caught off guard, Chi Ya was blown out directly, and flew backwards in the direction he came from. The powerful explosion directly sent Chi Ya flying upside down tens of meters away, and Chi Ya's whole body hit the mountain wall heavily. The sudden explosion made Chi Ya stunned. Who I am? Why am I here? What am I going to do? A set of ignorant three in a row came to Chi Ya's mind. However, Chi Ya has no time to think about these things. Because, in Chi Ya's field of vision, the blazing flame had already swept towards him. Chi Ya's mind instantly cleared up, and she swears directly. FK. As we all know, this is a plant. Before the words fell, Chi Ya's body was entwined with white light, and disappeared into the passage in an instant. The next moment, monstrous flames swept across the sky, and the entire passage instantly became a sea of flames. The sound of explosions continued. On the other side, outside the end of the passage, on a huge palace and a high platform, a sloppy and unkempt uncle is sitting cross-legged on the high platform, with his arms crossed, quietly watching a huge stone tablet in front of him. And behind him is a hole that doesn't know where it leads. It's so hard to decipher. The words of the civilization in the ruins of Coco are really profound. The slovenly uncle pinched his chin, his brows were shaped like a river, and it was obvious that he was very distressed at this time. And on the huge stone tablet in front of him are engraved with various unknown mysterious runes and images. Although it is impossible to know the meaning of it, it can be seen from these patterns and runes that this huge stone tablet is recording some kind of secret. It's been more than a month, and there are only some clues. This place is really mysterious enough, and I don't know how long it will take to solve the secret of this ruin. The sloppy uncle seemed to give up, spreading his hands behind his back, looking at the damaged ceiling, said lightly. According to the current progress, it will take at least 1 year or even 2 years to completely develop and renovate. It's really troublesome. The sloppy uncle rubbed his neck and said troubledly. However, the next moment, the sloppy uncle shrank his pupils and looked behind him suddenly. Then, the sloppy uncle also swears like Chi Ya, and then he jumped up and jumped off the high platform. Depend on. At the moment he jumped off the high platform, fierce flames gushed fiercely from the hole, spread instantly, and engulfed the entire high platform in a blink of an eye. When the uncle who fell below saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out. I'll go, this is the historical inscription in Kukulu, it can't be destroyed. The sloppy uncle just remembered that he ran down in a panic after seeing the flames just now, without any scruples at all. If the huge stone tablet was destroyed by flames, then the history of Kukulu would be completely submerged in the tide of history. Isn't it meaningless for him to stay here for more than a month? This is not something he can accept. Without any hesitation, the sloppy uncle jumped up again and jumped back towards Jotai Mountain. On the other side, in the stone chamber that Chi Ya fell from before, Chi Ya's figure slowly appeared along with the white light. As soon as it appeared, Chi Ya slumped on the ground. At this time, Chi Ya looked very embarrassed, his clothes were black and full of holes, and his face was covered with dust. Chi Ya's silver hair was swept by flames because of the explosion just now, and a lot of curly hair appeared. The whole person looks ridiculous. What the hell? Sitting slumped on the ground, Chi Ya relaxed, with a cute expression on her face. He really didn't know what was going on in the situation just now, it exploded suddenly, he didn't know what was going on, and he couldn't react at all. And at this moment, a series of reminders suddenly sounded in Chi Ya's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the green bat in Coco and gaining 12 enhancement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the green bat in Coco and getting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the green bat in Coco and getting. The system prompt echoed continuously in Chi Ya's mind. This made Chi Ya even more confused. It took more than half an hour for the reminder to stop completely. And Chi Ya also recovered from the bewilderment. What did I do just now? After regaining consciousness, Chi Ya asked himself unconsciously. Immediately, Chi Ya suddenly remembered something, and quickly opened the attribute panel in his mind. Name, Chi Ya Zaldik. Ability. Nen, Conjurer Nen Speed Thunder, 5000, Trait Nen Space, 5000, Manipulator Nen Ring of Angels Archangel's Breath, 5000, Enhancer Nen, 5000, Emitter Nen Elimination, 1000. Note, the reinforcement points required for the next reinforcement are in parentheses. Deputy Ability. Cuisine, Advanced Cuisine, 500, note, in brackets are the enhancement points required for the next enhancement. Strengthening points, 9235. Item, Aluminum Alloy Yo-Yo. Looking at her more than 9000 enhancement points, Chi Ya blinked cutely, is this a windfall? Chapter 55. Snapped. With a crisp sound, Chi Ya slapped himself on the forehead, speechless. What did I run just now? It would be better if I could just elementalize it. Chi Ya complained to herself. The newly acquired ability of elementalization was forgotten by Chi Ya. If Chi Ya was elementalized just now, there is no need to worry about the monstrous fire. As long as Chi-ya has enough thoughts, nothing will happen if she stands there and is burned by the fire for a day and a night. However, what happened just now? After complaining about her stupidity, Chi-ya couldn't help thinking about what happened just now. Why did it suddenly explode, and it was still a series of big explosions that didn't stop at all? Could it be that there are enemies? Impossible. If it is an enemy, then that enemy must be mentally ill. That level of fire can only be blocked by someone like Chi-ya, who has cultivated the enhancer to the point of jealousy and innocence when he uses Jian, but even so, he will also be injured. Chi-ya is sure of this, otherwise Chi-ya would not even think about using the space ability to transfer after seeing the fire sweeping over. Even if the none of other systems used Jian, at least a layer of skin will be burned off. Shaking his head slightly, Chi-ya denied the plan of having enemies. Standing up from the ground, Chi-ya tidied up his embarrassing situation and then walked towards the passage of the cave again. Soon, Chi-ya came to the place where she was just now. The faint blue thunder and lightning illuminated the surroundings. This time, Chi-ya directly started elementalization. Under the light of the faint blue thunder and lightning, everything around appeared. Gunpowder smoke was everywhere, and the stench was still pervasive. However, unlike the stench before, the smell now was a burnt stench. Chi-ya couldn't help covering her mouth and nose again. Slowly squatting down, the lightning in his hand illuminated the ground. At this time, the particles on the ground had long since disappeared, replaced by densely packed animal corpses. Each of these corpses can be compared with the wild cats outside. The system reminded me just now that I killed the green bat in Kukulu. In other words, these corpses are all bats. Chi-ya thought silently. Although it was burned into coke, Chi-ya can still see its outline from these coke. Despite their size, these are indeed bats. Thoughts flowed. Chi-ya already had the answer in his mind. How did what happened just now? The place where I am now is a bat gathering place. Those particles on the ground just now are bat feces. After years of accumulation of these feces, it forms a toxic gas, that is, methane. The stench I smelled just now was swamp gas. And when he came in here just now, he released thunder and lightning in his hand. Biogas will explode when it comes into contact with open flame and electricity. It was because of his own lightning that the methane exploded just now. And it's a series of big explosions. Once it explodes, all the methane here is detonated, so that kind of violent explosion will be produced. However, this passage is really strong, and the explosion of that level didn't blow it down. Chi-ya looked around and sighed softly. Although I was bombed just now, I didn't lose money. I gained about 5,000 strengthening points all at once. After a while, Chi-ya didn't have any intention of staying here any longer, and walked forward. The explosion just now had detonated all the methane, and now there should be no explosion again. Moreover, even if it explodes again, Chi-ya is not afraid. The elementalization has already been activated. The explosion couldn't hurt Chi-ya at all. On the other side, where the sloppy uncle is. After a lot of effort, the sloppy uncle finally put out all the fires. However, after it was destroyed, the sloppy uncle looked at the huge stone tablet that was blackened by the fire, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This is the main part of my next work. It was actually destroyed like this. Can you still see it like this? He couldn't help feeling intense resentment towards the fire just now. Damn it, what happened just now? The sloppy uncle gritted his teeth, furious. Turning his head to look towards the entrance of the cave, the sloppy uncle walked towards the entrance of the cave. Get ready to go in and see what's going on inside. However, as soon as he reached the entrance of the cave, the sloppy uncle stopped in his tracks with a disgusted expression on his face. Ugh, it stinks. The sloppy uncle, smelling the disgusting stench coming from the entrance of the cave, retreated again and then vomited directly on Jotai Mountain. After vomiting for more than a minute, the slovenly uncle wiped the corners of his mouth and looked at the entrance of the hole in surprise. What the hell is in here? It smells so bad. Da. Startled by the sound of slight footsteps, the sloppy uncle was startled for a moment, and then roared loudly. Which BD actually made such a thing? Get out of here. That is to say, the sloppy uncle is now angry because of the huge stone monument being burned by fire just now, so he did this. In the past, when he was calm, he would have hidden himself to observe the situation when he encountered the current situation. After all, this uncle has a very shy personality and doesn't like to meet people very much. Except for a partnership with a few other people at the earliest time, he was alone at other times. Da-da-da-da-da. There was no response to the sloppy uncle's roar, and the footsteps were getting closer. This made him furious, rolled up his sleeves, ignored the disgusting smell, and was about to rush in, catch someone and beat him up. However, at this moment, a voice finally came from the entrance of the cave. "It's so noisy." A childish voice came from the entrance of the cave, making the sloppy uncle stop his movements. Then, the figure of Chi-Ya stepped out from the entrance of the cave. "Children." Seeing Chi-Ya, the sloppy uncle looked surprised. "High-yield Sao Gold." Chi-Ya, after coming out, saw the culprit who caused the echo poop in the cave. Her eyes widened, and she couldn't help shouting. "Pfft! Who is the high-yield Sao, you little brat, where are you from? Do you know that you are very rude?" The sloppy uncle, that is, Jin Vinian, immediately changed what he was about to say with a puff. Cheng spit out his saliva, and then asked with an unhappy face. Facing Jin's questioning, Chi-Ya ignored his plan. A pair of faint blue eyes stared at Jin full of resentment. "This guy, won every year, wiped out all my monster points. Chi-Ya can't wait to give Jin Lai a thunderbolt to teach this guy a lesson." Chi-Ya stared directly at Jin, making him shiver all over. "Who is this kid? He seems to know me, and he has a deep resentment towards me." Jin thought with a slight twitch in the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, Chi-Ya only stared at him for more than a minute, and then withdrew that look and returned to normal. Otherwise, Jin really didn't know what to do. "Do you do it to children?" Although he, Kim Freaks, is very generous, he is not good enough to do anything to a child. However, just when Jin thought this way, Jin felt a pain in his jaw, and then he flew out of the sky. Boom! "I'll go, kid, don't talk about Wyud." Chapter 56. "Boy, who are you? What is your hatred against me?" Jin asked Chi-Ya, rubbing his chin that had just been straightened. "What kind of grudge does this kid have against him?" As soon as he came up, K punched himself directly. "I don't even know him. If it weren't for the fact that this kid has no evil thoughts towards him, he would have fought back directly just now, letting this kid know what evil in society is." Kim Freaks, the old father of protagonist J Freaks. He is a cute uncle with a tsundere personality, a little shy, and a lot of cuteness when he is angry. One of the world's top 5 ninjas, one of the 5 strongest people in the world today, of course, not including the Dark Continent. Everyone in the Dark Continent is abnormal and incomparable. His achievements are enough to be a Samsung hunter, but he didn't apply because he thought it was troublesome. At the same time, he is one of the producers of the hunter game Greed Island. He has a very high IQ and has made achievements in many fields. He is proficient in biology, archaeology, linguistics, geology, games, etc. At the beginning of this year, this guy revealed that he had developed and renovated a ruin, the Rulika ruins, by himself. He is a world-renowned figure, possesses the full power and financial resources of the president, and is a top-secret figure in the Hunter website. However, in Chi-Ya's eyes, this guy is a high-yielding Sao. Revenge for blocking the way. Chi-Ya stared at Jin firmly, and said expressionlessly. At this time, the two were sitting opposite each other, and both of them were unhappy with each other. "The enmity that blocks the way? What do you mean?" Jin was a little confused when he said this. What the hell is the enmity that blocks the way? "You high-yield Sao, you have given away many monsters in the secret realm, and I can't find a secret realm with many monsters." Chi-Ya replied slightly unhappy. "What? Isn't it normal for me to develop secret realms and clear out those dangerous monsters? This is something that benefits the world, why is it hindering you?" After saying this, Jin is even more upset. Destroying those monsters by himself is obviously to eliminate harm for the people, isn't it? Why is it still wrong? Well, of course, those monsters are still pretty delicious. Subconsciously, Jin recalled the deliciousness of the bear roasted on the ground some time ago. The saliva started to flow out, and Chiya, who was looking at him, was puzzled and looked disgusted. "Hey, high-yielding sow, don't you feel ashamed?" Chiya said with twitching eyes. I'm sorry, if you don't pay attention." Jin also recovered in time, wiped the corner of his mouth, and apologized. "Hey, then, boy, I don't think it's wrong to kill those monsters. You know, those monsters are fine for ordinary people, but once they run out of those secret realms, it is a very troublesome thing for the human world, and it will cause a lot of casualties. So, it's eliminating harm for the people," Jin said in a lecturing tone. What I got was Chiya's supercilious look. Although what this guy said is correct, Chiya is still very upset with this guy. Without him, because of this guy, my monster spawning points are too much less. Forget it, I won't tell you, boy, that's the exit, go out from there quickly, don't disturb my development of the ruins. Seeing Chiya's eyes, Jin almost didn't lose his temper, but he was still tolerated by Jin. After coming down, he patted the ground unhappily, pointed to a hole under the high platform and said. Immediately, he went back under the huge stone tablet again and began to study it. As for Chiya, Jin is not interested in Chiya, and he doesn't care how Chiya got down. As for Chiya, after hearing Jin's words, she curled her lips. Those who see have a share, want to own it? No way. Chiya jumped directly from the place where the sacrificial high platform was, and walked towards one of the directions. The place where Chiya is located seems to be a treasure room, and this treasure room is truly resplendent and resplendent. The surrounding walls are filled with all kinds of rare treasures and gold jewelry. In such a situation, how could Chiya leave directly? Once these things are obtained and sold, it will definitely be an unparalleled wealth. Compared with these, Chiya's current worth is estimated to be only a fraction. If you have money but don't make money, you are a BD. Chiya will not let these white money slip away from her hand. Soon, Chiya came to one of the walls, and directly used the system space to collect these treasures without saying a word. Jin, who was studying the huge stone tablet on it, seemed to have heard Chiya's movement, so he couldn't help walking to the edge and looking at Chiya, asking for flowers. Seeing this, the corner of Jin's mouth twitched. Hey, boy, I discovered this place first. According to Hunter's rules, whoever discovers it first will have the mining right. Is it really appropriate for you to just take away my wealth in front of me? Jin said speechlessly. Although he is not interested in wealth, after all, his current worth is already unparalleled, and it is useless to ask for more wealth. But is it really good for Chiya to openly take away his own wealth right in front of him? Do you think I'm a hunter? Chiya, who was collecting rare treasures, turned around and responded with a mocking smile. That kind of smile made Jin want to beat him up. 0. However, think about it or forget it. Jin walked back under the monolith again and continued to study. He was not very interested in these treasures. On the contrary, he is more interested in these precious histories. He is very concerned about what kind of civilization was born on their continent in the distant past. It was precisely because of this interest that he chose the career of ruin hunter when he became a professional hunter. Seeing Jin's reaction, Chiya raised his eyebrows slightly. As expected of a man who has reached the pinnacle of power and financial resources, he is not at all tempted by these wealth. Shaking his head slightly, Chiya charged again. Although the purpose of coming to this ruins is to find and kill monsters, it doesn't prevent me from earning extra money. These treasures are completely collected and sold for at least hundreds of billions of monks. This may not be worth mentioning to Jin, but it is a very huge wealth for himself. He wouldn't just miss it. After more than half an hour, Chiya collected all the treasures on the main hall. The entire main hall went dark in an instant, only a dozen or so candle lamps on the wall were emitting insignificant light. After collecting, Chiya put her eyes on the sacrificial altar, frowned slightly, and after a moment of silence, Chiya jumped up and jumped up. Huh? Why did you come up? Jin, who was studying the huge stone tablet, heard the movement, turned his head to look over, and asked Chiya. After asking, Jin turned his head and started to look at the stone tablet again. Chapter 57. What's so good about this steel that makes you give up those treasures below? Chi Ya was very puzzled by the fact that Jin regarded this steel as more important than the gold and silver treasures below. What do you know? What is recorded on this steel is a rare treasure for human beings, and it is a treasure that unlocks the splendid civilization in our human history. Hearing this, Jin curled his lips and said, very contemptuous of Chi Ya. Regarding this, Chi Ya shrugged and was not angry. This kind of thing is aimed at the character of the individual. For Jin, the relic hunter, the development of unknown relics may be more important than anything else. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't have sneaked into the team heading to the Dark Continent in the Dark Continent chapter, negotiating with Netero's son Byangda. In his eyes, it is estimated that the 19 dates Dark Continent is also an unknown relic. It is a relic with the highest exploration significance. Ignoring Jin's contempt, Chi Ya also came to the huge stone tablet, reached out and stroked the huge stone tablet lightly, carefully observing the lines on the huge stone tablet. Hey, boy, do you understand these? If you don't understand, don't waste your time. Although he won't do anything to Chi Ya, it doesn't prevent Jin from sneering at Chi Ya and repaying Chi Ya for his high-yielding sow the name of Chu. Chi Ya rolled his eyes and ignored him. At this moment, Chi Ya's mind rang again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for contacting precious historical relics, triggering sub-level abilities, archaeology. Hearing the voice in his head, Chi Ya was slightly taken aback. Archaeology? Does this count as a secondary ability? Doesn't that count as a life force? Chi Ya thought with some confusion. However, the next moment, Chi Ya stopped being entangled, and instead became suspicious. Because Chi Ya found that he seemed to be able to understand the image on the huge stone tablet. Although it's a bit blurry, Chi Ya can roughly understand 1 or 2 images and characters now. One must know that the Chi Ya just now knew 6 of these 7 orifices, and the rest didn't know anything. Big tree, 1,000 years, reincarnation, destruction. Chi Ya saw clearly the meaning of several runes and images on the huge stone tablet. The rest can't be seen, which makes Chi Ya feel a little itchy, wanting to understand all the remaining runes and images. Slightly frowning, Chi Ya immersed her mind in her mind and called out her attribute panel. Name, Chi Ya Zaldik. Ability. Nen, Conjurer Nen Speed Thunder, 5000, Trait Nen Space, 5000, Manipulator Nen Ring of Angel Archangel's Breath, 5000, Enhancer Nen, 5000, Emitter Nen Exorcism, 1000. Note, the reinforcement points required for the next reinforcement are in parentheses. Deputy Ability. Cuisine, Advanced Cuisine, 500, Archaeology, Archaeology Rookie, 100. Note, the points in brackets are the enhancement points required for the next enhancement. Strengthening points, 9235. Item, Aluminum Alloy Yo-Yo. System, how many enhancement points are needed to add the archaeological ability to the highest level in the current world? Chi Ya asked the system. Ding! Host, you need 10,000 points. The system immediately jumped out to answer. Hearing this answer, Chi Ya almost swears. What the hell, didn't you say that subclass abilities are cheap? Why do you need so many enhancement points to upgrade a deputy ability? System, are you sure you're not mistaken? Didn't you say that the sub-level ability needs very few enhancement points? The cooking ability is only a few hundred to reach the highest level in this world, but you actually need 10,000 for the archaeological ability. Chi, I have a toothache. Host, the archaeological ability is a few levels higher than the cooking ability, and it is 2 levels worse than Nen, so the need for enhancement is naturally a lot. Also, please make it clear to the host that what you are asking about is the highest level in the current world, and this highest level also includes the archaeological ability on the Dark Continent. I'm going, is that so? The system reminded. Chi Ya also understood. This highest level corresponds to the Dark Continent. From this point of view, the Dark Continent is really terrifying. Cowardly. Cowardly. So, the system, How many enhancement points do I need to enhance my archaeological ability to the point where I can see this huge stone tablet clearly? Chi Ya didn't think about strengthening it to the highest level. After all, there were not enough enhancement points. Moreover, even if it is enough, Chi Ya will not spend so much on it. At least not now. If I have that spare money, wouldn't it be nice for me to use it on Nin? Ding, host, if you want to see the runes on the giant stone tablet clearly, you need an archaeological expert level, and you need 2000 enhancement points. Expert, expert. Hearing these two words, Chi Ya suddenly had some pictures in his mind, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The power of these two words in Chi Ya's place is really too great. Host, please don't be delusional, you are an expert, not a brick and mortar. I know, I know. When the system reminded her, Chi Ya was also embarrassed. However, do you need 2000? In order to understand the runes on this huge stone tablet, is it really good to use 2000 enhancement points to strengthen the archaeological ability? Chi Ya was very confused. For strengthening points, Chi Ya is very precious, and I don't want to waste it easily. Boy, you little Mao 2.8 child can't understand it. If you have nothing to do, hurry up and leave. Don't get in the way here. However, at this moment, Jin on the other side came again with a mocking sentence. These words immediately made Chi Ya stiff, and the expression on his face disappeared instantly. Chi Ya cast a glance at Jin, and directly gave him a trash look. Then, system, use 2000 reinforcement points to enhance the subclass ability, Archaeology. Ding! Use 2000 reinforcement points to enhance the subclass ability, Archaeology. Congratulations to the host for obtaining expert level archaeological ability. In an instant, a lot of knowledge emerged in Chi Ya's mind. All kinds of weird runes were constantly circulating in Chi Ya's mind. Fonts, runes, and images of various civilizations were presented in Chi Ya's mind one by one. Chapter 58. Hey, you little brat, what kind of look is that? Seeing Chi Ya's look, Jin's face twitched wildly, and he was very angry. I kindly reminded him to let him not waste his time here, but this guy didn't appreciate it, and kindly treated him like a donkey. Jin didn't intend to speak again, and after making a face at Chi Ya, he started to study again. This kid is quite interesting. It is the first time he has seen such a strength in such a small urine. However, this big tree refers to the towering giant tree when it came down? So, what is reincarnation? Is this the real reason for the disappearance of this civilization from history? Yes, Jin was also able to read the runes and images on some of the monoliths. However, this guy only understands the words Dashu and Samsara. Others cannot be translated yet. It seems that my research on ancient texts is not enough. Why don't you go out and look for some ancient texts first, maybe you can get clues related to this stele. Jin bowed his head in thought. At this moment, Chi Ya's voice suddenly came from his ear, which made Jin a little annoyed. Just look at it, why did 19 open his mouth? And the sound is so loud, I don't know if it will disturb other people's thinking. Just when Jin was about to say a few words to Chi Ya, what came from his ear shocked Jin, and he looked at Chi Ya in surprise. Boy, can you understand the writing on it? In a reincarnation once in 1,000 years, our Kokalai clan is about to suffer initiation. People who rely on the tree god to survive will be able to survive this initiation. Our Kokalai clan swears that we will never repeat the tree civilization. It will definitely open up a new era in the reincarnation of the millennium. This is what Chi Ya said just now, although I don't know if it is correct, but there are indeed two words translated by myself. Jin had to doubt that Chi Ya could understand the writing on the huge stone tablet. Regarding this, Chi Ya curled her lips in disdain, and gave Jin a disdainful look. Then he continued to translate the text on the huge stone tablet. Facing Chi Ya's disdainful eyes, Jin was not only not angry, but excited. Because, judging from Chi Ya's performance, Chi Ya should really be able to understand. Involuntarily, Jin walked towards Chi Ya and listened closely to Chi Ya's translation. We were wrong, the reincarnation once in 1,000 years, with our strength, cannot bear it, and the civilization of Koko is about to be ruined in our hands. It is sad and deplorable. The power of nature is not something our generation can resist. No one can escape this once-in-a-thousand-year reincarnation. They will eventually perish in initiation and reborn in destruction. New civilizations will be rebuilt on the ruins, just like Coco. You. What the hell, you have no brains. After reading the words on the huge stone tablet, Chi-Ya looked strange. This seems to be the voice of a person who is about to perish, and has no other meaning. It didn't get to the point at all. Chi-Ya pouted, disdainful. No, let's not mention those irrelevant things for now, but some things have already touched on the main point. Standing beside Chi-Ya, Jin pinched his chin and retorted solemnly. From what Chi-Ya read out, Jin's amazing talent and love for archaeology allowed him to draw inferences from one instance and quickly understand the content on the giant stone tablet, thus confirming the authenticity of the content on the huge stone tablet. He can be sure that what Chi-Ya read out is 90% correct. Are you talking about reincarnation once in 1,000 years? Chi-Ya clasped her hands behind her head and said boredly. Well, I have gotten some clues about the Dashu civilization. It is an ancient civilization more than 2,000 years ago. However, it perished 2,000 years ago, and the ruins of Coco have also obtained the evidence of its demise during my exploration these days. Time, the Kukulu ruins perished in 995. If the millennium reincarnation described here is true, what do you think will happen? Jin looked at Chi-Ya and said with a light smile. 995. Chi-Ya was taken aback when he heard that. This time. If it is a reincarnation once 1,000 years, every 1,000 years there will be an irresistible disaster in the place where the Coco ruins are located, destroying the civilization built here. The time of this year is 1995, which is the period of the millennium. In other words, this Coco ruins will experience an irresistible and terrifying disaster this year, and this disaster can even destroy a brilliant civilization that has multiplied for thousands of years. Yes, it is 995 years, which is exactly 1,000 years away from us now. It's true. Even so, Chi-Ya still didn't believe it. I'd rather believe it than believe it, since it's said above, some precautions must be taken. I think we should get out of here first. This place is so deep, if there is a real disaster, this place will definitely collapse, and the two of us will definitely be buried here alive. Jin suggested to Chi-Ya. Jin has completely let go of Chi-Ya's offense to him just now. The current Chi-Ya is a kindred spirit for Jin. The ability Chi-Ya has shown has been recognized by Jin. He stayed here for more than a month, and only translated 4 ministers except 2 words. Chi-Ya translated all the content on the giant stone tablet as soon as he came. This guy has a very powerful talent in archaeology. I like to walk alone, but I am afraid of strangers on the one hand, and on the other hand, because no one can keep up with my progress in exploring the ruins, and will become my burden. Jin wants to invite Chi-Ya to be his companion. The archaeological skills displayed by Chi-Ya are absolutely qualified to act with him. Maybe I am not as good as Chi-Ya in archaeology. Well, it's okay, there is no other value here now, and it's useless to stay here any longer. Chi-Ya also agrees with Jin's proposal. Let's go, then, Kim said. However, as soon as the voice fell, the entire cave began to vibrate, and countless huge stones fell from the sky, shaking the ground. Damn, high-yielding Sao, you crow's mouth. Looking at a stone that was more than 10 people's size falling from the top of his head, Chi-Ya breathed out his fragrance at Jin Zhong, and then quickly hid. And Jin, at this time, also looked embarrassed and kept dodging. Ahaha, as expected, I expected it, let's get out of here quickly. Zhang Jin said with a haha, and then he quickly avoided the boulders that kept falling down with lightning speed, and walked towards the place he pointed at just now. Place to go. Seeing this, Chi-Ya twitched her face, and also followed. Chapter 59. At the same time, on the surface of the Kukulu ruins, the many hunters who entered here are all looking at the dozen or so huge pillars of fire not far away with ugly faces. These extinct volcanoes actually erupted. Under a towering tree, a lady wearing a dancer's costume with 2 wings on her back was looking at the huge pillar of fire rising into the sky in amazement, and lost her voice. Hunter Association 12 Earthly Branches, Unitary Crook. Plant Hunter is also a musician and dancer. A proud and picky woman. This time she appeared here to study the giant tree behind her. This giant tree whose age cannot be estimated at all. In previous records, these volcanic groups are completely extinct volcanoes, and there has been no sign of volcanic eruption since these volcanic groups were discovered. The magma in the volcano is very mild. However, unexpectedly, it broke out at this time, and it broke out in a row. Pieces of volcanic lava soared into the sky under the impact of the volcanic eruption, spread and landed in all directions, causing devastating damage to the entire Kukulu ruins. Looking down from the sky, under the impact of countless volcanic lava and magma, the remains of Kiko at this moment almost turned into a sea of flames at this moment. Fiery cremation burns everything up. Many hunters watched this scene, their eyes filled with anger and powerlessness. This is an ancient relic, and it was destroyed so easily, which made them very angry. But what followed was powerlessness. This is a natural disaster, and manpower can contend. They couldn't keep this human treasure from the eruption of extinct volcanoes. At the same time, the monsters hidden in the ruins of Kiko, the animals also boiled at this moment, running fast, scrambling for their lives, and a huge wave of beasts quickly formed. Some hunters who didn't have time to take measures were impacted and trampled by the huge beast tide that suddenly formed, and lost their lives alive in this beast tide. It's really scary. The Kukulu ruins are completely over. Standing on a branch as thick as the ground, Crook, the proud royal sister, couldn't help feeling sorry even if she wasn't the ruins hunter. However, these have nothing to do with me. Now, I'd better get out of here, and it will be troublesome if I go any further. Crook frowned slightly, and then he was about to jump from the height of tens of meters. However, before she moved, she frowned again. Because, she felt that the huge branch she was stepping on seemed to have moved just now. Crook squatted down gently, reached out and stroked the branches, but found nothing. Is it my illusion? Crook said to himself. Shaking his head, Crook was about to leave here. However, the next moment, Crook's eyes widened. Pulse. How is that possible? The hand she hadn't withdrawn actually felt the pulse on this branch. As a botanist, Crook's research on plants is very deep. She was sure that she didn't have hallucinations just now, but actually felt the pulse of humans or animals from the branches. In other words, this big tree is alive and conscious. Call out. There was a strange noise, and Crook hurriedly looked up, only to see a dozen pieces of lava flying towards her position. Crook stood up quickly, raised his whole body, and was about to use the skill to smash the magma. However, before she could make a move, a thick branch directly pulled towards the dozens of pieces of lava at an inconceivable angle above her head. With a series of explosions, more than a dozen pieces of magma were smashed under the blow of the branches, and gunpowder smoke filled the air. Crook stared blankly at this scene. Good. That's tough. Crook said in horror. But this sentence was preempted by a low voice. Wow, that's amazing. There were two more figures beside Crook at this time. Who is it? Crook shouted in shock, and at the same time jumped out behind him, watching the two figures warily. It's so fast, it suddenly appeared beside me, and I didn't notice it at all. Crook thought in shock. However, after seeing the appearance of the person coming, Crook's expression changed from shock to disgust. Why are you here? Crook said disgustedly. It was none other than Jin and Chiya who escaped from the underground cave. This is a ruin. Is it a surprise that I appear here as a ruin hunter? Jin Vinian raised his eyebrows, looked over, and looked at Crook like a fool. Jin's expression immediately aroused Crook's anger. You really shouldn't exist in this world, you nasty guy. Crook growled at the golden fangs. This appearance made Chiya, who was standing by the side, think of someone. Aquarius Aqua in Fairy Tale. The guy had pretty much the same expression when he yelled at his master Lucy. Facing Crook's roar, Jin was unusually calm. No, it should be said that this guy directly ignored Crook's roar. If you stir up other people's anger and then ignore it, your character is really bad. This ruin is hopeless. Jin looked at the ruins of Kukulu that had been turned into a sea of flames, and said in a regretful tone. Phew, indeed. Facing Jin's ignorance, Crook's anger soared again. Fortunately, she had known Jin's character for a long time and knew how bad this guy was, so this anger came and went quickly. Directly ignore Jin's bad behavior. Speaking of which, who is this kid? Is it your follower? Having said this, Crook couldn't help looking at Chi-Ya who hadn't spoken since he appeared, and asked strangely. It's not a follower, it's a companion. Hearing Crook mention Chi-Ya, Jin looked over and said with a confident smile on his face. FK off, who is your companion, don't label it indiscriminately. Chi-Ya, who has been silent and observing the situation below, rolled his eyes and directly disrupted the situation. The confident smile on Jin's face suddenly froze. Seeing Jin deflated, Crook, who had a calm face, was taken aback for a moment, then slapped his thigh and laughed loudly. Boy, it's the first time I've seen this guy deflate. Sister, I'm optimistic about you, let him deflate a few more times. Laughing, Crook said to Chi-Ya. However, Chi-Ya completely ignored Wang Li's, her, still staring at the situation below. Now it was Kim's turn to gloat. Haha, this kid doesn't even want to talk to you. Get out. Crook glanced at Jin, and said angrily. But at this moment, Chi-Ya's whole body suddenly flashed with lightning, stepped into a state of super speed, and turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed down. Hey, kid, leave so soon, wait for me. Seeing this scene, Jin became anxious, and then jumped up, chasing after Chi-Ya. He can't let this kid run away, he still wants Chi-Ya to form a team with him. And above, when Crook saw Jin's furious look, his face showed surprise. Since she knew Jin, it was the first time she saw Jin being so caring about someone. After a slight silence, Crook glanced at the towering tree above his head, and then chased in the direction where Jin left. Although I am very interested in this strange big tree, it is obviously not the time for research, so I have to leave here quickly. Chapter 60. Hey, kid, say that I killed monsters indiscriminately, you are better than me. In the sea of fire, the figures of Chi-Ya and the three shuttled back and forth at an extremely fast speed, and Jin roared at Chi-Ya in displeasure. This guy said that he had killed too many monsters, but he was even crueler than himself when he killed monsters. Where they passed, not a single monster could survive. He saw with his own eyes that Chi-Ya slaughtered these monsters. Chi-Ya, who did this, actually came to blame him for killing monsters indiscriminately, which made Jin very angry. This means that only state officials are allowed to set fires, and the common people are not allowed to light them? Abba, this guy is not a state official, and I am not a commoner. Facing Jin's roar, Chi-Ya completely ignored it. A dodge turned into lightning again, broke away from the two, and continued to search for the monster. This kid is so fast, he disappeared again. Seeing this scene, Jin was dumbfounded, and then said angrily. I said, Kim freaks, who is this kid? He has such terrifying power in such a small urine. Crook, who was on the road with Kim, asked. Although killing the monsters here can't reflect Chi-Ya's strength, and Chi-Ya didn't use 133 hair on her, but she can tell that Chi-Ya's strength is very strong, at least she feels that she is definitely not Chi-Ya's opponent. This is her intuition. I don't know, this kid suddenly appeared by my side just now. Speaking of which, I don't seem to know the kid's name yet. Jin said belatedly. He only remembered now that he didn't even know his name after sharing Wheel and Woe together for so long. Thinking of this, Jin's mouth twitched again. Afterwards, Jin speeded up again, and quickly chased in the direction Chi-Ya was flashing. When Crook heard this, he couldn't help but frowned. Good guy, seeing this guy cares so much about that kid, I thought this guy knew him very well, but I didn't expect that he didn't even know his name, and his hidden attributes were natural. It's disgusting. Immediately, Crook also accelerated, gained speed and caught up. Hey, kid, what's your name? Jin, this guy, quickly caught up with Chi-Ya who was killing the fleeing monster, and asked Chi-Ya. Chi-Ya Zaldik. Chi-Ya didn't hide anything, and said directly. For others, Chi-Ya might not say it. After all, the Zaldik family, as an assassination family, cannot disclose their own information at will. However, facing this guy, there is no such box. The character of this guy makes it impossible for the Zaldik family to have any conflicts with this guy, and there is no need to conceal information. Furthermore, with Jin's authority on the Hunter website, he could easily find out his identity. The Zaldik family. This sentence was not said by Jin, but by Crook, who caught up. Crook was shocked by Chi Ya's identity. After all, the name of the Shadow Tree and the Zaldik family as an assassination family made many people afraid. Even she is no exception. Moreover, embarrassing strength is still so strong. In comparison, Jin's expression didn't change at all, and he was completely unmoved by the name of the Zaldik family, as if the name of the Zaldik family was very common and nothing special. Chi Ya, your archaeological ability is so strong, do you want to form a team with me, and we will dig out all the ruins on this continent? Jin extended an invitation to Chi Ya. No, I'm not interested in the ruins. Chi Ya refused without mercy. This made Jin's face collapse. You're not interested in the ruins, so what are you driving here? Jin asked strangely. Didn't you see it? I came here, jab, to trouble these monsters. Chi Ya caught up with a fleeing monster, killed it with one blow, and turned to Jin and said. Slightly. As soon as these words came out, Jin suddenly became annoyed again. This guy, the purpose of coming here is to hunt monsters, and his purpose is to hunt monsters, and he accused me of killing monsters indiscriminately just now, it is really irritating. Chi Ya, let's fight. Jin said to Chi Ya with a straight face. Get out. Chi Ya glanced at him and spit out a word that made Jin gnash his teeth in anger. On the other side, Menchi and others who were going to Bakker's secret realm have already come out of Bakker's secret realm at this time. With such a big commotion in the Koko ruins, they were in no mood to continue exploring in the Bakker's secret realm. At this time, Menchi and others guarded a plain, blocking the tide of beasts rushing out of the ruins. In addition to Menchi, there is also the hunter with the emperor stopping here. These hunters include professional hunters and unlicensed hunters. Most of the job hunters are gourmet hunters, relic hunters, esper hunters, and treasure hunters. There are dozens of unlicensed hunters. A soft music with a peculiar melody sounded from the flute of one of the Eudemon's hunter, soothing the restless hearts of the animals that came out of the ruins. These animals stopped their restless pace and walked slowly on the plain. However, even though they were appeased, these animals instinctively ran behind the hunters, wanting to stay away from the ruins. As for the monsters that rushed out, some mild-tempered monsters were soothed by the music, and they walked behind the hunters together with the animals. But there are still most of the anxious monsters who rushed out and started to attack the hunters blocking the way. The first line of defense on the plain was fiercely fought. To be able to become a professional hunter, most of their hearts can stand their scrutiny. These hunters know that behind this plain is the only city here. Once they are rushed out by these monsters, it will definitely cause damage to the entire city. Incalculable damage. So they tried their best to stop these monsters. The other unlicensed hunters are also members of the professional hunter team, so their personalities needless to say. Of course, there are also some hunters who are not so selfless. After coming out of the ruins, they just abandoned this place and left. On the whole plain, except for the hunter who used the flute to appease the animals and the phantom beasts in the hearts of the monsters, the rest of the hunters participated in the battle to block the steps of the monsters. Chapter 61. Hey, the situation is not good. If this goes on, we can't stop these runaway monsters. The monsters that can survive in these ruins are basically very powerful. Most of the hunters present are non-star hunters, and none of them are very strong. There are only a few one-star hunters who are strong enough. With more and more monsters, these hunters are gradually unable to hold on. Some monsters have already broken through the blockade of the hunters and rushed out of the plain. This made the hunters present restless. Have you contacted Hunter for a while? Tell the Hunter Association to contact Tektronics officials and let them send troops over. Already contacted, the Domian people have already contacted the King of Tech, and the army has been sent over there, but it is far away from here, and it may take several hours to arrive here. How many hours? By the time they arrive, the daylily will be cold. A grumpy hunter yelled angrily. Stop shouting, I heard that President Netero is rushing here, we will do our best. Is Chairman Netero coming too? Really, the President is coming too. Hearing that Netero, the President of the Hunter Association, was also coming, the hunters were extremely excited, and even their combat power was gradually increasing. Suddenly, the unstoppable trend of Warcraft was overwhelmed. Stopped. Hey, Menchi, that little friend of yours seems to have entered the ruins and hasn't come out yet, aren't you worried? Bai Lu asked curiously while dealing with the monsters. Unlike others, Bai Lu's strength is still acceptable, and it is not very difficult to deal with a Warcraft. Chi Yat? That guy doesn't need to worry at all. If he wants to run, the ruins can't stop him at all. He didn't show up, probably because of something. Hearing Bai Lu's words, Menchi was slightly taken aback, and then casually said with a wave of his hand. As for Chi Yat, she wasn't worried at all. Chi Yat is so fast that no one can stop her from leaving. Hey, are you so confident in that kid? Of course, Chi Yat's speed is very fast, if you want to come out, you have already come out. Menchi nodded proudly. When the flat-chested Yuja heard the words, she couldn't help raising her eyebrows. Everyone, listen to me, Minun can stop this wave of beasts, but I don't have enough Nanchi, please transfer Nanchi to me. At this moment, the positive pot sounded softly on the battlefield. It was a middle-aged uncle with squinting eyes, and there was a purple cage in front of him at this moment. This cage tightly enveloped several monsters with different images, no matter how the monsters attacked, they couldn't break it. Seeing this scene, many hunters were very surprised. It was enough for them to deal with one monster, but this uncle could trap several powerful monsters in it with his own strength and could not break free. Everyone, as long as you give me enough thought energy, I can create a bigger one to surround the whole place. Seeing the eyes of everyone looking over, the middle-aged uncle said loudly again. Seeing the monster trapped in the cage by the middle-aged uncle, many hunters exchanged glances with their companions, and then issued their own powerful tricks to repel the opponent's monster, and came to the uncle's place as quickly as possible. Beside him, he put his hand on the uncle's body. Afterwards, one by one they touched their bodies, and a steady stream of thoughts poured into the middle-aged uncle's body. The huge thought energy suddenly entered the body, and the middle-aged uncle suddenly became very red all over, and his entire face was congested with blood. A terrifying aura bloomed on him, and then, a huge cage fanned out to the surroundings, blocking all the monsters in it. Even the animals were surrounded together, unable to take a step beyond. The Eudemon's hunter, who was playing the requiem, also stopped the flute in his hand, and looked at the animals trapped in the cage with a flash of unbearable eyes. However, this unbearable feeling quickly disappeared. According to the current situation, this is indeed the best way. With the situation just now, if they continue, their line of defense will be breached by the monsters sooner or later. At this moment, the huge beast tide was finally stopped by the concerted efforts of many hunters. However, it is still unknown how long this line of defense can last. It can only depend on the amount of thought energy in these hunters. For this kind of large-scale cage, the amount of thought energy required is definitely not a small number. Behind the huge beast horde, raging fires dyed the entire earth red, and the sky was already pitch black and gloomy, completely covered by volcanic ash. This scene was like the end of the world. But when the hunters formed a defensive line to block the monsters, Chi Ya's figure shuttled quickly among the ruins. Every shuttle will take away one or two monsters. This situation is very rare for Chi Ya. Ask for her flowers. Because of the volcanic eruption, many monsters came out from hiding places, running for their lives. They didn't need Chi Ya at all, but they searched slowly. Chi Ya only needs to move outside along the Sea of Flames to see a large number of monsters. It has to be said that without the intervention of Jin, a high-yielding Sao, there are really many monsters in the Koko ruins. Up to now, Chi Ya has killed more than 100 of them. And these are just a drop in the bucket, more monsters have rushed out of the flames and rushed outside. Hey, Chi Ya boy, it's almost done, we won't be able to get out of this Sea of Flames if we continue. Jin, who had been following Chi Yat, persuaded. I said, High Yield Sao, why have you been following me? In this case, don't you run for your life first, is it interesting to follow me? Hearing Jin's persuasion again, Chi Ya couldn't help but stop, and asked helplessly. I am not afraid of the fire because I have elemental skills, but this guy is not. After running with me for so long in the raging fire, even with the defense of mind energy. At this time, he was already covered in sweat. If you keep going, you'll probably be dehydrated. As for Crook, this guy had already separated from the two of them and ran outside. I can't just leave you alone. Jin pouted and said. It is very rare for him Kim Freaks to agree with a person, since he agrees with a person, he will wholeheartedly treat him as a friend, a partner. Chi Ya has been here and will not leave, he can't leave the prison Chi Ya alone, right? Moreover, he still wants to draw Chi Ya to form a team with him. Listening to Jin's words and seeing his sweaty appearance, Chi Ya couldn't help being slightly touched. This guy really regards me as a companion. Immediately, Chi Ya was a little confused. Jin, this guy, took it upon himself to treat himself as a companion. It's capricious. Chi Ya couldn't help feeling a little headache. Others exude this level of kindness towards you, so you can't just turn a deaf ear to it. I know, let's go out first. Chi Ya sighed and gave up the plan to continue killing monsters here. Well, go outside and fight. Looking at this level of beast tide, it is estimated that many monsters have already rushed out of the flames. That's right, let's go quickly. Jin grinned and said. The two jumped over the beast tide and rushed to be outside at an incredible speed. Chapter 62. This situation is not good. Menchi, who was in the queue, looked at the uncle at the front and frowned tightly. The middle-aged uncle at the front was paler and his lips were trembling. A look is a sign of overuse of capacity. More than half an hour has passed since the beginning. Even with the blessings of Nian Qi from many Nan people, the body of the middle-aged uncle can't support the endless use of abilities. In addition, the thoughts of other people are not one's own after all, and many different thoughts enter the body continuously, and the body will definitely reject it. This middle-aged uncle should be close to the limit. Sure enough, when Menchi's thoughts came here, the middle-aged uncle at the front smiled wryly and said sorry to everyone. Sorry, everyone, I can't take it anymore. The next moment, before everyone could react, the purple cage that firmly held the demon 727 beast and the animals collapsed completely at this moment, bursting open, and many hunters were thrown out under the impact. He fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, the beast tide surged out, rushing towards the direction beyond the plain, the continuous stream, and many hunters who fell on the ground could not react. Under the attack of the huge beast tide, they could only wrap their bodies with thoughts, passive defense up. However, the impact of this huge beast horde cannot be spared even if it is defended with Jian. Some newcomers were directly carried away by this wave. However, some hunters who had made some small achievements reacted as soon as they fell to the ground, and quickly evaded. However, even so, the situation is not very good. The screams were directly covered by the huge trampling sound, as if water drops fell into the sea, making no waves. The entire hunter team suffered heavy losses at this moment. Even some hunters have begun to regret it. If they knew that it would become like this, they would definitely ignore it and leave here directly. It won't become what it is now, and throw your life here at any time. Damn it, it's not good to continue like this, you will be killed by this wave of beasts. Menchi, who looked embarrassed, was constantly dodging the monsters and animals rushing ahead, but no matter how fast Menchi was, it is also impossible to completely avoid all the impacts. From time to time, it would be impacted by animals or monsters. Although it was not knocked into the air, it suffered a lot of internal injuries under the impact of monsters and animals. If she continued, she was sure that she would be crushed to death, trampled, and smashed to pieces by this wave of beasts. As time went on, Menchi had begun to despair. Because, the thought energy in her body is almost exhausted. She probably only has one level of thought energy left now. At this moment, two voices suddenly sounded from Menchi's side. I'll go, there are so many monsters outside, I would have come out if I had known. You should have come out a long time ago, and I don't need to be heated like that inside. I feel like I'm definitely seriously dehydrated now. How are you going to compensate me? Menchi is very familiar with the first voice, but Menchi doesn't know the second voice at all. It's a very magnetic uncle's voice. Chi Yat. After recognizing the first voice, Menchi shouted in surprise, turned and looked in the direction of the voice. I saw that Chi Yat appeared by his side at this time, holding his weapon, the kitchen knife, in his hand and throwing it there. Beside him is a slovenly uncle in trousers and a vest. Why is my knife with you? Menchi suddenly noticed the kitchen knife in Chi Ya's hand, and immediately felt his back, only to find that the knife he hadn't used was gone. Chi Ya unexpectedly took the knife from his lower back at some point. Hey, brat, don't you know that women's waists can't be touched? Menchi gave Chi Ya a hard look and said. Is now the time to worry about this? I used the space ability to borrow the space mark imprinted on Menchi's kitchen knife to save her. I thought Menchi would thank me, but I didn't expect Menchi to think of it at the first time. It turned out to be this. Chi Ya couldn't help being speechless. After taking it, the woman's brain circuit is too clear. It's so troublesome. I don't have that kind of large-scale attack with this level of beast horde. Jin said with a tangled expression on the side of his head. At this time, the Menchi group discovered that something was wrong. Because, the area where the three of them are standing now has a radius of 10 meters, forming a vacuum circle. The impact of the monsters couldn't rush in at all, as if they were pushed away by some kind of force. And she found that the vacuum she was in was full of terrifying thoughts. This vacuum circle was opened by this terrifying thought energy. And the master of this thought energy is the sloppy uncle in front of him. Hey, Chi Ya, who is this? What a terrifying Niankai! Menchi asked Chi Ya cautiously. This guy's name is Jin, Jin Freaks, he is a high-yielding Sao, don't worry about it. Chi Ya waved his hand and said casually after hearing this. Jin on the side suddenly had several crossroads on his forehead. This guy actually called me a high-yield Sao again, so annoying, I really want to beat him. However, forget it, it is important to solve the current situation first. But Chi Ya said so lightly, Menchi who heard Jin's name couldn't calm down and almost screamed. However, when the mouth opened wide, it touched the wound, and it hurt so much that it directly sucked in cold air. Stop talking about this, Chi Ya, use your Nen to heal me first. Menchi put his hand on Chi Ya's shoulder, begging Chi Ya. Oh, you still have Nen for treatment? Jin asked unexpectedly. Hearing this, Chi Ya looked at Jin strangely. This guy didn't know what expression he would have when he saw the breath of the archangel. Thinking of this, Chi Ya began to use it on Menkai. Sure enough, Jin's expression was quite interesting. The mouth was opened so wide that it could almost stuff an apple. Where did your kid get this ability? After being surprised, Jin asked solemnly. Let's talk about this later, let's solve the situation here first. As agreed before, I will take action to solve the situation here, 200 billion or 2.2 Ni, not 1 point less. After Menchi's injury was cured, Chi Ya did not explain, but confirmed to Jin. If you can solve it, I will offer you the 200 billion precepts respectfully. Jin Venian said with a smile without continuing to ask. Oh, what you said, if you don't show respect, I'll settle the score with you as soon as possible. Chi Ya squinted her eyes and said. I said so. Jin pouted and replied. Then, uncle, remember to behave more realistically later. Chi Ya grinned at Jin, showing a mouthful of white teeth. Afterwards, Chi Ya turned into a flash of lightning and rushed out of the vacuum circle. This kid really has a way to deal with this beast tide, right? Seeing Chi Ya's reaction, the corners of Jin's eyes twitched slightly, and he muttered silently. Boom! The next moment, the dark plane was suddenly illuminated by a ray of light. Kim opened his mouth a second time. Chapter 63. A faint blue lightning flashed across, and the animal tied under the impact stagnated for a moment, and then, dense branches of lightning spread out around Chi Ya. In just 2 minutes, all the monsters and animals on the entire battlefield fell to the ground one after another. Although they didn't die, they couldn't get up, and they fell on the ground and twitched non-stop. Of course, many hunters also got hit together, twitching constantly on the ground, with thunder and lightning on their bodies from time to time. Look, it's very convenient. Chi Ya turned and said to Jin with raised eyebrows. His face twitched slightly, it was as simple as that. Is this kid's lightning power so powerful? If it's just an ordinary animal, it's fine, even Warcraft and naughty ones have been electrocuted. Moreover, the scope covers such a wide range, this kid has a lot of energy. Range attack, this is Chi Ya's strong point. Chi Ya's thunder is most suitable for range attacks, and it is an excellent weapon for output in team battles. As long as the thunder is spread out, even if you can't seriously injure people, you can knock down the enemy and paralyze them, unable to move. 19. Then, High Yield Sao, present the 200 billion ring nuns to this young master respectfully. Chi Ya slowly came to Jin's front, raised her chin slightly, and said calmly. If you look carefully, you can see that there is a faint smile on the corner of Chi Ya's mouth at this moment. The corner of Jin's mouth twitched, feeling a little regretful in his heart. Although he recognized Chi Ya, but he really couldn't do it if he respectfully presented Chi Ya with 200 billion ordinances. He never thought that Chi Ya could solve this kind of situation. After all, this beast horde is a bit too big. Even he couldn't solve it. Although he is powerful, he does not have a large range of attacks. However, I didn't expect Chi Ya to be able to solve it. Although it only stunned the monsters and did not kill them, it was still resolved. But if you don't keep your promise, then the matter of wanting Chi Ya to form a team with you in the future will definitely be blown. Just when Jin was in a dilemma, Crook, who was separated from Chi Ya and Jin just now, came here at some point. Jin freaks, you also have this day, you really deserve it. The arrogant Yuja who didn't know when she came here gloated at Jin's misfortune. Then, Crook looked at Chi Ya. Thanks, Chi Ya Zaldik, I owe you a favor. If you need any help in the future, you can find me. This is my contact information. Crook said, pulling out a business card from his chest and handing it to Chi Ya. Seeing this, Chi Ya raised her eyebrows slightly, and after pondering for 2 seconds, she was about to reach out to take it. Sudden favors are not in vain. However, Chi Ya didn't succeed, because Menchi took the first step to take the business card from Crook's hand. I took over this contact information on behalf of Chi Ya. Menchi stood between the two and said to Crook with squinted eyes. Seeing this, Crook frowned slightly, and after giving the two meaningful glances, Crook said to Chi Ya. Hee, boy, your luck is really good, you have already been targeted by someone for such a small urine, be careful of being eaten young grass. As soon as these words came out, Menchi was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned red at an incredible speed. None of your business, ba po. Blushing, Menchi shouted angrily. What did you say? Crook's face froze suddenly, and he said in a somewhat blunt tone. Immediately afterwards, the two quarreled as if no one was there. Chi Ya and Jin, who were watching from the side, were dumbfounded. Hey, why are the two of them arguing all of a sudden? Jin asked Chi Ya in a low voice. Being ridiculed by Crook, Jin was going to quarrel with Crook to avoid Chi Ya's matter, but Menchi got ahead of him. I don't know. Chi Ya rolled his eyes and said. How did she know how these two guys started arguing? Women's affairs are really troublesome, and they don't understand. Well, Chi Ya, I saw that you treated Menchi just now, can you treat me as well? At this moment, several companions of Menchi came to Chi Ya with each other's support, and asked Chi Ya. Chi Ya frowned, then stretched out her hand. Sincerely benefit 100 million nuns. Ah! Several people were stunned for a moment. Then he reacted, nodded again, and the airport lady said, no problem, but we can't transfer it now, and I will transfer it to you after returning to Keshak City, can I? Their mobile phones have been damaged in the battle just now, and now they have no ability to transfer money at all. No problem, I'll give you the account number, and you can just transfer it to me later. Of course, you can play tricks too, as long as you can bear the consequences. Chi Ya said with a smile. However, these words were extremely terrifying to the ears of Bai Lu and the others, and the immature smiling faces were like a wave mask. They dare not play tricks. They saw Chiya's eruption just now, and they solved the beast tide that they had worked hard for more than an hour in just 2 minutes, and they were saved by Chiya's eruption. If Chiya hadn't erupted just now, then they were not seriously injured, but were smashed to pieces by the beast tide. 880 Thernan is not even as good as Menchi. Soon, because of the breath of the angel, he appeared again on this battlefield. The archangel behind Chiya just let the 4 of them fully recover with a simple breath, without any injuries at all. Seeing their fully recovered bodies, several people couldn't help thanking Chiya repeatedly. The other hunters on the battlefield who had recovered from their paralysis saw this scene and walked towards Chiya one after another. Chiya's business opened on the battlefield. Jin on the side watched the archangel constantly exhaling the breath of life, with a tangled expression on his face. How did this guy, Chiya, breathe the archangel in the island of greed? He wanted to ask, but he was afraid that Chiya would remember what happened just now, so he would respectfully present the 200 billion ordinance. So he simply didn't ask. Remember the account number that Chiya reported just now, directly open his Teshu account with his mobile phone, and directly transfer 200 billion ringtones to Chiya's account at one time. The next thing is very simple, the 200 billion precepts have already been transferred by myself, so I can't let myself transfer again. Well, he Kim Freaks is such an above-board cheat. Who told you that you were doing business when I transferred the money? I have already transferred it respectfully. You didn't see it yourself. It's not my fault. Chapter 64. Gathering wool from many hunters is also receiving gratitude from many hunters. Chiya said that this feeling is really good. However, in general, this is not considered wool. After all, the breath of his own archangel indeed healed their wounds. I just need to pay a little thought. The breathing ability of the archangel is very strong, but it doesn't need to consume too much mind energy to use it. Moreover, I did save their lives in the beast tide just now, so it is not surprising that they are grateful to me. Sae, let's cook these monsters now. After finishing the business, Chiya set his sights on the monsters all over the floor. The circle spread out, and Chiya's figure began to run across the plain. Ordinary animals Chiya will not move, but Chiya will not let go of any of these magical beasts. The wild goose has plucked its hair, but it has been set to leave its skin. Wherever Chiya's figure appeared, there would be thunder and lightning flashes, and monsters lost their lives in Chiya's hands. In Hunter, several Eudemon's Hunter looked a little bit unbearable when they saw this scene. But they didn't stand up and say anything. First, doing so is indeed the best and fastest way to solve the current situation. Because, with the passage of time, these monsters will definitely recover, and they will not be able to deal with them by then. Although they were cured by Chiya, they didn't have much Nian Chi left. Some hunters thought energy has been exhausted at this time, and there is no one who can't recover in 2 or 3 days. Second, they were all rescued by Chiya just now, so they are not qualified to dictate to Chiya. Didn't those who point fingers at Chiya specifically leave a bad impression in Chiya's heart? Facing such an master, they have no grievances or enmity, and they are kind to them. They are stupid to do this. This guy said that I killed monsters indiscriminately, and I killed the most fun. This guy Jin is still brooding about this matter. However, he only said one sentence. Turning his head and glanced at the 2 women who were arguing, Jin twitched the corner of his mouth, sighed that women are not easy to mess with, and then ignored the sloppy, sat down on the ground, sitting cross-legged and looking at Chi Yuan on the plain. Ya's figure became deep in thought. How can I persuade this kid to form a team with me? It's a pity that Chiya's ancient writing skills are not used on the ruins. Jin could feel that Chiya was really not interested in the relics. Just now Chiya was touched by his persistent behavior, so he gave himself a chance to persuade. Now it's up to me to see if I have the ability to persuade him. However, he doesn't know anything about Chiya now, and he doesn't know how to persuade Chiya. Tell Chiya about your love for relics and various interests in exploring relics? Come on, Chiya is not interested in the ruins at all. The purpose of coming to the ruins this time is to kill monsters. At this moment, there was a huge roar and trampling sound. I saw that at the exit of the ruins that had been calm at first, a mighty beast tide had appeared again at this time. Although not as big as before, the scale is not small. Moreover, all monsters appeared this time, not a single animal. They are all monsters that seem to be very difficult to mess with. Many hunters panicked when they saw the reappearance of the beast horde. The problem here has not been resolved, and now it has appeared again, and all the monsters, how to experience it? Escape? Their gazes involuntarily set on the paralyzed monsters on the ground. I hope Chi-Ya can stand up and stop these monsters. However, Chi-Ya turned a deaf ear to these gazes, remained unmoved by the monsters that appeared at the entrance of the ruins, and continued to clean up the monsters on the plain. However, although Chi-Ya did not respond to these hunters' expectations, she did speak a word. "Hey, high-yielding Sao, it's your turn to help me stop those monsters. Remember, just stop it, and I will do it later." Hearing Chi-Ya's yell, Jin gave up thinking, flashed his figure, and rushed towards the beast tide. He can't do anything about the lineup just now, because there are other people, but he can still solve these things. I saw Jin's figure appearing in front of the beast tide, his right foot was raised high, and the surrounding space began to distort due to the terrifying thought energy gathering, and then he slammed on the ground suddenly. Crack the ground! Boom! With a loud noise, a huge crack across the plain formed under Jin's feet, directly separating the plain from the ruins. The beast tide immediately lost its way forward and stopped involuntarily. However, the rapid gallop prevented many monsters from stopping in time, and they fell into the crack one after another. The remaining monsters roared at Jin on the opposite side of the crack. On the other side of the plain, a huge shock hit, and many hunters accidentally sat down on the ground under the shock, watching this scene with stupefied faces. Cheat, lie. Split the ground with one kick. Who is this uncle, boy? Another giant. This guy, Jin, is stronger. Menchi and Crook, who were arguing, also stopped their quarrel, and Crook looked at Jin standing in front of the crack and twitched slightly. He knew that Jin was very powerful, but he never thought that Jin could split the earth with one kick. Nice, high-yield sows, that's it, wait for me to take care of them. Chi-Ya, who was dealing with the beast, couldn't help giving Jin a thumbs up when he saw this scene. In response, Jin gritted his teeth and gestured a middle finger to Chi-Ya with a nasty expression, then jumped up, swept across the huge crack, and rushed into the group of monsters. Boom! As the approaching sound submerged into the group of monsters, a huge movement came, and the monsters in the group of monsters kept flying into the sky, and screams came from the group of monsters. Seeing Jin's behavior, Chi-Ya suddenly uttered the name of a certain plant silently. The hunters on the plain were stunned when they saw this scene, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that not only was Jin not injured when he rushed into the group of monsters, but he mowed the monsters with Wushuan. I didn't expect that there is another big boss hidden here. Break into the group of monsters alone, and be unparalleled to the monsters, giant. Stinky high-yielding sow, wait for me. At this moment, Chi-Ya also cleaned up the monsters on the plain, and turned into Li Qunhao, a thunderbolt, and submerged into the group of monsters. Immediately, the already boiling group of monsters became more intense. In less than 5 minutes, the last monster completely ended under Chi-Ya's lightning. However, although the beast tide ended, another fight started. Chi-Ya and Jin's frame. "UBD, I told you to keep it for me, you've been deaf to my words. Why should I listen to you, brat? I'm going to do it, hide and hide. Stinky boy, I see that you used such a huge mind energy just now, and you are not happy to share it for you, thank me quickly. I can clean up all these monsters by myself, and I don't need you at all." On the opposite side of the plain, a group of hunters looked at the two people who were arguing fiercely, with complex expressions. Is this the boss? The animal hordes of that level were not taken seriously at all, and even quarreled for the chance to make a move. This kind of realm is incomparable. Chapter 65. Just when Chi-Ya and Jin quarreled, and many hunters lamented that their own realms could not be compared, the earth shook again, and then there was a loud noise that shook the sky and earth in the ruins of Koko. In the eyes of everyone, the grey sky of the Kukulu ruins once again appeared in an orange-red color, and countless lavas were launched from the volcanoes again, falling to the surroundings, and once again destroying the Kukulu ruins. Seeing this, Hunter couldn't help feeling a sense of sadness. This level of volcanic eruption, the Kukulu ruins near the volcanic group are the first to bear the brunt. There is no possibility of preservation, and the ruins of civilization more than 1,000 years ago have been destroyed here. These ruins hunters can only watch here, they can't do anything, the mighty power of nature is not something they can resist. According to this level of eruption, it is estimated that it will not stop in a few months, and I don't know if this crack can stop the lava flowing out of these volcanic eruptions. At this time, Chi Ya and Jin also no longer arguing. Jin Ban squatted down, looked at the huge 620 crack that he had split open, and said lightly, "You still thought about this aspect when you made the move." Chi Ya listened to Jin's words, and also admired slightly. He didn't think about it at all, he didn't expect Jin to make this crack and think about it. These are matters that tech should take care of, there is no need. Chi Ya shrugged and said. Besides, there are people from V5 to handle things here. That's what you said, but since you have encountered it, let's contribute. Jin nodded and said. Hey, look what that is. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, and I saw a hunter pointing to the inside of the Koko ruins with a look of shock. Everyone's eyes couldn't help looking in the direction he pointed. In the Kukulu ruins, the towering tree standing in the center of the ruins is waving its thick branches at this moment, smashing the lava falling from the sky into pieces. In this eruption, the lava could not fall from the sky at all, and was completely blocked by these branches. Fei, seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They all know this towering tree, which has been standing in the center of the Kukulu ruins. It is not that they have not studied this towering tree, but they have not researched anything. The only thing I know is that this big tree is very vigorous, at least 100 or even hundreds of years old, and I didn't expect it to act. Is it a tree monster? Some Eudemon's hunter silently guessed. This is also understandable. It is recorded on the huge stone tablet that the sentence of relying on the tree god said that this tree already had wisdom thousands of years ago. The civilization built here should be inspired by this tree god. Sheltered. It seems to be true, but it is not omnipotent, otherwise the civilization established here would not reincarnate once every 1,000 years. Chi Ya nodded in agreement. Chi Ya is not stupid. After reading the content on the huge stone tablet, he naturally deduced some history related to this big tree based on these content. Although it can crush the lava, this big tree should not be able to deal with the magma on the ground. Jin nodded and continued. What are you talking about? Crook jumped over from the crack, wondering. As a plant hunter, Crook is very concerned about the towering trees in the Kukulu ruins. Oh, nothing. Kim glanced at her, not going to tell her about the contents of the monolith. Hi. Crook frowned slightly, knowing that Jin was hiding something, but he had no intention of continuing to ask. However, Jin didn't want to say it, but Chi Ya didn't have this thought. For Chi Ya, it's not a big deal to talk about this kind of thing. Isn't the history of exploring the ruins and developing the ruins just to expose everything about the ruins to the eyes of the world? There will be no less meat when you say it. If that's what the power of nature in the monument is talking about, tell me, how did this big tree survive? Chi Ya said slightly curiously. Fire is the natural nemesis of trees. A single spark can start a prairie fire, even a small spark can burn a grassland or a forest. Although the towering trees are strange, they are still in the range of trees. This is indeed something worthy of attention. Why don't we go in and explore? Jin rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, and said to Chi Ya. Hearing this, Chi Ya rolled her eyes at him and opened her eyes mercilessly. The volcano erupted, and you still ran in there, aren't you stupid? However, although he was angry with Jin, Chi Ya started to think in his heart. Chi Ya is also interested in the big tree in the Kukulu ruins. Not surprisingly, this big tree should be more than 1,000 years old, no, not even 2,000 years old. After the volcanic eruption, see if the tree can survive. If it survives, find a chance to go in and study it. You're stupid, Kim retorted. I just want to take this opportunity to see if I can make Chiya interested in the ruins because of this big tree. It has to be said that in order to get Chiya to form a team with him, Jin would not let go of any opportunity. The conversation between the two made Crook on the side hear the mist coming and going, blurred, but his heart was itchy and uncomfortable. I am very interested in the content of the conversation between the two. Chiya, what is the giant stone monument you are talking about? What is the power of nature? Jin couldn't ask, so Crook ran to Chiya and asked. A huge stone tablet under the ruins records the truth about the demise of the Kukulu ruins. Chiya said directly without hiding anything. Why did you tell her this? She's not an expert in this field, and it's useless to know. Jin, an uncle with a very bad personality in some aspects, was talking nonsense as soon as he opened his mouth, which directly aroused Crook's glaring. Just when Crook was about to quarrel with Jin, a buzzing sound rang out from the heads of the crowd. Everyone couldn't help but looked up, and saw an airship with the logo of the Hunter Association slowly flying over from a distance. Soon it stopped on top of everyone's heads. Immediately afterwards, several figures descended from the sky. Chapter 66. Is this old man here too? Looking at Netero, who was wearing clogs and leading two people slowly towards the crack, Chiya was slightly surprised. Although volcanic eruptions and beast hordes are coming, there is no need for the president of the Hunter Association to come here. Not to that extent. However, thinking of this guy's personality, Chiya felt that it was a bit natural for this guy to appear here. The old man was restless. In the original book, whether it is the second experiment in the Hunter experiment or playing games with J-Freaks on the airship, it shows the old guy's boredom and his age-appropriate naughty heart. Because it's not too surprising that this happened here. Of course, this is just Chiya's opinion. After all, Chiya understands this old man's character. In the eyes of others, it's completely different. Many hunters present at this time were shocked after seeing Netero's appearance. After the shock, they greeted Netero one after another. Netero also nodded to the crowd as he walked. Soon, Netero brought the two people around him to the crack, jumped across the crack and came to Jin. The two people beside him also followed. They were all tall, muscular guys. Chiya recognized the identities of the two at a glance. The second of the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association. Chen Potter White Gigante. Not, Yinda. 3-star terrorist hunter and poaching hunter respectively. I didn't expect to gather 4 members of the 12 earthly branches here. Crook said something strange, then she turned to Netero and greeted respectfully, greetings from Jushu, President. Yeah, Crook, you're here too. Also, Jin is also, unexpectedly able to meet you who can't see the end of the dragon. Netero nodded, and said hello to Crook and Crook respectively. Then his eyes fell on Chiya. Being able to stand with Jin and Crook, Chiya is definitely not a simple character, and, even if you don't look at this aspect, Chiya's incomparably solid spirit still shocked Netero extremely. It's amazing to have such strength at such a young age. The eyes of the other two also moved away from Jin and Crook, and after seeing Chiya, their expressions were extremely solemn. Obviously they were also shocked by Chiya. Chiya's age is definitely in line with his height and appearance, not like that guy by Siji in the association. Such APS has such strength, they have never seen it before. Haha, how about it, this is my recognized companion. As for the identity, the old man, you should be familiar with him. His surname is Zaldik. Jin laughed and introduced to Netero with a proud expression on his face. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was startled. From Zaldik's family. Silva, the poacher hunter's face didn't change much, while Potterby, the terrorist hunter's face turned slightly ugly after hearing Chiya's surname. Broadly speaking, the killer is also a terrorist, which is also within the scope of his profession. Hey, from the Zaldik family, this silver hair is indeed in line with the Zaldik family's heritage. I didn't expect that Guy Maha to have such an outstanding junior. It's really gratifying. On the other hand, Netero, after hearing Chiya's surname, not only didn't have a bad face, but on the contrary, he was excited. Netero stroked his beard, said excitedly, and looked at Chi-ya with interested eyes shining. "Old man, don't look at me with such eyes, my orientation is normal." Facing Netero's burning eyes, Chi-ya said expressionlessly. Netero's expression froze immediately, and then he said helplessly, "It's really not cute, just like your grandpa." Hearing this, Chi-ya rolled her eyes. "Since you belong to Zaldik, do you want to accept the mission?" Netero scratched his shiny forehead and said suddenly. "Huh? What task? How much is the reward?" Chi-ya's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and he said with interest. "It's really interesting that this old man will do the task as soon as we meet. On the way here, I saw a lot of monsters leaving here. They seem to have gone to the nearby city of Salia. Let's wipe out all these monsters. How about 5 billion rings? If possible, I'll log into your Zaldik family's website now and issue a mission." Netero took out a mobile phone from his pocket and shook it. Hearing this, Chi-ya's expression became slightly strange. Even Jin's face was a little weird. "Double, 10 billion, I'll take it." Chi-ya gave Netero a weird look, and then said. "Well, 10 billion? Okay, let's make a deal. Old man, I will start the task now." Netero stroked his beard and pondered for a moment after hearing this, and then agreed. After speaking, he started to operate the mobile phone, entered the Zaldik family's website and started to issue tasks with ease. Judging from this posture, the old man frequently assigned tasks on the Zaldik family website. The corners of Chi-ya's mouth twitched. As the president of the Hunter Association, what the hell is it to regularly post missions on the Zaldik family website? "Okay, it's done, you can take over the task." Soon, Netero finished the operation and said to Chi-ya. Chi-ya didn't answer, but opened the family website with her mobile phone, and soon saw the task of Isaac Netero, checked it and took it directly after checking it. "Ask for her flowers." "Okay, the task has been accepted, I will complete it, but I am curious, there are several masters here, and there are so many hunters over there, why do you still have to issue a task? Let them go after it." Chi-ya was very puzzled. 4 of the 12 earthly branches are here. With their abilities, those monsters that escaped should be able to clean up easily. Why bother to make a fuss and assign tasks to myself? So much money wasted in vain, and money is not spent like this. Tell me this, they all have special missions. As for those over there, do you think they can deal with monsters in their current situation? Netero stroked his beard and smiled. Chi-ya heard the words, looked at a few people, and then looked at the opposite person, seeing the extremely weak thoughts on their bodies, nodded in agreement. 0. These guys are unreliable. Understood, well, I'm going to perform the task now, then, bye. Chi-ya said to Netero, and then prepared to leave here in a flash. Wait, Chi-ya, give me your contact information. Jin stopped Chi-ya and asked Chi-ya for the contact information. Chi-ya also gave it readily, and then quickly left. Hey, it's the first time I've seen you ask someone else for your contact information, Jin, although this kid is very powerful, he doesn't have to be worth it, right? Is there anything special about it? Netero rolled his eyes slightly. Liang said curiously. Didn't I just say that? This kid is my recognized companion. Jin turned his head, smiled, and said. Oh, by the way, old man Netero, the purpose of Chi-ya's coming here is to find and kill monsters. Jin suddenly thought of something, and said with a strange expression. Hearing this, Netero was taken aback for a moment, then realized that he almost slapped his beard off. Then boy, the purpose of coming here is to kill monsters? Netero asked slightly confused. Yes, so you don't have to issue missions to him just now, even if there are no missions, that kid will not let those escaped monsters go. Jin bared his teeth and smiled wickedly. Then why didn't you say it earlier, kid, and wasted the old man's 10 billion ordinances? Being tricked by Jin, Netero suddenly had a toothache and the corners of his eyes twitched. Hey, I don't have any loss if you are cheated, but I will be very happy to see you being cheated. Jin he smiled and said gloatingly. I know that you are not welcome in the 12 earthly branches, such a bad character. Netero scratched his forehead and said very depressed. Okay, let's not talk about this, tell the old man what happened here. Chapter 67. Chi Ya dodged and left here, and Menchi also followed after seeing this. As for several of her teammates, they followed suit. And Netero and others, after communicating in front of the crack for more than 10 minutes, for some unknown reason, they all entered the Koko ruins, and only Crook remained. With the order of Netero, the hunter who stayed here was organized and began to tidy up the battlefield and wait for the arrival of the military power of the Tech Kingdom to launch military defense here. Naturally, Chi Ya didn't know about this. At this time, Chi Ya has already begun to harvest the monsters that left the plane. However, most of the people who left the plane were animals, and there were quite a few monsters. But, Menchi, why are you following me? Chi Ya wondered while running, looking at 703 who had been following her all the time. There is no guarantee that there will be another eruption at the ruins, and it is very dangerous to stay there. Hey, the mind energy in us is almost exhausted again, it's better to be by your side at this time, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Menchi laughed. Menchi's companions on the side nodded as quickly as a chicken pecking at rice. Follow if you want. Chi Ya shrugged, said indifferently, and then accelerated the speed again. On the way from the ruins to Salia, none of the monsters could escape Chi Ya's clutches, and Chi Ya's strengthening point started to move again. Originally, there were only more than 6,000 enhancement points. After hunting in the ruins and the outbreak of the plane, plus the current pursuit, Chi Ya's enhancement points are close to 15,000. It is estimated that the complete extermination of all the escaped monsters can reach about 16,000. Hey, Chi Ya, what happened in the ruins? I remember those volcanic groups are extinct volcanoes. The professional hunter in this area has been specially surveyed, and it is impossible to erupt. Menchi asked. I don't know. Chi Ya shook his head, expressing that he didn't know either. All I know is the content of the Millennium reincarnation on the giant stone tablet. But since a special hunter has surveyed it, it should be a real extinct volcano. Why did it erupt? Chi Ya is also very puzzled. At the same time, when Menchi mentioned this, the previous question appeared in Chi Ya's mind, why did Netero come here specially, and he also brought 212 earthly branches with him. You know, that Potterby is a 3-star hunter whose strength is recognized to be close to Netero. And another Yinda is also strong, with a score of 90 points in Hisoka's score. Netero plus these two, this kind of lineup is very strong, and they definitely have their purpose in arriving here. When Menchi mentioned this, Chi Ya guessed that the purpose of Netero's coming here is very likely to be related to the volcano group. However, what does this have to do with me? Chi Ya shrugged and said with a light smile. The purpose of his coming here is to kill the monsters in the ruins to obtain strengthening points. Now, the monsters in the ruins are probably killed by him, so there is no need to stay here any longer. Moreover, Jin, the sloppy uncle, seemed to insist on letting himself form a team with him. While Jin is held back by Netero, it is better to complete the tasks issued by Netero early, and leave here after finishing the reward. Let me be a killer to explore the ruins with you, are you kidding me? What are you talking about? Chi Ya's words made Menchi confused. No, nothing. Chi Ya shook his head, without any intention of explaining. Then he accelerated his speed again. Menchi and others looked at the flashing lightning on Chi Ya's body, and the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. How can you let us follow you like this? On the other side, in the ruins of Koko. At this moment, Netero, Jin, and others were running quickly towards the direction of the volcano group. I said, old man, you just came here without preparing anything. What are you going to do with the lava all over the floor? Jin teased Netero while running. Do you want to swim in lava? How is it possible? We are prepared to come here. Netero laughed and said. Yinda, it's up to you. Afterwards, Netero looked at Yinda who looked a little dazed beside him, and said. Understood, President. Yinda replied blankly. Then he put his left hand on the end, and suddenly blew a whistle that resounded through the ruins. The loud whistle is very obvious even in this series of roaring explosions, echoing in the ruins. Hush, look at the situation, there is a helper in this ruin. Yinda's action made Jinlian startled, and then said with a faint smile. I have been here before, and I have reached an agreement with the patron saint here, and he will assist us. Yinda said with a silly smile. Patron saint, can't it be? Jin heard the words, his smile moved slightly, and he guessed something. The next moment, a few huge branches fell from the sky, landed in front of them, rolled them up from the ground and landed on the thick branches. Hee, Yinda, I didn't expect you to have such ability. Yinda underestimated you. Jin said with a meaningful look at Yinda. Jin and the others were in midair at this time, and at their feet were the branches of the towering trees in the Cukulu ruins. Jin originally thought that Yinda's whistling was calling for helpers here, but he didn't expect to call the patron saint of the Cocoa ruins. However, old man, you hit it deep enough, and you didn't say this kind of thing until now. Jin Weiwei glanced at Netero and said 1.6. Ho ho, I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect it to be true. Netero stroked his chin, and smiled slyly, like an old fox. People can't believe his words at all. Okay, don't gossip, get ready, we'll be here soon. Immediately, Netero's face became serious, and he told the three of them. At the moment when Netero's voice fell, several people had been sent to the center of the volcano group by huge branches. Jin looked at Netero, secretly said to the old fox, and then looked down. After seeing the scene below, Jin's face gradually became serious. This amount is too much, if you don't handle it well. Chapter 68. In Jin's eyes, the volcanoes in his field of vision were very mild, with no signs of eruption at all. However, each volcano has a huge lava on its outlet edge. Red magma gushes out of these lavas every once in a while, turning into lava titans with a height of more than 3 meters. As soon as the lava titans appear, they wave their huge arms transformed from magma, and roar to the sky. It's like celebrating your own birth. Every time these lava titans wave, the originally mild volcano group will erupt once, and countless lavas will soar into the sky. This situation is clear at a glance. Obviously, the eruption of the volcanic group this time is caused by the existence of these lava titans. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really couldn't believe it. There is such a legendary creature in this world. The nature is really amazing. Seeing a lava titan born from the lava, I was shocked. He had only seen this kind of thing in those storybooks when he was a child. Nature is always mysterious. It's normal for what kind of races will be born. 19 existence is reasonable, isn't it? Netero, on the other hand, looked very calm when he saw these lava titans, and said with a smile. Indeed, the mystery of nature is beyond our comprehension. Jin nodded and said in agreement. For Jin, who has been tossing around various relics, he is the most clear about the power of nature, and he will not be too surprised or difficult to accept what happens. President, what should we do with these volcanoes? According to the current situation, if these lava titans continue to rage, I'm afraid that the entire Take country will suffer. Maybe it will even threaten other countries or the world. Potter's Day asked Netero. Every time these lava titans appear, they will cause terrible eruptions in the volcano group. Now there are only a few dozen lava titans below, and the volcanoes have erupted to such an extent that the entire Cukulu ruins are on the verge of destruction. If it continues, it will definitely threaten the entire country of Take and then the entire world. Although some alarmist talk, but according to this situation, if it is not stopped, there is definitely this possibility. Well, that's right, destroy the huge lava coming out of the crater, those are the source, without that, the lava titan would not be born. Netero stroked his beard, lightly nodded in agreement. They're here to fix this problem. Let's do it. Netero shouted first, and then jumped down. A golden Buddha figure with hundreds of arms quickly formed. Netero slowly made a prayer movement, and the next moment, the huge golden arm suddenly blasted out and landed on the huge lava below. The first form of Avalokitesvara. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the huge lava was split apart under the attack of the golden arm's hand knife, turned into countless fragments, and shot out in all directions. This immediately inspired the lava titans born from the huge lava, roaring and attacking the Netero in midair. Under the control of these lava titans, the overwhelming lava turned into nets, covering Netero with a bang. Facing the attack that seemed to have nowhere to escape, Netero looked indifferent, and put his hands together in a prayer gesture again, slowly closing them together. The 18th form of Avalokitesvara. The densely packed arms swept out in all directions, and under the densely packed attack, the dense net formed by the magma shattered in less than 2 seconds, turning into bits of magma that fell powerlessly into the magma below, flowing slowly. Not only that, as the giant lava net was shattered, the attack of Netero's 100-style Guanyin also crashed down on the lava titan below. Under the terrifying power, the lava titan of this volcanic group didn't even have the ability to resist, so it was smashed into pieces by countless golden Buddha's palms, and melted into the flowing lava. Afterwards, Netero quickly controlled Beishi Guanyin and flew towards another volcano. The three of Jin watched Netero show off his might, and after looking at each other in blank dismay, they each started to act. I saw Jin jumping up, and under the force of terror, Jin shot out like a cannonball into the volcano next door. After 2 seconds, the sonic boom cloud appeared in front of Jin before he knew it. Standing on a branch. But Potterbai and Yinda were not as free and easy as Jin. Don't want to die. After begging to the branches, they rushed towards other volcanoes supported by the branches. The strength of these lava titans is not strong. The powerful force of these lava titans lies in triggering volcanic eruptions. The people present are all Nin masters, the strongest Nin recognized by the world, and one of the top 5 Nin in the world. There are 2 remaining, one is close to Netero in strength, and the other is also extremely powerful. Under the shots of the 4, the huge lava in the volcano group was soon shattered. The lava titans born from the lava were also wiped out one by 5 people. It's really hard for this old man. I still have to come out to do tasks at such an old age. After eliminating the huge lava and lava titan, several people gathered together. Netero hammered his old waist, complaining, but there was no sign of fatigue on his face, instead he was full of energy. The 12 earthly branches looked at Netero, a living treasure, and shook their heads speechlessly. But Jin, this guy didn't care about Netero's tricks at all, but stared at his palm with a solemn expression. Jin, what are you looking at? Potter asked with a frown. Did you encounter this when you killed those lava titans just now? Jin stretched out the things in his palm to Netero and the others, and asked them. In Jin's hand is a red spar exuding a scorching aura, and a strange aura emanates from the spar at this time. What is this? Netero asked curiously. Didn't you notice the things that fell from the lava titans after killing them? Jin explained truthfully, and then asked back, with a serious look on his face. He now has an ominous premonition, and this ominous premonition is brought to him by this spar. The 3 of them shook their heads when they heard the words. The old man didn't pay attention to this. Me too. No. Seeing this, Jin frowned slightly, and complained to the 3 of them inwardly. Those 3 guys, no details at all. However, after finishing speaking, a scorching tingling sensation suddenly came from Jin's palm. Jin couldn't help throwing the red spar in his hand away from the pain. Jin quickly ran to the edge of the branch and looked down. I saw that the red spar fell into the magma, and soon fused with the magma. Seeing this scene, Jin frowned tightly, and the ominous premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. Chapter 69. On the other hand, Chi Ya who chased and killed the monsters completely eliminated the monsters before they entered Salia city. As for why it was so fast, it was because these demonic beasts happened to meet the security forces heading to the plain from Salia city. It was blocked for a while, so Chi Ya was given a chance to wipe it out in one fell swoop. As a result, the security force of Salia city also suffered heavy losses. However, these have nothing to do with Chi Ya. After so many things, the night has already fallen. Chi Ya, who has completed the task released by Netero, has already received her reward and returned to the hotel where she stayed. After returning to the hotel, washing up and paying homage to the 5 Zhang temple, Chi Ya couldn't wait to open her attribute panel to clean up her harvest of the day. 3 bottles of 1,000-year-old stone milk brought out of the underground cave of the Kakili ruins. Then there is wealth. A large amount of treasures were obtained from the sacrificial temples in the ground, and those treasures were exchanged for money, which is estimated to be worth hundreds of billions of rings. Then came the 200 billion that he had bet with Jin. Speaking of which, this guy Jin is really cunning. He transferred the money to me when I was doing business. It's a shame. However, forget it, let's just leave it at that. With that guy's character, it's probably impossible for him to do something like presenting 200 billion respectfully. If I force him, there is a high probability that I will have one more enemy, and this guy is one of the top 5 nen in the world. In addition to these, there are Netaros 10 billion, and those hunters ES, 700 to 800 million. The treasures in the sacrificial temple are counted as 500 billion, and the total wealth I have obtained today is 717.8 billion. It's really a huge sum of money, so much, it will take at least 10 years for me to do the task. Most of them are treasures in the sacrificial temple. The relic hunter is really rich. No wonder this guy Jin claims to have presidential-level financial resources. It's all because this guy developed the ruins and obtained the treasures in the ruins. How about I agree to Jin's invitation and form a team with him to explore the ruins? Chi Ya said to himself half-jokingly. The next moment, he shook his head and threw away the thought. Just kidding, I'm the killer of the Zaldik family, how can I be a relic hunter? If I, the future patriarch, really follow Jin to become a relic hunter, my father and grandpa will definitely not agree, even my great-grandfather Maha. The patriarch of the Zaldik family has been held by silver-haired people throughout the generations. If they are not silver-haired, they are not eligible to inherit. Once I really make the ruins hunter, it is estimated that Father Silva, Grandpa Gino and great-grandfather Maha will all come out of Kukushan to settle accounts with gold. So forget it. With so much financial resources, it is enough to train Tal and the others. The Zaldik family, the resources that each clansman needs for cultivation, will be provided by the family. But if you want to form a force, sorry, that is your own business, and the resources needed to form a force must be provided by you. Chi Ya was still thinking that next year, he would try his best to accept the mission and earn enough monies to exchange for various resources to train Tal and the others. But now, this goal has been achieved suddenly. After returning, prepare resources for their cultivation for Tal and the others. Thinking silently in her heart, Chi Ya finally focused on the main event. Strengthening points, 16,532. Chi Ya's current enhancement points are more than 160,000. This was something Chi Ya didn't even dare to think about. Originally, when he came to the Cocoa Ruins this time, Chi Ya's goal was just to get a few thousand reinforcement points here, but he didn't expect to be able to get so many. Name, Chi Ya Zaldik. Ability. Nen, Conjurer Nen Speed Thunder, 10,000, Trait Nen Space, 5,000, Manipulator Nen Ring of Angels Archangel's Breath, 5,000, Enhancer Nen, 5,000, Emitter Nen Elimination, 1,000. Note, the reinforcement points required for the next reinforcement are in parentheses. Deputy Ability. Cuisine, Advanced Cuisine, 500, Archaeology, Archaeology Expert, 5,000, note, in brackets are the enhancement points required for the next enhancement. Strengthening points, 16,532. Items, Aluminum Alloy Yo-Yo, 1. Looking at the attribute panel, Chi Ya meditated silently. Last time I strengthened Conjurer's speed, this time I will strengthen the traits and enhancer. Traits and enhancers have been pulled down too much. It is 2 levels lower than Conjurer. Now that she has the Nen of these two systems, Chi Ya will not just sit and watch the gap between the two Nen being created by Conjurer. System, Strengthen Trait System, Space, Strengthen Enhancer. Ding! Use 5,000 enhancement points to strengthen the trait system and space. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the trait system and space operation. Ding! Use 5,000 enhancements to take you to strengthen the enhancer. As soon as the system's voice fell, Chi Ya could clearly feel that 2 huge streams of thought energy suddenly emerged in his body, and a powerful momentum burst out from Chi Ya's body. With the lessons learned from the past, Chi Ya paid attention to this reinforcement all the time, and was suppressed by Chi Ya the moment the momentum exploded. But even so, the whole room still shook under the aftermath of the momentum, and the room became a mess. The thought energy that appeared in Chi Ya's body was so huge that it almost reached the 7th level of Chi Ya's peak before it was strengthened. That is to say, with these two strengthenings, Chi Ya's Nian Qi directly increased by more than 7 layers. Chi Ya's previous Nian Qi storage had a potential capacity of 100,000, but now it has skyrocketed to more than 170,000. With such a huge mind energy, Chi Ya is sure that the potential energy in his body at this moment has indeed surpassed his father Silva, but he does not know if he has surpassed his grandfather Jinyo. At the same time, Chi Ya also felt the changes in the Nen space of her enhancer and traits. The enhanced performance of the enhancer is very simple. Chi Ya can clearly perceive that the power of his enhancer Nian Qi has changed greatly, and his physical fitness has more than doubled. This means that his aura of being able to shoot with all his strength has become stronger again, and the power of the explosion has also become stronger. However, without trying it, Chi Ya doesn't know what kind of power his current enhancer can erupt. Can you fight against the Ant King's 3 guards? It's really exciting. As for the space of the trait system, if the previous Chi Ya could only use the simple ability of space movement, then the current Chi Ya has the ability to play with space. Like this. As soon as Chi Ya stretched out his hand, a transparent barrier formed instantly. This was created by Chi Ya's manipulation of the surrounding space, which can defend against powerful attacks. Moreover, even the naughty, Zhao, can't see this barrier when using Ning transparent barrier. Only Chi Ya can see it. Of course, those of other space systems can also see it. This is a space barrier, which can completely isolate everything inside and outside the barrier. In addition, Chi Ya's hand moved slightly, and a transparent blade spun in the palm of Chi Ya's palm. Chi Ya's thoughts moved slightly, and the next moment, the transparent blade disappeared, and the painting on the wall directly became the 2 halves were smashed and fell down. Space blade, a sharp blade that manipulates space to cut. It is silent, hard to defend, and kills invisible. It is a move that fits Chi Ya's identity as a killer. In addition, there are several other types, as for which ones, I won't say much. Standing up, Chi Ya moved her hands and feet, looked at the mess in the room, and shook her head helplessly. Every breakthrough will cause this situation. After getting off the bed, Chi Ya left the room directly, went to the front desk to compensate for the loss of the room, and then moved into another room. Chi Ya, who had just finished changing rooms and was about to rest, received a phone call. Chapter 70. Is it Chi Ya? As soon as the connection was made, a hurried voice came from inside, and Chi Ya immediately recognized the owner of the voice as Crook. How does this guy have my phone? Chi Ya thought suspiciously, but he didn't give Crook his contact information. Crook, how did you know my phone number? Chi Ya asked strangely. I took it from the hunters who were treated by you. Crook was slightly taken aback by his urgent tone, and then said. Chi Ya suddenly realized that those guys still owed him money, so he gave them the contact information. Don't tell me this, Chi Ya, I have a request here, 20 billion nuns, do you want to accept it? After being dazed for a while, Klush's tone became urgent again. These words made Chi Ya's expression even weirder. Hey guys, are all the top executives of your hunter association so casual? I'm a killer. Is it really okay for you hunters to issue tasks to a killer so casually? Was it infected by old man Netero? Even though he thought so, Chi Ya didn't just say it out of nowhere. If you have money, you don't make ABD. Chi Ya is ready to accept decisively. However, before doing this, she has to look at what the task is. Come on, what is the mission? You'll know when you come here. Crook said hastily. After finishing speaking, he directly hung up the call to 003. The speed of hanging up the phone made Chi Ya a little uncomfortable, staring blankly at the phone in his hand. Are you going? Chi Ya thought of this question. From the words of this fellow Crook, it can be heard that something big seems to have happened on the plane. With Netero, the strongest Nen, and Jin, the world's top 5 Nen, and the other 212 earthly branches, can something big happen? Moreover, after such a long time, the army of the Take Kingdom should have rushed there. Can't this lineup hold that plane? Chi Ya frowned slightly, thinking strangely. It's really troubling me, I haven't rested yet. I thought so, but Chi Ya still set off to return to the Kukulu ruins again. Hey, Chi Ya, where are you going so late? Take me with you. At this moment, a figure walked up the corridor, and Menchi greeted him with a playful smile. Why don't you take a good rest in the room and recover your energy, what are you doing out? Chi Ya tilted his head, puzzled. Moreover, I'm still holding 2 bottles of wine. Chi Ya's eyes fell on the 2 bottles of wine in Menchi's hands and he thought silently. Hey, I came here to ask you to set up a dragon gate, but it seems that you have something to go out, take me out together, go out with you, I think something interesting will happen. Menchi waved the wine bottle in his hand said. In this case, what else is there besides the matter over the ruins? Chi Ya rolled his eyes. However, since you want to follow, then follow. If you are the only one, I can still protect you. Chi Ya waved his hand and said. Hey, let's go. After getting the answer, Menchi strode over and put his arms on Chi Ya's shoulder and said with a smile. Facial cleanser again. The soft touch from the face made crossroads appear on Chi Ya's forehead, and his face was full of impatience. Can this guy pay attention to his behavior? Hehe, this kid's expression is the most interesting. Menchi also noticed Chi Ya's impatience, and couldn't help laughing in his heart. Yes, she did it on purpose. Teasing Chi Ya makes her feel happy. What are you going to do with these 2 bottles of wine? Take it with you or keep it in my room. Chi Ya looked at the 2 bottles of sake in Menchi's hand and asked. Let's put it in your room first, and I'll drink it when I get back. Menchi replied. Chi Ya nodded, then opened the door and asked Menchi to put 2 bottles of wine on the wine cabinet in the room. Okay, let's go. You said that guy issued a mission for you. On the way, after Menchi learned the reason why Chi Ya came out, he suddenly became furious. What does that old ant want to do? Crook's age is at best a few years older than Menchi's, but in Menchi's eyes, Crook is just an aging ant, or an ant who is not pleasing to the eye. Ah, Netero and Jin are obviously there, and this guy Crook asked me to issue a mission. I don't know what happened, Jeff, over there. After you get there, you will follow me. Don't run around. Chi Ya nodded, said, and instructed Menchi. Menchi, who was furious, heard Chi Ya's words of concern, and his anger dissipated immediately. He looked at Chi Ya in a daze, and didn't speak. On the intricate path, a big tree appeared head-on, and Menchi, who was distracted, almost bumped into the big tree, but at the critical moment, Chi Ya shot and pulled him over. Hey, don't be distracted when you are on the road, you almost hit it. Chi Ya said lightly, circling Menchi's slender waist. Oh! Menchi, who came back to his senses, answered in a low voice, and then he stopped talking, and the whole person became quiet, as if he had changed into a different person. I'm going to let go, you run by yourself. Seeing this, Chi Ya didn't say a word, so she was going to let Menchi go and let Menchi run by herself. Hey, Chi Ya, run with me behind your back. As soon as Chi Ya spoke, Menchi seemed to have recovered his previous personality. Chi Ya's neck, lying on Chi Ya's back and said with a smile. Come down for me. Why are you here too? And you still look like this, puff, no, haha. After seeing Chi Ya appear, Krook rushed over immediately. However, when he saw Menchi after that, he was stunned, and then he burst out laughing. At this time, Menchi's cheeks were extremely red, swollen, making that beautiful face unbalanced, like a doormat. It's nothing, this guy is making progress. Joe replied lightly for Menchi. Menchi snorted coldly, turned his face away, and ignored Chi Ya. When Krook heard this, he glanced at the 2 of them with a strange expression. Where are Netero and Jin? Also, what happened here? Chi Ya stood beside Krook, looking at everything in front of him, frowning slightly. The president and Jin entered the ruins, but they haven't come out yet. As for here, as you can see, the magma has spread over, and the speed is very fast, and these monsters born from the magma. Kailu Shu quickly told Chi Ya about the more than an hour when Chi Ya left. Everything that happened. At this time, Chi Ya was presented with an endless sea of magma, and the magma spreading from the canyon had completely filled up the huge crack opened by Jinshuo, spreading over from the crack, and the magma outside the canyon. Half of the area of the plain has been occupied, and the magma is still slowly spreading. These are not the point is that the spreading magma will crawl out of the magma from time to time, huge lava titans. At this time, the hunters staying here and the troops sent by the Tech Kingdom are fighting against these lava titans, but they are fighting and retreating. As long as there is magma, these lava titans cannot be killed. Even if it is continuously shattered, it can be resurrected from the magma again. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chi Ya frowned tightly. Chapter 71. So, these are the tasks you want to release? Chi Ya looked at Crook and asked. Well, I hope you can help me completely wipe out these monsters born in the magma. How can it be done? Crook nodded lightly. Hearing this, Chi Ya didn't answer directly, but pinched her chin and silently looked at the lava sea in front of her. Crook didn't bother Chi Ya either. 10 seconds later, Chi Ya stretched out his hand suddenly, moved his fingers lightly towards one of the lava titans that had just been revived from the magma, and made a bound gesture. The next moment, in Chi Ya's eyes, a transparent frame appeared to surround the lava servant, and immediately, the space inside the frame began to distort. Boom! Then, there was a crackling sound, and the lava titan that Chi Ya aimed at with his left hand suddenly burst open. Space burst, the tearing attack formed by squeezing the space, can easily tear everything in the space to pieces. Even Balian iron and steel, if hit by this move, will be torn to pieces. The blasted lava was scattered in the magma, and there was no movement for a long time, as if it had been completely killed. This scene stunned the army and hunters who were fighting against the lava titan. Because, every time these lava titans are destroyed, they will be resurrected from the magma in less than 2 seconds. They can't kill them at all, but they can't leave them alone, they can only kill them again and again, so as to slow down the pace of these molten titans. But this time, after the lava titan was destroyed, it didn't come back to life. Could it be that it was really killed? Immediately, their eyes turned to this side. After seeing the appearance of the visitor, the hunters all breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the boss is here, things will be much easier to handle. With this boss around, there is absolutely no problem. Chi Ya's ability to directly sweep the entire battlefield with a single blow has made the hunters present thoroughly understand and recognize Chi Ya's strength. When discussing Chi Ya in private, they always discuss it as a big boss. As for those troops, they did not respond with a sigh of relief. Although Chi Ya killed a lava titan, there are dozens of lava titans here, and it's not time for them to relax. An officer who looked like a leader quickly ran towards Chi Ya. Ms. Crook, who is this boy? After running over, the officer asked Crook. Chi Ya, the helper I called. Crook replied lightly. Chi Ya, hello. I'm Taylor Fu, the commander-in-chief of the Take Army. The officer stretched out his hand and introduced himself respectfully to Chi Ya. Although Chi Ya was very young, Taylor Fu dared not show slightest neglect or disrespect at all. He has already confirmed Crook's identity, one of the top 12 earthly branches in the Hunter Association, and Chi Ya who can stand with Crook is definitely not an easy person. Although he is the supreme commander of the army of a country, the position of the supreme commander of the army is only a small country. He may have a high position in the country of Tech, but in front of Hunter, especially the 12 earthly branches, this status is insignificant. In addition, Chi Ya's behavior just now is also worthy of him. Because, whether these monsters can be killed is related to the safety of the entire Take country. If the situation here is not dealt with thoroughly, it will threaten the whole country. The magma on the ground is very easy to handle, as long as a huge crack is made in front to isolate the magma from the outside world. At that time, the pulp can be processed slowly. Now the problem before them is these unkillable monsters. Through his observation just now, the existence of these monsters has increased the speed of the spread of these magmas several times. If they don't stop them, they will soon be forced to leave this place, and then they will threaten the city of Salia behind them, and even the entire country. Faced with Taylor Fu's respectful behavior, Chi Ya nodded lightly, and did not respond, but put his gaze into the lava sea. There seemed to be something stiff in the monster's body just now, and it was torn to pieces by my space burst. Qi Ya had a little guess in his heart, and raised his left hand again, aiming at another lava titan. Facing Qi Ya's ignorance, Taylor Fu did not complain at all, especially after seeing Qi Ya's hand aimed at the other lava titan. A smile appeared on his rigid Huxia character face. Although Qi Ya ignored him, it would be great if Qi Ya could take action to destroy these monsters. Rot. Did you find anything? Crook saw Qi Ya's actions, and also guessed what Qi Ya should have seen, so he couldn't help asking curiously. Ah, I found something, I'll give it a try now. Qi Ya nodded and said. Afterwards, the left hand once again made a gesture of Dongfu. Bang, the lava titan that Qi Ya was aiming at suddenly exploded under the squeeze of the space. This time, the lava titan that was exploded was not completely shattered. A piece of red spar floated in midair while the lava was flying, slowly falling down. With a thought, Qi Ya directly used the space ability to send this red spar over. 0. As soon as he held this spar, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special treasure Lava Heart. Lava Heart, lava is the core of the Titan, the core is not destroyed, and the Titan is not destroyed. Hearing this reminder, Qi Ya was taken aback for a moment. In other words, as long as this spar is destroyed, these monsters called lava titans can be completely exterminated. Yes, host, but this system does not recommend that the host destroy the lava core. Each lava core can convert 100 enhancement points. Besides, using mind energy to refine the lava core can also change the host's physique, improve the host's affinity for flames, and the host's cultivation of the fire attribute Conjurer will be easy. Well, it seems that this thing is really a rare treasure. Listening to the system's explanation, Qi Ya's eyes gradually narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Qi Ya, what is this? Crook and Menchi looked at the lava heart in Qi Ya's hand and asked curiously. They could tell that the things in Qi Ya's hands were definitely good things, otherwise Qi Ya wouldn't show this expression. Qi Ya's expression now is like a little fox who got a beloved toy. It's nothing. Qi Ya shook her head and didn't want to explain. Afterwards, he looked at the lava titans that were constantly being killed and revived in the lava sea. Leave these monsters to me. Rumble. Door. Chapter 72. The dense thunderbolts illuminated the night sky, and the magma sea completely opened up a feast of thunder at this moment. The thunder branch once again spread its sharp fangs on the plain. The scene was huge, and hundreds of lava titans that made everyone present helpless were completely destroyed under the bombardment of the thunder. The ghost's lava core floating in midair was caught by the thunder that turned into a palm before it fell into the magma to regenerate, and sent it towards Qi Ya. Not everyone present saw the abnormality of lava core. Some shrewd-eyed hunters have already noticed that something is wrong with the lava core. However, they are helpless about it. Because their Nian Qi has not recovered until now, only a very small amount of Nian Qi has recovered, and it is impossible to launch a 493 attack to destroy the lava titan along with the lava core, so it is impossible to determine the lava titan's identity weakness. They have seen the existence of the lava core, and they know that this red spar is very important. But the rare Nian Qi couldn't get the lava core before it fell into the magma. After all, they couldn't enter the magma sea. Moreover, these lava titans are very doggy, they are always in the middle of the magma sea, they will never get close to the edge, and they don't give the hunters any chance at all. They only know how to push the magma and act together with the magma. As for Crook, although she is much stronger than other hunters, Hernan is not good at fighting by nature. It's okay at close range, but the power of long-range attacks is not satisfactory. After all, she is not a transmutternan. As for the army, this country does not seem to have two strong thermal weapons. It seems that they are all rifles, not even a bazooka. Even the underworld can get a bazooka. This country doesn't have it. A poor ghost, otherwise it would not be able to destroy a lava titan by now. I don't know what the top management of this country thinks. Once the bazooka is out, once it hits, the lava titan and lava core will be blown to pieces. Although this country has a large area, it is not unreasonable that it is a small country. They don't even know how to develop armaments. It's over like this, as expected of a boss. It's different for the boss to make a move. He directly hits the whole field. Seeing that Chi Ya arrived, he easily eliminated the lava titan that so many of them were helpless. The hunters present were all shocked, followed by worship and admiration, and some hunters started to lick. I don't know if this boss is recruiting subordinates. If so, I will be the first to sign up. Being able to become the subordinate of a powerful Nin is also a good thing for them. Noonan. Quilt. Me too. I think you want to lose the 100 million ring nuns. No way, even if I become the boss's subordinate, I will pay back the 100 million nuns. Everyone began to discuss in private. Most of them were discussing whether Chi Ya would accept his subordinates. Chi Ya's 2 shots have completely conquered this group of people. Many people hope to become Chi Ya's subordinates. However, these Chi Ya do not know. Even if Chi Ya knew about it, she probably wouldn't pay attention to it. Chi Ya will not recruit subordinates at will, but recruit subordinates who are talented and talented. Just like the Tals of the Kurida tribe. Don't even think about these crooked melons and dates. After waving all the lava hearts into the system space, Chi Ya looked at Crook, took out the phone and put it in front of Crook. The sincerity is 20 billion, please pay the bill, this is my account number. Crook slowly withdrew his eyes from the lava sea, and looked at Chi Ya. It's done so easily, why do I feel that your showmanship has become stronger again? Crook took out his mobile phone and started transferring money, and said suspiciously while transferring money. In Chi Ya's attack just now, she could see that the power of the thunder tree released by Chi Ya became stronger again. This means that Chi Ya's display capacity has increased again this time. Did you see that? Women are really careful enough. Chi Ya looked at Crook unexpectedly, and silently sighed. Chi Ya, don't look at this guy. Menchi, who was thinking of ignoring Chi Ya for a while, saw Chi Ya's gaze, and suddenly became furious. He quickly walked behind Chi Ya, and covered Chi Ya's face eyes. Chi Ya. Menchi, this guy is jealous enough, he might really like me. Blindfolded Chi Ya thought helplessly. This guy has been teasing himself, and every time he talks to Crook, this guy will make trouble and be full of jealousy. Taken together, this performance is very similar to the scenes I often saw in my previous life. President, leave such a big trouble to me. When he comes back, he must reimburse me for this task, otherwise I won't do it. Crook didn't try to tease Menchi's jealousy this time, instead, he stared at the account deposit in his mobile phone with distress, and whispered resentfully. She is not gold, she has huge financial resources. As a plant hunter, her net worth is not rich, only about a few tens of billions, and the sudden transfer of 20 billions made Crook very distressed. OK 0.7, this time the task is completed, I'll go back first. Chi Ya broke Menchi's hand and said to Crook. The task is completed, Chi Ya doesn't need to stay here anymore, he has to go back to rest. Oh, then, that's it, goodbye, Chi Ya. Crook heard this, raised his head, looked at Chi Ya with resentment and said. 20 billion, half of my property. Stared at by Crook's eyes, Chi Ya felt slightly trembling, nodded and then directly grabbed Menchi, dropped a word, and left here quickly. 20 billion is my task reward, and I won't pay you back. Crook, who was resentful, was stunned when he heard the words, and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This kid is really interesting. Chapter 73. Phew, I can finally have a good rest. It was past 2 o'clock in the morning when I rushed back to Salia City as fast as possible. As soon as I got back to the hotel, Chi Ya went straight to her room and lay on her back on the white bed. On the sheets. As for why Chi Ya didn't directly use the space ability to come back. It's just that way, and there is no rush, so Chi Ya won't waste his thoughts at will. I have been using Nen all day today, and Chi Ya's Nen Chi is now less than 2 levels. If something happens suddenly when you come back here and you need to fight with your thoughts, then it won't be fun. Chi Ya never wanted to put herself in crisis. What are you resting for? Get up, and I will play a dragon's battle with my mother. As soon as Chi Ya lay down, she was picked up by Menchi. Yep, this guy Menchi is there too. This guy didn't go back to her own room at all, and followed her on the grounds that she wanted to get back her 2 bottles of wine. Let me tell you, what time is it? You are alone in the same room, so you are not afraid of other people's gossip. Chiya, who was picked up, was very helpless. It's just you, a brat, and a widow. Menchi glanced at Chiya disdainfully upon hearing this. 08. Smelly girl, considering your real age, I can be your 19th brother. Tell me, what did you do after we parted in the Wetland last time? Menchi jumped up, sat cross-legged on the sheet, and pressed his hands on his thighs. Carelessly, with burning eyes he stared at Chiya and said, "Why do you ask this?" Chiya yawned lazily and said sleepily. Although Chiya's mental strength is enough for Chiya to stay up late for several days in a row, but once he feels sleepy, he really can't stand it. Hey, I just want to know how my little brother is doing recently. Menchi laughed. Who is your little brother, and, just for this? Chiya feels a bit pained. Okay, after I've said that, you can go back to sleep. Yawning again, Chiya rubbed her eyes and said helplessly. Yeah, tell me. Menchi nodded vigorously, then opened a bottle of sake, took a sip directly into the bottle, and looked at Chiya expectantly. This guy seems to be underage, so he drinks alcohol. After leaving the wetland, I came back. Chiya yawned and began to talk. But Menchi on the opposite side listened attentively at this time. Chiya saw that serious look for the first time. As if what she experienced was very important to her. That's exactly what it was, omitting the sake she drank now and then. In other words, sake seems to be used for drinking, but Menchi blows it directly. How should I say it? Bold enough? No, the alcohol content of this kind of wine is not high, on the contrary, the alcohol content is very low, just a little bit higher than that of wine. Chiya talked about his experience, while Menchi listened carefully, drinking sake from time to time, and the time passed little by little. Unknowingly, both of them fell on the bed. Well, one is sleepy and the other is gone. He passed out after 2 bottles of sake, and this guy Menchi's drinking capacity is a bit too much to hurt. The next morning, he slowly woke up from his deep sleep. Chiya was suffocated. In her sleep, Chiya seemed to be hugged by a soft teddy bear, and she couldn't break free at all. Even her face was pressed against her chest by the teddy bear, and she had difficulty breathing. After waking up, John was stunned. There are no teddy bears, it's all caused by Menchi. This guy didn't know when he hugged Chiya in his arms, and he still restrained Chiya as tightly as an octopus. The smell of wine is so strong. Chiya, who woke up, frowned slightly, and then, "Get up, idiot Menchi!" Chiya flipped the table. Menchi was thrown flying by Chiya, and landed on the floor in an arc. "It hurts?" Just like that, Menchi woke up directly from the pain, sat on the floor and gently rubbed his buttocks. His face was dazed, as if he hadn't figured out the situation yet. However, the moment she turned her gaze to Chiya, Menchi immediately woke up. "Chiya, why are you in my room?" Menchi suddenly stood up from the ground, pointed at Chiya and asked. The crossroads are flying wildly on Chiya's forehead. Chiya's head is full of black lines. "Look clearly, whose room is this here?" Raising his head slowly, Chiya growled at Menchi. I'm sorry, I'm leaving right away." This roar directly awakened Menchi's memory of last night. Menchi smiled awkwardly, apologized, and then quickly left the room. The door was closed heavily. Chiya took a deep breath and sat down on the bed. Should he belong to the manipulator? This guy has a lot of nerves. With a helpless sigh, Chiya was speechless about Menchi's character. However, soon, Chiya put this matter behind her. After washing up, Chiya asked the hotel waiter to deliver a huxia meal. After quickly eliminating the breakfast, Chiya took out one of the lava cores in the system space. "System, how do you refine this thing?" "Host, hold it in the palm of your hand, wrap it with thought energy and refine it directly." "Is that so?" "Of course, the host can also use 10 strengthening points to let the system refine it. The difference between the two is that the refining by the host takes a long time, while the refining by the system can be completed within a few minutes." How long will it take me to refine it myself? One day, one night. Chi Yat. System, use dry strengthening points to refine this Rongian heart. Understood. The system responded and was about to start. However, Chi Ya suddenly thought of something and quickly stopped the system. System, will this refinement explode with a powerful aura like the enhancement? Chi 527 Ya is really afraid that it will explode like it did during the enhancement, destroying the room again. Don't worry, host, no, refining the lava core will only change the host's physique and increase the host's affinity for the fire element attribute. That's right, then I can rest assured, the system, let's refine it. There was no response, and the system started directly. Chi Ya could feel an invisible force enveloping him. Then the ruby crystal in the palm of his hand melted little by little, and his body changed slightly, a scorching sensation appeared quickly. Chi Ya felt as if he was being burned by a fire. But it didn't rush to the slightest pain, but it was extremely gentle. Chi Ya can feel that his body seems to be resistant to flames, just like his resistance to points before. Even if he puts his hands in the fire now, even if you don't turn on elementalization, you won't be burned. Host, may I ask, do you want to continue refining the lava core? The system's voice sounded again. Huh? Can the lava core be refined repeatedly? Chi Ya was slightly taken aback. Yes, but the effect will gradually diminish. The host's physique at this time can probably refine 10 lava hearts. So that's how it is. One piece made my body have this kind of change, so what will happen to the refining field? Perhaps, if I fight Feden from Phantom Troop again, and that guy's unique move is released, even if I don't use elementalization, I won't be burned. System, continue to strengthen. Chapter 74. Why are you back again? On the plain, in a tent, Crook was observing a strange-looking flower in the tent, and looked back at Chi Ya who appeared in the tent at some time, wondering. Have Jin and old Netero come back yet? Chi Ya didn't answer, but asked a rhetorical question. No, it's been a day and a night, and there is no news. I am afraid that something was discovered in the ruins, and it was delayed. Mentioning this, Crook's face became resentful again. If these two guys had come out of the ruins, she wouldn't have needed to hire Chi Ya at her own expense yesterday. Don't look at me like that. Yesterday's deal was yours, I didn't force you. Being stared at by Crook's resentful eyes again, Chi Ya became resistant, and she got rid of it very freely. He waved his hand, as if he had nothing to do with me. Okay, I see. By the way, what's the matter with you coming back here again? Crook heard the words, withdrew his grievances, and asked again. The situation here has been brought under control. The tech army and the hunters have made 2 huge cracks on the edge of the plain, and the flowing magma has entered the cracks. Without the existence of lava titans, the flow speed of magmas is very normal. The ferocious trend of yesterday simply won't happen again. It's nothing, I'm very interested in the tree in the ruins, and I want to go back and have a look. That's right, that's exactly what Chi Ya came back here for. In the past, Chi Ya thought that after killing the monsters, he would go back to the ruins to study the patron saint of the ruins after taking a rest. When waking up in the morning, Chi Ya did not use the 1000-year stone milk to exercise his body, but first refined the lava core for this reason. Possessing an affinity for flames, this has a very important effect on Chi Ya who has turned into a sea of fire and a sea of magma this time when Chi Ya returns. Since he was going back to study the towering tree, he naturally had to stay inside for a while. Staying in the magma sea for a long time, even if Chi Ya has elementalization, is a very difficult challenge for Chi Ya. After all, the circle can't keep turning on the elementalization, and the consumption of air conditioning like that is too huge. And having resistance to flames is the best choice for Chi Ya. Moreover, Chi Ya is also very curious about what happened in the ruins. They were able to keep Jin and Netero in the sea of fire for more than a day and a night. Crook's eyes lit up when he heard Chi Ya's purpose, and then he frowned slightly. The inside is full of magma now, are you sure to go in? Crook was very puzzled. The exit of the ruins, the Grand Canyon is now covered by magma, and there is no way in. In this situation, Chi Ya actually asked how to get in. Of course I have my own way. Chi Ya said with a faint smile, and immediately he offered to leave. Okay, since Jin and the others are not here, then I should go too, so that's it. After speaking, Chi Ya was about to leave. This time, Crook was not happy. Hey, brat, is it boring to chat with a beautiful woman like me? I'm going to leave in such a hurry. Crook shouted with a look of displeasure. Ah, I'm in a hurry. Chi Ya was slightly taken aback when he heard this, and then raised his eyebrows and said, Heck! With these words, Crook's violent temper was about to be irritated. You guys actually admitted it. Okay, let's not talk about it, since you have the ability to go in, then take me one, I am also very interested in that big tree. The corners of his eyes twitched, and Crook directly stated his purpose. Don't you need to manage the situation here? Chi Ya heard the words, looked at the situation outside, and said back. He doesn't mind bringing Crook in and having a few exchanges with him. Although he hasn't become friends yet, Chi Ya has a good sense of Crook, but don't worry about things here. The country's highest military commander is here. I, a hunter from the Hunter Association, shouldn't interfere too much. Even if you don't come, I will go back to Salia City for repairs. Crook waved his hand, it doesn't matter. The task given by Netero is to let her control the scene. Now that the scene is under control, the army of the Take Kingdom has also come, so let them take over. She doesn't want to waste too much time here. It was originally a matter of this country. Okay, follow if you want. Chi Ya pondered for a moment and agreed. Well, I'll make some arrangements, and I'll be leaving right away. Crook nodded, and then left here. A few minutes later, Luke returned here. Okay, let's go. Okay. The two came to the edge of the crack, looking at the slowly flowing red-black magma on the opposite side of the crack. Crook looked over. How are you going to get in? Just go in like this. Hearing this, Chi Ya said with a dry smile on the corner of her mouth. Then, he jumped up, directly crossed the crack, and landed on the magma. Hey, you! Seeing Chi Ya's reckless behavior, Crook was shocked and shouted directly, but she swallowed the rest of the words. Seeing Chi Ya standing on the magma without any problems, Crook swallowed hard. How did this kid do it? Okay, come here, I'll follow you. Chi Ya stretched out his hands and said to Crook. Crook frowned slightly upon hearing this. She naturally saw what Chi Ya meant, and it was nothing more than letting her jump over, and he carried himself into the ruins. However, she had never been hugged by a man before, which made her hesitate. However, this hesitation quickly disappeared. Just a little fart, Qian's Zhao, child, what are you afraid of? Crook didn't hesitate anymore, and just jumped over. However, Crook didn't land on Chi Ya's hands, but jumped onto Chi Ya's back, and put his hands around Chi Ya's neck. Ah! Chi Ya was stunned, holding Crook with both hands. What are you doing? Okay, that's it, let's go. Crook gave Chi Ya a sideways look, and said. Chi Ya also pouted, without saying anything. The whole person turned into an afterimage, and quickly rushed towards the canyon at the exit of the ruins. On the other side, in the center of the ruins, on the towering tree, Netero and the others were standing on the branches with their eyes closed, motionless, and they didn't know what they were doing. If you can open their eyelids, you can find that the eyeballs under their eyelids are rotating irregularly at this time. Netero and others seem to be dreaming at this time. Chapter 75. Hey, Chi Ya, how did you do it? In the ruins, on the magma sea, an afterimage quickly passed by. Crook on Chi Ya's back looked at the magma sea under his feet, and asked curiously. Chi Ya's feet were not burned by the magma at all when they stepped on the magma, and they didn't sink in, as if they stepped on the sand on the beach. This made her very curious. If it wasn't for the scorching temperature on the magma and the air waves hitting her all the time, she would have thought that the magma had solidified, but it hadn't changed color due to other strange reasons. You want to know? Chi Ya smiled lightly upon hearing this. Yeah. Crook said frankly. This ability, she has never heard of, never seen. Chinjui 100 million monks. Chi Ya grinned and threw out a sentence. Hey, one question is even stronger, what a money grubber. Crook's eyelids twitched suddenly. It was the first time he saw Chiya like this, and he lost his eyes. If you want information from me, it's not wrong for me to charge some information fees. Chiya rolled his eyes and said. The heart of lava is a treasure for anyone. If you, Crook, ask me about the heart of lava, it is normal for me to charge information fees. Information? That's right, but if you're so stingy, no girls will like you in the future. As soon as the words came out, Crook also thought of this. 860 nodded in agreement, but then said dissatisfied. I don't need you to worry about that. Chiya said with a faint smile. Forget, you're very lucky, you've already got old bulls eyeing you. Crook thought of Menchi, couldn't help curling his lips, and said. Menchi, that guy does seem to have this kind of thought, but I haven't thought about it for the time being, and I don't want to see how old I am. You also know your age. Children should be the cutest period. You are not cute at all. Thank you for the compliment. I didn't praise you. Chatting nonsense while driving, the distance between the two of them and the towering giant tree was getting closer. Half an hour later, the two finally stepped into the range of the towering giant tree. However, as soon as he stepped into this range, Chiya's body flashed a green light, and Chiya's complexion changed suddenly, and he retreated quickly. What was that just now? Chiya could feel that just now, 2 seconds ago, when he stepped into the range of the towering giant tree, he seemed to have entered a very strange field. This field was full of special thoughts, which made him my spirit suddenly became confused, bjdh. Fortunately, his manipulator Nen was activated independently, so he didn't fall into a coma. In this case, once Chiya fell into a coma, Chiya would be fine, but Crook would definitely be in big trouble. Surrounded by magma, even if Crook had the protection of mind energy, he couldn't hold it for too long. Hey, Crook, did you feel anything just now? Chiya turned her head and asked Crook. However, as soon as the words fell, Chiya felt that Crook's hands around her began to loosen. Crook's whole body slowly fell backwards, his open eyes were dark and out of focus. Chiya's pupils shrank suddenly, and he quickly threw Crook up, and then a princess hugged him quickly to catch him. What the hell is this? Catching Crook, looking at her dazed face, her out-of-focus eyes let Chiya know that Crook has lost consciousness now. Chiya couldn't help but look forward, feeling in her heart a palpitation. Chiya didn't know what happened to Crook. But Chiya knew that this must be caused by Nen, the one just now was Nen, and that kind of Nen acts on people, making people lose consciousness. It is because I have the elimination Nen, and at the moment when the body touches this kind of Nen, I automatically activate the elimination of thoughts, so I will be fine. Crook doesn't have this ability. Forward. Chiya suddenly thought of something, and closed his eyes speechlessly. If it weren't for holding Crook with both hands now, Chiya would definitely pull out one hand and hit her forehead. Isn't removing Nen just to get rid of Nen? Just get rid of the Nen in Crook directly by yourself. Just do what you say. Chiya directly launched the removal of Nen. The green light covered Crook's body, slowly eliminating the strange aura on Crook's body. The focus in Crook's eyes slowly recovered, and it recovered completely after a minute. This is me. Crook, who had recovered, had no idea what happened to him just now. After seeing himself being hugged by Princess Chiya, Crook instinctively covered his chest, and then screamed. What's going on? Why did I run ahead of you? What did you do just now? You can't remember what happened just now? Chiya asked with a frown, ignoring Crook's weird brain circuit. Just now. Looking at Chiya's expression, Crook also knew that something must have happened just now, and he didn't mess around, and began to think and recall. Just now you were running fast with my back on your back, but as I was running, I felt a special thought rush into my mind, and then I fainted. After thinking about it for a few minutes, Crook finally recalled the situation just now. Chiya nodded, and then expressed his thoughts. You mean the place in front of us is covered by this kind of Nen? Once you enter, you will be recruited. Crook frowned. 1. So, we can't get in. Crook's face was slightly ugly. The president and the others are all inside. This kind of thing happened here. the president and the others must have had an accident. Isn't it my car? I'll just drive in. Chiya's expression was serious, but his words were very casual. Keep on Nan all the time, can you bear it? Crook disagrees with Chiya's approach, but she knows that Nan consumes a lot of thought energy, so he is worried that Chiya can't bear it if he keeps on Nan. Then they will be stuck in it too. Let's go back the same way first, and go back and think about countermeasures. I'm going to use my authority to hold a meeting of the 12 earthly branches and let other people think of a way together. You seem to have misunderstood me. Chiya grinned and said. The next moment, a terrifying thought energy suddenly erupted from Chiya's body, and the powerful thought energy directly repelled everything within a radius of 10 meters, terrifying. Crook stared at Chiya in a daze, opened his small mouth slightly, and muttered to himself, what a terrifying thought. Let me tell you first, the Nanchi consumed by Nan can't keep up with the Nanchi I recover every moment, so you don't need to worry at all. Chiya gave Shuluk a shot of distraction. Chiya's physique at this time is extremely powerful, and her strong physique has brought Chiya powerful strength, strong defense power, and at the same time brought Chiya strong recovery power. Whether it is the recovery of injuries or the recovery of thoughts. This guy, maybe he can really do it. Looking at Chiya's confident smile, Chiya's burst of terror at this time, Crook thought blankly. Chapter 76. We didn't have this kind of situation when we came here before, and we don't know what happened here. In the magma sea, a green light shadow flashed by, and Crook, who was hugged by Chiya, carefully inspected the surroundings situation, said softly. I don't know, but the one who uses this Nan is definitely a super strong person, even I almost fell for it. Chiya said with a solemn expression. Judging from the situation just now, this Nan is aimed at the spiritual aspect, which can make people instantly stunned and lose consciousness. Crook was hit just now. However, even he was tricked, one can imagine how powerful this Nan is. Similarly, the person who uses this Nan is definitely a super strong. A superpower who is not weaker than Netero, not weaker than Jin. You know, Nan is the ability to cultivate both body and mind. Nan masters basically have very strong mental power, just like Netero. This guy's will is tougher than refined steel. Although Chiya's spirit can't be compared with Netero's, but it is also extremely tenacious, but there is no chance to resist. If not for the presence of Dinan, Chiya just fell directly on the magma sea, and Crook would also be swallowed by the magma and fall here. Facing such an opponent, when Crook proposed to return to the original place, Chiya was ready to agree for a moment, but this idea was erased by Chiya. Because Chiya really wants to see what kind of strong man has this ability. With the exception of Nan, I am not afraid of being affected. If you have space ability, you can retreat directly if you can't beat it. At the same time, Chiya also has plans to find Jin. After all, although Jin is not a friend, he is also in trouble. Let's be careful. If we really meet the person who released Nan, we will avoid him directly, don't confront him, and stay in the ruins for 2 hours. If we can't find it, we will go back. Crook said worriedly. Her current thinking is that if the president can be found, then it is best, if not, then go back immediately to rescue the soldiers. If you encounter the powerful Nan user just now, retreat immediately and cannot face up. I know, I'm not that stupid, I will retreat if I can't do anything. Chiya nodded and said. Hurry up, I'm going to speed up. Hi. Crook was taken aback for a moment, and the next moment, she shouted, wow, don't be so fast. Dim blue and grass green, the two colors are entangled with each other, flowing rapidly in the magma sea. Startled by Chiya's sudden acceleration, Crook almost flew out. Fortunately, she reacted in time and grabbed Chiya's clothes tightly. However, despite this, Crook is still not well at this time, and there are lightning flashes on his body from time to time. I said, your speed just now is fine, why are you still in this state? Crook, who used Nan to defend against Chiya's lightning damage, looked at Chiya's side face with eyelids twitching. Although the thunder and lightning in Chiya's super speed state is under control, its power should not be underestimated. At least Crook suffered some minor injuries when he couldn't reach the defense. If I want to find President Netero and Jin within 2 hours, I have to speed up. This ruin is very big. Chi Yat explained softly, looking around quickly with her eyes. Don't stand still, let's look for it together. Why is it so troublesome? Let's go directly to the tree in the center of the Kukulu ruins, go to the branches of that tree and look down directly to find it. Crook rolled his eyes and said contemptuously. You're right. Chi Yat agreed after being silent for a moment. Going to the top of the big tree does have the best view, and you can observe the situation of the entire ruins. With a flash of blue-green light, Chi Yat rushed directly to where the towering tree was. Did Netero and the others explain anything to you before they entered the ruins? Chi Yat asked Crook curiously on the way. No, not at all. President Netero only said at the time that he and Jin would come back after going, but they didn't come back after a day and a night. In addition to the current situation, President Netero and the others must have had an accident. Kru K shook his head and said. Hearing this, Chi Ya shook her head slightly, she was speechless. Call out! Call out! Call out! At this moment, one after another sound came, and several meters thick branches fell from the sky, and they drew towards Chi Ya's position. Chi Ya, who was on his way, suddenly stood upright, his body was full of thunder, and a thunder lion instantly formed on top of Chi Ya's head, colliding with several large tree branches that hit him. Boom! Rot! There was a huge explosion sound, and a powerful impact spread. Chi Ya was blown away by the impact, and fell heavily on the magma in the distance, splashing balls of magma. What's going on? Crook said belatedly, she was thinking about Netero just now, but unexpectedly, the lightning power on Chi Ya's body suddenly strengthened, and she was numb from the electric shock. Before she complained to Chi Ya, it became like this. It seems that our enemy has been identified. I really didn't expect it. I always thought that the Nen field was emitted by humans. Chi Ya didn't answer Crook's question, but stared at the few hairs in front of him. Huge branches glowing green. The green rays of light on these branches are Nian Qi, which comes from the same source and is exactly the same as the Nen Qi in the Nen domain they are in now. 0. Now there is no need for Chi Ya to find the enemy at all. Their enemy is the patron saint of the center of the Kukulu ruins. It's actually... Crook stared in shock at the huge tree branches dancing in front of him, with an expression of disbelief. She had guessed the identity of the enemy before, but she didn't think about it at all. Ah, it's this guy. It seems that this thing has a very deep secret. The corners of Chi Ya's mouth raised slightly, and his eyes sparkled with interest. His original purpose of coming here this time was to study this big tree, and after that he was looking for Jin and Netero. He didn't expect this big tree to bring him such a surprise. In this way, Jin and Netero must be related to this big tree now. Go straight to the big tree. Chi Ya made a decision instantly. Swish! As soon as Chi Ya's decision was made, the huge branch dancing in front of him seemed to know Chi Ya's mind, and quickly spurred towards Chi Ya. Chi Ya stomped hard, jumped back, and quickly dodged the huge tree branch that hit her. Then her eyes moved slightly, and a strange wave spread instantly. A series of transparent and invisible frames wrapped several huge branches, and several huge branches were completely bound by the invisible frames, unable to move. Then Chi Ya turned around and quickly flashed towards the location of the towering tree. After the figures of Chi Ya and Crook disappeared, the bound huge branches were directly squeezed and twisted into pieces. Chapter 77. A steady stream of branches came, vowing to kill Chi Ya and Crook, but they were easily destroyed by Chi Ya. Chi Ya and Crook kept approaching the towering tree. This big tree seems to be preventing us from going to his body. Although Crook was hugged by Chi Ya, he also shot to destroy the branches that attacked the two of them. In the process of destroying these branches, she also discovered the purpose of these branches. Although these branches are huge, any one of them can destroy them, but they still appear in front of them continuously, as if they don't want her and Chi Ya to rush to its location. Well, you see, it seems like our arrival there will do something to the beast. I'm going to speed up. Chi Ya nodded lightly, expressing his understanding. The thunder all over his body became more and more turbulent, and the giant thunder tigers condensed into shape, and were blasted out 4-5-3 by Chi Ya, opening the way in front, fighting with the attacking branches. The huge tree branch that struck couldn't get close to Chi Ya under the obstruction of the thunder giant tiger. Without the obstruction of the tree branch, Chi Ya's speed skyrocketed again. It took less than a minute to arrive under the towering giant tree. Chi Ya jumped up quickly, jumped upwards, and landed on one of the huge branches. The huge branches are as huge as flat ground. This time, the branches of the towering giant tree did not continue to attack. Okay, come down. Chi Ya withdrew Shensu and put Crook down, but Chi Ya didn't let him go, but held her hand tightly. Now it is no longer in the magma sea. Here, Crook himself can gain a foothold. However, it does not mean that Crook is immune to the Nen released by the patron saint. As soon as he landed, Crook wanted to break free from Chi Ya's hand and run towards the edge, but he was held tightly by Chi Ya. Chi Ya frowned and said in dissatisfaction, "Hey, you don't want to die, have you forgotten what's going on now?" As soon as the words came out, Crook also reacted, and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, but her arrogant character made her unable to let go of her face. Song Neng turned his head to ignore Chi Ya's scolding. "Don't let go," Chi Ya told Crook, and Chi Ya pulled her towards the edge of the tree trunk. When they came to the edge, the two looked down. At this time, the magma below has submerged the bottom of the patron saint of the Coco ruins, but it did not burn. After all, it is an old monster that has existed for thousands of years. It is not surprising what kind of situation will happen. Looking at the incredible scene below, Chi Ya's face did not change, and said lightly, "Now, first look for Jin and Netero, let's go to a higher place." Chi Ya reminded. "Yeah." Crook heard the words and nodded slightly to express his understanding. Their top priority now is to find President Netero and Jin and the four of them, meet with a few of them, and then deal with the towering giant tree. The two immediately jumped up and rushed towards the top. The city of Saria where Chi Ya lives has an area of 1,000 square kilometers and is the patron saint of the Coco ruins. Its size is so large that it is almost one-third of the city of Salia, and its height is also 3,000 meters high. It is entrenched in the center of the entire ruins and is magnificent. The tree trunk extending from its body is also extremely huge, falling squarely like a flat ground. Chi Ya and the two quickly jumped over tree trunks one after another, and leaped upwards. When it reached a height of more than 1,000 meters, the mutation happened suddenly. The dense leaves descended from the sky like a winding dragon, sweeping towards Chi Ya with a flickering cold light. It was enough to be intimidating at first glance. The flickering cold light made Crook's hairs stand on end in midair, and the thought energy all over her body surged instantly, forming the strongest strength since she became an Nen. Being in midair, even Chi Ya couldn't dodge it for a short time. Although it could be directly elementalized, Chi Ya did not do so. Once elementalized, it means that the contact between Chi Ya and Crook has disappeared. Chi Ya is fine, but Crook is dead. Without Chi Ya's Nen shroud, Crook would definitely be shrouded by the Nen emanating from this giant tree and lose consciousness on the spot. Crook, who was unconscious, would definitely not be able to survive this overwhelming attack. However, even without using elementalization, Chi Ya still has two abilities that can block this seemingly terrifying attack. The special Nen space and enhancer can both block it. The space barrier of the trait system, Chi Ya can create a space barrier that surrounds the two of them, blocking the attack. You can also use the enhancer mind energy to release an aura that can destroy these leaves. Choose one of the two. Chi Ya directly chose to use Enhancer Nen to destroy the attack in front of him. The terrifying Enhancer's aura instantly exploded and soared into the sky. The Enhancer's Nian Chi, even if it doesn't attack, has a strong attack power. The moment the seemingly terrifying winding dragon hits down, it is directly crushed to pieces by the Enhancer's aura. However, if this is the case, the winding dragon is still rushing down, as if it will not stop until Chi Ya is wiped out. Seeing this, Chi Ya's eyes flashed brightly, and the enhancer energy on his body directly turned into a giant dragon under Chi Ya's control, biting and biting towards the winding dragon. Two giant dragons began to writhe, bite and wreak havoc in midair. Such a powerful Nen, So amazing. This kind of special aggressiveness, this is enhancers Nen, Chi Yat, how many kinds of Nen have you cultivated? At this time, the panic on Crook's face has disappeared, replaced by one who dare not confidence. She has seen Chi Ya use 4 kinds of Nen by now. Except for Nen, which she couldn't see, she could see all the other 3. Trait Space, Conjurer's Thunder, and now Enhancer. Chi Ya has actually cultivated the Nen of these 3 different systems to an extremely terrifying level. For a moment, Crook looked at Chi Ya as if he was looking at a monster. This made Chi Ya extremely upset, the corner of Chi Ya's mouth twitched, and said unhappily, 0.0 Don't look at me like that, I'm not a monster. Ah, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Seeing this, Crook immediately came back to his senses, and then apologized embarrassingly. Okay, let's go, while the attack is blocked, let's throw it up quickly. They've all come up here, and this BD even tried to stop us. There must be some hidden secrets up there. I'm getting more and more interested in this tree. Chi Ya nodded slightly, accepting the apology, then narrowed his eyes slightly, looking up, he said with a smile. Okay. The 2 set off again and jumped upwards. At the same time, several hundred meters above the 2 of them, on a huge branch, the 4 of them were still standing calmly, with their eyes closed and breathing evenly. The branches of the 4 were tightly wrapped around their bodies at this time, almost completely sealing the 4 of them. Chapter 78. It's really annoying. It seems that what happened above is very important. It's a stalker. On the huge branch, Chi Ya, which was driving at high speed, flashed all the way holding Crook, flashing upwards almost in a straight line. Behind the 2, 3 winding dragons composed of cold light and green leaves pursued closely. Although Chi Ya can't catch up, but Chi Ya can't get rid of it either. No, another one struck overhead. The advantage of the home game is strong. Every 10 seconds, a winding dragon will appear above Chi Ya's head again, charging towards Chi Ya. By now, the pigs had destroyed one without end. This made Chi Ya a little impatient, and stopped entangled with these meandering dragons, turned on the super speed, and flashed upwards at the fastest speed while holding Crook. Anyway, these giant dragons can't catch up with him, so go up to see if he can find Jin and the others, and let them help out together. If it doesn't work, then you can only use the space ability to retreat. Playing at home is too bad for him. Soon, Chi Ya boarded a branch again. The moment Chi Ya climbed onto this branch, Chi Ya's eyes swept over habitually, and the next moment, Chi Ya's eyes stopped and did not retract as before. The body also stopped, did not continue to jump up like above, but quickly flashed towards the center of the branch. In Chi Ya's field of vision, the 4 roads are surrounded by small branches, and the figure with only the head is standing quietly. These 4 are none other than Kim and Netero. President. Crook also noticed and exclaimed. TCH, have they even been tricked? It's terrifying. Chi Ya murmured with a bad complexion and clenched the corners of her mouth. He could tell at a glance that the 4 of Netero were also hit by this tree, and then lost consciousness. Chi Ya didn't expect that both Jin and Netero would be recruited. This refreshed Chi Ya's knowledge of the tree again. Fear. This is Chi Ya's current impression of the tree. The world's strongest ninjas, the world's top 5 ninjas are all planted on this tree. Although I don't know what the tree wants to do by wrapping up a few people in such a way, it is definitely not a good thing. The next moment, Chi Ya's speed increased sharply again, and the whole person flashed past the 4 of them. Comparable. The faint blue lightning flashed, a series of tearing sounds sounded, and the branches wrapped around the 4 of them were directly torn by Chi Ya. The 4 people who lost consciousness slowly fell to the ground. The blue-green light came again, and Chi Ya quickly took over the 4 of them and pulled them together. As several people were liberated by Chi Ya, the branches shook violently, and endless leaves fell from the top of Chi Ya's head again, gathering into more than a dozen giant dragons, staring at Chi Ya and others, as if the next moment will sweep down in general. Crook, who felt this will, trembled all over his body, and his face was extremely gloomy. Crook, come down, pull them over, hold their hand with one hand, we should withdraw. Chi Ya squatted down, and whispered to Crook, letting Crook's hand Peng Yinda and Potter by our 212 earthly branches. While speaking, Chi Ya took the hands of Netero and Jin. I see. Crook replied in a low voice. The current situation is very dangerous, she is very clear. This malice and killing intent more clearly confirmed that the tree they were in was their enemy. Damn human beings, if the old man didn't want to restrain them, how could I let you come up here? The towering tree shook violently, and an old and angry voice rang in the ears of Chi Ya and Crook. Old and immortal is a thief. You, who have lived for more than 1,000 years, seem to have become a thief. You seem to want to do something to them. Moreover, this will is well hidden. With this level of killing intent and malice, the name of the patron saint is useless. Chi Ya raised the corner of his mouth slightly and shouted loudly. When watching this giant tree destroy the lava protection ruins that people fell from the sky before, Chi Ya really regarded this tree as the patron saint of the Cocoa ruins. But now, Chi Ya doesn't believe it at all. Even Chi Ya, feeling this top-down malice, trembled all over at this moment. He had never felt this level of malice, and his body was beyond control. Will an existence with this level of malice and killing intent be a civilization, a patron saint of ruins? You are kidding me. It is estimated that the destruction of the two civilizations established here is not only related to the volcanic eruption, but also related to this big tree. Ants, since you've arrived here, let's become the nourishment of this old man with them. Chi Ya's words seemed to anger it, and the winding dragon that was eyeing Chi Ya's head rushed down quickly, with a fierce killing spree. Meaning? Sorry, I don't want to stay here, and I don't want to be your nourishment either. Of course, you can't get them either. Facing the almost unsolvable attack, Chi Ya was not afraid at all, but a faint mockery appeared on his face. Boom! 980 dozens of winding dragons fell at the same time, a huge explosion sound was transmitted, and gunpowder smoke quickly spread. The scene where the gunpowder smoke dissipated slowly after a long time was not what the guardian god of the Cocoa ruins wanted to see. In the deep pit, there was no figure, not even a trace of blood. This let the guardian god know that the prey he had planned for a long time had escaped. Roar! An earth-shattering roar spread throughout the ruins, the earth shook, and the volcano erupted. Great changes have taken place in the ruins again. On the other side, in Salia City, Chi Ya was staying in the hotel room. A white light flashed, and 6 people appeared in midair out of thin air. The next moment, Chi Ya fell first and hit the white bed. Crook's figure fell from Chi Ya's head and hit Chi Ya's body heavily, and there was an exclamation. Afterwards, the 4 of them also fell down directly, hitting their sides. The weight of the 6 people directly pressed the brand new bed to Yuan Ming. Wu, Crook, get up quickly. Chi Ya, who was being pressed down by Crook, struggled to speak. I'm sorry, I'll get up right away. Crook said with a red face. Chapter 79. That level of malice and killing intent is really terrifying, much scarier than that of old father and grandpa. The malice released by the guardian god of the Cocoa ruins just now has made Chi Ya shudder until now. That feeling is like being in an abyss, unfathomable. Chi Ya can't even imagine what kind of existence it is, actually has this kind of malice. At least, the killing intent and malice he felt from his father Silva and grandpa Gino before was far from being comparable to the guardian god in the ruins of Cocoa. One must know that Father Silva and grandfather Gino have been killers for decades, and their murderous intent and viciousness are almost unmatched by anyone. Chi Ya is sure that no one can compare with the 2 heads of the Zaldik family in this respect, except for the future king and guard of Chimera ants. Well, except for the great-grandfather, who is also from the enemy family after all. However, from the perspective of Chi Ya, who has experienced the wool initiation this time, the murderous intent on the father and grandfather is just like pediatrics, and there is no comparison at all. It's no wonder that even Crook, who is a member of the 12 earthly branches, began to tremble after feeling the killing intent. Where did that monster come from? Even after leaving there and returning to Salia City, Crook still couldn't forget that feeling, and his body was still trembling slightly. I don't know, but maybe Jin and the others will know. Chi Ya shook his head, and then looked at the 4 of Jin who were lying on the ground in disarray. Even after leaving the Cukulu ruins, the 4 still haven't woken up enough to see the horror of Nin, the guardian god of the Cukulu ruins. If it wasn't for Chi Ya's passing this time, and his space ability, it is estimated that these naughty people standing at the top of the world might have lost their lives so silently. Slowly squatting down, Chi Ya's hands emitted a green light, covering the 4 of them. Following the mobilization of Dinan, streaks of black gas emerged from their bodies. The next moment, the 4 of them opened their eyes at the same time and jumped up from the ground. Damn BD, you dare to lie to me. The other 3 people are alright, they all looked vigilant after waking up, but Yinda, who was poaching hunter, was extremely excited, his eyes were red, and he yelled angrily standing, cold air surged all over his body. It seems that a powerful trick is about to erupt. When Chi Ya saw this, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly, and then he dodged over, directly pressing him to the floor. If you let him mess around, Chi Ya will have to change another room. Yinda, who was pressed to the ground, wanted to resist immediately, and the thoughts in his body became more and more violent. Fortunately, Netero who woke up spoke in time. Yinda, calm down. With just a simple sentence, Yinda calmed down, and his red eyes recovered. President? Where are we? Yinda asked blankly. Is that so? After listening to Crook's narration, Netero nodded slowly, understanding the current situation. Afterwards, his eyes turned to Chi Ya. Chi Ya Zaldik, thank you very much this time. Without you, we might have capsized this time. If there is anything we can come to this old man in the future. Netero thanked me slightly, with a sincere tone. I was really sorry just now. Thank you this time. If you need help with anything, you can come to me. Yinda thanked me blankly, with an embarrassed look on his face. Chi Ya Zaldik, I owe you a favor. In the future, as long as you don't violate any crimes, you can come to me. I will help you once unconditionally. Potter folded his arms and promised loudly. At the same time, he looked at Chi with more kindness. As a terrorist hunter, Potter Bai was not kind to Chi Ya when he first met Chi Ya and knew Chi Ya's identity, and even had the intention of attacking Chi Ya. After all, as a killer, Chi Ya is an existence that disrupts social order. As a terrorist hunter, it is also his duty to arrest professional killers. However, he never expected that he would get Chi Ya's help and be saved by Chi Ya. Repay every kindness, this is his way of dealing with the world. Although Chi Ya is a professional killer, it does not prevent him from being kind. At least, before he repays Chi Ya, he will not have any intention of arresting Chi Ya. Fighting geese all day long. This time I was pecked by geese. It's really shameful. Jin murmured in a low voice with a look of frustration. He has been visiting ruins all over the world for more than 10 years, and he actually capsized in the gutter of the ruins in Kukulu. This time, it was really dangerous. The few of them were killed today, and they didn't know anything about being tricked. If Chi Ya hadn't rescued them, they would really have stayed there. It's a small matter, can you tell me now, what is the situation of the guardian god of the Kukulu ruins? Chi Ya nodded slightly, accepted the thanks from several people, and then asked Daiyu suspiciously. He is still very curious about this, how Netero and the 4 of them were recruited. With their strength, it should be impossible for them to be recruited. We were deceived, all of this is the result of that guy's painstaking calculations, and it started from the moment Yinda touched it. Speaking of this, Netero's face became serious, and his face full of shadows. Yinda and Potter White are the same. That guy is a creature from the Dark Continent. He came from the Dark Continent more than 2,000 years ago, took root in Coco, and supported the 2 civilizations of Dashu and Coco. However, these 2 civilizations eventually became nutrients for his growth. Jin took a deep breath, recovered from his frustration, took Netero's words, and began to talk about it. Only after this narration, Chi Ya and Crook understood the cause and effect. Knowing the cause and effect, Chi Ya couldn't help cursing inwardly. At the same time, she couldn't help feeling that ginger is still old and spicy. The patron saint of the Coco ruins can even deceive a 100-year-old fried dough stick like Netero. It is a 1,000-year-old monster that took advantage of Netero and others' trust in it. Chapter 80. To put it simply, the guardian god of the Cocoa ruins from the Dark Continent came into contact with Yinda by chance, and then began to plan purposefully. Even the volcanic eruption was planned by this guardian god. After doing everything possible to establish a relationship of trust with Yinda, the guardian god of the Kukulu ruins began to plan, revealing to Yinda that the volcanoes in the Kukulu ruins will erupt once in 1,000 years, and that it is the ghost of the lava titan. And ask Yinda to bring some strong men to stop and destroy the lava titan in the volcano. In fact, these are all movements made by the guardian god himself. The purpose is to attract powerful Nen people to come over, to turn the powerful Nen people into their own nutrients. As for why there are so many Nen people entering the ruins at all times, but the patron saint remains indifferent, that's because this patron saint is already on the verge of advancing. These weak Nen have absorbed enough nutrients over the past 2,000 years, and the nutrients transformed by the weak Nen can no longer have an effect on it. It must be a strong Nen. This is the reason why he planned to use Yinda's trust in him to attract Netero and others. As for Kim, this guy was a complete surprise. It was delivered to the door on its own initiative. If it wasn't because the plan was approaching, he would have taken action against Jin alone. 983. These are all what Netero and others saw from their memory when they were in a coma of Nen, and their consciousness was fighting the patron saint. In addition, there is another very important thing, that is, there is another monster in the volcano group at this time. A subordinate of the guardian god, a monster who followed the guardian god from the Dark Continent. A real lava titan, has been staying in the highest volcano among the volcanoes. The ones that appeared before were nothing but abandoned children made by it. Although the relationship between the two parties is a superior subordinate relationship, it can be regarded as symbiotic to some extent. As for why a wood attribute monster can take a fire attribute monster as his subordinate, this is all a choice made by the strange biological chain on the Dark Continent. So, what should we do now? Chi Ya asked curiously after listening to the stories of Netero, Jin, and others. Hearing this, the four of them were silent and did not open their mouths to answer. More than a minute later, Erdro spoke. This kind of existence must be eliminated and cannot be left alone. Since he can come from the Dark Continent, it means that he can walk on the land at will. He didn't succeed this time. The old man estimates that this monster will never let it go and walk out of the ruins. It will be a disaster for Tech, other countries, and the whole world. Although it is only a struggle between consciousnesses, Netero is very clearly, the strength of the patron saint is very powerful. More importantly, the patron saint is really cruel. Cultivated two civilizations, and when these two civilizations were at their peak, they did not hesitate to launch disasters, turning the two civilizations into nutrients for their own strengthening. This kind of character is vicious and vicious. He can't guarantee whether the guardian god will come out of the Cocoa ruins in a frenzy after he misses, and attack the whole world. Indeed, personally cultivating two civilizations, and then turning them into nutrients without any mercy, this method is really chilling. Jin nodded in agreement. If we fight together, we should be able to eliminate him, but the premise is that we can resist his powerful spirit Nen. Although we were recruited because of carelessness before, if we are more cautious, we should be able to resist with our mental strength. However, it is undeniable that the spiritual ability of this old monster that has survived for thousands of years is very strong. It's very disadvantageous to resist the spirit Nen while fighting at the same time. At least half of our strength will not be able to be used, and it is impossible to eliminate it. Jin frowned. After thinking about it carefully, he spoke. Do you want reinforcements? Finally, Jin looked at Netero and asked aloud. It's about the Dark Continent. I think it's necessary to report this matter to V5 and let them make a decision. Potterby also spoke, but he didn't think about how to eliminate it. Guardian, but another thing is considered, that is V5. V5 is an organization composed of the 5 strongest countries and has the status of leading the world. The Hunter Association must also act according to their instructions. In order to prevent, BJCH, the harm from the Dark Continent, and to prevent people from having the opportunity to privately enjoy the huge benefits that the Dark Continent may bring, an agreement to block the Dark Continent was concluded 200 years ago, and the members of the organization exclusively shared the Dark Continent all information and interests. All news about the Dark Continent must be discussed and decided by V5. This is the strength of the 5 major powers in the world. Indeed, but the incident happened suddenly, and the time is not allowed. Old man, I will report this matter to V5, and observe the situation before that. Once the 2 monsters make a move, even if V5 does not communicate the decision, we must take action. Indeed, it's what we should do to prevent it before it happens. Potter nodded in agreement. Netero nodded slightly and left the room to report the information to V5. However, soon, Xiantia returned. Then, let's discuss now how to deal with that monster's spirit Nin. In the room, a discussion officially started. Chi Ya just said that he was able to save us because he has the ability to eliminate thoughts, so he is immune to the spirit Nin of that monster. Crook was able to follow in and didn't pass out, because she held Chi Ya's hand the whole time and was covered by Chi Ya's Nin, so she was fine. Excluding Nin is an excellent way to restrain that monster's spirit Nin, but none of us can exclude Nin, and we can't let Chi Ya always follow us and touch our bodies. Even if it's possible, Chi Ya can't be a clone. When he said this, he got a blank stare from Chi Ya. Even if it can be, what the hell, you guys are thinking about farting. Besides, is there any way for us to ignore that monster's spirit Nin and fight it with all our strength? Everyone was lost in thought and began to think about how to do it. Only Chi Ya, with an attitude of nothing to do with himself, sat on the edge of the bed with his legs crossed, watching the few people thinking boredly. Well, I have an idea here, I don't know if it will work. Crook, who was a little transparent, said after thinking for a moment. As soon as these words came out, Jin and the others looked over immediately, with scorching eyes, motioning for Crook to come up with her solution. Crook couldn't take it anymore, so he directly talked about his method. I am a plant hunter and I like plants very much, so I often go out to find some rare plants and transplant them back. The conditions for transplanting many plants are very harsh, and they will wither and wither if you don't pay attention. In order to perfectly transplant these plants, I practiced a kind of materialized Nin.Y. Storage locket. Storage lockets are perfect for storing anything regardless of the elements. In addition, the storage box can also store Nin. After putting the Nin in, the storage box will have its same Nin. I'm thinking, if I materialize a few small storage boxes and ask Chi Ya to release a portion of Nin in the small storage boxes, and then you can do it with the small storage boxes that store the Nin, is that spirit gone? Chapter 81. Hey, since you have this ability, why didn't you say it earlier in the ruins just now? It made me hold you for so long. Jin and the others began to think about the feasibility after hearing Crook's answer, but Chi Ya, it was Crook who complained in a low voice. Crook's blood pressure soared after saying this. Why, you're not happy about letting you hug me, a big beauty? Crook growled fiercely and bared his teeth, regardless of his image. There seemed to be a terrifying evil ghost figure behind him, and Chi Ya was stunned for a while. Chi Ya twitched the corner of his mouth and said, No, no. Then it's okay, it's cheap and good looking. Withdrawing his indecent expression, Crook said with a displeased expression. Besides, at that time, the situation was short of time. Your speed is so fast, and my speed can't keep up with you at all. Chi Ya's dry eyes were triggered again, and Luke still opened his mouth to explain why he was in the ruins. He didn't tell Chi Ya the reason for his ability. Oh. Chi Ya nodded blankly. Chi Ya, the old man thinks that the method Crook said is feasible, can you please cooperate with the experiment? At this time, the pensive Netero raised his head and said to Chi Ya, Ah, no problem. Chi Ya looked back, blinked, and did not refuse. Then, Crook, let's start. Seeing that Chi Ya agreed, Netero looked at Crook and said, Yes, Mr. President. Crook nodded, and then began to materialize the storage box she mentioned. I saw Crook stretching out his hand, and the thoughts in his body were surging, gradually gathering in his palm. Within a second, a small frame was formed, and then quickly materialized, turning into a small antique box the size of a palm. Crook stretched out the small box in front of Chiya and said, "Okay, put your mind-eliminating power in it." Chiya nodded slightly, and directly used Chinan. A ball of emerald green light appeared in Chiya's hands. Chiya frowned slightly, and then used materialization to materialize this ball of Nan into a small jade. Chiya put this piece of jade in, and the storage was automatically closed. The next moment, emerald green light appeared on the body surface of the storage box, exuding a faint fluorescence. "Come and try, who has the Nan that can act on others?" Netero looked at the small box in Crook's hand and said with a heavy expression, "Let me come, I have the Nan that binds others, who will be my test subject." Yinda stood up and said in a daze, a mass of purple Nan had already appeared in his hand. "Come on, old man." Netero nodded, ready to accept, to be the experimental subject himself, but Potterby stood up at this time. "Okay." Yinda didn't hesitate, and directly drove the purple cold ability into Potter's body. Potter's whole body trembled suddenly, and then his whole body was like a stone sculpture, motionless. He couldn't even speak, only the eyeballs of his eyes were rolling. Seeing this, Crook directly put the small storage box into Potter's white hand, letting him clenched tightly. The next moment, an emerald green light flashed, covering Potter White, and Potter White trembled again, as if he breathed a sigh of relief. He raised the small storage box in his hand and looked at it. When Yinda's Nan hit him just now, he felt as if his body had been petrified, unable to move, until Crook put the box in his hand, and the green light on the box covered his whole body the moment he was able to move. "It seems possible." Potterby gave the answer lightly. However, at this moment, the emerald green light on the surface of the storage box went out directly. The whole box became antique again. This. Before Netero and the others were happy, they were stunned, and then they all looked at Chi Yat, wanting to get an answer from Chi Yat. "Look at me, you ask Yinda, his restraint ability is very strong, and the exorcism I allocated just now was consumed in an instant." Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Chi Ya shrugged his shoulders, saying that it was none of my business, and I will not take the blame. "Ask for her flowers." As soon as these words came out, Netero and the others frowned slightly, and then began to ponder again. Seeing this, Crook looked at Chi Ya speechlessly. He knew that Chi Ya's mind energy was very powerful, and it was no problem to deal with Nan, the guardian god of the ruins. "Chi Ya, what's your limit?" Netero pondered for a moment, then raised his head and asked Chi Ya. "Why?" Chi Ya didn't answer, but asked with some vigilance. "Do you want to accept the task?" Netero was silent for a while, then grinned. He figured it out, this guy Chi Ya is the one who doesn't see the rabbit and doesn't throw the eagle. If there is no benefit, he will not shoot casually. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, Chi Ya's vigilance disappeared all of a sudden, and she stroked her chin and began to think carefully. The people present were speechless when they saw this scene. Jin laughed out loud, while Crook covered his forehead helplessly, not wanting to see Chi Ya's face. Yinda and Potterby stared at Chi Ya curiously, wanting to see what kind of person Chi Ya was. 5 billion nuns, I will give you 4 nun that can resist that monster for 1 hour. Chi Ya completely ignored everyone's reactions, and after thinking for a moment, he gave a reply. 1 hour? That's enough, then, I'm going to release the task. Netero pondered for a moment, then said. Pick up the phone and start to operate with ease. The faces of the people present were strange. Potter said the terrorist hunter frowned as he watched Netero post missions on the Zaldik family's dark web. Received, don't worry, I will be ready before tonight. After receiving the task from the website, Chi Ya promised with a smile. Then the president, what about mine? In order to complete your order, I hired this kid after spending 20 billion rings. Crook interjected. You have not. Crook, small. Chapter 82. Damn old man, why don't you reimburse me? In the corridor, Crook and Chi Ya walked side by side. Crook was gnashing his teeth, his eyes were fierce, as if he wanted to eat people. Chi Ya at the side was secretly happy to see Crook like this. The old guy Netero is really an old fritter, no matter what Crook says, he just won't reimburse him. He also said that as a member of the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association, this kind of thing is what she should do. It was dismissed in one sentence, and Crook couldn't refute at all. Because the existence of the 12 earthly branches is to manage the association on behalf of Netero when something happens. Netero is right. Boy, why don't you return the 20 billion ring nuns to me, and you can ask the old man for it. Suddenly, Crook thought of something, turned his head, and said to Chi Yat. 313 Chi Yat. What the hell are you thinking about farting? Chi Yat didn't speak, but just stared at Crook expressionlessly, and said silently in his heart. Being stared at by Chi Yat, Crook also realized that he was very embarrassed, knowing that his request was too outrageous. I was so angry that I said such inappropriate words, old man. However, why are you coming out with me? Crook said with some doubts when the topic changed. It's the same as you. My room is in such a mess. I might as well give it to Jin and his 4 elders. I'll go to the front desk and change another room. Chi Ya shrugged and said. When I teleported back just now, because the distance was too far, and there were too many people teleporting, I fell directly from the midair of the room, the bed was almost crushed, and the room became a mess. Chi Ya simply thought about leaving that room to Netero and the others, and opened another room by herself. Cut, that's how it is. Crook heard the words, cut a sound, and nodded in response. Besides, it also needs your help to make the mind-eliminating props for Jin and the others. Chi Ya didn't care about Crook's anger at this time, smiled slightly, and said again. Except that Nen is different from the orthodox Nen, once it is too far or too long away from Chi Ya, the Nen, it will disappear. It's the same even if Chi Ya can materialize it. Of course, this is the limitation of Chi Ya's ability to eliminate Nen, maybe other people's ability to eliminate Nen can reach it. And Crook's storage box can ignore any bad influences, and perfectly preserve Acceptnan. This is the most critical. If Acceptnan wasn't so special, Chi Ya could do it by herself. Just use the realized Nan directly to hand over the ready-made props or items Acceptnan to the 4 of them. However, Nan is like this, with all kinds of strange things, capable of displaying unstoppable power, but also has all kinds of strange restrictions. That's right, let's go, hurry up and open the room, and then the 2 of us will make the anti-mind props as soon as possible. Speaking of this, Crook's expression became serious and serious. The monster patron saint in the Coco ruins will come out at any time, and the sooner this thing that can ensure that the president and the others can fight against that monster normally, the better. Well, let's go. Chi Ya nodded and agreed. Soon, the 2 opened a room at the front desk. Chi Ya and Crook came to Crook's room, and began to work together to create the props, talismans, for dispelling orders. To say it is a joint effort, it is better to say that Chi Ya is using Nan throughout the whole process. Crook just made 4 small storage boxes, and waited for Chi Ya to make enough Nan and put them into the small storage boxes. Time passed slowly, and more than 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Chi Ya's immature face was covered with sweat, and her complexion was extremely pale. Crook on the side looked a little distressed. Regardless of Chi Ya's behavioral strength, Chi Ya looks like a young boy now. At this age, that immature face is pale and weak. This situation is enough to make any woman's motherhood overflow. Even Crook, the proud plant hunter, is no exception. Let's take a break first, Chi Ya, it doesn't need to be made in one go. Crook said worriedly. Although Chi Ya said it was very easy before, it does not mean that the real situation is easy. The spirit Nan of the guardian spirit of that monster is very powerful, and to create an hour-long extermination Nan that resists its spirit Nan requires a huge amount of mental energy. A 1-hour mind removal tool consumes about 40,000 mind energy. 4 is 160,000, which can almost empty Chi Ya's current potential capacity. 2 hours of uninterrupted output of large volume Nian Qi directly consumed more than 6 layers of Nian Qi in Chi Ya's body, and the consumption of Nian Qi was far behind the recovery. That's not to mention, the recovery of Nian Qi also consumes Chi Ya's body. Using Nian Qi continuously for 2 hours, the body's continuous recovery of Nian Qi is also a heavy burden on Chi Ya's body. This also directly caused Chiya's face to turn pale. Because, without Chiya, the body cannot be supplemented. Hearing Crook's words, Chiya also stopped the action of making mind-eliminating props in a timely manner. "Crook, help me order some dinner," Chiya said weakly. "It has been called, and it will be here in a while," Crook replied. Soon, the hotel service staff arrived at Crook's room pushing several dining cars. The dinner was set up quickly, and as soon as the service staff left, Chiya began to gobble it up. In less than 20 minutes, 5 dinners were wiped out by Chiya alone. Satisfied, Chiya patted the unchanged belly of 4.6 and slapped his belly hard. "This kind of thing is really not done by human beings. I feel that I have lost money." Sitting on the floor, Chiya propped his hands back on the floor, looking at the 3 fluorescent storage boxes on the counter, slightly sighed. After receiving supplementation, her complexion also became slightly rosy. 50 billion monies are still a loss, boy, you really fell into the eyes of money." Crook heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched, feeling speechless at Chiya's words. However, at the next moment, Crook thought of something, his eyes lit up, and then he squatted down mysteriously. "Hey, boy, why don't you go ask the old man for an extra 20 billion, and each of us will have half of the 20 billion. Crook said in a low voice. "Chiya! Turn your elbows outward." Chapter 83. After resting for an hour and recovering 2 layers of Nian Qi, Chiya started working again. This time it was finished very quickly. Because it was just to create a relationship, Chiya was not as exhausted as before. "It's done." Putting down the box in his hand, Chiya exhaled softly. Afterwards, Chiya couldn't wait to take out her mobile phone, ready to complete the task. "Are you really not going to accept my suggestion? Otherwise, I only need 5 billion. Crook looked at Chiya's actions and said again unwillingly. Chiya glanced at her with a slightly strange expression. "This guy, this arm is a bit serious." Being watched by Chiya, Crook's face remained unchanged. Now she just wants to cheat Netero and make up for her loss by the way. "Do you think Netero's old fritters will be fooled?" Chiya shrugged, said, and then clicked to complete the task neatly. Not long after Chiya completed the task, Netero called. "Chiya, have you finished?" I finished 19, I will send it later." Chiya replied. "Okay, but send it directly outside the ruins, we're coming here." Netero reminded on the phone. After speaking, Netero hung up the phone. "I'll go, you old boy, you rushed over so quickly." Chiya said in surprise. After all, he is the president of the Hunter Association. The Hunter Association has the responsibility to deal with these natural hazards. As the president, it is natural to take the lead. Crook was not surprised at all. "Okay, I see, then I'll go over now." "Well, let's go, I'll go with you." Crook stood up and said. "Are you going to?" "Although the strength is not strong, I am also one of the 12 earthly branches of the association. Since I am here, I can't stay out of it." Crook frowned, dissatisfied with Chiya's opinion of him. "It's up to you, but I don't think you seemed to be able to play a role in the past." Crook. "My old lady doesn't send cats, you think I am critically ill? But, if I don't show off my power, you will treat me as a sick cat." Crook looked at Chiya with extreme displeasure. As a 12 earthly branch, she was underestimated by Chiya to such an extent. "Just wait and see." Crook didn't say much, just dropped this sentence. Regarding this, Chiya didn't say anything either. He was just joking just now, and Crook, who is a member of the 12 earthly branches, naturally cannot be weak. The two set off directly, rushing in the direction of K. Kelly. In less than an hour, the two arrived at the periphery of the Kukulu ruins. At this point, the place has changed drastically. It was completely gone, replaced by a billowing magma sea, the whole. Outside the plain is a rocky basin, and the magma has already crossed the plain and initially spread into this basin. However, because of the relationship of the basin, the speed of spreading is extremely slow. Chiya and Crook who arrived here soon discovered Netero and others. At this time, Netero and the others were standing on a natural stone pillar, quietly observing the movement ahead. As for the Take army and the hunters staying here, they have already evacuated at this time. Chi-Ya and Crook had already met them on the way here. Both military and professional hunters have received orders from Netero to retreat. As the president of the Hunter Association, Netero has quite a lot of power. Although he can't command those big countries, it is more than enough for a small country like Tek. Here you are, the Danian box was made so soon. Netero was using his unique telescopic ability to observe the situation of the relic canyon. After feeling the breath of Chi-Ya and Crook, he turned his head. Let's talk. Yeah. The two nodded. Crook took a step forward, and handed one of the small boxes of mind-removing to Netero, and then jumped a few times, sending the others to Jin, Yinda, and Potterby respectively. What's the situation now? The monster inside hasn't moved. Chi-Ya squatted down, put his hands on his knees, looked at the relic canyon in front of him, and asked curiously. The evening wind blew past slowly, stirring up Chi-Ya's silver hair. That monster didn't move, but the magma monster in the volcano group rioted several times. You have also seen the consequences of the eruption. This plane has been fully invaded, and magma has spread here. Netero replied lightly, stroking his beard. Hearing this, Chi-Ya was not surprised. Looking at the entrance of the relic canyon in the distance, his eyes narrowed slightly, and there was an occasional cold light in the narrowed eyes. What, kid, do you want to do it too? Jin K at the side noticed Chi-Ya's situation at 910, and asked amusedly. I have this idea. Chi-Ya said without hiding anything when she heard the words. I'm a little curious about the lava titan you are talking about. Hey, do you know how strong that lava titan is? Chi-Ya turned to several people and asked. The lava hearts left after the abandoned suns were destroyed are rare treasures. I don't know what will be obtained by killing the lava titan's main body. Chi-Ya is very interested in this. Weaker than me, probably about the same as you. If you make a move, the outcome is uncertain. Jin squeezed his chin, pondered for a few seconds, and then gave an ambiguous answer. Ho ho, boy, if you are willing to make a move, I can continue to issue tasks for you. How about it, 20 billion nuns? Seeing Chi-Ya's interested look, Netero smiled and said. If Chi-Ya can also take action to deal with it together, then things should be much easier. Although he has never seen Chi-Ya's strength, but from Chi-Ya's incomparably tough, steel-like spirit, Netero can confirm that Chi-Ya's strength is very strong. Let me think about it. Chi-Ya still squinted her eyes and didn't answer directly. Chapter 84. A creature from the Dark Continent. I didn't expect that I would come into contact with it so early. It's really an impermanent world. With her eyes squinted and blown by the night wind, Chi-Ya's heart was peaceful, without any waves. Originally, Chi-Ya thought that she would be excited and jump for joy. Knowing the existence of chimeric ants, I have a deep understanding of the existence of creatures on the Dark Continent, which can be compared with the senior hunters in this world. It is a super version of the world where natural selection and survival of the fittest. And the creatures coming from there have a very special meaning to any hunter who understands the Dark Continent. Although Chi-Ya is not a hunter with this kind of existence, everything he knew in his previous life made Chi-Ya feel the same about the existence of chimera ants and the creatures of the Dark Continent as hunters who pursue the unknown. The enthusiasm for the existence of creatures in the Dark Continent is not weaker than that of the hunters. Now, having such an opportunity to face the creatures from the Dark Continent, Chi-Ya originally thought that there would be a drastic change in her heart. However, it was incredible that his heart would be so peaceful. Is it because I'm not God's perspective now, but the reason for the real participation? If I, who is God's vision, discover the creatures of the Dark Continent, then I may be excited, cheering, and unable to control myself. However, when they really encountered each other, there was a world of difference. If I really participate, then under the threat of these terrifying creatures from the Dark Continent, it will represent a crisis that I may fall at any time. That's why my heart is so peaceful. Because, I have to be calm, this is not the animation of my previous life, but reality. Even though I am interested in dark creatures, the threat of life forces me not to have this kind of excitement that I shouldn't have. Because there is only one life. I have to be careful. Chi Ya slowly opened his eyes and whispered. How about it, how do you think about it? The moment Chi Ya opened his eyes, Jin's voice came from the side. My suggestion is that you agree to the old man's proposal, because there are not many opportunities to fight against dark creatures. Chi Ya, let me hear your plan first. If the plan is feasible, I can make a move. Chi Ya glanced at him, then looked at Netero and Yinda Potter and said indifferently. It seems that you already have the answer, so let me tell you the plan I made. Netero smiled relaxedly, and then began to talk about the plan made by himself and Jin. After hearing Netero's plan, Chi Ya couldn't help but twitch his lips. Because, he always felt that this plan was very familiar. After thinking carefully for a while, Chi Ya finally knew why he felt familiar. What the hell, separate the lava titan and the ruins guardian god, fighting on both sides, isn't this the plan you used to deal with ants when you were Chimera ants? In the Chimera ant chapter, you old man just let your apprentices and grandsons and gone wait for the opportunity to distract the guards, and then go straight to Huanglong. This time, the candidate has been changed, and you let Yinda, a simple man, attract monsters, and you are no longer fighting alone. Are you sure? Chi Ya frowned slightly, confirming to Yinda. Don't worry, I will definitely be able to lure that monster over, and then I will tear that monster into pieces. Yinda's expression was no longer simple and honest, but extremely fierce. Obviously, he has been brooding about the fact that the guardian god of the ruins deceived himself and blocked himself and others. Yinda is a typical honest person. If you don't mess with him, he will communicate with you in a friendly, even friendly way, but once you mess with him, sorry, the anger of an honest person will burn you up. Not to mention, still cheating. At that time, the old man, Potterby and Jin will deal with that monster, and you, Yinda and Crook will deal with the one in the volcano. Netero said with a serious expression. Before, there were only Yinda and Crook, and the old man was still a little worried, but if you were added, the old man's confidence in this round of siege would greatly increase. The old man and the others assure you that they will definitely wipe out that monster. I also hope that the three of you one can turn that monster in the volcano into ashes. Potterby also spoke, staring at Chi Ya solemnly, and said seriously. In the words, he expressed his trust in Chi Ya, as if he regarded Chi Ya as his own. Don't treat me with this attitude. I'm a killer. I'm not on the same side with you. I only act according to the task. Chi Ya pouted speechlessly. Despite Chi Ya's attitude, the attitude of several people towards Chi Ya has not changed. From when Chi Ya went deep into the ruins to face the monster and rescued them, they were enough to regard Chi Ya as one of their own. Old man, how much is the remuneration? Chi Ya looked at Netero and asked. Netero's eyes lit up immediately, and then asked back, how much reward do you want? 5 billion. Chi Ya narrowed his eyes slightly, and then gave the price. Deal. Netero agreed directly. The corners of Crook's eyes twitched while watching, envious. At her peak, she was worth more than 40 billion yuan, and now she is only worth more than 20 billion yuan. This old guy is fine, he doesn't feel bad about spending money like running water. After coming here, more than 100 billion has been spent. Also, that BD Jin was also spending 200 billion in Ping Yuan before. Ruins hunters so rich? It's up to me whether I want to change my career to relic hunter or not. Crook was a little envious and jealous to the point of madness, and even began to think about whether he wanted to change his job to relic hunter, because the development of the relic was forgotten. No, this kid has even more wealth. He has earned hundreds of billions in just 2 days. I have to find a chance to get some from him. Chi Ya didn't know what Crook was thinking at all. At this moment, after Chi Ya heard Netero being so straightforward, he was thinking whether his asking price was too little. Judging by the old guy's ability to spread money, this guy's worth is estimated to be high. Will be worse than gold. Haha, boy, you really have a soft spot for money. Jin laughed loudly. Chi Ya gave him a blank stare. Good Zhao. You eat enough for one person, and the whole family is not hungry, and you don't know that wealth is expensive. I'm going to inherit Zaldik in the future. Money is needed in every aspect. If you don't earn money, you're ABD. When Netero heard this, he stroked his beard and laughed, and Jin also shook his head with a smile. Even Hunter, a scrupulous terrorist like Potterby, had a slight smile on his face when he heard it. The kid's character doesn't seem too bad to be Zaldik's future boss. By the way, old man Netero, since the three of you are going to deal with that monster, why do you need 4 anti-mind props? Chi-Ya suddenly thought of something and asked curiously. Well, there must be a backup, as a contingency. If we can't eliminate that monster within the limited time, then the remaining one will come in handy. Netero smiled and replied. Hearing this, Chi-Ya frowned and understood. The extra one is the backhand who evacuated, and ran away if he couldn't beat it. Chapter 85. Hey, Crook, tell me, can Yinda really attract the monsters from the volcano? On the rock pillar, Chi-Ya crossed his arms and leaned against the rock wall, asking softly to Crook beside him. At this time, only Chi-Ya and Crook were left in the rocky basin. As for Netero and Jin, the 4 have already entered the ruins at this time. It should be possible. As a poaching hunter, Yinda naturally has his own abilities. His ability has the effect of confusing, and he should be able to attract that monster. Crook nodded, trusting Yinda very much. How do you know? Chi-Ya looked at Crook strangely. Of course he said it himself. As a poaching hunter, Yinda often enters various secret places and protected areas to catch those poachers. At the same time, in order to send back those poached animals, he specially cultivated this kind of ability keeps animals and eudemons from being restless, rioting, and returning to their original places safely, and the ability to restrain them before is also cultivated because of professional needs. The 12 earthly branches of Yinda, including the president, know about Yinda's ability, so the president made this plan. Because President 013 is also very confident in Yinda's ability, and believes that Yinda will not disappoint his expectations. Crook replied lightly. So that's how it is. It really fits his professional ability. Chi-Ya nodded with emotion. Many hunters practice abilities that are closely related to their hunter profession when they practice Nin. Yinda and I are obvious chestnuts. You, then what is your ability? Chi-Ya asked curiously after hearing the words. I saw Crook use Nin in the ruins guardian god before, but it was just a simple attack with Nian Chi. I haven't seen the ability of Crook's own cultivation. You'll find out later. Crook glanced at Chi-Ya and said perfunctorily. Looks like that, the 3 of us won't be able to cooperate later, we can only fight on our own. Chi-Ya shrugged and said. Without knowing their respective abilities, it is impossible to cooperate in battle. However, Chi-Ya is not surprised, maybe it would be better, BJBH, not to cooperate. As long as their combat experience is rich enough, it doesn't matter if they don't know their Nin. By the way, Crook, you also have a way to run on the magma. Chi-Ya suddenly thought of something, looked at Crook with strange eyes and said. He saw with his own eyes just now that the 4 of them showed their abilities one by one, running freely in the magma without any harm. Well, yes, but it takes a lot of thought energy. Crook was slightly taken aback, and then replied. If you have the ability, let me run with you in my arms. After getting the answer, Chi-Ya suddenly became upset, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. This guy has the ability to walk on his own and let himself run with her. I've said it all, it's very exhausting, it's okay for a short time, but I can't do it for a long time. Crook saw Chi-Ya's expressionless facial paralysis, he was right, and explained directly. Then how can Jin and the others? Chi-Ya asked back. You compare me to those monsters? Crook was speechless for a moment. That is to say, you can't compare with them. Chi-Ya felt relieved. Although I'm very unwilling, I really can't compare with them. In terms of energy, even Yinda is better than me. Crook nodded slightly, and said, with an unhappy expression. Although they belong to the same 12 earthly branches, she really can't compare with these monsters in terms of strong thoughts. The battery life is too weak. Chi-Ya nodded, expressing her understanding. It's you, boy, why is the neon chi in your body so terrifying at such a young age? When she and Chi Ya were making the neon chi box together, she witnessed Chi Ya's terrifying latent energy and powerful manifesting energy with her own eyes. She can't compare with Chi Ya at all. I don't know about the displayed strength, but in terms of potential strength, she is far inferior to Chi Ya. Chi Ya's potential capacity is estimated to be comparable to that of Yunda. Secret. Chi Ya said with a slight smile. Crook wasn't angry either, and she just asked casually. Naturally, this kind of thing can't be easily answered. After all, he and Chi Ya are not close, and he realizes that it is only a little over 2 days now. It's a ghost that Chi Ya can answer this question to himself. Your potential energy is not very strong, because your physique is relatively weak. Chi Ya looked at Crook carefully, and then said. I can't help it, I'm a girl, and the NAN system is not an enhancer. Crook also knows her own shortcomings, and she has nothing to do about it. I'll give you something nice, it's a gift from our acquaintance. Chi Ya continued to look at Crook a few times, and said when he saw that Crook was about to lose his temper. So good? What is it? Crook, who was stared at by Chi Ya and was about to throw a temper tantrum, immediately frowned and said in disbelief. Well, it's your reward for hiring me and making me a fortune. Chi Ya said with a smile. Then he directly took a few drops of Millennium Stone milk from the system space, put it in a small bottle, and then threw it over. Seeing a small bottle flying over, Crook hastily reached out to take it. This is Millennium Stone milk, taking it and exercising can quickly strengthen a person's physique. For a person with a weak constitution like you, it is a rare treasure. Chi Ya said lightly. It's a special reward for the mission. Can this enhance your physique? Crook looked at the bottle in his hand and murmured in a low voice. Immediately, she looked at Chi Ya and said suspiciously, you just take this, that's why you have such a powerful force in your urine. Physical. No, I did this by myself. Chi Ya shook his head, and Goldfinger gave it. Crook heard the words, but did not continue to ask, looked at the bottle in his hand, and put it away. Here we come. At this moment, Chi Ya said suddenly. When Crook heard the words, his whole body shivered immediately, and he looked over. I saw a titan burning with raging flames rushing towards them quickly. In front of him, Yunda's burly figure was jumping at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 86. The huge body was rampaging, and the ground shook violently, just like a large army pressing down on the ground. The flames surged and swept in all directions. The lava titan attracted by Yunda is completely different from the previous ones. Just because the body has become more than 20 meters high, it is almost a real titan. The whole body is also burning with flames that are enough to distort the air. Every time the huge lava titan attacks, it will set off a huge flame field, and the scorching heat wave will continue to spread, causing the surrounding temperature to rise continuously. Under the sweep of this heat wave, the plain that had become peaceful because the magma has calmed down once again huge movement. The scorching heat wave swept across, the entire plain was fiery red, the air was sticky and heavy, everything in Chi Ya's and others' field of vision began to distort under the sweep of this heat wave, which shows how high the temperature of the entire plain is at this time. An ordinary person or even a warrior stepping into this kind of place would probably be burned, go into shock or even die under the sweeping heat wave in less than a second. Even Chi Ya and others, swept by this heat wave, gradually began to sweat at this time. And Yunda, who brought the lava titan over, was already sweating profusely, his shaggy hair was already soaked in sweat, and his big thick mouth was pale and shriveled. It was a sign of serious dehydration. Too bad, Yunda won't be able to last long if this goes on. Crook's expression turned pale when he saw this scene, and while his thoughts were surging, the pair of decorative wings behind him turned into a pair of clean white wings. Crook slapped hard, and the whole person turned into an afterimage and shot out in an instant. After that, a muffled sound came out, and a sonic boom exploded in midair. Seeing this, Chi Ya narrowed his eyes slightly. It's very explosive. Crook's speed is not fast, but her explosive power is enough to compare with Chi Ya. Compared with Chi Ya's speed, it just lacks that flexibility. I saw that Crook, who was shot out, suddenly appeared in front of the lava titan, and a 2-meter-long green whip appeared in his hand, emitting a faint green fluorescence. Facing the lava, the titan drew over. The moment it was pulled out, the long green whip quickly rose against the wind, and in just 2 seconds, it turned into a huge vine about 2 meters thick and 10 meters long. In a blink of an eye, the lava titan was bound up. The footsteps of the lava titan stopped suddenly, and the boiling water struggled. Yinda, take this opportunity, hurry up to Chi Ya's side, I have prepared a lot of water there, you go and replenish it. Crook used his thoughts to restrain the lava titan, and at the same time, he was facing Yinda shouted. Seeing this, Yinda didn't hesitate, and his 300 jin fat man nimbly charged towards Chi Ya. Seeing Yinda rushing over, Chi Ya shook his head slightly, and threw out several buckets of water that Crook had prepared long ago. Seeing this, Yinda hurriedly reached out to catch it, then directly tore open the package, and started shopping. At the same moment, a blue electric light flashed away from Yinda's side. Chi Ya also joined the battle at this moment. However, before joining the battle, he took out a few drops of 1,000-year-old stone milk and swallowed them. Millennium Stone Milk, exercise after swallowing, can strengthen your body. In addition, the effect of fierce fighting after swallowing the Millennium Stone Milk will be better, more than twice the effect of exercising the body. Kruk, swallow the one I gave you earlier. Chi Ya, who dodged into the battlefield, struck the bound lava titan with a lightning strike, and then shouted at Crook. Crook was taken aback when he heard this, and without hesitation, he directly took out the small bottle that Chi Ya gave him before, and drank the 1,000-year stone milk in it. The next moment, Crook felt a powerful power zone emerge in his body. This energy is completely different from the essence of Nian Qi, and Crook doesn't know what kind of power it is. All he knew was that this power was slowly merging with his body, and with the first power merging, Crook clearly knew that his body had become a little stronger. Crook's eyes lit up immediately, and he was overjoyed. Immediately afterwards, Chi Ya's voice came again. Taking Millennium Stone Milk to fight will speed up the body's refining of Millennium Stone Milk. Crook, don't miss this opportunity. Understood, thank you, I owe you a favor, Chi Ya. Crook looked extremely excited, and promised to Chi Ya. She could feel that as she used her mind energy, the huge energy in her body was gradually merging with her body, making her physique stronger. As long as this huge amount of energy is refined, one's physique will be at least doubled. Crook is extremely grateful to Chi Ya now. *12. What she lacks the most is the potential energy. If her physique is doubled, the potential energy in her body will increase by at least 10,000. The next moment, a big battle broke out directly. Crook looked extraordinarily crazy, and there were bursts of crackling sounds as the long whip in his hand was waving, as if the air had been ripped apart. Chi Ya could see the corners of his mouth twitching, and he called a tigress in his heart. Every time the long whip in Crook's hand is swung, it will turn into a huge vine, and at the same time, it will also flash with different lights. Each light represents a special ability. The previous green light represented restraint, and it was precisely because of this energy that Crook was able to restrain the huge and terrifying lava titan as a weakling. But this time, the vine that Crook swung in his hand was another color, black. 0. With a frightening pumping sound, it slammed down on the lava titan. However, this time, Crook's attack was unable to hit. Lava Titan's huge body displayed a flexible posture that didn't match its body at all, quickly dodged Crook's blow, and appeared behind him, attacking him. As soon as the scorching heat wave appeared behind Crook, a little bit of white smoke appeared from the pair of wings on Crook's back that supported Crook's flight. The wings behind Crook are specially made, with Crook's Niankai defense. But even so, it still couldn't resist the terrifying high temperature on the lava titan, as if it would burn at any time. Don't even think about succeeding. Facing the extreme speed of the lava titan, Crook didn't panic at all, his soft body turned around at the inconceivable speed, the long legs held by the dancer directly it just hit the lava titan with one kick. A huge muffled sound came out, and the powerful force contained in Crook's kick directly kicked the lava titan back 4 or 5 meters. There were heavy thunderous sounds on the ground under the trampling of the lava titan. Seeing this scene, Chi Yu's face twitched again. This guy can't tell at all that such a frail body has such terrifying strength. Don't mess with it, don't mess with it. Immediately, Chi Yu didn't just stare blankly, the lightning in his hand crashed down on the retreating lava titan. Chapter 87. After kicking the lava titan away with one kick, Crook frowned slightly, and a trace of pain flashed across his brow. After kicking the lava titan just now, she felt a heart-piercing pain from the soles of her feet. That is the pain that occurs when you are scalded by severe heat. Her Nian Qi couldn't defend against the terrifying high temperature on the lava titan at all. At this moment, the foot that kicked the lava titan was extremely red. It seems that it's not good for me to be head-on. Crook came to a conclusion silently. Her mental energy was not enough to support her to fight head-on with the lava titan in front of her. However, as soon as he came to a conclusion, Crook felt a change in his body. The heart-piercing pain disappeared quickly, and the red burns on the soles of the feet also disappeared completely. Crook could feel that the energy in his body merged with his body once again from 9-10. My physique has also strengthened again. Injury can make my body speed up the speed of digesting these energies. Crook murmured in a low voice, but immediately, her face became weird. Is this trying to make me a masochist? I, Crook, am not a masochist. Crook's eyelids twitched slightly, and then the long whip in his hand swung out again. However, as soon as he swung it out, the long whip in Crook's hand was destroyed by a terrifying force, and his whole body was also thrown away. Roar! A roar came out, and the lava titan roared angrily, and the violent sound waves with flames turned into a terrifying flame impact and spread to the surroundings. Not only did it destroy Crook's attack and the weapon that he realized, but he also completely destroyed the rock pillars within a radius of 100 meters around him. Yinda, who was drinking water, was also affected by this terrifying shock. Unable to guard against it, his whole body was directly thrown out. The few buckets of water that survived were also destroyed because of this. They fell from the sky and fell on the magma and were quickly melted, not even having time to turn into gas. It happened. Seeing this scene, Crook was shocked. This is her equipment for emergency use, because she is afraid that the situation that Yinda just had happened to herself and others. Unexpectedly, it was destroyed at the beginning. Fighting with this kind of monsters, the water consumption on their bodies will be very intense, and it is easy to cause accidents. Once the body's water is insufficient, let alone fighting, it will be difficult to keep yourself from passing out. Chi Ya also frowned at this time. As for the high temperature on the lava titan, Chi Ya was not affected at all, because he has a very strong resistance to fire attributes. Although the temperature on the lava titan was terrifying, it didn't have much impact on him. Just some sweat. And, as time went on, he could feel himself getting used to the temperature. Perhaps in a few minutes, he will not be affected at all. This is his passive ability of fire attribute resistance. Ability to quickly adapt to negative effects associated with fire. However, although the high temperature had no effect on Chi Ya, the roar of this guy made Chi Ya's eardrums very unbearable. There was a hint of pain on his face. Nima, the voices of those tigresses are not as loud or sharp as yours. The next moment, Chi Ya's figure turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared above the head of the lava titan. The emitter fist is wrapped with a faint blue thunder and lightning, the strongest enhancer that shows aura. The air is seriously distorted, and it is a direct blow with all its strength. Call me a hammer, don't you know it's disturbing the people? Boom! With the straight fist of the enhancer and the thunder of the conjurer, Chi Ya's full-blown punch landed heavily on the forehead of the lava titan. An earth-shattering vibration spread throughout the entire rocky basin, and the entire rocky basin shook. A huge deep pit appeared on the ground, and a series of cracks extended from the center, as if it would burst open in the next moment. The lava titan is lying in the center of the crack in the deep pit at this time, motionless, and the flames on his body are also extremely weak. The magma slowly flows in from the outside, covering the lava titan. Shua! Chi Ya's figure appeared on the edge of the deep pit, with his hands in his pockets, quietly looking at the lava titan in the deep pit. At this time, the lava titan is not only silent, but its body made of lava is densely covered with cracks, just like a fragile porcelain doll. Crook also flew down from mid-air floating beside Chi Yat. What a terrifying power, Chi Yat, you really are a monster, right? You've been hiding your clumsiness before. How high is the upper limit of your strength for an attack of this level? Crook looked at the motionless lava titan in the pit, then looked at Chi Yat, and said with his eyelids twitching. She knew that Chi Ya's potential strength was terrifying, but she didn't think much about it. She thought that the strength that Chi Ya could display was at most similar to her own, except that she could cultivate more abilities and cover a wider range of subjects. However, I didn't expect Chi Ya's attack to be so terrifying. His full blow just now only made the monster take a few steps back. This guy Chi Ya actually smashed the lava titan with one blow, and seemed to be seriously injured, making the lava titan unable to move until now. It is more than twice as powerful as the enhancer mind dragon that was used on that monster guardian god before. In other words, this kid Chi Ya has been hiding his clumsiness. As soon as Crook's words fell, Yinda stepped on the lava and came to the two of them. You've actually made it to this point, Chi Ya, you're really amazing. As soon as he came here, Menchi was shocked by the tragic state of the lava titan. Don't look at it. Although the injury looks serious, the breath on this guy's body has not weakened much. Don't give it a chance to recover. Chi Ya ignored the shock of the two and said lightly. Afterwards, the lightning all over his body bloomed again. The endless lightning was gathered in the palm of Chi Ya's hand, and a 5-meter-sized plasma ball 3.6 was rapidly formed. When Crook saw this, he didn't speak, but silently waved the long whip in his hand, and the thick darkness condensed in the long whip. So did Yinda. He knew that Jian's actions were correct. At this time, you should beat the dog in the water and annihilate it in one fell swoop, instead of giving the enemy a chance to recover. With thoughts surging all over his body, a huge rope net appeared in Yinda's hands, and a special kind of thoughts was faintly visible in the rope net. The next moment, the three of them coincidentally, and with a tacit understanding, blasted out the attack in their hands. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the terrifying attack directly cracked and collapsed the earth. The three of Chi Ya jumped up and withdrew to the back. Did it succeed? Crook stopped on a broken stone pillar, raised his toes, and frowned slightly. Chapter 88. No, the temperature around you has become higher, be careful. Chi Ya retorted immediately. Because, Chi Ya discovered that the temperature in the place where they are now is rapidly heating up. The air distortion became more and more serious, and the field of vision was almost impossible to see clearly. Indeed, as expected of a creature from the Dark Continent, it didn't fall under the simultaneous attack of the three of us. Crook also noticed the temperature change in the surrounding environment, and couldn't help wiping off his sweat, dissatisfied. Be careful, my hunting net has been destroyed. At this moment, Yinda said suddenly. As soon as the words were blurted out, the three of them felt a violent vibration under their feet. A flame flashed from the crack in the rock under the feet of Yinda and Crook. The pupils of the two shrank suddenly, and then they quickly left their original positions. The moment the two of them left in a flash, the feet of the three people in the two sky-reaching fire pillars shot up into the sky, instantly melting the broken rock pillars into magma. Seeing this scene, Yinda and Crook, who escaped unharmed, felt palpitations in their hearts. If they hadn't discovered the flames under 19 feet in time just now, they would definitely be seriously injured now. In an instant, the rock pillars that had been tempered by thousands of years were melted into magma. They couldn't resist this terrifying flame. If you are attacked, even if you don't die, you will definitely lose several layers of skin and be seriously injured. On the contrary, Chi Ya didn't feel any palpitations at all. In the eyes of Crook and others, the terrifying attack was just like that in the eyes of Chi Ya. For Chi Ya with advanced fire resistance attribute, this is not a problem at all, at most it will burn Chi Ya's clothes and burn Chi Ya's skin. It is impossible to cause powerful damage to Chi Ya's body. Before the two of them settled down, a fiery red color appeared in the gunpowder smoke. Huge pieces of lava that were burning with flames shot out from the gunpowder smoke, densely packed, attacking in the direction of the two of them. Seeing this scene, Yinda and Crook moved their eyes slightly. Yinda stood up directly, and a giant net emitting blue light appeared in front of Yinda. Yinda held the tail of the giant net with one hand and directly facing the attacking lava net, he passed. In an instant, the ferocious lava stopped under the obstruction of the giant net, and was bound in the giant net. In the eyes of Chiya and Crook, the giant blue net continuously emits cold air, covering the high-temperature lava, as if to freeze the lava. However, it is impossible to do it with these cold air alone. The temperature of the lava is really too high, and the giant ice net displayed by Yinda can't shake the lava and lower the temperature of the lava. Not only that, these high-temperature lavas turned against the guests, and began to burn the huge net that Yinda realized. In just 1 second, the giant net in Yinda's hand, the cold air disappeared under the high temperature, and this thing when melted the blue grid at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that the giant blue net was about to be melted to create a huge gap. When Crook saw this, the long whip in his hand quickly changed color, turning into a crystal clear ice blue. Then Crook waved his hand casually, and a cold current suddenly blew out from the ice blue long whip in his hand, and invaded Yinda's giant net in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Yinda's huge net seemed to have been fully supplied with fire power, and began to show its might. The melted giant net quickly recovered, and with the help of this cold current, the lava in the net was successfully frozen. Seeing this, Yinda grinned, his hands were showing veins, and then he shook them vigorously. The huge frozen lava in the ice burst out like a rocket, launching towards the direction of attack. Boom boom boom! The violent explosion sounded again. Violent explosions sounded continuously, but Yinda didn't feel the slightest excitement at all, replaced by golden locked pupils. In those constricted pupils, the giant fist that has been burning with fierce flames is hitting his face at an inconceivable speed. Yinda, who just used all his strength to throw away dozens of pieces of lava with a diameter of more than 20 meters, is now in a situation where his old power has been exhausted and his new power has not been regenerated. At the same time, because he has used too much power, he in a state of stiffness, there is no way to avoid it. Unable to use his strength, unable to dodge, Yinda could only use his strength to use his strength, and then watched helplessly as the huge lava hand with blazing flames covered his body. Yinda! Crook, who was behind Yinda, saw this scene, and immediately shouted worriedly. However, Luke's situation was not very good at this time. Because, below her floating, a flame is rapidly blooming. The pillar of fire that reaches the sky is about to erupt again. The lava titan has two purposes, and the timing is very accurate. At the moment when the two of them were in a state of stiffness, a terrifying attack was launched. Crook also noticed the flames under his feet, and immediately saw what kind of attack it was, and his pupils shrank immediately. At this speed, there is no time to dodge at all, so they can only resist. Crook immediately saw his current situation clearly. The next moment, the sky-reaching fire column erupted suddenly, and the blue long whip in Crook's hand was also fiercely swung downward, and the cold current emerged again, colliding fiercely with the sky-reaching fire column. Like two protective shields, the red and white attacks collided together. Two different auras are formed. However, the two auras only stalemate for less than a second before 427 was broken. The pillar of fire piercing through the sky broke through the blowing of the cold current, directly covering Crook completely. At the same time, the giant lava fist of the lava titan also fell head-on. Boom! Yinda was beaten so badly that he vomited blood, and Crook was hit head-on by a pillar of fire that reached the sky, and he did not know whether he was alive or dead. This is the logical follow-up to the script I've seen so far. However, since Chiya is here, it is naturally impossible for this kind of thing to happen. Before the giant lava fist could hit Yinda, he was blasted away with his huge body under a huge force. Chiya's figure appeared in front of Yinda's body, but the one who was supposed to hit Crook was not in the pillar of fire at this time, but was floating gently behind Chiya and in front of Yinda's body. This blow could seriously injure Crook, and even burn the pillar of fire that completely burned Crook, but the lava titan was lonely. Hey, don't ignore me, I'm your enemy anyway. Standing on the magma, Chiya looked at the lava titan that stopped in the distance, and said helplessly. Chiya found that the lava titan didn't seem to intend to attack him at all, and kept chasing Yinda and Crook. I had clearly caused him a serious injury just now. It stands to reason that this guy should be chasing me and beating me. Chapter 89. Hey, you two, are you okay? Chi Ya turned slightly sideways, looked at the two of them, and asked with concern. It's okay, thanks to your timely rescue. Crook shook his head with lingering fear, and said happily. Just now, the pillar of fire from the sky was about to bombard me, and I couldn't exert a strong explosive power in the air. I got out from that position, and I could only watch helplessly as my attack was destroyed. The flames fell on him. However, at the critical moment, Chi Ya's lightning flickering figure rescued Chi Ya from there in a thousandth of a second. By the way, he also appeared in front of Yinda and punched the lava titan. Yinda also shook his head slightly, thanking Hinata. It's you, are you alright? Crook asked worriedly as he put his gaze on Chi Ya's hand. At this time, the hand that Chi Ya attacked just now was red all over, and it could be seen that it was burned. It can be seen that the temperature of the lava titan deep mountain is so high that even Chi Ya, who has a strong resistance to fire attributes, was burned. Ah, it's okay. Hearing this, Chi Ya glanced at her hand and said with a light smile. The red hand returned to its original shape in the blink of an eye, white and red. Afterwards, Chi Ya looked at Yinda, stretched out his hand, and a small bottle appeared in his hand. Chi Ya threw it over. Sincerely benefiting 1 billion monks, it will be transferred to my account after this battle. Seeing Chi Ya suddenly throwing a bottle towards him, Yinda took it without thinking. Before Yinda could ask what it was, Chi Ya's voice came over, directly messing with Yintian. What is so expensive? Such a small bottle costs 1 billion rings. Yinda, good stuff, drink the contents. Crook recognized it at a glance, and reminded Yinda directly. Hearing Crook's reminder, Yinda didn't hesitate, and directly opened the bottle and drank a few drops of the Millennium Stone milk inside. The next moment, Yinda's pupils constricted suddenly, his eyes revealed disbelief, and at the same time he looked towards Chi Ya. Yinda could feel the huge energy different from Nian Qi appearing in his body. This energy is slowly changing his physique. Yinda, who exercises regularly, immediately understood the value of what he just drank. This is 1,000-year-old stone milk, a treasure to strengthen your physique, and at the same time, it can play a decisive role in your current situation. Chi Ya explained aloud. 1,000-year stone milk can supplement the consumption of the human body, and this consumption also includes the water of the human body. Looking at the puzzled looks of the two, Chi Ya added another sentence. Now, the two were overjoyed. The prepared water has been destroyed, and what they are most worried about now is to continue fighting. They will be dehydrated and go into shock due to the intense heat. They never thought that the 1,000-year-old stone milk given by Chi Ya would actually have this effect. It is simply for them now. Treasures tailored for battle. Dal. At this moment, the lava titan in front of the three of them started roaring. Seeing this, the three of them didn't continue to communicate. They all assumed fighting postures and prepared to attack. However, the next scene left the three of them dumbfounded. Because, after the lava titan was blasted out by Chi Ya, he didn't fight back angrily, but instead turned around and ran towards the ruins. What the hell? Before the three of them figured out the current situation, an earth-shattering movement came out of the ruins. The horrible relics are conveyed inside, which is deafening. Covered by the terrifying explosion, the three of Chi Ya involuntarily covered their ears, their faces full of pain. After a few seconds, the terrifying explosion sound completely disappeared. Several people also lowered their hands. The three who put down their hands did not communicate, and rushed straight to the entrance of the ruins. Because, at this moment, Lava Titan has appeared at the entrance of the ruins. As soon as the three of Chi Ya left, the Lava Titan had already entered the ruins. Their mission is to lure this monster away and get rid of it, so that this monster cannot join the patron saint in the ruins. Give Netero and the others a chance to kill that monster. It would be bad if the Lava Titan was allowed to return to that monster. The appearance of the Lava Titan will definitely disrupt the fighting rhythm of both sides. On the other side, in the ruins, the three Neteros are attacking the patron saint violently at this time. The patron saint who was originally rooted in the earth began to move at this time. Every time it moves, the ground will produce a huge vibration, and it will shatter, like a magnitude 8 earthquake. A series of cracks were continuously formed under the movement of the guardian god. The huge roots rooted hundreds of meters deep in the ground will change the landscape every time it moves. The topography of the entire ruins has been completely changed, with countless cracks crisscrossing. Looking down from the top, you can only see the endless abyss, which is frightening. And on the patroness, Netero, Kim, and Potter White were fighting fiercely. The 100 style of Aluka behind Netero bombarded the body of the guardian god continuously with its 100 style Buddha palms. Debris flew across the body, and the body of the guardian god was destroyed with a gap several hundred meters wide. And behind Netero, Potter Bai's body, which is huge compared to ordinary people, but extremely slender compared to the Avalokitesvara, is firmly covering Netero's Avalokitesvara. The patron saint's attack was completely stopped by him. Whether it was the twinkling giant dragon with glimmering light or the huge and ferocious branches, they were all completely stopped under Potter's white hands. The place where the two are located is completely a vacuum circle. As for the rest of Jin, at this time, Jin is no longer by their side. As for where he went, no one knew, and only Netero, Potter Bai, and the patron saint who were present knew. Hateful ants! Being an obedient old man is not nourishing enough, and being an old man's nourishment is the highest honor. The old voice was full of anger, and it continued to come from all directions. Netero and Potter Bai remained unmoved, and each performed their duties. Chapter 90. As for Jin, this guy is also in this place at this time, but it can also be said to be in a different place. Because this guy, Jin, did not know what ability he used, but actually entered the body of the guardian god. In the body of the guardian god, in the darkness, Jin was walking in the darkness like walking on the ground. There is a faint light on his body. This guy's body is really big, and it's really difficult to find his weakness. If you can't find the core of this guy within half an hour, then things will be troublesome. Walking in the dark, Jin closed his eyes, using the circle to perceive everything around him, and said lightly. The body of the guardian god is really too big, half the size of a small city, and it is also very tough. If you want to completely destroy it, it is impossible to do it within an hour with the strength of the three of them. It will take several hours at least, and their thoughts will continue to flow and will not be exhausted. However, if this situation is really followed, then let alone destroying the patron saint, the risk of falling here is even greater. Therefore, the three of them had a division of labor on the way here. Netero and Potter Bai attacked the patron saint outside and attracted the attention of the patron saint, while Jin took the opportunity to use his ability to enter the body of the patron saint and destroy the core of the patron saint. 267 powerful monsters, each monster has a powerful core in its body, which is a bit similar to the magic core of the monsters in the Western fantasy novels that Chi Yi read in his previous life. And to destroy this kind of monster, then the core in its body must be destroyed. When Chi Yi was in the wetland of Wetmali, the last self-destruction of Samok was to self-detonate the core of his body and the mind energy in his body. With the destruction of the core, Samok also completely disappeared in this world, considered extinct. Jin's ability is not his own ability, but an ability stolen from the enemy. It's not considered stealing. Jin's talent allows him to easily learn and imitate after being hit by the ability of the strike department. The ability of imitation can reach the power of the original ability of more than 8 layers. Although the ability that Jin is using now is a bit peculiar, it is also a strike ability. It was obtained by Jin from destroying a very strange monster in a ruin. It was a feather saucer, petite in stature, but extremely terrifying in ability. The person who is hit by the feather disc will be invaded by it and destroyed from the inside of the body. Moreover, after entering the enemy's body, it will not be restrained, but it seems to be in another dimension. At that time, Jin was very embarrassed by this ability. After discovering it, Jin decisively used Nian Qi, using powerful Nian Qi to force out the feather disc that had invaded his body and squeeze it into pieces. I don't know what's going on outside. I hope the old man and Chen can hold on. Don't die until I find the core. The speed of the more than 600-meter circle exuding gold, regardless of consumption, continued to increase, and faintly turned into a ghostly afterimage. In the darkness, a voice emitting white light turned into an afterimage flashing rapidly, starting from the bottom and walking continuously, as if walking through a maze. From the bottom position, it is constantly moving upwards. The body of the patron saint is like a building, and Jin is constantly exploring the various floors in this building. Finally, after going through almost 100 floors, Jin finally sensed the core of the patron saint. Seeing this green light appearing in the darkness, Jin was so excited that the corners of his mouth curled up. Finally found it! Jin Dan said with a smile. Damn guy, actually entered the old man's body, trying to do something to the old man's origin, dreaming. The moment Jin appeared in front of the core of the guardian god finally discovered the monsters scurrying around in his body. Jin, suddenly furious, and an angry voice sounded in this place. Afterwards, the floating green light quickly flashed forward. At the same time, the patroness outside also started to riot, and the furious patroness directly blasted Netero and Potterby who were attacking. The mountains next to the guardian god began to shake violently, and then 5 huge roots broke through the ground, and the 5 mountains collapsed at this moment, with a huge sound that shook the sky and spread far away far away. Want to run, dream? In the body of the guardian god, the core of the guardian god flashing green light quickly shot towards the darkness. If I let you escape, then the meaning of my coming here will be gone. Jin's body flashed quickly, and he quickly chased after him. The core of the guardian god is not slippery, and it is extremely difficult to capture, but Jin is not weak, and follows like a shadow. However, even so, it was only after 5 or 6 minutes of chasing after Jin that he completely caught it and held it tightly. The next moment, a terrifying thought energy rose up, and terrifying strength emerged in Jin's hands. Jin squeezed it hard without any hesitation. Crackling. There was a sound like a rope breaking, and the core that was originally shining with green light was pinched and swelled up. Even if you crush the old man's origin, it's useless, just wait, the old man will absolutely smash you into pieces. However, facing this desperate situation, the guardian god did not have the slightest fear, but roaring angrily, he threatened Jin. Hee. Faced with this powerless threat, Jin smiled disdainfully, and the strength in his hand increased sharply again. There was a cracking sound, and the core of the guardian god was directly crushed by Jin, shattered, and scattered. The light quickly dissipated, and the surroundings suddenly darkened. This is the end. Jin clapped his hands and said. I have to get out of here quickly, otherwise it will be very bad. As soon as the words fell, Jin, who was walking on the ground, began to shake. Oops, the core is destroyed, this guy's body is starting to collapse, if you don't go out, I will collapse together. Although the ability that Jin obtained is terrifying, it also has conditions and restrictions. Because of this, Jin's ability was only used once. And this limitation is that the size of the user and the victim needs to be more than 100 times different. Otherwise, the conditions cannot be fulfilled and the ability cannot be activated. In addition, after successfully killing the enemy, you must rush out of the enemy's body within 2 minutes, otherwise it will assimilate with the enemy's body and collapse together. Therefore, Jin's most urgent delay now is to quickly leave the body of the guardian god, otherwise he will fall with the body of the guardian god. However, it has not waited for Jin to make a move. In front of Jin's eyes, in the darkness, a flame appeared in Jin's field of vision and continued to enlarge. When Jin saw this scene, his pupils shrank immediately. What is this? Chapter 91. Damn it, this guy's speed is too fast, Yinda, how did you lure him here before without being caught up? He quickly chased after the lava titan, even Chi-Ya who was in a state of super speed couldn't catch up. Chi-Ya couldn't help but cursed secretly, and then asked Yinda who was behind him. As soon as the lava titan entered the ruins, it directly merged into the magma, flowing rapidly in the magma, and its speed was even faster than Chi-Ya's divine speed. Chi-Ya couldn't catch up with it with all his strength, and could only hang behind it. With such a speed, Chi-Ya really wondered how this guy Yinda attracted it to come over but was not caught up. I don't know, this guy didn't have this kind of speed before. Yinda, who fell behind, was also very depressed at this time. "Tch, I got it, you two, don't follow, you are almost approaching the spiritual Nin domain of that monster, I'll just go there." Chi Ya got annoyed, and then shouted loudly. After shouting, Chi Ya turned her head and didn't speak again. With the fastest speed in the state of super speed, she bit the lava titan tightly, not letting it escape from her vision. The two who were left behind by Chi Ya were stunned when they heard this, and then stopped. Chi Ya is right, they don't have the props to eliminate thoughts, and it was troublesome in the past, so it's better to go back and wait. Shortly after watching Chi Ya leave, Crook and Yinda looked at each other, then turned and walked back to the rocky basin. "It's really careless, this guy can run away," Crook whispered with an ugly face. On the other side, after being blown away, Netero and Potter quickly stabilized their pace and fell into the magma. "It looks like that guy Jin has been discovered." Netero looked at the berserk patron saint and said solemnly. "It looks like, but, it's really scary." The old man's body almost fell apart from the blow just now. Potter looked solemnly at the huge tree branch constantly dancing not far away, and said seriously, "President, are you all right?" Immediately, Potter looked at Netero beside him and asked with concern. One of the 5 huge roots rushing out of the ground just now swung over, directly sending him and Netero hundreds of meters away. That kind of powerful power almost broke his defense. But even so, the huge force still caused him a lot of injuries. If his body strength was not strong enough, he might have been seriously injured or even died by this blow just now. And Netero wasn't much better. If it weren't for the guardianship of Beishi Guanyin, Netero, who was old and frail and had a serious decline in physical fitness, might have died here directly. Half of his Nanbeishi Avalokitesvara was directly smashed to pieces just now. "Old man, I'm fine." Netero stroked his beard and shook his head slightly, indicating that he was fine. With Avalokitesvara in 100 forms, his surroundings are a safe zone. Although the patron saint's attack is powerful, the blow just now can be compared with his heyday. However, the power is strong enough, but the attack speed of the patron saint is not enough. Netero easily defended against its attack. The price is that the 100 styles of Avalokitesvara that it manifested has been sucked out, but people are fine. Let's step back, Jin should be almost successful, otherwise this monster wouldn't be so furious. In this case, there is no need for us to continue to attract his attention here. Let's retreat to a distance and wait for Jin to come out. Immediately, Netero made a decision to evacuate here temporarily. What he and Potter did just now was just to attract Jin's attention. Now that Jin has been discovered, there is no need for them to continue to attract attention. Wait for the gold to come out, and then you will know whether you have succeeded or failed. Potterby nodded lightly, expressing his understanding. The two quickly retreated behind. The guardian kept waving huge branches, ignoring the retreating Netero and Potter. But when the two retreated, they felt something, and they were startled suddenly. In the next moment, a stream of ooze flashed past them, and then they saw a huge piece of lava rising into the sky, rushing towards the patron saint. "Ask for her flowers." Before the two could react, Chi Ya's voice came from behind. "Old man Netero, stop that guy quickly." However, this sentence was shouted too late. At the moment when Chi Ya's voice came over, the lava from the city had already hit the guardian angel's body. Surprisingly, the patron saint hit by the lava showed no signs of burning at all. Instead, the lava blended into the body of the patron saint very peacefully, without any accidents. And Chi Ya's figure also appeared beside Netero and Potterby at this moment. "Chi Ya, what's going on? What was that just now?" Netero put his hand on Chi Ya's shoulder and asked solemnly. He could sense that something was wrong. The monster that Yinda brought over, within a few hits, that guy rushed back. Even I couldn't catch up with that speed. Looking at the lava titan that had completely melted into the body of the guardian, Chi Ya took a deep breath, and then said seriously. "The three of you can't stop him." Potter exclaimed in surprise. "This guy is too cunning. We thought he was going to attack, but we didn't expect that he was going to run away, and he slipped away for a while." Moreover, this guy is too fast, and I can't stop him. Chi Ya said with an ugly face. He had promised Netero before that he would stop the lava titan together with Crook and the two of them. But now it is disbelief. His mission, the first time, failed. But as soon as Chi Ya's voice fell, the guardian god suddenly burst into fiery flames, sweeping towards the surroundings. Then, a figure burst out from the flames and slammed towards them fiercely. The speed was fast, ferocious, and sonic booms all appeared, and then, Jin's voice came from this voice. Hey, you guys, get out of the way, I can't stop. Seeing this, the three of them hurriedly jumped away and left the place one after another. Boom. Enter. Chapter 92. Boom. With a loud noise, Jin's whole body directly smashed into the magma, and a large amount of magma shot out to the surroundings. The three of Chi Ya quickly used Nan to block the magma. Then he looked at the place where Jin landed. In the magma, Jin stood up from the magma and patted his butt like a normal person. Hi, this guy is really cunning, this guy, the memory of that time was deliberately shown to us. Looking at the burning patron saint, the corners of Jin's eyes twitched a little, and said very painfully. Jin, what happened? The three of Chi Ya approached, and Netero frowned and asked. We were all deceived by this guy. This guy and the monster in the volcano are not in a symbiotic relationship at all, but they are one with two cores. The monster in the volcano is the other core of this guy, but, this guy has consciousness, but the core in the 723 volcano has no, only instinct, they are twins, this guy dominates. Just now, I destroyed his core in this guy's body, and this guy immediately summoned another core back. Then I was kicked out by this guy. Jin spread his hands and said helplessly. It was already successful, but the old guy even hid it. It's actually like this. Knowing the cause and effect of the matter, Netero and Potterby were also shocked. What should we do now? Chi Ya wasn't too shocked, he wasn't surprised what would happen to the monsters coming from the Dark Continent. What else can I do? Fight, since the plan to sabotage from the inside has been ruined. Then I can only be tough, and I can't let it go. Jin Vinian raised his eyebrows. Said with a smile. As soon as the words fell, Jin's body changed into an afterimage, rushing towards the guardian god. It's the only way to do it now. Netero said with a sigh. The old man is one step ahead. Potter nodded, and then also jumped up, rushing towards the sky. In that case, let me help you too. Seeing this, Chi Ya was also ready to make a move. Although his strength cannot be compared with these few people, he can still help some people. Moreover, this time it was originally his task, and it was his responsibility to let the lava titan run back. He should take action for all reasons. However, he was stopped by Netero just as he was about to make a shot. Wait, Chi Ya, don't make a move, the old man wants to entrust you with another matter. Netero said solemnly. Chi Ya was taken aback for a moment, and had a slight guess in his heart. Sure enough, Netero's next words confirmed Chi Ya's guess. Chi Ya, the next battle will definitely be a tug-of-war. If the mind-killing props on us disappear, then the result of our battle will definitely end with our defeat. The old man hopes that you can create a battle that eliminates Nianyu as soon as possible, so that we can rest assured. Netero said solemnly. Hearing this, Chi Ya frowned slightly, but didn't immediately agree. It takes at least half an hour to make a Chu Nian Jade, but now, Netero and the others have already used the Chu Nian small box for almost half an hour. That is to say, only half an hour is left for the effect of the small box of eliminating thoughts. Netero has 2 lockets, nothing to worry about, but Jin and the others only have 1. Once the mind-killing effect disappears, Jin and the others will definitely fall into a passive state. To resist the spiritnin of this monster, their strength will be weakened by at least half. I should have done a few more before I knew it. Thinking of this, Chi Ya sighed slightly and said. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. It's my mistake. Netero's complexion was also not very good. He thought that an hour would be enough for the 3 of them to attack together. Unexpectedly, things turned out to be complicated, and they were going to have a tug-of-war with this monster next. I can ask you about this matter, Chi Ya. Afterwards, Netaro's expression became serious again, and he asked Chi Ya again. I know, I will try my best, but I can't make two in half an hour. Once the effect of banishing disappears, it will only depend on your willpower. Chi Ya agreed, with the same expression quite dignified. Thanks, the old man owes you another favor. Netaro's face relaxed slightly, and then he said with a smile. After finishing speaking, Netaro rushed straight up, rushed towards the battlefield of Jin and others, and soon joined the battlefield between Jin and the guardian god. Looking at the battle above, feeling the terrifying battle fluctuations pouring down from above, Chi Ya sighed slightly. Turned around and flashed into the distance. This is the center of the battlefield, not a good place. Here, it is easy to be affected, and it is difficult to watch the battle quietly, let alone create Nianyu. Soon Chi Ya came to a relatively calm place compared to the center of the battlefield. Chi Ya found a bright red rock and sat on it, without any hesitation, and directly started making the Nianyu. The moment Chi Ya started using Chunan to make Chu Nianyu, the 1000-year stone milk that Chi Ya swallowed before played a role. Millennium stone milk is a treasure to enhance physical fitness, and it is also a powerful consumable. The reason why Millennium stone milk can strengthen the body is that it can quickly replenish the substances consumed in the body, making people get twice the result with half the effort when exercising. Before the effect of the 1000-year stone milk is exhausted, any substance in the user's body is reduced, and the huge energy of the 1000-year stone milk can be transformed immediately to replenish it. This point, Chi Ya has explained to Yinda before. Crook's quick recovery from severe water consumption was also due to the Millennium stone milk. Moreover, the 1000-year stone milk can not only supplement these, but also supplement the consumption of mind energy. As Chi Ya started to make Nian Qi, the Nian Qi in Chi Ya's body began to decrease rapidly, and the huge energy of the 1000-year stone milk quickly turned into Nian Qi, and the Nian Qi consumed by Chi Ya was replenished, one decrease and one increase for a while. The thought energy in Chi Ya's body didn't seem to be consumed. Chi Ya didn't even think of this point. Regarding the Millennium stone milk, Chi Ya knows that Chi Ya can replenish the substances consumed in the body, but Chi Ya doesn't know at 2.4 that Nian Qi can also be restored. When fighting before, Chi Ya didn't have time to pay attention to the recovery of Nian Qi. Before fighting the Lava Titan, Chi Ya only played 2 or 3 times, and didn't use too much Nian Qi. In addition, Chi Ya's physique itself is very good. It is powerful, and the speed at which the body recovers mind energy is quite impressive, so Chi Ya doesn't know that the 1000-year stone milk has this effect at all. Now, when Chi Ya made Nian Yu, the large consumption of Nian Qi showed the effect of the Millennium stone milk. It actually has this kind of effect. It's really a rare treasure. It's just like a power bank for a mobile phone. It's used for general use while charging. Chi Ya opened his eyes, with surprise flashing in them, and murmured "Road." Afterwards, he closed his eyes again, and began to make all-out mind-eliminating props again. This time, Chi Ya's manufacturing speed was much faster than the previous manufacturing speed in the hotel. Chapter 93. Boom! The earth-shattering sound continued to come from the ruins. Even in the rocky basin, both Crook and Yinda could hear it. This huge sound was like thunder ringing in their ears, making their hearts involuntary. Lifted it up. What happened inside? There has been such a big movement since just now, and there is still an impact from such a long distance. What level of battle can cause this scale? Blocking the front of the body, Crook looked inexplicably worried as the strong wind blowing over him struck. I don't know, but the situation must be bad. In this case, the two of us are powerless. Yinda's naive expression was a little downcast at this time, like a wilted cucumber. Hey, what happened in the ruins of Crook? At this moment, Menchi's voice came from behind the two, and then Menchi appeared beside Crook. The huge movement from the ruins is not only transmitted here, even the city of Salia is within this huge plus movement range. The huge 19 explosions even reached out to the city of Salia, which was more than 100 miles away. The interior of Salia city is now in chaos, and the residents of the city are panicking. After Menchi heard the huge movement, he immediately thought of Chi Ya, and went to Chi Ya's room to find him. But they couldn't find it. I went to the front desk to ask and found out that Chi Ya left the hotel with Crook. While muttering in his heart how Chi Ya got involved with Crook, Menchi also rushed over here directly. Crook and Chi Ya act together, the most likely is to come here. Because Crook is one of the 12 earthly branches, Netero arranged to manage it. However, after coming here, Menchi found that there were only Crook and Yinda here, and there was no sign of Chi Ya, so he suddenly became worried. Chi Ya and the president are in the ruins. Crook looked at Menchi, and then replied. Hearing this, Menchi was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly raised his heart. Being so close, Menchi clearly faced the terrifying impact from the ruins. Menchi could imagine that the battle inside was extremely fierce, and even a battle between two small countries could not cause such a movement. Chi Ya is inside, will she be hurt? Instinctively, Menchi wanted to rush into the ruins to find Chi Ya. But he was stopped by Crook, who had quick eyes and quick hands. Don't go in and make trouble, didn't you see that we didn't go in? Crook reprimanded mercilessly. Being reprimanded by Crook, Menchi also became sober and calmed down. Menchi knows that with his own strength, he is not qualified to be involved at all, and going in will only cause trouble for Chi Ya, trouble for the president and the others, it is a burden. At this moment, a strong desire for strength emerged in Menchi's heart. If your strength is strong enough, you can go in by yourself. Strength? Menchi was taken aback suddenly. Yes, strength, my strength is very weak, but the two around me are 12 earthly branches, so it goes without saying. Why are the two of them here, but didn't go in? Crook also saw the doubt in Menchi's eyes, shook his head slightly, and explained aloud, we can't get in there, it will cause trouble. As soon as these words came out, an ominous premonition rose in Menchi's heart. The 12 earthly branches are actually a burden. Is the battle inside so terrifying? Menchi suddenly looked at the ruins, his pupils narrowed tightly, and his face was extremely worried. No, this speed is still too slow, it seems that I need to strengthen the elimination of Nen. After condensing the elimination of Nen for a few minutes, Chi Ya opened his eyes, frowned and said to himself. Chi Ya directly immersed her mind in her mind, and called out the attribute panel. Name, Chi Ya Zaldik. Ability. Nen, Conjurer Nen Speed Thunder, 10,000, Traits Nen Space Operation, 10,000, Manipulator Nen Angel Ring Archangel's Breath, 5,000, Enhancement Nen, 10,000, Emitter Nen Desire, 1,000, Note, the number of reinforcement points required for the next reinforcement is in brackets. Deputy Ability. Cuisine, Advanced Cuisine, 500, Archaeology, Archaeology Expert, 5,000, Note, in brackets are the enhancement points required for the next enhancement. Strengthening Points, 6,332. Item, Aluminum Alloy Yo-Yo, 1 piece. System, use 6,000 points to strengthen my ability to divide and combine. Chi Ya said to the system in his mind. In order to solve this problem, Chi Ya directly carried out 2 reinforcements. Ding! Use 1,000 strengthening points to strengthen Emitternen. Congratulations to the host for getting immunity to Emitternen. Ding! Use 5,000 reinforcement points to enhance Emitternen immunity. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Emitter, and eliminate the field of thought. As soon as the system's voice fell, Chi Ya's body trembled suddenly, and a huge thought energy surged out of his body again. This time, the Nian Chi in Chi Ya's body didn't increase much, there was only about 1 layer, that is, about 107,000 potential Chi Emperors, and Chi Ya's current potential Chi Emperors had reached 380,000. At the same time, the upper limit of Chi Ya's display capacity has also increased by several thousand. The attack power of Chi Ya's mind energy that can be sent out in an instant has skyrocketed again. However, these are not Chi Ya's focus now. At this moment, Chi Ya is accepting the information about the field of eliminating thoughts in his mind. After receiving all the information, Chi Ya's eyes opened quickly, and the sun disappeared in a flash. This ability is not bad. Nen immunity is a passive skill. Qi Yu's body is now immune to most of the negative effects of Nen. As for the upper limit, Qi Yu doesn't know. As for the field of eliminating thoughts, this is the ability that Qi Yu needs now. The strengthened Qi Yu can use it to directly release an Nen field. It is the same as the spiritual Nen domain of the guardian god. It's just that the spiritual Nen domain of the guardian god can make people lose consciousness, while Qi Yu's mind eliminating domain can make people who enter this domain immune to any Nen influence. And the maximum range of this field is 500 meters. The corners of Qi Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and he instantly entered the state of super speed, and his whole body disappeared from the original place in an instant, leaving only an electric arc flickering in the air for a moment, and then went out. Chapter 94. Hey, old man, the situation is not good if you continue like this. While dealing with the sharp leaves wrapped in raging fire, while avoiding the attack of the huge tree roots stretching up from the ground, Jin frowned tightly, shouted to Netero, who was in the same situation not far away. The body of the patron saint is too huge, so the defense is not very high. Of course, even if the defense is not high, their attacks must be very powerful to destroy their bodies. Also because the body of the patron saint is too huge, although their attacks can destroy the body of the patron saint in a large area, but to the patron saint, it is just a drizzle, not worth mentioning at all. If they continue, they will not be able to completely destroy the guardian god even if their energy is exhausted. Moreover, with the passage of time, the effect of the small box of eliminating thoughts on them is about to disappear. Once they disappear, the situation they face will be even worse. This kind of scene is too unfavorable for them. The old man also knows, but this monster must be destroyed. In a few minutes, if Qi Yu fails to send Chu Nianyu over, we will retreat immediately. Netero shook his head and said, the prayers of his hands did not stop at all. In a second, the golden Buddha's palm hit the burning patron saint. It directly destroyed the huge tree body through a gap of more than 10 meters. However, compared to the huge body of the guardian god, such a small gap is like a human being stared at by a mosquito, and the indicator has an itchy effect. Without the props to eliminate thoughts, their situation here will definitely be very dangerous, and they must evacuate immediately, otherwise there is a 70% chance that they will be left here completely. Not to mention other things, just talk about himself. Once he is distracted to suppress the spirit Nen of this monster, then his spirit will become scattered again, and the prayer gestures of Bai Shi Guanyin will also appear flawed. The power of attacks launched with flawed prayer gestures will definitely be greatly reduced. I've been playing wild on this old man for so long, and I still want to get out of my body, dream, and die here for this old man, and become my nourishment. The old and angry voice sounded in the ears of Netero and the others, making them they all have serious faces. There is also that kid, the old man will not let him go. After the old man wipes out all of you and turns them into flesh and blood supplies, the old man will leave here and hunt down that kid, even if it is Tianya Cape, the old man will not let him go past him. The patron saint has already seen that the reason why Jin and others are immune to their own abilities is because of Qi Yu's relationship. The green fluorescent lights that linger on Jin and the others come from the same source as the ones on Qi Yu. If it weren't for Qi Yu's ability, he would have taken down Netero and the others long ago and absorbed them as his own nutrients. Combining new and old hatreds, the guardian god hates Qi Yu more strongly than Netero and the others. Tianya Haijiao, you hammer, eat the young master, I will hit the top with 5 thunders. As soon as the voice of the guardian god fell, a thick thunderbolt suddenly blasted on the huge tree, directly blasting a gap tens of meters wide. On the gap, thunder and lightning kept flickering, and then, a figure flickering with lightning fell in front of Jin. Yo, I'm back! Qi Yu waved to the two with a faint smile. Seeing Qi Yu appear, Jin and Netero breathed a sigh of relief. If Qi Yu appeared here, it meant that Qi Yu had already created the mind-eliminating props, and they didn't have to retreat directly, at least they could continue to fight. But at the moment when the two breathed a sigh of relief, the patron saint, who didn't react too much to the violent attack of Netero's 3, screamed in pain when he was hit by Qi Yu's thunder. The huge tree body kept shaking, as if it was struggling in pain, and the attacks of Zhang Xiangjin and others also stopped. The earth is trembling constantly, and a magnitude 8 earthquake is rapidly forming. What's going on? This guy seems to be screaming. Netero and others also noticed this keenly, and opened their mouths in surprise. They have been attacking for so long, but this monster has never screamed in such pain. No, it should be said that there was no pain at all, no screaming. Why did it become like this when Chiya's attack landed on it? Is this guy afraid of lightning? Potterby also took the opportunity to come to the three of them from a distance, and asked in confusion. It seems like this. Jin replied thoughtfully. Chiya, you can use your Thunderbolt Nen to attack again. Netero said to Chiya. Although Chiya didn't understand what they said, she didn't refuse. Lightning flickered in his hand, and with a direct wave, a thunderbolt struck down again and landed on the body of the guardian god. Immediately, the screams of the patron saint became more intense. It's effective. Jin and the others were stunned for a moment, and they said happily inwardly. Chiya, use your ability to hit me. Jin said excitedly to Chiya. Hearing this, Chiya immediately raised her brows with a strange expression. Does anyone else like being beaten? Since you like to be beaten, then I won't be here. Thinking of this, he punched Jin's chin directly in the state of super speed. Jin flew out of the whole person and smashed heavily not far away. There were electric arcs flickering on Jin's chin that hit the ground. The money is good, which made Jin's chin numb. But Jin didn't care at all, but muttered to himself. So that's it, that's it. While muttering to himself, Jin got up from the ground, and the next moment, a strong cold air emerged from Jin's body. In the eyes of the three of Chiya, this powerful thought energy quickly changed. Within 2 seconds, an electric arc bloomed on Jin's body. Then, with a muffled sound, the electric arc on Jin's body exploded, and the next moment, Jin also followed Chiya's glance, entering a state of super speed, and his whole body was entangled in lightning. Seeing this scene, Chiya's pupils shrank, and suddenly remembered the terrifying talent of the guy in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This guy, what a monster! Chapter 95. At this time, in the body of the guardian god, the fiery core of the lava titan was passing by a trace of electric current. In the outside world, Chiya attacked twice in a row, and the fiery core formed by the lava titan would flash with lightning, as if echoing with the outside world, destroying the core. And this trace of lightning is what Chiya left when he attacked the lava titan with all his enhancer and conjurer before. Chiya himself didn't know that the attack at that time would cause this kind of damage to the lava titan. The only remaining core was destroyed again. The guardian god could no longer calm down. The severe pain caused by the core being destroyed made it unbearable, and it struggled painfully, constantly waving huge branches and roots, wanting to this vent pain. He didn't have the energy to pay attention to Jin and them at all. While outside, this is Chiya's ability. Netero and Potterby froze as they saw Jin wrapped around lightning. Ah, this is my talent, the Nen of the strike system. As long as I am attacked, I can imitate it for about 8 layers. Jin's face in the state of super speed is also very indifferent. Raised his head slightly, Jin said indifferently, however, it is really a good ability. This ability has a very difficult pre-training. Even if I don't have this precondition, it is impossible to maintain this state for a long time under the conditions of 667. Chiya, you have developed a good ability. Speaking of this, a slight smile appeared on Jin's indifferent face. Chiya's speed is based on Chiya's strong resistance to lightning, which was developed by exercising the body with high voltage currents since childhood. Jin does not have such a strong resistance, although because of his talent, he can imitate this ability and transform Chi into lightning. However, Jin's body can't bear the devastation brought by this ability for a long time. That's right, devastation, without lightning resistance. Using lightning Nen, although powerful, will also cause immeasurable damage to one's body at the same time. Jin is like this now, but Jin has a strong physique and is fine for the time being, able to withstand the destructiveness of lightning. But it will fail after a long time. Even if Jin's physique is very strong, it is impossible to develop without injury. You monster! Chiya narrowed his eyes and said slightly unhappy. I had to endure several years of high-voltage current development before I was able to develop super speed. This guy Jin imitated it all at once, which made Chi-Ya very unhappy. Hey, thanks for the compliment. Jin said triumphantly with a hook, BJFC, at the corner of his mouth. Unknowingly, Jin has overcome the indifference brought about by the state of super speed. Then, without further ado, while I'm still in this state, Chi-Ya, the two of us will be the main force to destroy this monster. Old man, Chen, please protect us. The two of us will do our best to destroy this monster. Jin said solemnly to Netero and Bo Potter. Okay, leave it to the old man, I will do my best to cover you two just attack, and we will deal with this monster's attack. Well, leave it to the old man. Potter nodded solemnly. Okay, Chi-Ya. Jin nodded, then looked at Chi-Ya, asking Chi-Ya for advice. Ah, yes. Chi-Ya nodded slightly and agreed without hesitation. This time it was originally caused by the failure of his mission, so Chi-Ya had no objection to Jin and the others asking him to take action. Rather, even if Jin and the others don't say anything, Chi-Ya will make a move. This is the first mission failure since Chi-Ya's killer career. Chi-Ya will make compensation according to the situation. In the current situation, joining forces with Jin and the others to eliminate this monster together is the last choice. With a wave of his hand, Chi-Ya took out some Millennium Stone milk from the system space again, and Chi-Ya sent several bottles to several people. Good stuff, drink these things. Chi-Ya said lightly. Jin, Netero, and Potterby have been here for an hour, and they have been engaged in a high-intensity battle with the monster in front of them, and the mind energy in their bodies has been exhausted. Continuing to fight, it is estimated that within a few tens of minutes, their thoughts will become exhausted. At that time, it will be even more difficult, even impossible, to kill this monster. In order to kill this monster and make up for the result caused by the failure of his mission, Chi-Ya spent a lot of money. There is no way to continue to obtain this 1000-year stone milk. The three of them didn't suspect him, they just took the bottle floating in mid-air, opened it and poured it directly. The next moment, all three of them stared wide-eyed. It really is a good thing. Jin said in surprise. Chi-Ya, do you still have this thing, can you trade it, how much do you have, how much does the old man want? Netero said solemnly. The same goes for me, the president will give me twice as much. Potterby also stood up and assured Chi-Ya. Get out, no. Chi-Ya gave the two of them a hard look and threw out a few words. Good guy, they are all coveting my treasures, and there is no door. Haha, you guys are so interesting. Seeing the behavior of the two old men, Jin burst out laughing. Afterwards, he turned into a flash of lightning and began to strike. Seeing this, Chi-Ya also flashed his figure, and started to attack in coordination with Jin. Boom! The sky thundered. The terrifying thunderbolts continuously exploded on the body of the guardian god, and huge gaps appeared continuously on the body of the guardian god, and the thunderbolts were quickly destroyed, wreaking havoc. But the patron saint who had no tendency to attack just now was constantly waving tree roots and branches, manipulating burning leaves to attack Chi-Ya and Jin, trying to destroy them. Because, at this time, the ray of lightning in the core of the guardian god responded to Jin and Chi-Ya's attack again and began to destroy it. For this point, the patron saint can't do anything to that trace of lightning, he can't extract this trace of lightning, at least not in a short period of time. And if this continues, the only remaining core of oneself will be destroyed sooner or later. The only way to keep his core from being destroyed was to kill Chi-Ya and Jin outside, so that he would no longer be attacked by thunder. However, he couldn't do it at all. The huge body would have been an easy target. Coupled with the fact that Netero and Potterby were desperately protecting Jin and Chi-Ya, the patron saint's attack could not enter within 20 meters of Jin and Chi-Ya at all, and was blocked by Netero and Potterby. Damn, hateful BD, let me die, especially you boy, even if I die, I will kill you completely. The attack could not fall on Jin and Chi-Ya, guardian god fury with a moderate fever, she has completely lost her composure, and keeps roaring and roaring, like a street shrew. Chapter 96. Do you think you can kill the old man with your attacks? Wishful thinking, even if the old man stands still, you can't kill the old man. The weakness of you humans is that your thoughts are not strong, and you will soon become weak. Even if I can't touch you too, I can wait for you to become weak. As long as I endure the pain, none of you will be able to run away. The continuous destruction of the core made the guardian god extremely painful. Attacking Chi-Ya and Jin, the constant loud threat clamored. But the attacks were blocked by Netero and Potterby with all their might. But Chi-Ya and Jin didn't take this guy's threats to heart at all. Instead, they attacked each time stronger and more terrifying, constantly destroying its body. But at this time, Chi-Ya, who was attacking with Jin, had a strange expression on his face. It's a strange feeling. There seems to be something in this guy's body, which is related to me. Chi-Ya thought with a strange expression. Something about me is in this guy's body? It seems that I haven't fought against this guy before, right? While the constant attacks drove Thunder to carry out the bombing, Chi-Ya also began to meditate. The only possibility is that Lava Titan. Jin said that Lava Titan is another core of this monster, and I can feel that there is something related to me in it, so there is only that Lava Titan. No, I have to feel this weak connection. Thinking of this, Chi-Ya stopped attacking and took a few steps back. Chi-Ya, what's the matter? Jin noticed that Chi-Ya had stopped, and suddenly asked strangely. When he spoke, the attack in his hand was still incessant. This fellow Jin's power in the super speed state is comparable to Chi-Ya's. Although this guy didn't strengthen the transforming Chi several times like Chi-Ya, his power is still very terrifying. Because the Neon Chi in this guy's body is too huge, and his display capacity is higher than that of Chi-Ya, and the attack he can unleash is very strong. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Moreover, thunder and lightning will destroy the defects of the body because the relationship between the Millennium Stone Milk has disappeared. This is also the reason why his speed can be compared with that of. Leave me alone, keep going, I seem to have captured important information that can destroy this guy, give me some time to perceive it. Chi-Ya shook his head, replied, then closed his eyes, and began to follow the information that appeared in his mind. The slightest connection felt. I see. Jin Venian frowned slightly, then nodded. In this situation, he knew that Chi-Ya would not act willfully. Since Chi-Ya said so, the possibility is absolutely high. The power of Jin's attack is still gradually rising, and it has begun to surpass the power of Chi-Ya's thunder. I don't know how huge this guy's potential capacity is, and how high the upper limit of his manifest capacity is. However, it is estimated that there are more than double Chi-Ya. The clamor of patron saint is still going on. Time passed slowly, and half an hour passed in a blink of an eye. It seemed that it could not threaten Jin and Netero at all, and the roar of the patron saint had gradually weakened. He knew that his threat would not work at all, so he began to beg for mercy. Damn guy, BD, stop this old man. This old man will definitely tear your corpses into 10,000 pieces and devour you to death. Don't continue to fight, the old man promises you, as long as you stop, the old man will go back to the Dark Continent immediately, and never set foot here again. Your mental energy is about to run out. If you continue, it's not certain who will win the battle. The guardian god has been begging for mercy from the very beginning of the caller threat. However, Jin and Netero ignored them at all and were still defending and attacking. Regarding this guy's words, Netero and Jin were a little moved. Because according to the current situation, it would take several hours for them to completely wipe out the patron saint. Although judging from the situation of this guy begging for mercy, this guy's situation is very bad. However, the thoughts in their bodies have also been consumed a lot. The huge energy of the Millennium Stone Milk in the body is about to bottom out. It is estimated that in another hour, their thoughts will be exhausted. Moreover, judging from Chi-Ya's previous appearance, it is estimated that there are not many such treasures, and it is very likely that they cannot support them to continue fighting. In this case, the words of the guardian god are quite correct. If they continue to fight, it is very likely that both sides will suffer. No, it may not even be that they are killed by the guardian god. However, even if they are tempted, they will not agree to the guardian god's begging for mercy. Because, knowing this guy's cruelty. Jin and the others didn't believe a word of this guy's words. They won't believe what this guy says. I wouldn't believe this guy's oath, until the next sentence of the patron saint came out. Jin and the others were completely moved. Ask for flowers. The old man can use his life to swear by oath and restriction. As long as you let the old man go, the old man will leave this continent immediately and never set foot in this place. Oaths and constraints are the ability to make rules and obey them, and can double the nen of nen people. If the normal nen is compared to addition, then the nen that follows the rules is multiplication, and the power will be multiplied. In addition, the oath and restriction can also be used in other ways, such as the guardian god said to abide by the agreement and never violate it, at the expense of something. Once the rules are made, then you must act in accordance with the rules. Once a breach turns back into a penalty, something is lost. In the original book, both Kurapika and Gon used this, but they used it to increase the power of Nen. 0. And once they default, they lose Nen back. Gon was rescued after using the oath to force growth, but he also lost Nen. And if the guardian god uses life to swear, once it breaks the contract, it will be backlashed immediately and lose its life. This is why Jin and the others are completely moved. If this guy really goes back to the Dark Continent, then they don't have to continue to take risks. There is only one life, and they are definitely happy to solve problems without danger. Seeing that Jin and the others were moved, the guardian god hurriedly continued, I promise, I absolutely promise, you also know the rules of oath and restriction. Once I swear with my life, then I must abide by it, otherwise I will die instantly. Okay, then you can swear now. Jin stopped the attack and said solemnly. Okay, I swear now, said the patroness hastily, and then said, I swear here, as long as. The patron saint reacted very quickly, fearing that Jin and the others would return. The oath he made was a two-way oath. Although the big head was on him, Jin and the others would also be bound at the same time. Because once this oath is made, he will go back to the Dark Continent. Jin and the others cannot attack him. However, before his oath was initiated, a sudden change occurred. A thunderbolt blasted out from behind Jin, and a huge thunder column with a diameter of 50 meters rushed past Jin and hit the patron saint. 4. Chapter 97. Chi Yat, what are you doing? Seeing the sudden appearance of thunder, Jin and Nit were all shocked, and they all looked at Chi Ya behind. Jin frowned and asked. The situation just now can be said to be the most perfect ending of this battle. As long as this monster makes a vow and restriction, then this matter can be over. This monster will never be able to threaten their world. But I didn't expect that at the critical moment, Chi Ya would come up with such a move. What is Chi Ya trying to do? Although there is no complaint against Chi Ya's behavior, they still want to know what Chi Ya thinks. Damn it, you forced this old man. Since you don't want a peaceful solution and want to push this old man into a desperate situation, then don't blame this old man. Jin's inquiry has just been sent, and Chi Ya hasn't answered yet. An angry roar came over. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying, violent, and chaotic 833 force erupted from the patron saint. Jin and the others were almost blown away by this terrifying momentum. You die with this old man. The terrifying aura continued to erupt, and the guardian god roared. No, this guy wants to blow his core. The well-informed Netero immediately saw what the guardian god wanted to do, and his expression changed drastically. Chi Yat, hurry up and use your space ability to take us away. Netero yelled at Chi Yat, and at the same time, the two rushed towards Chi Yat. But Chi Ya didn't have this idea at all. Looking at the guardian god who was gathering thoughts and self-destructing, a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Do you think you can fool me like this? Old monster! What are you talking about, hateful boy? This time it was still roaring, but Chi Ya could clearly hear the guilty conscience in the words of the guardian god. No, this guy doesn't look like he's about to blow himself up. This guy is cheating us. This guy Jin has a very good brain, and he immediately heard some clues from the conversation between Chi Ya and the guardian god, could not help shouting out. Damn it, you actually saw it. The patron saint roared angrily. That's right, This guy didn't want to blow himself up at all. The reason why he condensed his thoughts and energy to create the imaginary that he was about to blow himself up was to deceive Chiya and the others. He had seen before that Chiya had the ability to teleport through space, so he was going to use the guise of self-destruct to deceive Chiya and others, and let Chiya and others use space teleportation to leave. The reason why Chiya can see it is because he has connected to the thunder that remains in the core of the lava titan and has not disappeared, so he can perceive the condition of the core of the lava in the body of the guardian god. Although the guardian god looks like I'm going to explode myself, it just gathers all the energy in its body together to make a show. The lava core in its body has no tendency to riot or self-destruct core at all. Ah, I can see that Ginger is still old and hot. If I hadn't had special means, we would have been cheated by you. Once we leave, it would be impossible to find you again. Chiya said with a sneer. The thunderbolts in both hands were released again, and the terrifying breath began to rise. Wait, Chiya, what are you going to do? Jin asked quickly. In this situation, they have the upper hand. Although Chiya attacked this monster just now, the oath and restriction must still be able to continue. As long as this guy makes a vow and restriction, then the matter can be solved perfectly, there is no need to fight to the death. If it continues, this guy may really be cornered, and the self-destruct just now is no joke. This guy has lived for so long, with such a strong body, the cold air in his body is terrifying. Once it explodes along with the core, even if Chiya has the ability to teleport, it is not foolproof. No one can guarantee that once such a terrifying thought energy erupts, there will be no problems in the space here. At that time, even if there is a space ability, there will be a very big risk. Jin, transmit your thought energy into my body. Facing Jin's inquiry, Chiya did not answer. The thunder in both hands became more and more terrifying, the aura of destruction continued to rise and spread, and even Jin faintly felt it danger. Jin was stunned for a moment, didn't speak, but looked at Chiya in puzzlement. Chiya, what on earth are you thinking? At this time, Netero and Potterby also came here. Netero looked at Chiya, puzzled and said. Of course I completely wiped this guy out here. It just so happened that the two of you also came and transmitted your energy to me, and I will kill this guy at once. Smile, said. Chiya didn't say how he planned to destroy this monster. Because, if you say it, the monster will be on guard. Moreover, this method, even I feel incredible, but it is indeed feasible. Looking at the unbelieving eyes of the three, Chiya's eyes became serious, and looked at the three and said solemnly. Believe me, I can definitely kill this guy. Since you really won't let this old man go, then let this old man keep you here completely, and you can die here with this old man. It's not a bad thing for this old man to be able to drag you to be buried with me. Chiya's words, the patron saint naturally heard it, and the aura that had dissipated rose again. It can be seen that Chiya is not going to let him go, and wants to kill him here. Since that's the case, I'm not a coward, let's take it. As soon as the words fell, the terrifying momentum became violent and chaotic again, the extremely terrifying ninja broke out again. It seems that there is no other way, I can only trust you, Chiya. Seeing this scene, Netero sighed slightly and said. Hey, I'll just trust you this time, I'll lose my life at worst. Potterby also saw that the matter was irreversible, so he could only trust Chiya. He didn't complain about Chiya, his life would have been gone long ago if Chiya hadn't rescued him. Since Chiya wants to be self-willed for a while, let's accompany Chiya to be self-willed once. Even if they die here, the self-destructing patroness will not be able to survive. The mission they came here this time has basically been completed, so there is no need to worry that this guy will appear in human society and endanger the safety of human society. What is this, Chiya? You can't do anything later, you have to use your space ability as soon as possible. Jin 1.4 scratched his head, muttered something in a low voice, and then put one hand on Chiya on the shoulders. The terrifying thoughts quickly poured into Chiya's body. Chiya's whole body was shaken, and the thunder exploded in an instant, and the terrifying thought energy continuously condensed in Chiya's hands. The two Neteros sighed again, and then put their hands on Chiya's shoulders, and the thoughts flowed into Chiya's body continuously. The corner of Chi Ya's mouth curled slightly, and he said, "Thank you." The next moment, Chi Ya's eyes burst into a shock, and a circular black hole appeared in front of Chi Ya, and a strange breath spread out from the black hole in an instant. Feeling this breath, both Kim and the patron saint were shocked. "This is... Don't even think about it," the patron saint roared. However, John ignored it and stretched his hands in with an indifferent expression. Boom! Chapter 98. 08. The horrific shriek of the patron saint resounded through the sky, and the huge tree body was thundered and destroyed wantonly. The original terrifying atmosphere completely disappeared at this moment. Chi Ya's hands are still inserted into the created space black hole. This is Chi Ya's ability after upgrading Space Nin. The space black hole is able to create the tunnel between the 2 points, or, the 2 starting points are connected together. On the other side of the black hole in space is no other place, but the location of the lava core of the Guardian. And Chi Ya's hands are now placed in the lava core. Chi Ya uses the trace of thunder remaining in the lava core to make a space imprint, so that he can create a black hole connected to the core, and a source of terrifying destructive thunder constantly destroying this huge lava core. The lava titan summoned back by the patron saint is extremely fragile after becoming the core. Even a trace of thunder left by Chi Ya can damage it. It is precisely for this reason that Chi Ya disregards Jin and his group's wishes and forcibly destroys the patron saint. If it is the original lava titan, it is very difficult to eliminate it. However, the lava titan that became the 19th core is completely different from before, at least hundreds of times weaker. "I see, Chi Ya, you did a great job," Jin said excitedly with a smile on his face. "I didn't expect it to be like this, Chi Ya, as expected, I believe you are right." Netero also saw the current situation clearly at this time, and also understood why Chi Ya was so sure. This old man has never admired anyone except the president in his life. "Chi Ya, you are the second." Potter also said, looking at Chi Ya is full of amazement. "I'm overwhelmed," Chi Ya said with a light smile. As the dust settled, the thunder from Chi Ya's body continuously released, ravaged the lava core. The patron saint's roar continued to be heard, but it gradually weakened with the passage of time, until it finally disappeared completely. After 5 minutes, the roar of the patron saint completely disappeared. The lava core was completely destroyed under Chi Ya's thunder. The huge tree body was scorched black, and black smoke blew up. In the perception of Chi Ya and others, the breath of life of the guardian god completely disappeared. The old monster who had survived for more than 2,000 years and came here from the Dark Continent, who was scheming and almost plotted against Netero and others, finally fell here at this moment. With the fall of this monster, Jin and the others were relieved, and sat down on the branches one after another, all with tired faces. This time they were exhausted. After more than 2 hours of continuous high-intensity fighting and high-intensity energy output, their bodies are already close to their limits. Even if there is the 1,000-year stone milk given by Chi Ya, which can replenish the energy in the body, there is no way to restore the spirit. After this relaxation, the brains of the 3 people buzzed continuously, as if hundreds of flies were constantly harassing the heads of several people. Chi Ya also leaned back and fell directly on the huge branch, with a faint smile on his face. Then he turned his head to look at the ancient Netero. "Hey, old man Netero, my mission has been completed," Chi Ya said with a light smile. Netero, who was resting, was startled when he heard this. Jin and Potterby also looked over in surprise. However, he didn't care at all and stared at Netero. Netero slowed down for a moment, with a kind smile on his face. "Ah, your mission has not failed, it is completed, Chi Ya Zaldik." "That's good." Chi Ya nodded upon hearing that, then closed her eyes contentedly, and began to rest. For 5 minutes, Chi Ya can be said to be the hardest. In order to ensure that the lava core can be completely destroyed, Chi Ya continuously released more than 20,000 displayed energy. Allowing other people's thought energy to enter the body coupled with high-intensity thought energy release, even with his body, it is somewhat unbearable. It seems to have calmed down inside. What's going on? On the rocky basin, Crook and the others were still standing on the rock pillars, watching the battle in the ruins. The movement in the ruins disappeared for several minutes, and there was no movement. It sounded, and Chen Luke and others couldn't help but worry about the situation inside. "President, are they all right?" Yinda said in a naive manner with a worried face. "Chi Yat." Menchi also showed worry and anxiety. "Let me go in and take a look." Crook pondered for a while, then said. "Are you okay?" "Crook, don't forget, you can't resist that monster's spirit Nin." Yinda worried. "It's okay, I'll pay attention, I won't get close to that monster's domain, watch from a distance, I have this." Crook said lightly, holding a telescope in his hand. "I'll leave it to you here." After speaking, Crook flapped his wings and flew out. "Well, good." Yinda nodded and responded. "Wait, I'll go too." Seeing this, Menchi wanted to follow, but was stopped by Yinda. "You don't want to go there," Yinda's words are fine, "but if you go, you will be a burden among the burdens. Besides, you can't even enter the ruins." Yinda said, pointing to the black-red magma flowing slowly on the ground. "This girl's Nin is so weak, it can't support her to enter the ruins." Menchi froze for a moment, then nodded in disappointment, walked to the rock wall and sat down, with his hands on his knees and stopped talking. Seeing this, Yinda didn't understand what happened to Menchi, and scratched his head foolishly. "What's wrong with this little girl?" Yinda thought puzzled and then used the light to put it on the relic canyon again, staring seriously. Time passed slowly, and soon, half an hour passed. When Yinda felt something was wrong in his heart, a few figures suddenly appeared out of the ruins canyon. "I saw Netero, Potterby and Jin walking out supporting each other. And Crook flew beside them, holding a slender figure in his hands." Yinda's eyes lit up immediately, and he rushed out. The huge movement alarmed Menchi immediately. Menchi stood up quickly, and jumped over after seeing the figures of the crowd. With both feet wrapped around Jian, he followed quickly. 747 Chi Yat, are you okay? When rushing in front of several people, Menchi suddenly came to Crook's side, snatched Chi Ya from Crook's hand, worried asked. However, her concerns were not answered. He fell asleep. Crook, who was robbed, said lightly. Oh, Chi Ya, is he okay? Menchi said blankly. "Don't worry, little girl, this kid is fine." Netero said with a smile. "However, this kid is very lucky." Netero looked at Menchi, then at Crook, and said with a little deep meaning. "Old man, I am so old, and someone will not come to help me." Netero said meaningfully. Crook at the side blushed immediately, and then gave Netero a vicious look. "Old guy, the scourge has lived for thousands of years, do you think you need it?" Throwing down a sentence viciously, Crook flew forward. Menchi on the side looked thoughtfully at Crook who was leaving. Then he also carried the sleeping Chi Ya and chased in the direction where Crook flew away. "This kid, luck is really good. When the golden flower of the 12 earthly branches saw us, they didn't pay attention to us. Instead, they rushed over to this kid immediately." Jin also said with a teasing face. "Well, this kid's old lady approves of him. If Crook is always with this kid, he will raise his hands in approval, but it will probably take about 10 years. Potter, with a serious face, also answered a sentence rarely. "Yinda. What are these guys talking about?"